Chapter 88. In the depths of utter despair, at the moment of public disgrace, suddenly, Chu Zishuan transformed into a woman's guise, adorned in a dress, with waist-length wig cascading down, and a visage meticulously adorned with exquisite makeup. He gazed at the man on the sofa, who was inebriated and hazy, slowly bending down, his hands bracing against the man's sides, his luscious lips drawing near. Just as he was about to press his lips against the man abruptly opened his eyes. "Who are you?" Chu Zishuan looked at the man with infatuation, a bashful smile gracing his red lips. "Xie Ge, I am your admirer." Xie Lanin scrutinized the figure before him. With recognition dawning, his anger flared. "Chu Zishuan, have you lost your mind? Why are you dressed like this?" Chu Zishuan paid no heed to Xie Lanin's fury or his disdain. His smile deepened. "Xie Ge, and Yen met with an unfortunate demise. I know she shattered your heart. I am unlike her. I will love you properly from now on." Xie Lanin was filled with disgust. He swung a fist at Chu Zishuan's face. "Where have you hidden Yan's body? If it weren't for your manipulation over the years, she wouldn't have been foolish enough to lose her life. If you do not return her body, I will report you." Blood trickled from the corner of Chu Zishuan's mouth, which he wiped away leisurely. "Xie Ge, you and Yan have long since parted ways. All her identification is in my possession. I am her closest confidant. She is dead, and naturally, I will handle her remains. Even if you call the police, they cannot touch me." Xie Lanin rose from the sofa, his long hand clenched into a fist, his jaw tight as he thundered. "Chu Zishuan, you are utterly deranged. And Yen genuinely considered you her best friend, trusting you completely. Is this how you repay her?" Chu Zishuan let out a scornful laugh, nonchalantly replying, "And Yen was foolish herself. Can I be blamed? I merely whispered a few words in her ear, and she began to doubt you. Clearly, you have not provided her with enough security." The fire of rage in Xie Lanin's eyes seemed ready to erupt. He swiftly approached Chu Zishuan, seizing his collar forcefully. "You are truly heartless." Unfazed by Xie Lanin's wrath, Chu Zishuan looked at him with an increasingly frenzied expression. "Xie Ge, I fell for you long before Yan did. Is it because I am a man that I am unworthy of your regard? Watching you both in love is like a knife to my heart. Each time Yen described her dates with you in vivid detail, how could I bear it? Since I cannot endure it, I must destroy it all." Xie Lanin's eyes turned crimson, the anger in his chest akin to a volcano ready to erupt. He swung his fist at Chu Zishuan once more. However, the blow felt weak and feeble. Xie Lanin's legs began to tremble, a powerful wave of dizziness washing over him, nearly causing him to falter. Chu Zishuan reached out, encircling Xie Lanin's slender waist. "Xie Ge, do you find my presence intoxicating? I have sprayed an alluring potion upon myself. Without an antidote, you'll be compelled to comply with my whims." Chu Zishuan eased Xie Lanin onto the sofa, his eyes reflecting a pathological obsession and madness. "Xie Ge, tonight you cannot escape. And Yen mentioned you have yet to share a bed. Your first time is destined to be mine." Though Xie Lanin's consciousness began to blur, his inner revulsion and resistance burned like a fierce fire. He summoned all his strength to kick Chu Zishuan away. "Get away from me." Chu Zishuan's expression darkened abruptly. "Xie Lanin, do not provoke me." Xie Lanin seized an ashtray from the coffee table, channeling all his strength to hurl it at Chu Zishuan. "Unless I die, I will not let you succeed. You disgust me." Seeing Xie Lanin's staunch refusal, Chu Zishuan's eyes filled with resentment and resolve. "Xie Lanin, since you refuse to behave, do not blame me for utterly ruining you. Once you become the pariah everyone despises, I will be free to possess you without restraint." Imagining Xie Lanin's shattered reputation, begging beneath him, a bloodthirsty smile curled upon Chu Zishuan's lips. Chu Zishuan raised his hand, forcefully tearing at his dress, ripping a gash in the hem, revealing the black stockings beneath. He then dug his fingers into his arms and neck, leaving red marks, some even hinting at blood. Having completed this, he staggered toward the door of the private room. "Ah, help! Xie Lanin is drunk and attacking me, and he wants to violate me." The moment the door swung open, a throng of reporters surged in. Chu Zishuan feigned panic, his eyes wide with terror and grievance, as he trembled and pointed at the man on the sofa. "He laid hands on me, attempting to assault me. When I resisted, he struck me mercilessly. I never expected that the courteous and talented musician in public would be a pervert in private." The reporters were exhilarated, akin to having been invigorated, relentlessly snapping photos. Xie Lanin observed it all, his heart sinking deeper. Chu Zishuan was truly malevolent. He intended to wield public opinion to annihilate him completely. The reporters encircled Xie Lanin, bombarding him with a barrage of sharp questions. Mr. Xie, 3 months ago, your girlfriend was absent from the engagement ceremony. You did not successfully become engaged. Is it true she discovered your true nature and was afraid to commit? Our publication has received news that your girlfriend tragically died in a car accident a few days ago. Did you orchestrate this accident? Over the years, you have cultivated the image of a virtuous man in public, yet have you secretly plotted the demise of your girlfriend? Under the influence of substances and alcohol, Xie Lanin's consciousness became increasingly muddled. Faced with a deluge of inquiries, he felt as though his head might explode. No, I did not kill Yen, it was Chu Zixuan. Before Xie Lanin could finish his sentence, Chu Zixuan produced his phone and played a recording. I loved him so deeply. I became pregnant with his child, yet he forced me to terminate it and sought to end our relationship. I attempted to win him back, standing beneath his apartment for an entire night, but he disregarded me entirely. He is so cruel, I loathe him. Chu Zixuan had played in Yan's recording. Upon its release, the reporter's questions became even more incisive, and no matter what Xie Lanin said, he would find no one willing to believe him. In the face of such a predicament, a profound sense of despair welled up within Xie Lanin. Mr. Xie, was the accident involving Miss Yen orchestrated solely by you? This Mr. Chu is Miss N's closest confidant. Immediately following her untimely demise, you attempted to violate her dearest friend. Is your sexual orientation in question? Upon discovering that you are gay, did Miss Yan's revelation incite your wrath, leading you to plot her murder? Just as a triumphant expression surfaced on Chu Zixuan's face and Xie Lanin succumbed to utter despair, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 89, A Satisfying Revelation and the Retribution of Villains. The journalists received an anonymous video on their phones. The footage vividly captured Chu Zixuan as he brazenly entered the private room, engaging in acts of seduction towards Xie Lanin. Alongside the shocking truth about Yen's unexpected car accident and how Chu Zixuan concealed her lifeless body, it became apparent that Chu Zixuan had long harbored infatuation for Xie Lanin, instigating discord within Yen, who, being rather simple-minded, fell prey to his manipulations and committed acts that deeply pained Xie Lanin. Upon viewing the video, the journalists fell into an immediate silence, their gazes swiftly shifting towards Chu Zixuan, filled with shock and contempt. It was you who orchestrated this deceit. Your actions are despicably shameless. We were nearly misled into believing your malicious fabrications. To fulfill your nefarious agenda, you devised such a vile trap, aiming to ruin Mr. Xie's reputation. How utterly inhumane. The collective denunciation from the journalists caused Chu Zixuan's expression to shift dramatically. The earlier pride he felt dissipated in an instant. He forced himself to regain composure. Even if he had intended to seduce Xie Lanin, was it not Xie Lanin's responsibility for instigating Yen's abortion and breaking up with her, leading to her tragic accident? He had slept with Yen yet refused to take responsibility. Before Chu Zixuan could finish his argument, a voice interrupted. The child Yen was carrying was not Xie Lanin's, it was mine. The delivery man who had been involved with Yen stepped forward, his complexion pale. Not long ago, he had been confronted by Yen's ghost, who compelled him to come forward and reveal the truth, or face dire consequences. The delivery man produced his phone and played a recording of a conversation he had with Chu Zixuan. Yen is simple-minded and quite foolish. I drugged her drink. You'll ring her doorbell at the hotel. She will mistake you for Xie Lanin. Once the deed is done, you will receive your due reward. It would be ideal if Yen becomes pregnant, allowing Xie Lanin to see her true nature and break up with her of his own accord. Chu Zixuan's face drained of color as he moved to snatch the phone from the delivery man's hand, but the journalists encircled him, preventing him from reaching the man. Chu Zixuan collapsed onto the ground, his eyes vacant, as fear and panic surged through him like a tidal wave. He realized that all his scheming had come to naught, and now he would become the despised rat in the street. Xie Lanin called the police. As they prepared to escort Chu Zixuan and the delivery man to the police car, something triggered a sudden reaction in Chu Zixuan. He impulsively dragged the delivery man onto the busy street. Ah! Both Chu Zixuan and the delivery man were struck by a speeding truck. Although they survived, both lost their legs. Furthermore, they now faced the prospect of imprisonment. The accident was a consequence of Yen having taken possession of Chu Zixuan. She never imagined that she would suffer so grievously at his hands. However, one cannot place all the blame on Chu Zixuan. Yen's lack of discernment played a significant role in her misfortune. Master, I wish to return all the money I received from Xie Lanin. Can you assist me? Wen Shuang nodded, of course. I also want to apologize to Xiaolanyi, to ensure he does not develop a fear of women. After all, there are very few women as foolish as I am. Very well, I will facilitate your entry into his dreams. One night not long after, Xiaolanyi dreamt of Yen. Filled with guilt and remorse, Yen apologized to him, urging him to let go of past pains and to live well in the future, not to lose faith in what lies ahead due to her and those unfortunate events. He deserves a beautiful life and true happiness. Xiaolanyi gazed at Yen in his dream, his heart a tumult of emotions. The intertwining feelings of love, anger, and sorrow swirled within him. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "In truth, I too have erred, failing to earn your trust sufficiently. Since you now understand, go in peace. I will strive to let go and live well moving forward." And Yen smiled, her countenance radiant as the warmth of spring, dispelling the final shadows in Xiaolanyi's heart. "Thank you. I hope your days ahead are filled with sunshine, free from sorrow. By the way, my realization of Chu Zixuan's true nature is thanks to Master Wen Shuang and the Fu family. Remember to express your gratitude to them." With that, Yen's figure gradually faded away, and Xiaolanyi jolted awake from his dream. At that moment, he received a message on his phone. A lawyer had sent him a message requesting a meeting the following day. The next day, upon meeting with the lawyer, Xiaolanyi was handed an envelope. It contained Yen's belongings and her will. She returned everything she had received from him during her lifetime. Xiaolanyi also learned the location of Yen's remains from the lawyer. After finding her body, he held a funeral in her honor. Wen Shuang and the Fu family attended Yen's funeral. Reflecting on Yen's words from his dream, Xiaolanyi offered a deep bow to Wen Shuang and the Fu family. He realized that it was likely their covert assistance that had prevented him from being disgraced by Chu Zixuan's machinations that night. On the way back to the Fu residence, Fu Sita leaned her small head against Wen Shuang's shoulder and said, somewhat glumly, "Sister-in-law, I'm afraid to make friends or have a boyfriend from now on." Wen Shuang gently held Fu Situ's hand and reassured her, "Situ, not everyone in this world is bad. Human nature is complex and multifaceted. It encompasses both the brilliance of kindness and the shadows of malice. It is perfectly normal. We cannot dismiss everyone based on the actions of a few unscrupulous individuals. Look around you. Zhou Jingma, Qi Yan, Wan Shi, Lu Lin, Lu Wenye, Jiang Wan, Xiaolanyi. And even your Fu siblings are all wonderful people. However, regardless of gender, one should not entirely rely on others for their happiness and stability. We must learn to be independent and become our own solid support, strengthening our inner selves. In interpersonal relationships, we should cultivate the ability to observe and reflect, striving to enhance our discernment to avoid being misled by superficial flattery and false pretenses. Only by first becoming an independent and resilient individual can we radiate a light that attracts like-minded, genuine, and kind-hearted people into our lives." Fu Sita nodded, absorbing the wisdom of her sister-in-law, who, despite being merely 3 years her senior, seemed to possess far greater understanding. On the weekend, when Shuang was applying medicine to Jiang Wan's injuries, after the acupuncture treatment, Fu Siqing pulled her aside. "You're busier than I am these days. Don't turn into a working machine. How about I take you out on a date?" When Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement, "Husband, where are you taking me on this date? Are you going to take me to see male models? Last time my third brother took me, and I didn't get enough." Fu Siqing's handsome face darkened slightly. He took a deep breath to process his jealousy before taking Wen Shuang's hand. "Come with me. I have a surprise for you." Chapter 90, Extremely Sweet. Wen Shuang, do not tempt me. Wen Shuang was led by Fu Siqing into the villa's courtyard. Fu Xingzhou rode in on a motorcycle. "Brother, stop driving your sports car. Just ride this." As Fu Siqing was about to refuse, he noticed Fu Xingzhou wink at him. "The motorcycle will enhance our marital bond. It's incredibly stylish." Fu Siqing turned to Wen Shuang. "Do you want to ride in the sports car or on the motorcycle?" Having never seen a motorcycle before, the one Fu Xingzhou brought appeared as a slumbering beast, exceedingly cool. "I want to ride the motorcycle." Fu Xingzhou chuckled. "Ah, my dear sister-in-law truly knows her worth and understands the nuances of romance. My elder brother, with his wooden head, is indeed fortunate to have married you." Fu Siqing's stern profile tightened as he retorted, "Silence." He swung his long legs over the motorcycle, handing a helmet to Wen Shuang, who promptly donned it. Glancing at Fu Siqing, she suddenly found him both handsome and wild. "Hee hee, at this moment, my grumpy husband is my heart's delightful guest." I must shine a spotlight on him. Fu Xingzhou cast a triumphant glance at Fu Xiqing.
See?
His suggestion was splendid. Wen Shuang climbed onto the motorcycle's rear seat, and just as she settled, the bike roared to life. She quickly wrapped her arms around Fu Xiqing's lean waist. He glanced at her arms encircling him and, feeling his tall frame stiffen slightly, he could not help but tense further. As they descended a slope, Wen Shuang clung tighter, her soft chest inadvertently pressing against his back. Fu Xiqing's body stiffened even more, his voice low and gravelly. Wen Shuang, do not tempt me. Wen Shuang blinked. What do you mean? I'm not tempting you. But then she realized her embrace was rather intimate. Oh, I see. You men ride motorcycles just to flirt, right? After all, the back seat is so narrow that one must hold onto the rider tightly to avoid falling off. That's not my way of seduction. If I truly wanted to entice someone, I would need a fishing net on Monday, black stockings on Tuesday, lace on Wednesday, a camisole on Thursday, JK uniforms on Friday, Lolita on Saturday, and the Emperor's new clothes on Sunday. Images of her in such attire flashed through Fu Xiqing's mind, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. She had only been here for a few months and had already acquired such modern knowledge, even familiar with Lolita fashion. Half an hour later, Fu Xiqing drove Wen Shuang to the amusement park. She squealed with childlike excitement. Wow, darling, I've seen this amusement park on short videos. It looks so fun. I'm so thrilled. 1,000 years ago, during my time, there were no amusement parks. The original owner grew up in the countryside and had never visited one. My surprising and grumpy husband is truly handsome and charming. Fu Xiqing couldn't help but let the corners of his lips curl upward. To be honest, this was also his first visit to an amusement park. He had always been mature for his age, believing amusement parks were only of interest to childish brats. Seeing Wen Shuang's uncontainable joy made the trip feel worthwhile. After parking the motorcycle, Fu Xiqing purchased tickets and took Wen Shuang's hand as they entered the park. The cheerful music filled the air, and children wearing cartoon headbands clutched cotton candy. Noticing Wen Shuang gazing at the children, he bought her a sparkling pink headband and a cotton candy larger than her face. Wen Shuang looked at the bunny-shaped cotton candy and smiled brightly. It's so adorable. How could I bear to eat it? Yet in the next moment, she took a huge bite. The sweetness burst on her tongue, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped with delight. So sweet. She then delicately licked her lips with her pink tongue. Fu Xiqing's gaze darkened as he asked, Wen Shuang, is it delicious? She eagerly nodded. Raising her half-eaten cotton candy, do you want a bite? Fu Xiqing leaned closer, and thinking he truly wanted to taste her cotton candy, she nervously swallowed. You can only have a small bite. Fu Xiqing gently extended his finger, wiping away the strands of cotton candy stuck at the corner of her mouth. Before she could comprehend his gesture, he lowered his head and tasted the cotton candy from his fingertip. It was indeed very sweet. His eyes grew even more intense as he looked at her. Wen Shuang's cheeks flushed at his flirtatious action. Who said he was a wooden block incapable of flirting? Good heavens, when he does flirt, he is utterly reckless. The atmosphere was palpably charged, prompting Wen Shuang to pull Fu Xiqing forward. Let us move quickly. If we linger here too long, you might get kissed. Fu Xiqing's Adam's apple bobbed. Wen Shuang, are you suggesting you want to kiss me? If she truly desired to kiss him, he could take her to a secluded corner. Wen Shuang blinked. It's not that I want to kiss you, it's the mosquitoes. Fu Xingzhou often claimed Fu Xiqing was allergic to romance, but he realized that Wen Shuang was the true romantic allergic. Their first ride was the roller coaster, and the intense sensation of weightlessness and rapid twists thrilled Wen Shuang immensely. She kept her eyes wide open, captivated by the swiftly passing scenery and the howling wind, experiencing an unprecedented exhilaration. Once they disembarked, Wen Shuang's cheeks were flushed with excitement, exclaiming, "That was amazing. I want to ride again." Fu Xiqing, his legs feeling slightly weak, responded, "Darling, you're not frightened, are you?" He pressed his lips together. Of course not. After the second ride, Fu Xiqing's legs felt even weaker. Just when he thought Wen Shuang would want a third go, she pointed to the nearby log flume. Let us try that. Fu Xiqing swallowed hard. All right. I shall accompany my wife to her heart's content. After the log flume and several other attractions, Wen Shuang spotted the haunted house. As a genius of metaphysics from a millennium ago, she was curious if there were truly ghosts inside a modern haunted house. At the entrance, a few girls hesitated, wanting to enter but feeling scared. Upon seeing Wen Shuang and Fu Xiqing go in, they hurried to follow behind. Can we join you? Wen Shuang nodded. Sure. Inside the haunted house, the flickering lights and eerie sound effects echoed in the narrow passage. The girls behind them were terrified, Fu Xichen glanced at Wen Shuang, who, true to her genius reputation, exhibited no fear, instead displaying a hint of amusement. I expected it to be terrifying. There's no malevolent energy here, just all fake. As soon as her thought concluded, a hanging ghost suddenly swung down, its long hair obscuring its face and emitting a mournful wail. The girls screamed and huddled together in fright. Wen Shuang smirked, calmly reaching out to grab the ghost's wig. How fake. The hanging ghost. Fu Xichen. The girls. As they continued forward, a malevolent spirit leapt from a corner, claws outstretched, growling deeply. The girls turned pale, on the verge of tears. But in the next moment, they witnessed Wen Shuang, hands on her hips, scowling at the ghost. You're not taking your job seriously. Your growl is far too weak to frighten anyone. Then, she mimicked a terrifying voice that was even more chilling than the ghost's growl, causing the malevolent spirit to slide to its knees, pleading for mercy. Mercy, Lady Yama. Chapter 91. Wen Shuang, what are you touching? Originally terrified and screaming, the girls now found themselves in awe of how Wen Shuang had scared the ghost into submission. As they moved forward, when encountering other ghosts, the girls no longer screamed, for each one was swiftly scared away by Wen Shuang's various antics. Truly a reversal of fortunes. Under Wen Shuang's guidance, they successfully navigated through the haunted house. Upon exiting, the girls surrounded Wen Shuang, their eyes filled with admiration. Sister, you're incredible. We totally look up to you. The girls eagerly added Wen Shuang on WeChat. And upon seeing her personalized signature that mentioned fortune-telling, they showered her with compliments. Sister, if we ever encounter matters of metaphysics, may we consult you? Wen Shuang nodded. Of course. Sister, you are so impressive. Do you need a girlfriend? An exasperated Fu Xihong swiftly approached Wen Shuang, wrapping his long arm around her delicate shoulder. She has a husband. The girls, undeterred by Fu Xihong's presence, gazed at Wen Shuang with starry eyes. Sister, do you run a harem? Fu Xihong, still holding Wen Shuang, quickly led her away from the group of potential romantic rivals. This woman, wherever she went, captivated the attention of both men and women. His rivals were multiplying. As they exited the amusement park, Fu Xihong cast a dark gaze at Wen Shuang. You cannot run a harem. Wen Shuang responded with a nonchalant "oh," assuring him, rest assured, I won't do so before our divorce. However, in this world, which beauty does not make mistakes. Even if I err, it would merely be the kind of mistake every beautiful woman is prone to. Noticing Fu Xihong's displeasure, Wen Shuang smiled brightly. Husband, to be honest, I feel rather insecure being with you. Fu Xihong raised an eyebrow. Why? Do you think your husband is too handsome and fear he might attract other women? Wen Shuang nodded. I fear you might leave me, leaving me lonely and cold. Fu Xihong's lips curved into an almost uncontrollable smile. It's good that you understand fear. Wen Shuang entwined her arm with Fu Xihong's, her long, thick lashes fluttering gently. So, husband, can I talk to a few more suitors within this year? Fu Xihong was taken aback, then forcefully pulled her hand away from his arm. I see you want to court 7, 1 for each day, so you auntie feel lonely. Wen Shuang shook her head. No, 7 is too many. 5 is just right, as I also need my weekends. Fu Xihong thought he might eventually be driven to his wits' end by this woman. On their way back from the amusement park, Wen Shuang noticed Fu Xihong was uncharacteristically silent. She lightly touched his chest with her fingers wrapped around his waist. Fu Xihong almost lost control of the motorcycle. Wen Shuang, what are you doing? Just exploring. Since you're ignoring me. Fu Xihong pressed his lips into a straight line. With so many fish in your pond, do you think I matter? Of course you do. Without you, I cannot survive. Only for this year. Once I accumulate enough merit to extend my lifespan, I shall cast you, my ever-frowning and disobedient fish, out of the pond. Fu Xihong was utterly resigned to her whims. He realized she was not only adept at fish-keeping but also had the cunning of an octopus. With her nature, he knew it would be a while before she could truly fall for him. Well, there were still 8 or 9 months until her 1-year deadline. Wen Shuang, how about I take you out for a candlelit dinner? Absolutely. Fu Xihong brought Wen Shuang to an upscale Western restaurant. Husband, I've had too much milk tea. I need to visit the restroom first. Fu Xihong nodded. We'll be at table 16. All right. Upon exiting the restroom, as she made her way to table 16, a tall, striking figure blocked her path. Wen Shuang, did you follow me to this restaurant? Wen Shuang glanced at the man who obstructed her. It was Jiang Yicheng. Her first love. What do you have to offer? You're unattractive, lacking in strength, and quite dull. What makes you think I followed you? Since encountering Fu Sihong, Fu Xingzhou, and the stunning handsome men in short videos, Wen Shuang found Jiang Yicheng utterly unremarkable. Perhaps the original owner had been blind to have chosen such a lackluster first love. Previously, she had refrained from teaching him a lesson for the sake of her image, but now, with no one around, she could no longer hold back. Jiang Yicheng, you are not even worth a single finger of Lu Yao. I have only Lu Yao in my heart for life, so spare me your presence. Seeing you disgusts me. Before he could finish a sentence, Jiang Yicheng suddenly received a kick to his chest. He was propelled backward, crashing against the wall of the corridor before hitting the ground hard. His eyes widened, his mouth agape, his face a portrait of disbelief. When had Wen Shuang become so powerful? His chest felt as if struck by a heavy blow, and before he could recover from the intense pain, Wen Shuang's foot pressed down on his face. Jiang Yicheng was both humiliated and furious. He attempted to rise, but with her foot on his face, he was utterly immobilized. Nearly grinding his back teeth in anger, Wen Shuang, remove your foot. You dare to humiliate me like this. I will not let you off easily. As he spat his threats, the foot pressing down on his face grew heavier. I told you before, my husband trumps you, in every way. Anyone with eyes would never look at you again. Keep spewing your nonsense, and I'll crush your mouth. The cold aura radiating from Wen Shuang was something Jiang Yicheng had never encountered. Why you? What about me? You narcissistic and unremarkable frog. You are not worthy of my swan's gaze. From now on, if you see me, get lost. Or I'll make it a point to teach you a lesson, every time. After brushing her hands together, she lifted her foot from Jiang Yicheng's face. Just as he prepared to rise, Wen Shuang abruptly turned back to face him, causing him to weaken in fear. With a smirk that was almost mocking, she said, Your Wen Lu Yao is indeed the best girlfriend in the world. She has only given you 99 green hats, not yet 100. Jiang Yicheng's face turned a sickly green with rage. He refused to believe it, convinced that Wen Shuang was merely spouting nonsense. As Wen Shuang searched for Fu Sihong, she was called by a middle-aged woman at one of the tables. Wen Shuang? She turned to see the woman who had called her, recalling her from memory. Soon, she recognized her as Director Wang Man from the television station. Director Wang. Wang Man stood up, her face radiating kindness as she addressed Wen Shuang. You've been on leave for a while. I've spoken to the station chief several times about bringing you back, and he has finally relented. When would you like to return to work? Wen Shuang remembered the original owner's dream, pursed her lips, and replied, Is September all right? By then, Wen Lu Yao, who had lost a kidney, should be able to return to work. If Wen Lu Yao didn't go back, it would be rather dull for her. That works. In the meantime, make sure to study and recharge. Wen Shuang nodded obediently, okay? In the original owner's memories, Director Wang was one of the few who had ever shown her warmth. As Wen Shuang studied Wang Man, she noticed the dimness in her eyes, clearly indicating that she was about to sever ties with her only daughter. Director Wang, your daughter is studying abroad in Alaska, right? She asked, living with her aunt and uncle? Wang Man nodded. How did you know? She recalled never having shared her family matters with Wen Shuang. Your sister recently started dating a boyfriend 20 years her junior, correct? Wang Man appeared even more astonished. Yes. How do you know? Her sister's new relationship had only been disclosed during a recent phone call with her daughter, where her daughter inadvertently let it slip. She mentioned that her aunt had asked her to keep it a secret, as the relationship was still somewhat unstable. The time difference between the domestic region and Alaska is a staggering 17 hours. It is currently 11 p.m. there. And your daughter has just completed her experiment in the laboratory and is preparing to head to your sister's home. You immediately call your daughter, urging her not to return. For your sister's foreign boyfriend is a deranged serial killer. Chapter 92. She is truly remarkable. Everything she said turned out to be true. Wen Shuang spoke with such conviction that Wang Man felt a twinge of anxiety. She had never heard of Wen Shuang possessing the ability to read faces or predict fortunes. In her mind, the masters who could discern issues through physiognomy were always elderly. Could it be that, after her suspension, Wen Shuang had experienced some kind of trauma that affected her sanity? Wen Shuang sensed Wang Man's skepticism and lowered her voice to a whisper, audible only to the two of them. Director Wang, before your marriage to your husband, you were deceived by a blonde, and you even had an abortion because of him. Correct? Wang Man's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Wen Shuang. In her youth, she had been naive and had fallen victim to an uneducated blonde's deception, resulting in a secret abortion that even her parents were unaware of, let alone someone over 20 years her junior, like Wen Shuang. Is my daughter truly in danger? Wen Shuang nodded and asked, Could you show me a photo of your daughter? Wang Man retrieved a picture of her daughter from her wallet and handed it to Wen Shuang. After scrutinizing the image for a moment, Wen Shuang's expression turned serious. You must call your daughter immediately. She is about to arrive home. Wang Man hurriedly dialed her daughter's number. It rang, but there was no answer. Her hand trembled uncontrollably as she clutched the phone. Why isn't she picking up? Keep trying, Wen Shuang urged. On the third attempt, the call was finally answered. Mom, I had my phone on silent during the experiment and just missed your calls. Is something urgent? Sweetheart, where are you now? Wang Man's voice quavered with anxiety. I'm almost at Auntie's house, her daughter replied. At those words, Wang Man's heart leapt into her throat. Darling, do not go inside. What's wrong? Just as her daughter finished speaking, the door to her aunt's house swung open, revealing a man of similar age to her aunt. Having seen the photo, Wen Shuang was already aware of the perilous situation Wang Man's daughter faced. She urgently whispered instructions to Wang Man. Tell your daughter to keep the conversation with the man casual and inform him she's on the phone with a classmate who has her important experimental data file left in the car. She needs to go back to retrieve it. Wang Man forced herself to remain calm as she relayed Wen Shuang's words. Although her daughter was confused, she had always known her mother to be prudent and never one to joke around. If her mother suggested this, there must be a valid reason. Hello, uncle. Wang Man's daughter greeted the man obediently. He nodded at her. You've worked hard this late. Come inside. The daughter detected a strong, pungent smell of alcohol emanating from him. Knowing her aunt was out with friends, she sensed something was amiss with her uncle drinking alone at home. Recalling her mother's instructions, she immediately said, My classmate just called to say I left an important experimental data file in the car. I'll be back in a few minutes. The man's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized her, causing her scalp to prickle. He finally replied, All right, I'll wait for you at the door. Wang Man's daughter nodded and quickly turned to leave. Upon reaching a deserted corner, she couldn't help but peek back at her aunt's house. What she saw nearly gave her a heart attack. The man was leisurely extracting a sharp knife from behind him, its blade gleaming coldly in the dim light. He raised an eyebrow, muttering something incomprehensible, his face contorted in a twisted, sinister expression. Terrified, Wang Man's daughter quickly covered her mouth, not daring to linger another second, and fled toward the community entrance. Only after hailing a taxi did she dare to speak. Mom, Uncle was hiding a knife. If I had gone inside, he could have. Remembering her uncle's chilling gaze sent shivers down her spine. Sweetheart, your father and I will come find you tomorrow. Please return to school and do not go back to your aunt's house. After hanging up, Wang Man turned pale and looked at Wen Shuang. Frost, will my sister be in danger? As long as she does not return within 3 days, she will be safe. The police have found evidence regarding her boyfriend's past murders and he will soon be apprehended. Wang Man immediately called her sister. Relieved to find her sister was amenable to reason. Upon learning that her niece had nearly been killed, her sister was terrified and promptly agreed not to return for the time being, nor to contact her boyfriend. After the call, Wang Man wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and sank into a chair, her complexion ashen as she gazed at Wen Shuang. Frost, you saved my daughter and sister's lives. I am at a loss as to how to repay you. I assume you require a fee for your fortune-telling. How much is it? I will transfer the amount to you immediately. Wen Shuang held up 5 fingers. 5 million?
Wang Man responded eagerly.
All right. I will transfer it to you right away. Wen Shuang was taken aback. Director, I meant 500. Now it was Wang Man's turn to be astonished. Only 500? Wen Shuang nodded. You have treated me well in the past. I remember. Were it not for the potential breach of confidentiality and the need to settle karmic debts, she would not have accepted Wang Man's fee. With the money received, she planned to donate half of it anyway. Wang Man promptly transferred the agreed amount to Wen Shuang. Observing Wen Shuang seated at the table reserved by Fu Siheng, Wang Man called over the restaurant manager, instructing him to deliver a bottle of $20,000 Lafite red wine to Fu Siheng's table. Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, this bottle of wine is a gift from Director Wang. Wen Shuang and Fu Siheng turned to look at Wang Man, who expressed her gratitude with a nod. The wine had already been uncorked, so Wen Shuang had no choice but to accept it. My dear, shall we indulge in some wine? Fu Siheng narrowed his deep black eyes. Are you aware of your own alcohol tolerance? Last time, you were tipsy after just 1 bottle of beer. Wen Shuang gazed at the poured red wine, licking her lips. This rich red liquid appeared sweet and surely wouldn't intoxicate her. The aftereffects are even stronger. Wen Shuang bit her back teeth. You better not say anything more. If you do, I might get serious.
Fu Siheng ses lips twitched.
Do you have it in you? You think you can handle more? Wen Shuang raised her fist playfully. I meant my fist. Where did your thoughts wander off to? Why is your mind drifting toward indecent thoughts? Fu Sihing sighed. Isn't that because you've led me astray? Regardless, she insisted on drinking. If you disagree, do you wish to be sentenced to a life without a wife? Fu Sihing wished he could hold up a mirror to show her how she looked now, not at all resembling the genius of metaphysics from a millennium ago. He helplessly said, Fine, if you want to drink, go ahead. But do so in moderation. Red wine has a stronger after-effect than beer. Chapter 93. Exceedingly sweet. Let him call her sister. An hour later, Wen Shuang's enchanting and delicate face was flushed with intoxication, resembling the blooming peach blossoms of spring, exuding a captivating allure. After settling the bill, Fu Siheng took Wen Shuang's hand and led her outside. Uncle Zhou and Fu Xingzhou approached them. Fu Siheng handed over the motorcycle keys. You ride the bike back, your sister-in-law, and I will take a car. All right. Fu Xingzhou turned to Wen Shuang. Sister-in-law, are you drunk? Wen Shuang shook her head, asserting that her sister-in-law had a remarkable tolerance for alcohol and would not easily succumb to inebriation. If you don't believe me, just watch. With that, Wen Shuang suddenly lifted both hands and effortlessly hoisted Fu Sihong, who stood beside her, into her arms. Fu Xingzhou and Uncle Zhou were momentarily stunned, while Fu Sihong, caught off guard, seemed to experience a momentary lapse in cognition. Fu Xingzhou was the first to react, bursting into laughter. Ahaha. My brother has been princess carried by his sister-in-law. The patrons at the restaurant entrance, bustling to and fro, turned their gazes toward Fu Sihong. Having never been princess carried by a woman before, especially given his towering height of 6 feet 2, Fu Sihong was astounded that Wen Shuang could lift him so effortlessly. At that moment, his handsome face flushed crimson, the heat radiating from his ears down to his neck, as if scorched by fire. Ha ha ha. Brother, you look like a delicate husband right now. Your sister-in-law is truly overflowing with boyfriend power. Uncle Zhou, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, the young mistress is truly impressive. To further demonstrate her prowess, Wen Shuang playfully lifted Fu Sihong higher, proclaiming it to be a trivial feat. Fu Sihong felt utterly mortified, wishing he could vanish from existence. This is too embarrassing. Wen Shuang, please put me down. Upon noticing the deepening hue of his face, Wen Shuang giggled. Darling, I can lift you even higher. Fu Sihong's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Wen Shuang, do let me down. Woe is me. He is actually scolding me. Realizing he had indeed spoken a bit harshly, Fu Sihong was about to retort when he heard her inner thoughts. The price for scolding me is to smoke 10 packs of cigarettes daily, drink a barrel of liquor each time, stay up until dawn every night, blast the air conditioning until it's freezing, and wear tank tops when it's cold. Within a year, he should be pushing up daisies, just in time for me to extend my own life and inherit his vast fortune. Then, I could indulge in male models every day.
Fu Xiang.
What a venomous woman. Fu Xingzhou erupted into laughter, his thighs nearly splitting from mirth. Sister-in-law is simply phenomenal. Not only is she gorgeous, but her spirit is so entertaining. Fu Sihong shot a glare at Fu Xingzhou, who was laughing uncontrollably. But the latter could hardly contain himself, nearly suffering internal injury from his laughter. Wen Shuang, I want to scold you, but could you please set me down? Fu Sihong felt akin to a monkey at a zoo, with passers-by glancing at him curiously. Wen Shuang shook her head, saying, First, you must answer a question. Only if you answer correctly will I put you down. Fu Sihong, his handsome features taut with tension, nodded. All right, ask away. It's something you use every day. When you're hungry, it stands up, and when you're full, it falls back down. What is it?
Fu Xiang.
What on earth is she thinking? Is that even something he can say? Fu Xingzhou's eyes lit up as he winked at Fu Sihong. Brother, is it what I think it is? That thing that men have but women don't? Fu Sihong's jaw clenched tightly. Get lost. Darling, why aren't you answering? It's something everyone uses daily. You're not so foolish as to not know, are you? Fu Sihong swallowed hard. Wen Shuang, is your mind filled with too much lewd nonsense? Wen Shuang blinked innocently. What are you talking about? I meant chopsticks. You pick them up to eat when you're hungry, and put them down when you're full. And everyone uses them daily. Who's the one with a mind filled with filth? Fu Sihong.
Fu Xingzu.
Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Fu Xingzhou gave Wen Shuang a thumbs up. Spending every day with her made him feel as though he could live to 100. It was simply too entertaining, filled with joy and scandalous gossip. From now on, He let his brother toil away to support the family while he remained as Wen Shuang's loyal sidekick. Wen Shuang, please let me down. I might let you down, but only if you shake your cute little bottom for me. Fu Sihong vowed never to let Wen Shuang near alcohol again, not a single drop. When she was drunk, he truly found it hard to cope. Fu Xingzhou clutched his thigh, laughing so hard he was turning red. Brother, do you feel like a eunuch being tormented by the empress? Fu Sihong gritted his teeth. If you say one more word, I'll turn you into a little boat. Wen Shuang, don't let him scold our third brother.
Fu Xiang.
Alright. So, I'm the one with the least authority at home. I'm not scolding anyone anymore. I'm scolding myself. Wen Shuang, could you please set me down? With a huff, Wen Shuang finally placed him on the ground. Fearing she would pull another trick, Fu Sihong grabbed her hand to lead her to the car. However, Wen Shuang shook her head, insisting, I want you to carry me home.
Fu Xiang.
The last time she got drunk, it was he who had to carry her back. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Uncle Zhou driving away in a Bentley. Fu Xingzhou hopped on his motorcycle and sped off, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, his brother would refuse Wen Shuang's request. Thus, Fu Sihong squatted down before Wen Shuang, slightly bending to allow her to climb onto his back. With a beaming smile, Wen Shuang clambered onto the broad, sturdy back of the man, wrapping her arms around his neck. Darling, don't you think my life feels a bit bland? Fu Sihong glanced back at the woman who tilted her head, a sly smile playing on his lips. Where's the blandness? Aren't you busy scrolling through your phone every day, enamored with those little boys? But I can only watch with my eyes, not touch. Third brother is better. He takes me and mom and even little sister to hire male models when you're not around. Fu Sihong pressed his lips together. Wen Shuang, you have a perfectly good option at home, and you don't need to spend a dime. If you want to touch, can't you just do it yourself? Wen Shuang blinked. Are you referring to yourself? Fu Sihong raised an eyebrow. Am I not better than those male models at the White Horse Club? You certainly are, though your temper leaves much to be desired. The male models at the White Horse Club sweetly call me sister. Wen Shuang gazed at the sharply defined features of the man, grinning mischievously, call me sister, and let me hear it. Fu Sihong set Wen Shuang down, his hands gripping her delicate shoulders, his dark eyes deep and intense. Not a chance. I'm 5 years older than you. Calling you sister would be absurd. Wen Shuang shot him a glare. Other than that part of you, your mouth is the hardest thing about you. Fu Sihong's throat moved. My mouth may be tough, but it's soft when kissing. Do you want to try? Before Wen Shuang could react, he suddenly leaned down, kissing her. Chapter 94. Oh my. He looks so alluring right now. Wen Shuang froze, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the man before her. Oh my gosh, he actually kissed me? Normally, he speaks harshly, but when it comes to kissing, he is surprisingly gentle. It seems that no matter how tough the exterior, the kiss reveals a softness beneath. Fu Sihong's farriers tinged with a slight blush. At that moment, how could he possibly block this woman's inner thoughts? Wen Shuang stared at the handsome features of the man, with his deep-set black eyes, high nose, and sensual thin lips pressed closely against hers, his long, dark lashes even more beautiful than her own. Sensing Wen Shuang's unblinking gaze, Fu Sihong grasped the back of her head, daringly parting her lips with his own. In that instant, Wen Shuang felt her mind buzzing, as if it were about to explode. He is so shameless and lewd. Fu Sihong presumed she would be repulsed and would kick him away, yet to his astonishment, the very next moment, he heard her voice. Isn't it rather shameless for someone like me to be acting lewdly? Who would have thought that beneath his seemingly domineering and aloof exterior, his kiss would be so tender? A surge of warmth flooded Fu Sihong's body, overwhelming him. Fortunately, they were not in the Fu household. At that moment, aside from him, no one else could hear her innermost thoughts. Wen Shuang had never shared such an intimate kiss with anyone before. She felt a bit lightheaded, quickly running out of breath. Realizing that Wen Shuang was about to suffocate, Fu Sihong withdrew from her lips, gently brushing his prominent nose against hers, as her warm, heavy breaths cascaded over her delicate skin. Goodness, he looks so alluring right now. I feel dizzy and unsteady, Wen Shuang thought, her legs weakening as she leaned into Fu Sihong's embrace. Not far away, Jiang Yu, seated in a sports car, took out her phone and snapped a photo of Fu Sihong holding the woman in his arms, his large hand caressing her long hair, promptly sending it to the elite socialite group in E-City. A sensational headline. Fu Sihong has finally discarded that naive country bumpkin, Wen Shuang, and is now seeking a mistress. Jiang Yu was the younger sister of Jiang Yichen and a close friend of Wen Liao. like Wen Liao. She relished the thought of seeing Wen Shuang humiliated. Responses in the socialite group materialized swiftly. Meanwhile, Fu Sitong attended a party hosted by several elite socialites. One socialite, upon seeing the group message, eagerly showed it to Fu Sitong. Tong Tong, I heard your family disapproves of your foolish sister-in-law. Your elder brother has finally replaced her with a new sister-in-law. Look at this photo. Your new sister-in-law is so fashionable and chic, perfectly matched with your brother. It was no wonder Jiang Yu and the socialites failed to recognize Wen Shuang. The contrast between her former self and her current demeanor was stark. Fu Sitong felt both astonished and perplexed. Her brother had replaced his wife. Impossible. 3 months ago, she might have believed it. But now her brother's affections were clearly directed towards his wife. Just that evening, he had taken her out on a motorcycle date. Fu Sitong glanced at the socialite's phone. The moment she did, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tong Tong, you must be utterly disgusted with your previous sister-in-law. Given that your brother has replaced her. Look how delighted you are. Fu Sitong quickly waved her hands. That's my sister-in-law, Wen Shuang. Our family adores her. Who says my brother is seeking a mistress? The socialite's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. How could this woman possibly be Wen Shuang? We've heard all the embarrassing stories about her from Jiang Yu. Fu Sitong chose not to argue with the socialite. Instead, she directly dialed her brother for a video call. Moments later, the call connected. Brother, are you with sister-in-law? Fu Sihong replied with a low Your sister-in-law is drunk. Just as he finished speaking, Wen Shuang snatched the phone from him, directing the camera toward her enchanting face, now adorned with a rosy blush. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her captivating eyes sparkled alluringly. Up close, she was simply breathtaking. Fu Sitong and the socialite gasped in astonishment. Fu Sitong exclaimed, Sister-in-law is so beautiful. The socialite questioned, Is this truly Wen Shuang, and not some celebrity? Wen Shuang chimed in, I'm not drunk, your brother just took advantage of me. His kisses nearly made me suffocate. Fu Sitong chuckled, Sister-in-law, that's just your brother expressing his love for you. Wen Shuang retorted playfully, I suspect he just wants to feast on some meat.
Fu Xiang,
taken aback by the intoxicating charm of a tipsy Wen Shuang, hastily ended the video call with Fu Sitong. Within the socialite group, Jiang Yu continued to spread rumors of Fu Sihong's infidelity, proclaiming that Wen Shuang was on the verge of becoming a discarded wife. In response, Fu Sitong swiftly sent a lawyer's letter. Observing the affectionate exchange between Wen Shuang and Fu Sihong, the socialites promptly expelled Jiang Yu from their group. Upon receiving the lawyer's letter and the notification of her expulsion, Jiang Yu was left bewildered. What had transpired? Why was Fu Sitong defending Wen Shuang? Hadn't the Fu family always despised her? Jiang Yu, what have you done? The He family wants to terminate our collaboration. Jiang Yichen, his face swollen like a pig's head, approached. I merely posted a photo in the socialite group to show everyone Fu Sihong embracing his mistress. Wen Shuang is about to become a discarded wife.
Slap.
Before Jiang Yu could finish her sentence, Jiang Yichen landed a harsh blow across her face. You may offend Wen Shuang, but how could you offend the He family? Jiang Yu, utterly confused, stammered, I didn't know. Brother, why are you hitting me? Are you taking out your anger on me because you've become a pig-headed mess? The siblings quickly devolved into a physical altercation. Meanwhile, upon seeing Fu Sihong return with Wen Shuang in his arms, Fu mother wore a look of contentment. My son, you've finally come to your senses. Did anything romantic happen while you took Shuang out today? Fu Sihong cleared his throat. No. On the bed, Wen Shuang turned over, lightly licking her lips. The lips of my grumpy husband are so soft, I want to kiss him again next time. Fu Sihong instinctively moved to cover Wen Shuang's mouth but soon realized it was unnecessary. She hadn't spoken at all. Fu mother stifled a laugh. Oh my. You've taken advantage of your wife and are now hiding it from your own mother. You've made progress. Make sure to kiss her more often and let her touch your rear as well. Fu Sihong's lips twitched as he gently pushed Fu mother out. Once the door was shut, he emerged from the bathroom with a basin of water, meticulously removing Wen Shuang's makeup. The following day, upon waking, Wen Shuang took a shower in the bathroom. When she came downstairs for breakfast, the Fu family had nearly gathered in the dining room. As soon as she arrived, all eyes turned toward her. What are they all staring at me for? Is there something on my face? Fu mother approached Wen Shuang, her eyes sparkling with delight. Shuang, about last night with Sihong mother-in-law, I had a delightful time playing in the amusement park with my husband. I want to go again, next time. Do you remember anything else? Wen Shuang looked puzzled. What else? Could it be they discovered that I hit Jiang Yichen? The Fu family exchanged sympathetic glances with Fu Siheng. Oh, dear. The wife has completely forgotten about their intimate moments from the previous night. Chapter 95. Astonishing. She actually blocked him. At Yi City International Airport, Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Yanxin led Gu Yueqing, fully equipped, out of the VIP passage. The three settled into a luxurious business vehicle. Gu Yueqing rummaged through her small bag and pulled out her phone. Having been away on business with her father and Aunt Yanxin for over 10 days, her phone had remained off. Jiang Wan must have called her countless times and sent numerous messages. Humph. This was merely a small punishment for Jiang Wan after she angered her on her birthday. If Jiang Wan's messages exhibited a sincere apology, perhaps she would grant her another chance. After eating out for so many days, she was slightly yearning for Jiang Wan's homemade dishes and snacks. The phone quickly powered on. Gu Yueqing, with an air of arrogance, anticipated a flood of notifications. However, as she waited, only 1 or 2 notifications trickled in. It was still the message from Grandma, who was far away abroad. Jiang Wan had surprisingly neither called her nor sent a single message. How could this be possible? In Jiang Wan's heart, she was someone even more important than her father. After all, when Jiang Wan proposed divorce, she intended to take her with her. Surely, it must be that her mobile signal was poor. She just needed to wait a little longer. However, even after the car had left the airport and traveled halfway, there was still no message. Gu Yueqing furrowed her small brows, a flicker of displeasure passing through her eyes. Gu Jinghuai noticed Gu Yueqing's unusual demeanor and turned to her. Yeah, what are you looking at? Gu Yueqing raised her phone. Mommy hasn't contacted me at all. This has never happened before. Could she have passed away? Before Gu Jinghuai could respond, Gu Yueqing added, if she is dead, then I can have Aunt Yanxin as my new mommy. Jiang Yanxin gently patted Gu Yueqing's little head. Yeah, you shouldn't say that. If your mommy hears, it might hurt her feelings. Gu Yueqing suddenly dove into Jiang Yanxin's embrace, her anger and sadness surging forth. Tears flowing freely. Why should I care? For over 10 days, she hasn't reached out to me at all. Does she still consider me her daughter? Wasn't I always her priority? How could she just ignore me like this? Not even a single message or call. She has gone too far. I never want to deal with her again. Even if she makes delicious food and begs me on her knees, I won't acknowledge her. Jiang Yanxin wiped the tears from Gu Yueqing's face. Yeah, don't be sad. Perhaps your mommy is just busy. Gu Yueqing cried even louder. Busy with what? She is so ugly, her voice is awful, and she doesn't even work. Her focus supposed to be on me and daddy? Gu Jinghuai, seeing Gu Yueqing's heartbreak, frowned, feeling some dissatisfaction towards Jiang Wan.
He took out his phone to check.
Usually busy with work and calls. He hadn't noticed whether Jiang Wan had tried to contact him. He scrolled through the call logs, messages, and WeChat. Their communication had ceased entirely since Gu Yueqing's birthday. This meant that for over 10 days, Jiang Wan had not only failed to reach out to her daughter, but also to him. What on earth was she up to? Gu Jinghuai opened Jiang Wan's WeChat and, for the first time, took the initiative to send her a message. However, almost immediately, a red exclamation mark appeared, indicating that the message was sent but refused by the recipient. Gu Jinghuai's handsome face darkened instantly. Jiang Wan had truly, audaciously blocked him. This was the first time since their marriage that she had done so. Taking Gu Yueqing's phone, he sent a message to Jiang Wan. Gu Yueqing was reluctant for him to do so. Daddy, if she won't contact me, I don't want to contact her either. She blocked you. But she surely wouldn't block me. In a few days, she will definitely reach out to me. Before Gu Yueqing could finish her sentence, a red exclamation mark appeared on WeChat as well. Both father and daughter were stunned, staring at each other in disbelief. Daddy, Jiang Wan must be deliberately seeking attention. Do you believe that she already knew our return schedule today? Maybe she is at home preparing a grand feast. Gu Jinghuai found Gu Yueqing's reasoning quite valid. Previously, when he returned from business trips, he never had to message Jiang Wan. She would always prepare a lavish spread of his favorite dishes. She had loved him since childhood. How could she truly ignore him? Moreover, Yaya was here. He and Yaya were her entire world. Seeing the fleeting panic and anxiety in Gu Jinghuai's eyes after being blocked by Jiang Wan, Jiang Yanxin felt a twinge of displeasure. Jiang Wan was so unattractive, had a terrible singing voice, and had intruded upon their relationship. Surely, he wouldn't develop genuine feelings for her? Jiang Wan's greatest merit was merely giving birth to a daughter. Yet Gu Yueqing favored Jiang Yanxin. She adored her. Yanxin, I'll have the driver take you home. Jiang Yanxin nodded, her delicate fingers pressing against her stomach, looking quite uncomfortable. Aunt Yanxin, what's wrong? Gui Wecheng noticed Jiang Yanxin's discomfort and inquired with concern.
Hey,
Aunt Yanxin's stomach hurts a bit. Perhaps it's because she didn't have breakfast. Gui Wecheng quickly grasped Jiang Yanxin's hand. Aunt Yanxin, come home with Daddy and me for a meal. Mommy must have prepared a sumptuous feast. Anyway, Daddy and I can't finish it all. You should join us. Jiang Yanxin looked at Gu Jinghuai with some difficulty, softly saying, Jinghuai, isn't that inappropriate? Last time we went to your home, it led to a misunderstanding with Sister Jiangwan. If we go again, won't she think of me as a mistress? Aunt Yanxin is not a mistress at all. Daddy and Aunt Yanxin are each other's first loves. If we must label someone a mistress, then it's Jiangwan. Gui Wecheng looked at Gu Jinghuai. Daddy, I want Aunt Yanxin to come to our house for dinner. I want Jiangwan to see that even without her, I have the beautiful and gentle Aunt Yanxin. Jiangwan didn't love her properly or comfort her. She would definitely make Jiangwan regret it. Seeing Jiang Yanxin's long eyelashes fluttering as her stomach pain made her appear pitiful, Gu Jinghuai hesitated no longer and nodded in agreement. Upon arriving home, Gu Jinghuai and Gui Wecheng headed straight for the dining room. The father and daughter expected to see a table filled with delicious food, but instead, they found nothing on the dining table. Not only that, but previously, when they returned, the living room was always adorned with fresh flowers, creating a warm atmosphere. This time, however, all they saw were wilted blooms. The home had suddenly become desolate and cold. Gu Jinghuai's brows furrowed tightly. They had been away on business for over 10 days. Surely Jiangwan hadn't been absent this entire time? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he dashed upstairs. He pushed open the door to Jiangwan's room, and upon seeing the items on her bedside table, he froze in shock. There lay a divorce certificate and a severance letter. Gu Jinghuai could hardly believe his eyes. How could there be a divorce certificate? He opened it to find his and Jiangwan's names inscribed clearly. This divorce certificate must be a forgery. He had never discussed divorce with Jiangwan. And even if she wished to divorce, how could the Civil Affairs Bureau issue a divorce certificate without his presence? Gu Jinghuai immediately grabbed his phone to call Jiangwan. But the call wouldn't go through. It dawned on him that Jiangwan had blocked him. Just as he was about to call Jiangwan's mother, he received a call from an unknown number. The caller was a renowned divorce lawyer from Yecheng. Mr. Gu, I am Lawyer Tang, representing MS Jiangwan in her divorce proceedings. I assume you have already seen the divorce certificate and severance letter, Lawyer Tang? Gu Jinghuai had heard of Lawyer Tang's reputation. He was a well-known divorce attorney in Yecheng, undefeated in all the divorce cases he took. How could Jiangwan afford Lawyer Tang? But that was not the pressing issue. The key point was that he had not consented to divorce Jiangwan. Lawyer Tang, regardless of your connections at the Civil Affairs Bureau or your prowess in court, you cannot proceed with my divorce from Jiangwan without my consent. I will sue you. He is not only the heir of the Gu family, but also a celebrated film emperor. With his immense influence, Lawyer Tang dares to offend him, and his reputation will undoubtedly be irrevocably tarnished. On the other end of the line, Lawyer Tang spoke with measured calmness. Mr. Gu, you signed 2 documents half a month ago. One of them is a divorce agreement. Your signature is equivalent to your presence. Thus, there is no need for you to be physically present to finalize the divorce. I have scanned and sent the original signed divorce agreement to your email. Gu Jinghuai immediately opened his inbox and indeed found an electronic copy of the divorce agreement. The final signature was unmistakably his. Gu Jinghuai's mind drifted back to that moment 2 weeks prior when he had seen Jiangwan in the study, assuming she was drafting a new song. She had asked him to sign 2 documents, and he had thought they were related to a copyright agreement for her music. Little did he know, she had actually presented him with a divorce agreement and a severance letter. No, this cannot be true. Gu Jinghuai muttered in a daze. Jiangwan was merely a devoted housewife, disfigured since childhood with a coarse and unpleasant voice. She had always depended on him like a parasite. How could she suddenly become so resolute and cunning? She had adored him since childhood, obeying his every whim, and they shared a beautiful and beloved daughter. How could she bear to leave him? Surely, she had not been possessed by another spirit? Daddy, is Jiangwan upstairs? Gui Wecheng burst in. Gu Jinghuai shook his head. This time, it seems your mother has firmly resolved to leave us. Gu Jinghuai, is my presence affecting your relationship with Jiangwan? Jiang Yanxin approached, her gaze falling upon the divorce certificate and severance letter in Gu Jinghuai's hands, her eyes reflecting a mix of shock and joy. Jiangwan, that thoughtless woman, had actually gone through with the divorce? Hadn't she been hopelessly in love with Gu Jinghuai? How could she suddenly decide to leave him and forsake Gui Wechen? After being away for over 10 days, this unexpected turn of events caught her completely off guard. While Jiang Yanxin internally reveled in delight, she forced out a couple of tears. It's all my fault. Seeing Jiang Yanxin in distress, Gui Wechen quickly embraced her with her tender hands. Aunt Yanxin, don't be sad. It's not your fault. It's Jiang Wan's own folly. She just wants to draw attention to herself and Daddy. I don't believe she would truly leave us. Gu Jinghuai stared at the divorce certificate in his hand, his expression momentarily dazed. Was it really true that Jiang Wan would not leave him and Yaya? Reflecting on Jiang Wan's devotion to him and Yaya over the years, Gu Jinghuai began to feel that perhaps he was overthinking. Jiang Wan might consider leaving him, but she would never abandon the daughter she had carried for 10 months and painstakingly brought into this world. Gu Jinghuai, perhaps I should go find Jiang Wan and clarify things with her. We truly have nothing between us, so she shouldn't misunderstand. Gu Jinghuai shook his head, his handsome face cold and resolute. This time, she has gone too far. If Yaya and I do not reach out to her, she will undoubtedly regret her decision to leave.
You are right, Daddy.
Aunt Yanxin, do not blame yourself. It is Jiang Wan who has brought this upon herself. She will surely regret it. Gu Jinghuai looked at the tearful Jiang Yanxin and gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Do not cry. You must focus on your career now. Before our trip, Jiang Wan wrote 2 new songs, Guarding and Rushing Forward. You should choose one to perform on The Masked Singer. Although Jiang Yanxin had gained some recognition, her fame was still insufficient. She aspired to participate in The Masked Singer to become a celebrated diva. At the Fu family residence, Wen Shuang carefully peeled back the bandages covering Jiang Wan's face. And in that instant, the onlooking Fu family members widened their eyes in astonishment. My goodness, Sister Jiang Wan, the scars on your face have faded significantly. You are so beautiful now. Fu Sitong clapped her hands in delight. My sister-in-law is simply remarkable. Mrs. Fu hurriedly passed a mirror to Jiang Wan. Child, do take a look. As Jiang Wan accepted the mirror and glimpsed the once hideous scar on her face now significantly diminished, tears welled up in her eyes. She never dreamed her face could recover to this extent. Shuang, thank you so much. I can finally live like a normal person. When I step outside, I won't frighten children anymore. Not only had her facial scars improved, but her voice had also transformed. It was no longer the coarse and unpleasant sound it once was. While it still bore a hint of raspiness, it was now normal and no longer grating. In a while, the scars on your face will completely disappear, Wen Shuang remarked. Observing Jiang Wan's exquisite, ethereal features, a smile gracing her lips, you are about to participate in The Masked Singer as an ordinary contestant. Once you are made up, no one will be able to discern the existence of your scars. Additionally, your current voice, while slightly husky, possesses a distinctive charm. Given your talent for writing love songs, singing with this voice will undoubtedly resonate with the audience. In the past month, Jiang Wan had poured all her energy into her creative endeavors, producing 3 songs in succession. Her participation in The Masked Singer was not for fame, but to reveal the most despicable and disgusting sides of Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Yanxin to the world. And I must thank Third Young Master Fu for helping me connect with the Masked Singer production team. Otherwise, they would never have allowed an ordinary person like me on the show. Fu Xingzhou smiled charmingly. What are you thanking me for? I merely sent the director your self-accompanied video. The director recognized your talent, which is why you are here. When Shuang gently grasped Jiang Wan's hand, we will all be there to cheer you on during the competition. I am so eager to witness the moment when the scoundrel and the shameless woman are slapped in the face. The Fu family members echoed in agreement. Yes, yes. We are all eagerly anticipating it. Chapter 97. Live competition. She astonishes the audience. The Masked Singer employs a live competition format, featuring 5 female singers and 1 ordinary guest contestant. In the first round, each singer competes in pairs drawn by lottery. Jiang Yanxin found herself matched against the ordinary contestant. Jiang Yanxin believed herself to be the most privileged contestant among those participating. Even when faced with more seasoned female singers, she felt no fear, let alone when it came to an ordinary contestant. Tonight, Jiang Yanxin donned the attire of a moonlight sprite, dressed in a gown as white as snow. Her face adorned with a dazzling, jeweled fringed mask. She cast a glance at the ordinary contestant seated in the corner. The guest's ensemble was that of a fiery rose, draped in a striking red gown, her mask boldly designed with intertwining red feathers and golden threads, resembling a phoenix reborn from the flames. Only her eyes were visible, and as Jiang Yanxin's gaze met hers, she experienced a fleeting moment of confusion. Those eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Wan's. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. How could Jiang Wan possibly participate in such a competition? After singing, the masks would be removed to reveal their true identities. Jiang Wan was far too unattractive to dare expose herself to the public, especially given her coarse and unpleasant voice. The competition soon commenced, with Jiang Yanxin and the ordinary contestant being the last pair to take the stage. Jiang Yanxin performed rushing forward, her voice melodious as she wove a beautiful love story through the lyrics, depicting sweet encounters, serendipitous collisions at street corners, and heart-fluttering moments of eye contact. Her performance was profoundly captivating, each note imbued with an enchanting power. The judges nodded in approval, their faces alight with admiration, while online viewers fervently cheered for Jiang Yanxin. Rushing Forward is simply delightful. This song was penned and composed by my idol, Gu Jinghuai. He is just so incredibly talented. Jiang Yanxin is a contestant on The Masked Singer, while Gu Jinghuai serves as one of the judges. Their chemistry is truly remarkable, making them an irresistible pairing. Fans of the Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Yanxin couple are undoubtedly reveling in their delight, filled with envy and jealousy. The upcoming guest, a non-celebrity, is likely to be overshadowed by Jiang Yanxin's performance, as she is bound to outshine them. The guest, lacking any self-awareness, seems misguided in seeking recognition among renowned singers. It appears they are merely attempting to leverage Jiang Yanxin's fame to break into the entertainment industry. How distasteful. The non-celebrity is simply attempting to ride on the coattails of our beloved Yanxin. They should just leave. After Jiang Yanxin's performance, the host takes the stage to prompt the judges for their scores. Jiang Yanxin glances towards Gu Jinghuai, who nods and reveals a score, a remarkable 10 points. I can hardly contain my excitement. Can Gu Jinghuai be any more obvious? Fu Sidong, visibly upset, remarks sister-in-law. Will Jiang Wan truly expose this pair of scoundrels and reclaim her rights? Wen Shuang offers Fu Sidong a reassuring glance, signaling her to wait and see. Jiang Wan's talent is evident, proving she is far from being a mere empty vessel. The Masked Singer features 5 judges, 4 of whom award high scores, while the 5th, Xia Lani, hesitates to score. The host inquires, Teacher Xia, what score do you give the Moonlight Fairy? Xia Lani furrows his brow and replies, I need a bit more time to assess. Let the next guest perform first. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Yanxin and Gu Jinghuai cast discontented glances at him, though they dare not express it openly. Xia Lani's delay in scoring Jiang Yanxin has stirred dissatisfaction among both her fans and his. Xia Lani's supporters are not to be underestimated. Witnessing the attacks on him, they retaliate fiercely. The live chat erupts into a storm of heated exchanges. When Jiang Wan takes the stage, she stands under the dazzling lights, feeling a mix of anxiety and trepidation. She instinctively scans the audience for Wen Shuang and the Fu family. They immediately raise supportive signs, gesturing and mouthing encouragement. Jiang Wan exhales slightly, and as she prepares to shift her gaze, she locks eyes with the piercing, cold stare of Gu Jinghuai. Ignoring his gaze, she slowly parts her lips and begins to sing her original song, Fractured Dream Galaxy. Her voice, slightly husky yet penetrating, blooms like an orchid in a solitary mountain valley at midnight. In the vast galaxy, dreams once shimmered like stars. The warmth of a hand once offered solace against loneliness. She softly sings, tears glistening in her eyes, as memories flash of waiting at home for her husband and daughter, preparing warm meals only to be met with disdain. As the song reaches its chorus, her emotions surge like a tidal wave. Her voice elevates, striving to break free from all constraints, unleashing her grievances, discontent, and yearning for rebirth. The audience is captivated, some silently weeping, others lost in rapture, as if they too are part of that fractured, yet reborn galaxy. On the judges' panel, Gu Jinghuai fixates on the non-celebrity singer in the striking red gown. He wonders if it is merely his imagination, but she bears an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Wan. Yet, with Jiang Wan's vocal timbre, it is implausible that she could deliver such a moving performance. It must be a misconception. As the song concludes, an eerie silence envelopes the room until Xia Lani is the first to break it with applause. Soon, thunderous clapping erupts, echoing through the venue. Jiang Wan bows in gratitude, her eyes shimmering with tears. She had not anticipated such resonance and appreciation from the audience. The host takes the stage, lavishing praise upon Jiang Wan, followed by the judges who begin to reveal their scores. The first 4 judges, including Gu Jinghuai, grant high scores, nearly matching Jiang Yanxin's. As the host invites Jiang Yanxin to the stage, he turns to Xia Lani, teacher Xia. Have the scores for Jiang Yanxin and the non-celebrity guest been finalized? Jiang Yanxin's hands, which hang at her sides, tense slightly. A wave of anxiety washes over her. She never expected the non-celebrity guest to perform an original song so beautifully, matching her own score. She came here to claim the title of Singer King and cannot afford to be eliminated in the first round. She hopes Xia Lani will grant her a high score out of respect for Gu Jinghuai. Xia Lani nods and prepares to reveal the scores. He slowly lifts his hands, holding 2 scorecards. In that moment, his movements seemed to be in slow motion, each subtle gesture magnified 1,000-fold. The room is silent, the atmosphere heavy, akin to the stillness before a storm. Xia Lani's expression remains impassive as he first reveals the score on his left hand, an eye-catching 0. Gasps of disbelief ripple through the crowd. Some cover their mouths in shock, while others glare in outrage. Then Xia Lani raises his other hand, revealing a starkly contrasting 10 points. This dramatic twist reignites the atmosphere. A glimmer of triumph flashes in Jiang Yanxin's eyes as she casts a glance at the non-celebrity guest and whispers, "It seems you hold a score of 0 in teacher Xia's eyes." The host regains his composure and seeks to maintain order, asking Xia Lani, "Teacher Xia, could you clarify who received the 0 and who earned the 10? Just as Xia Lani is about to announce the results, the host interjects, "Teacher Xia, why not come on stage and hold the hands of both contestants to signify who received the 10? The comments section erupts in outrage. "I can't believe I want to jump through the screen and confront the host. Is suspense worth neglecting our audience's experience? Hurry up and announce the results. The 10 must belong to our Yanxin. That non-celebrity guest could never compare. As a bystander, I think the non-celebrity's singing is quite good. Especially since she wrote and composed her own song. She's talented and deserves recognition. I can't shake the feeling that her original style bears a resemblance to the work of Emperor Gu. The user above me agrees. I don't think the non-celebrity is plagiarizing. Which is why Xia Lani gave her a 0. The internet is sharp. They've solved the mystery. Plagiarists should just leave." Jiang Yanxin's fans grow increasingly unruly. Once on stage, Xia Lani, with a husky voice, declares, "As for who received the 10, I'll stand directly behind her." The host nods in agreement. Below, Fu Sidong is on edge, her heart racing. She clings to Wen Shuang's arm, asking sister-in-law, "Can you see the results ahead of time? Who did teacher Xia give the 10 to? It better not be Jiang Yanxin, or she'll be furious." The Fu family collectively turns to Wen Shuang, who maintains a calm facade, stating, "The results will be revealed soon. Just wait and see." A sense of suspense makes it more engaging. "I don't have any special insight." The host's emotionally charged voice resonated, heralding the most intense moment. Who would be the fortunate recipient of the coveted 10 points? Let us invite Mr. Xia to personally approach the guest who has garnered your perfect score. Today, Xia Lani donned a sleek iron-gray suit, exuding an air of poise as he ambled towards the 2 competing guests. Jiang Yanxin brimmed with confidence, convinced that her singing and stage presence eclipsed that of the anonymous contestant. As Xia Lani approached her from behind, the corners of her lips curled upward, more challenging to suppress than an AK. She knew she would be the one to claim that 10-point prize. The judge, Gu Jinghuai, also wore a smile. However, in the next heartbeat, Xia Lani departed from behind Jiang Yanxin and positioned himself behind the anonymous guest. The audience suddenly grasped the reality. Xia Lani had not stood behind Jiang Yanxin but had merely passed by her. The recipient of the perfect score was, in fact, the anonymous contestant. Even the host displayed an expression of astonishment. "Mr. Xia, have you made your choice?" Xia Lani nodded. "I have made my decision. The recipient of my 10 points is this anonymous contestant." This revelation meant that Jiang Yanxin had received a score of 0. Shock and disbelief flooded Jiang Yanxin's eyes as she stood frozen for several seconds, then turned to Xia Lani with incredulity, her voice sharp. "How is that possible? Even if you awarded her 10 points, how could you give me a score of 0? There must be some underlying conspiracy." Though masked, any fan or observer familiar with her could easily recognize her voice and figure. As a renowned creator within the industry, she found it hard to believe that he was unaware of her existence. Recently, she had even attended his engagement party alongside Gu Jinghuai. How could he possibly rate her with a 0? They bore no animosity towards one another, did they? Gu Jinghuai, seated at the judge's table, furrowed his brow deeply. "Mr. Xia, could it be that you have made an error?" "Indeed," chimed in another judge. While the anonymous contestant performed admirably, the other contender was also quite competent. A score of 0 seems excessive. The other 3 judges echoed their disapproval. Xiaolanin approached the host, addressing the masked Jiang Yanxin. My score of 0 is not a reflection of your singing ability, but rather due to the fact that your performance was of a plagiarized song. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the room. Absolutely not. This is an original piece I composed myself. Gu Jinghuai retorted, his expression darkening. Mr. Xia, how can you question Mr. Gu's creative integrity? Jiang Yanxin exclaimed, ripping off her mask in indignation. In the live stream, the fans of both Jiang Yanxin and Gu Jinghuai were on the brink of uproar, determined to unite against Xiaolanin and drive him out of the music industry for the injustice inflicted upon their idol. Upon hearing Xiaolanin's accusation that Benfu was a plagiarized song, Jiang Wan's pupils constricted slightly. The only individuals privy to this information, aside from herself, were a singular online acquaintance known as June, who had learned of it during their correspondence. June was a friend she had inadvertently connected with at 13, and after several exchanges, they discovered a shared passion for songwriting. Benfu and Shuang were her first compositions, crafted during her youthful naivete. She had shared the original versions with June, who subsequently provided her with feedback and suggestions for improvement. It could be said that her ability to express her creative talents was significantly aided by June. Although she had contemplated meeting June in person, a previous attempt to call resulted in June's girlfriend answering and chastising her to cease contact. Naturally timid, Jiang Wan had complied, severing ties despite seeing June merely as a mentor and friend. Now, disbelief washed over her as she regarded Xiaolanin. Myriad thoughts spun in her mind. Could it be that he was her former acquaintance, June? Xiaolanin, Benfu is my original composition, and your assertion that it is plagiarized has caused me reputational harm. I demand an immediate apology. Gu Jinghuai interjected sharply. Xiaolanin was certain that Benfu was not Gu Jinghuai's original work. Having learned during his correspondence with that online acquaintance that the individual was female, thus ruling out the possibility of it being a male creation. Xiaolanin fixed a piercing gaze on Gu Jinghuai. Pray tell, Mr. Gu, when did you compose Benfu? Gu Jinghuai produced a manuscript left by Jiang Wan, declaring, this original piece was crafted over several sleepless nights half a month ago, and now I am being slandered. I demand a public apology, at once. Did Xiaolanin harbor jealousy towards Gu Jinghuai? The audience above began to question whether Xiaolanin's talents were truly in doubt. Although he refrained from performing, his songwriting prowess far surpassed that of Gu Jinghuai. Xiaolanin was not typically aggressive, his inquiries undoubtedly stemmed from solid evidence. And the onlookers braced themselves for the unfolding drama. True to form, Xiaolanin signaled to his assistant to hand him his phone, projecting it onto the screen. On the large display, 2 photos of the original manuscripts appeared, showcasing Benfu and Shuang alongside modification screenshots, with dates stamped a decade prior, confirming their authenticity. In addition to the manuscript screenshots, there were also discussions regarding the melodic progression and lyrical implications of the 2 songs. Mr. Gu, if you claim originality, could you present evidence of your correspondence with me from that time? If your phone from back then is no longer available, you may respond to the following inquiries. Chapter 99. The Truth Unveiled, a continuous slap in the face. Gu Jinghuai felt as though a colossal stone had been cast into his heart, stirring tumultuous waves within. He had believed Benfu and Shuang to be Jiang Wan's original works, only to discover that she had unearthed songs she composed a decade ago. Furthermore, it was unexpected that she had engaged in text exchanges with Xiaolanin back then. This was beyond his anticipation. Xiaolanin, I am well aware that you have always regarded me as a rival. To attempt to tarnish my reputation with mere screenshots, potentially doctored, is a tactic far too juvenile. Indeed, Gu Jinghuai's talent was evident to all. Jiang Yanxin interjected in defense of Gu Jinghuai, adding, moreover, this is a competition for the title of King of Songs, Mr. Xia should be mindful of the occasion if he seeks to be in the spotlight. Jiang Wan, who had remained silent until now, cast an emotionally tumultuous glance at Xiaolanin before turning to Gu Jinghuai. I, too, have several inquiries for Mr. Gu. Gu Jinghuai's deep-set eyes flashed with displeasure. How audacious this anonymous contestant was, daring to address him directly, without a hint of decorum. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, Jiang Wan continued, in fact, I am a devoted fan of Mr. Gu. I particularly adore the line Su Shou Nong Xian, Ye Yun Rao Liang Jian from Qin Yun Chu. May I inquire as to the inspiration behind her composition? Noting the shift in focus, Gu Jinghuai exhaled a slight breath of relief. I also hold a fondness for that line from Qin Yun Chu. The inspiration stemmed from a trip to an ancient town, where I passed a tea house and heard the enchanting sound of a guzheng being played, which evoked thoughts of romantic tales, leading to that particular lyric. Jiang Wan's lips curled slightly, and one of the lines Xian Dong Ji Ni, Mo Xiang Ran Su Bian, Jin Xin Ji Gu Yun. Chu Ba Si Nian Hua from Mo Xiang Qinyan? Gu Jinghuai, exuding confidence, replied, during a calligraphy exhibition, I encountered a piece featuring classical poetry alongside an ancient zither. The rich cultural essence inspired the creation of those lines. As Gu Jinghuai spoke, a momentary hush fell over the audience, particularly among Gu's fans, who had been fervently denouncing Xie Lanin and the anonymous contestant in the barrage of comments. The host, an admirer of Gu Jinghuai, was nearly taken aback by his response. Jiang Wan's lips curled into a sardonic smile as she pointed out the phrase Gu Jinghuai, with delicate fingers plucking the strings. The elegant melody lingering in the air is not a lyric from Qing Yun Chu, but rather from the song Qing Jian Mo Yun. Similarly, the strings resonate with the intent of a kindred spirit. The ink fragrance stains the plain paper, the heart of the zither conveys ancient charm, and after the melody ends, one ponders the passage of time is not from Mo Xiang Qin Yun, but from Yu Huanya Yun. You pride yourself on being exceptionally talented, yet you cannot even recall the lyrics of your own songs. How dare you claim that teacher Xia envies you, or that you are an original musician? Cold sweat broke out uncontrollably on Gu Jinghuai's forehead as his hands, hanging by his side, clenched into fists. He was oblivious to the identity of the woman questioning him, but he could never admit to plagiarism or that he was not an original musician. In these past 2 years, I have been preoccupied with filming and truly lacked the energy to focus on singing. As a musician who debuted as a lead singer, I acknowledge that forgetting lyrics is indeed a dereliction of duty, and I feel remorseful towards my fans for their affection. However, this is merely due to my inability to juggle numerous responsibilities, not a reflection of my creative capabilities. Jiang Wan, aware of Gu Jinghuai's obstinacy, chuckled coldly. Since you possess creative talent, let us compose a song live on stage. The judges can confer and propose a theme, and we shall create within the allotted time. Allowing the judges and the public to adjudicate, Gu Jinghuai glared at the woman on stage, wishing to tear the mask from her face. What deep-seated grudge could there be between them that she would go to such lengths to expose his shortcomings during a live broadcast? Madam, as an esteemed actor, I have no need to engage with an amateur like you. This is a competition, not a venue for your unreasonable provocations. Do not go to such extremes for fame. Jiang Wan met Gu Jinghuai's piercing gaze with determination, her smirk deepening. What, is the esteemed actor feeling guilty? I, an amateur, dare to challenge you, yet you hesitate? Do you not boast of your exceptional talent? If you truly have the ability, create something on the spot that will leave everyone in awe. Her words ignited a fervor among the audience, akin to a blazing fire. Xie Lani cast a look of approval towards Jiang Wan. I find the proposal from the amateur guest quite commendable. Teacher Gu, if you indeed possess creative talent, why fear such a minor challenge? Cold sweat streamed down Gu Jinghuai's back, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Under immense pressure, he reluctantly accepted the challenge. After deliberation, Xie Lani and the other judges selected a theme. The host took the card and announced, after discussion among the 4 judges, the theme for the collaboration between the amateur guest and teacher Gu is breaking the cocoon, symbolizing the overcoming of adversity and the blossoming of new life. We hope both contestants will adhere closely to the theme and produce a stunning piece before the show concludes. To ensure fairness, the host instructed Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Wan to sit in a corner of the stage to compose, while the competition continued around them. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wan quickly immersed herself in the creative process. Despite the cacophony from other performers, she was enveloped in her own world of inspiration, rendering the surrounding chaos as mere background noise. In contrast, Gu Jinghuai, once seated, was overtaken by panic. He regretted his impulsive decision to accept the challenge. His shirt was already soaked with sweat, and his pen trembled in his grasp as he scrawled aimlessly on the paper, erasing more than he wrote, utterly devoid of inspiration. How he wished Jiang Wan were there. Noticing the camera focused on the singing guests, Gu Jinghuai discreetly took out his phone and messaged Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan, I'm in trouble at the Masked Singer competition. I'm being provoked by a woman with no sense of reality, forcing me to create on the spot. The judges have set the theme as breaking the cocoon. Please compose a song quickly. Fortunately, he had 2 phone numbers. The one he usually used had been blocked by Jiang Wan, but this one still worked. Don't dawdle. It would be best to craft something within half an hour. Once you help me through this predicament, I will remarry you and ensure that Yaya has a good relationship with you. I am an esteemed actor. If my reputation suffers, it will impact not only me but also Yaya. Gu Jinghuai was confident that Jiangwan would not abandon him in his time of need. After all, he and Yaya represented her entire world. Jiangwan's phone was with Wen Shuang, who had silenced it upon entering the studio. Upon seeing Gu Jinghuai's message, a cold smirk spread across Wen Shuang's lips as she leaned towards Fu Siheng and whispered, "Darling, since you understand hacking, could you lend a hand?" This arrogant and self-important scoundrel Gu Jinghuai truly believes that Jiangwan only revolves around him. Today marks his moment of disgrace, where his true colors will be revealed. Chapter 100. She will break the cocoon and blossom. Fu Xingzhou, upon seeing Gu Jinghuai's message to Jiangwan, was rendered speechless. "Sister-in-law, hand me Jiangwan's phone. I will respond." Wen Shuang, aware of Fu Xingzhou's cleverness, passed Jiangwan's phone to him. In the corner of the stage, Gu Jinghuai glanced repeatedly at his phone. Jiangwan had yet to reply. He stared at the blank page, attempting to devise lyrics, but his mind was a chaotic jumble, devoid of any inspiration. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and his heart raced, nearly leaping into his throat. If he could not produce an astonishing song within the hour, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Darn Jiangwan, why had she not replied yet? With only 20 minutes remaining, his phone suddenly vibrated. Jiangwan had responded. It was a set of lyrics about breaking the cocoon. A flicker of surprise glimmered in Gu Jinghuai's deep brown eyes. He had known she could not let go of him. He hurriedly transcribed the lyrics onto a blank sheet. Just as he finished, the host summoned both him and the amateur guest to the stage. The time for the competition had arrived, and he was certain they had both crafted remarkable lyrics around the theme of breaking the cocoon. Who shall present first? Gu Jinghuai, with a haughty demeanor, declared. As the amateur guest is a newcomer to the music scene, to avoid any accusations of bullying, I shall allow her to present first. The comment section erupted with enthusiasm from Gu Jinghuai's fans. Our esteemed actor is so chivalrous and graceful. I'm in love. Surely, he is giving the newcomer a chance out of kindness, fearing his own work might outshine hers. How considerate. Jiangwan did not glance at Gu Jinghuai. She was fully aware of his capabilities. With confidence, she presented the lyrics she had composed. The pain of breaking the cocoon once. I thought love was a warm harbor. Our story filled with romance. The light in your eyes was my hope, believing we would be together forever. Yet fate quietly altered its course. The threads of lies began to spread, sweet promises dissipated like bubbles. I find myself lost in this whirlpool. The mistress appeared like a shadow, effortlessly intruding upon our relationship. Your ambiguous affection pierced my heart like a thorn, shattering my trust into fragments. Night after night, my pillow soaked with tears, as memories pricked my soul like needles. The deep emotions I had invested were ruthlessly trampled upon, leaving me ensnared in a cocoon of despair. I yearned to break free, even if it means enduring the spread of pain, to escape the abyss of betrayal, no longer clinging to your hollow vows. I aspired to emerge from my cocoon, traversing the boundless darkness, bidding farewell to the deceit and anguish of the past, and with courage, to reshape a brand new self, blossoming into my own brilliance. The transformed me is no longer who I once was, greeting the unknown tomorrow with a smile. As the lyrics of the amateur contestant illuminated the large screen, the judges and audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Xiaolin Yi grasped the microphone, praising the composition, noting the courage depicted in breaking free from adversity and the transformative growth of the spirit, with each stanza evoking deep emotion. Jiangwan deeply bowed to Xiaolin Yi.
Today,
She mustered the courage to stand on the stage, receiving applause that far surpassed all she had known in her 27 years of life. In the past, her existence was marked only by denigration and oppression. Those around her declared her unattractive, her voice unpleasant, suggesting that marrying Gu Jinghuai was the fortune of a lifetime, and she ought to serve him like a beast of burden, shackled by heavy chains. In this moment, the recognition from the judges and audience bestowed upon her a sense of liberation from her constraints, a euphoric feeling of metamorphosis. Upon viewing the lyrics presented by the amateur contestant, Gu Jinghuai's gaze flickered with suspicion. The intricate portrayal of emotions and the creative style resonated with a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of Jiangwan's style. However, he was certain that this amateur contestant could not possibly be Jiangwan. Her appearance and voice had instilled a profound sense of inferiority, rendering her incapable of gracing the live stage. Soon, it was Gu Jinghuai's turn to unveil his own lyrics. He handed his work to the host. As the lyrics flashed on the screen, he observed the judges and the audience below, all of whom were left in stunned silence. Truthfully, when Jiangwan sent him the lyrics, he too was somewhat taken aback. He had to admit that Jiangwan possessed a modicum of talent. Although the amateur contestant's creative ability was commendable, it paled in comparison to his own. Fans of Gu Jinghuai erupted in celebration upon seeing the displayed lyrics, popping champagne. Our movie star brother is so talented. This song is bound to be a hit. However, other viewers watching the live stream quickly chimed in with 3 words: plagiarizing dog. Gu's fans were incensed. Who are you calling a plagiarizing dog? Are you all so blind as to not follow any news beyond your movie star brother? This was clearly the song composed by Xiaolin Yi for the diva Ling Shuyuan 10 days prior. How had it been transformed into Gu Jinghuai's work? Gu Jinghuai's fans immediately searched for Ling Shuyuan's new song. Upon discovering that the lyrics matched his impromptu composition exactly, they fell into collective silence. Through the screen, I felt compelled to construct a grand fortress for Gu Jinghuai. Initially, I had doubted the accusations of plagiarism. But how could he have not even heard Ling Shuyuan's new song, yet presented it publicly as his own? How could anyone be so foolish? I had thought Gu Jinghuai was decent, but it turned out his character was appalling. To those who praised him earlier, I ask if your faces do not ache. For such a person deserves to be blacklisted. Most crucially, Gu Jinghuai seemed unaware of his plagiarism. He still appeared self-satisfied and arrogant, causing my embarrassment to reach unbearable levels. At first, Gu Jinghuai was somewhat smug, but he soon sensed the shift in atmosphere. The gazes directed at him were laden not with admiration, but with disdain and fury. The host was taken aback by Gu Jinghuai's public act of plagiarism against Xiaolin Yi's latest work, and with an awkward expression, he inquired, "Mr. Gu, are you certain this is your original work?" Gu Jinghuai furrowed his brow, asserting, "I created this. Is there a problem? Are you not aware that this piece was written by teacher Xia for the diva Ling Shuyuan? It was publicly released 10 days ago." A loud buzzing filled Gu Jinghuai's mind, as if something were about to explode. He quickly pulled out his phone to search for Ling Shuyuan's new song. The lyrics were indeed identical to those he had displayed. How could this happen? Had Jiangwan deliberately sent him Ling Shuyuan's lyrics to set him up? Recalling the song Rushing Forward, which had also embroiled him in a plagiarism scandal, did Jiangwan intend to ruin his reputation? Had she lost her mind? Even if they were divorced, they still had Jia. Could she truly disregard their daughter? Chapter 101. A commanding retort. Publicly severing ties. Gu Jinghuai glanced at the judges and the audience, whose gazes seemed sharp enough to pierce through his facade. His breath quickened and became labored, as if an invisible hand were tightening around his throat. Damn Jiangwan. When he found her, he would make her pay. Just as he pondered how to clear his name, a chilling female voice rang out from the audience. Gu Jinghuai, you possess no talent whatsoever. All your creations stem from the hand of your ex-wife, Jiangwan. Gu Jinghuai turned to the woman speaking from the audience, who sat among the Fu family, her beautiful fox-like eyes glaring at him with piercing intensity. Panic surged within him. If he recalled correctly, this woman was Fu Xiqing's wife, wasn't she? He had no grievances against her. Why was she defending Jiangwan? Wen Shuang's words detonated like a bomb in the audience. Jiangwan, his ex-wife? Wasn't Gu Jinghuai's wife Jiang Yanxin? If it was not Jiang Yanxin, then while Gu Jinghuai was flirting with Jiang Yanxin, his ex-wife must have silently endured the agony of betrayal. This revelation painted Gu Jinghuai not only as a plagiarizing dog, but also as a scoundrel unfaithful to his marriage. Gu Jinghuai's complexion turned as pale as paper, a flicker of panic and guilt flashing in his eyes. He retorted sharply, "That's not true. My ex-wife is ugly and talentless. None of my previous works were hers. To be candid, I was in a car accident recently, which severely impacted my memory and creative abilities. I didn't want to worry my loyal fans, so I refrained from disclosing the truth." As he spoke, he pressed his hand to his forehead, feigning a severe headache. Wen Shuang regarded the dramatically affected Gu Jinghuai with a scoff. "If your ex-wife is so talentless and unattractive, then why did you seek her help during the competition?" No sooner had Wen Shuang's words fallen than a screenshot of a text message appeared on the large screen. She had enlisted Fu Xiqing's hacking skills to project Jiang Wan's phone onto the screen. "Jiangwan, I'm in trouble right now at the Masked Singer competition. A presumptuous woman is challenging me, forcing me to create on the spot. The judges have set the theme as breaking free. Hurry and compose a song for me. And do it quickly. Don't dawdle. It would be best to have it ready within half an hour. Once you help me through this ordeal, I shall remarry you and ensure that Yaya has a harmonious relationship with you." As an esteemed actor, if my reputation is tarnished, it would adversely affect not only me, but also Yaya. Gu Jinghuai was perplexed as to how Jiang Wan's phone had ended up in Madame Fu's hands. This series of twists caught him off guard. Fortunately, he could still feign a defense, insisting that this was not his ex-wife Jiang Wan's phone, and that the screenshots they provided were fabricated. I have heard that your Fu family recently established a media company, and you are attempting to suppress our Gu media by employing such underhanded tactics. If you are familiar with my ex-wife, you may certainly have her confront me directly. If you cannot summon her, then it is evident that you are engaging in deception, intent on ruining my reputation. Gu Jinghuai was confident that Jiang Wan would never expose herself to the public. Her face and voice were the very sources of her sensitivity and insecurity. Wen Shuang couldn't help but admire Gu Jinghuai's audacity and psychological fortitude, even at this juncture. He was still clinging to his denial. With a slight curl of her lips, she remarked, "Then, do take a look at the ordinary guest standing beside you, and discern who she truly is." Gu Jinghuai suddenly looked towards the ordinary guest, a realization dawning upon him. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the guest unveiled her face, revealing a delicate visage adorned with exquisite makeup, now exposed to the gaze of all. Gu Jinghuai's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this impeccably smooth-skinned woman be Jiang Wan? Despite their 6 years of marriage, Jiang Wan had always concealed the burn on her left cheek with her hair, and Gu Jinghuai had never bothered to scrutinize her closely. Finding her distasteful, he never anticipated that, after her skin had healed, her features would be so strikingly beautiful. Meanwhile, Jiang Yanxin, who was watching the live broadcast backstage after the competition, was equally stunned. Why had the hideous scar on Jiang Wan's face vanished? The now smooth-skinned Jiang Wan appeared even more attractive than she. Moreover, why had Jiang Wan's voice also transformed? What had transpired during the month they were away on business with Gu Yuecheng? Jiang Wan seemed to have undergone a rebirth. Gu Jinghuai, for all these years, my creative works have been published under your name. You bask in glory that does not rightfully belong to you. I once believed we were a couple, and for the sake of our little family, I would sacrifice everything. Little did I know you were a heartless ingrate, relishing my contributions while simultaneously welcoming your first love, Jiang Yanxin, back to the country, using my hard work to elevate her. You and she have been flirting beneath my very nose. You always claimed I was too sordid in my perceptions of your relationship. Well then, tonight, let everyone witness whether it is I who is sordid or you. As soon as Jiang Wan's words fell, a video began to play on the large screen. The footage captured the night Jiang Wan nearly jumped off a bridge. It was recorded when she returned from the Fu residence, with Wen Shuang having discreetly placed a pinhole camera in her hair. The video began with her entering her fingerprint, followed by an incorrect password, and then revealed Jiang Yanxin, clad in Gu Jinghuai's shirt, engaging in idle chatter before Gu Yuecheng scolded Jiang Wan. As Jiang Wan ascended the stairs, Gu Jinghuai coldly instructed her to compose a new song for Jiang Yanxin. Subsequently, as Gu Jinghuai descended, Jiang Yanxin feigned a stumble, and Gu Jinghuai reached out to steady her, resulting in a rather intimate contact that left Gu Jinghuai visibly unsettled. "Shut it off. Turn it off now." Gu Jinghuai's face turned ashen as he glared at Jiang Wan in a fit of rage. "These are all your manipulated clips. Do not believe her. If Jiang Wan had no faults, why would even her own daughter dislike her?" Jiang Wan felt a pang in her heart. After enduring pain, what followed was a chilling numbness. "Gu Jinghuai, why doesn't Gu Yuecheng like me? Did she not make it abundantly clear in the video? It was because I had a scar on my face and my voice was unpleasant. She felt I brought her shame. But who cared for her from childhood to adulthood? Is it that you too lack a heart? Since both you and your daughter are ingrates, I hereby publicly declare that I, Jiang Wan, henceforth sever all ties with both of you. If Gu Yuecheng wishes for Jiang Yanxin to be her new mother, I wholeheartedly support her. After this program concludes, you shall immediately return all the copyrights of the songs I composed for you. Otherwise, we shall meet in court. Jiang Wan, have you lost your mind? To publicly sever ties with me and Yaya, do you truly wish to eliminate all connections? Utilizing the platform of Masked Singer to bring about my disgrace, what benefit could this possibly bring you? Gu Jinghuai's face darkened, his teeth grinding as he whispered a warning only he and Jiang Wan could hear. You must clarify to the public that all of this is slander against me. As long as you shoulder all the blame, Yaya and I will forgive you and welcome you back into our lives. Jiang Wan regarded Gu Jinghuai, whose shamelessness had reached new heights, and a cold smile graced her lips. Gu Jinghuai, even now, do you still narcissistically believe that I cannot live without you and Gu Yuecheng? Long before Ye's birthday, I had already given up on both of you. The audience was left unaware of the exchange between Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Wan, but once they regained their composure, they rose from their seats, vocally denouncing him. Scumbag. Plagiarist. Get out of the entertainment industry. Anyone with a modicum of sense could see that Gu Jinghuai's mind was empty. All his previous creations were born from his ex-wife Jiang Wan's talent. He had risen to fame by exploiting his ex-wife's brilliance, only to turn around and engage in flirtation with Jiang Yanxin. Such a scoundrel was akin to a modern-day Chen Shimi. Faced with the crowd's vitriol, Gu Jinghuai could no longer maintain his composure. His face was ashen, his legs weak, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. It was over. His reputation had been completely obliterated by Jiang Wan. He had never strayed from Jiang Yanxin, yet she sought revenge in this manner. She was a venomous woman, and he vowed to make her regret it. After shooting a furious glance at Jiang Wan, Gu Jinghuai turned on his heel and made his way backstage in disarray. Jiang Yanxin, witnessing Gu Jinghuai's state, trembled as she handed him her phone. Brother Jinghuai, I too have made the trending list. Everyone is calling me a mistress and a shameless woman. What am I to do from here on? Gu Jinghuai's mind was a whirlpool of chaos as he contemplated how Jiang Wan had destroyed his reputation. He felt both rage and frustration. Had he known that Jiang Wan harbored such a vengeful spirit, he would have preferred to remain an ordinary person and never signed with your company. I have not strayed from your marriage. Why must I bear the label of a mistress? Looking at the tearful Jiang Yanxin, Gu Jinghuai felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate Jiang Wan. Yanxin, it is I who have dragged you into this. Jiang Wan loved me too deeply, and in her love, she bore a hatred that sought to annihilate everything she could not possess. Gu Jinghuai closed his eyes, forcing himself to regain composure. Yanxin, have you forgotten that I possess another identity? Even if I leave the limelight, I can return to Gu Media as its president. Jiang Yanxin's eyes brightened at this revelation. Indeed, even if Gu Jinghuai were no longer an actor, he could still inherit vast wealth from the Gu family. Gu Jinghuai called his manager to bring bodyguards to escort him and Jiang Yanxin away from the television station. Upon their return to Gu Jinghuai's apartment, they encountered someone they had not anticipated. Jinghuai, I saw the trending topics. I never imagined Jiang Wan would destroy your reputation. I apologize on her behalf. If you need anything from me, do not hesitate to ask. Gu Jinghuai narrowed his eyes, and a strategy began to form in his mind. Since Jiang Wan is devoid of compassion, she should not be surprised by the ensuing treachery. Across the internet, a significant number of Gu fans and Jiang fans have withdrawn their support, inundated with vitriol directed at this pair of duplicitous individuals. However, a small faction of die-hard fans continues to defend them without discernment. Meanwhile, Gu Jinghuai orchestrates a narrative through hired online commentators, asserting that it was Jiang Wan who seduced him, leveraging her pregnancy to ascend socially, thus prompting his separation from Jiang Yanxin. In a bid to win back his affection, Jiang Wan voluntarily transferred the copyright of her song to him, and he has since released an agreement from that time. Wen Shuang, alongside Jiang Wan and the Fu family, has returned to the Fu residence. The image of Gu Jinghuai facing public scorn elicits applause from Fu Sidong, who revels in the sight of a man previously smug yet incompetent, receiving a well-deserved comeuppance. A grin remains perpetually etched on Wen Shuang's lips. I, too, find joy in witnessing the downfall of scoundrels. Alas, if I continue to laugh, my own merits may evaporate. Jiang Wan repeatedly expresses her gratitude to Wen Shuang and the Fu family. In a short span, multiple entertainment companies have reached out to her. Naturally, Fu Xingzhou seizes this opportunity, proposing, Sister Jiang Wan, have you considered joining our media company under the Fu Group? Currently, Fu Xingzhou oversees the media division of the Fu Group. Jiang Wan's eyes light up with delight. Is that possible? Absolutely. Our media company is in dire need of original artists with your caliber. Jiang Wan nods affirmatively. Very well, I shall instruct my assistant to prepare the contract tomorrow. Afterward, Fu Xingzhou turns to Wen Shuang, sister-in-law. Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Yanxin want to re-emerge to create trouble for Sister Jiang Wan, will they? Before Wen Shuang can respond, Fu Xiqing, engrossed in his phone, interjects. They have already begun their counterattack. The Fu family immediately checks the latest trending topics online. To their shock, Gu Jinghuai has indeed employed online trolls to distort the truth, downplaying the plagiarism incident, and deliberately insinuating that Jiang Wan disrupted his relationship with Jiang Yanxin by climbing into his bed. Fu Xingzhou's fists clench with indignation. Heavens! A marketing account has released a video featuring Jiang Wan's mother and daughter, who join forces to accuse her. In the video, Jiang Wan's mother, tears streaming down her face, trembles as she claims, "I raised her with immense hardship, never expecting her to turn against me, the mother who nurtured her." The footage reveals her arms, marred by bloodied scratches, and she dramatically presents an old diary filled with Jiang Wan's unrequited love for Gu Jinghuai, detailing her heartbreak upon learning of his relationship with Jiang Yanxin. Following her mother's accusations, Gu Yueching appears on screen, her face swollen and red from an allergic reaction. She states that her disdain for Jiang Wan is not rooted in her looks or voice, but rather in Jiang Wan's volatile temperament, which led to the abuse of both her grandmother and herself. She confesses to having feared Jiang Wan since childhood, only finding solace when Jiang Yanxin arrived. No child wishes to dislike their own mother. It is Jiang Wan's wickedness that drives me to seek a different maternal figure. Jiang Yanxin is not the mistress. The true mistress is Jiang Wan. The tide of public opinion shifts dramatically. Even those who previously defended Jiang Wan now turn against her. A husband may stray, but how could a mother and her own daughter both fabricate lies against the same person? A tempest of accusations and outrage sweeps across the internet, crashing down upon Jiang Wan like an avalanche. The enraged netizens, ignited by the video from Jiang Wan's mother and Gu Yueching, unleash a torrent of condemnation.
Alas,
I once felt pity for Jiang Wan. I never imagined she could be so irredeemably wicked. My brother, the acclaimed actor, and sister Yanxin have suffered immense injustice, torn apart by this scheming woman. The very fact that her mother and daughter have publicly condemned her reveals her true nature as a heartless villain. Chapter 103. A stunning reversal. A hidden hand. The Fu family, upon witnessing the online video and comments, is nearly driven to madness. What the hell? Gu Jinghuai is even more revolting than Xiao Jingyan and Song Yu. He dares to distort the truth and venomously accuse Sister Jiang Wan. He is more terrifying than a viper. Fu Xingzhou's face hardens with fury, veins protruding on his forehead. The rest of the Fu family nods in agreement, with Fu Sidong even moved to tears. Fu Xiqing remains the most composed, observing Jiang Wan, whose eyes are red and pale, and speaks in a low voice. The injuries on your mother's arms are likely self-inflicted, an attempt to frame you. The lines of self-inflicted scratches are relatively smooth and continuous, whereas those inflicted by another are irregular and varied. Jiang Wan, her gaze vacant, nods slightly. A few days ago, she confronted me out of the blue, hurling accusations. We had a quarrel, and in a moment of exasperation, I pushed her away, but I did not injure her. Fu Xiqing tightens his lips. Not all parents love their children. Jiang Wan feels a profound ache in her heart. The relentless online vitriol pales in comparison to the unjust slander from her mother and Gu Yueching. From childhood, her mother never favored her, viewing her birth as a disgrace. She has never known maternal love or concern. While other children basked in their parents' affection, she bore the weight of household responsibilities. Each day after school, she cooked and cleaned, her tender hands marred by the cold water and the sharp knife, yet her mother regarded it all as her due. Throughout her life, her mother has never celebrated her birthday, even once. After giving birth to Gu Yueching, she was determined that her second daughter would not suffer as she had, pouring all her love into her, only to find herself questioning her own existence. Third Master, I no longer wish to sign the contract. Perhaps a person like me should not even exist in this world. Gu Jinghuai is acutely aware of her vulnerabilities and wounds, ruthlessly exploiting her mother and daughter to strike at her heart. She feels utterly devastated, even if she attempts to explain herself. Who would believe her when even her own mother would conspire against her? In truth, she finds herself perplexed, questioning what wrong she has committed. Why is it that those closest to her feel compelled to inflict harm? Wen Shuang remains silent, narrowing her beautiful eyes, fixated on the video of Jiang Wan's mother denouncing her. The human heart can be more venomous than a tiger. The last time I saw the scars on Jiang Wan's face, inflicted by her mother during childhood, I began to harbor suspicions. This time, I intend to scrutinize why Jiang's mother harbors such animosity towards Jiang Wan. Good heavens! No wonder Jiang's mother dislikes Jiang Wan. It turns out there is a shocking secret behind it. The Fu family immediately perks up, eager for the revelation. What astounding secret! Pray, do tell. Madame Gu is the only daughter of the Gu family, and her husband, Yu Chongfeng, is a son-in-law by marriage. In her youth, Madame Gu became pregnant out of wedlock and, unwilling to terminate the pregnancy, her father had to select a seemingly honest and devoted Yu Chongfeng as her husband. Little did they know, Yu Chongfeng's affection for Madame Gu was a facade. He sought the Gu family's fortune. Yu Chongfeng had a childhood sweetheart, who happened to be Zhang's mother. While Madame Gu was pregnant, Zhang's mother also conceived Yu Chongfeng's child. In a bid to eliminate any heirs, after both women gave birth, Yu Chongfeng orchestrated a switch, replacing Madame Gu's daughter with Zhang's mother's son. In essence, Gu Jinghuai was not the biological child of Madame Gu. It was Jiang Wan who was. The Fu family suddenly grasped the truth. No wonder Zhang's mother had vehemently defended Gu Jinghuai and accused Jiang Wan. It turned out she was not Jiang Wan's biological mother. Wen Shuang looked at Jiang Wan, who was trapped in a cage of self-doubt like a cornered beast, and grasped her hand tightly. Sister Jiang Wan, through the visage of Zhang's mother, I have discerned some hidden truths. You are not her biological child. Gu Jinghuai is. While your true mother is Madame Gu. Jiang Wan's body jolted as she widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Wen Shuang.
I
am the biological daughter of Madame Gu? Does that mean Gu Jinghuai and I are half-siblings? Wen Shuang shook her head, clarifying no. Madame Gu conceived you during her time with her first love, who tragically passed away early. You share no blood relation with Gu Jinghuai. The sudden revelation left Jiang Wan feeling as if her mind had short-circuited. It took her a considerable time to process this information. Meanwhile, Fu Sitong clapped her hands in excitement, declaring, if Sister Jiang Wan is indeed Madame Gu's biological daughter, then she should inherit Gu media. While Gu Jinghuai is cast out from the Gu family, left with nothing. Wen Shuang calculated, noting that the old master of the Gu family had passed away shortly after Madame Gu gave birth. Although Madame Gu had held power in recent years, her health had deteriorated, leading her to seek treatment abroad. A year ago, she had signed a share transfer agreement, bequeathing her shares to Gu Jinghuai. Jiang Wan furrowed her brows in agreement, recalling how Gu Jinghuai had brazenly brought Jiang Yanxin back to the country after obtaining his inheritance, drastically altering his attitude towards her. She never anticipated that everything Gu Jinghuai had acquired was originally hers, nor did she expect that the mother who had never loved her was, in fact, Gu Jinghuai's biological mother. Wen Shuang, if I am the daughter of Madame Gu, why would Yu Chongfeng arrange for Gu Jinghuai to marry me? Jiang Wan inquired, perplexed. Because, according to the Gu family's regulations, before transferring shares, a DNA test must be conducted to confirm lineage. Yu Chongfeng feared exposure. So, he devised a plan for Gu Jinghuai to sleep with you. After you became pregnant and gave birth, the child would undergo a DNA test alongside Madame Gu. During that period, Yu Chongfeng intentionally instigated conflicts between Gu Jinghuai and Madame Gu, persuading her that enforcing a DNA test would irreparably damage their mother-son relationship. Instead, a test with the newborn granddaughter would be discreet and inconspicuous. When the DNA results emerged, it confirmed that Madame Gu and Gu Yuecheng were indeed related. Jiang Wan's eyes widened in realization. So, that night 6 years ago, when I was intoxicated, it wasn't I who forced myself upon Gu Jinghuai, but rather a design orchestrated by him and Yu Chongfeng? Wen Shuang nodded affirmatively. Chilled to the bone, Jiang Wan was consumed by a wave of fury. She had believed that night was merely a chance occurrence, only to discover it was a calculated plot by Gu Jinghuai and Yu Chongfeng. Over the years, Gu Jinghuai had continuously manipulated her, making her feel fortunate to have conceived his child, as if it was a blessing bestowed upon her from several lifetimes of merit. Madame Gu would return to the country tomorrow, and the day after, Gu Media would convene a high-level meeting where she would publicly announce her retirement. Together, we would reveal the truth and reclaim everything that belonged to Sister Jiang Wan. Oh, lo and behold, Madame Gu even left a contingency when signing the share transfer agreement. She is indeed remarkably astute. Chapter 104. The Transition of Power, an Unexpected Interruption. Following the release of the video accusations from Zhang's mother and Gu Yuecheng, public opinion online underwent a dramatic reversal. Coupled with manipulated comments, virtually no one discussed Gu Jinghuai's infidelity or plagiarism. The focus shifted entirely to attacking and vilifying Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan was denounced as unfilial. Jiang Wan was accused of abusing her biological daughter. Yaya is so pitiful. Jiang Wan meddled in affairs, leveraging motherhood for her own gain. Malicious topics aimed at Jiang Wan dominated the trending section of Weibo. The sharp rhetoric acted like a barrage of daggers, ruthlessly piercing Jiang Wan, attempting to cast her into an irretrievable abyss. Wen Shuang had turned off Jiang Wan's phone, while Fu Ma and Fu Sitong stayed by her side, shielding her from the onslaught of negativity outside. Meanwhile, Fu Siheng and Fu Xingzhou covertly visited Zhang's neighbors to gather evidence. They were prepared to respond and retaliate at Wen Shuang's command, but her intention was to bide their time, allowing the situation to unfold before launching a decisive counterattack. When the truth emerged, At the Gu family residence, upon witnessing Jiang Wan ensnared in a torrent of online abuse, Gu Jinghuai smirked coldly. Initially, he had not wished to reach this point. It was Jiang Wan who had forced him and Jiang Yanxin into a corner. If she sought to ruin him and Jiang Yanxin, she could not blame him for destroying her in return.
Jinghuai.
I will call that wretched girl Jiang Wan right now, and demand she returns to apologize to you, followed by a public apology online. Jiang's mother exclaimed as she took out her phone to call Jiang Wan. The call failed to connect. Jiang Wan had turned off her phone. That wretched girl dares to turn off her phone. She must be feeling guilty. You need not return the copyright for those songs she wrote. Gu Jinghuai narrowed his eyes at Jiang's mother. From his earliest memories, she had always treated him well. Aunt Jiang, why do you wish to assist me? Jiang's mother rubbed her hands together, a hint of ingratiation flickering in her eyes. You are the esteemed young master of the Gu family, with a status beyond compare, while Jiang Wan is merely the daughter of a servant. To marry and bear your child is a fortune she could only dream of. Yet she fails to cherish it and even dares to plot against you. I will never allow her to go unpunished. A faint smile played on Gu Jinghuai's lips. If only Jiang Wan were as perceptive as you. Had Jiang Wan remained obedient and fulfilled her role as his wife, offering him everything, he would have at least granted her the title of Mrs. Gu. But since she chose to rebel against him, he would not hesitate to turn against her mercilessly. After concluding his conversation with Jiang's mother, Gu Jinghuai swiftly posted a message on Weibo announcing his withdrawal from the entertainment industry. Gu Jinghuai v. Dear fans and friends who have always supported me, by the time you read this message, I have made the decision to retire from the entertainment industry. My ex-wife's betrayal and harm during the Masked Singer program have deeply wounded me. After years of diligent work, I never envisioned exiting in such a manner. I hold no grievances against Jiang Wan. Her desire to destroy me simply because she cannot possess me reveals the terrifying nature of humanity. I have no wish to cast blame nor to argue. I have chosen to retire and seek solace to heal my inner wounds. I hope you do not feel sorrow or anger on my behalf. Your support and love will always be cherished. This Weibo post ignited another wave of discussion among netizens. The online community was filled with sympathy and reluctance for Gu Jinghuai, while Jiang Wan faced renewed and horrifying attacks and insults. Gu Jinghuai had beautifully concealed himself, deftly redirecting the storm of public opinion towards Jiang Wan. Brother Jinghuai, you are retiring. What will I do now? Jiang Yanxin gazed at Gu Jinghuai, tears brimming in her eyes. Gu Yiwecheng enveloped Jiang Yanxin in her arms. Aunt Yanxin, since Jiang Wan has divorced my daddy, you can become my mommy from now on. My daddy is about to become the president, and soon you can be the president's wife. A flicker of excitement crossed Jiang Yanxin's eyes. If she could become the president's wife of Gu Media, who would need to be a pop star? Gu Jinghuai frowned slightly. He had not been entirely devoid of thoughts about having Jiang Yanxin as the president's wife. However, his mother disapproved of her. Yanxin, you have committed no faults. The netizens will not blame or criticize you. Once my mother publicly announces my succession of Gu Media in 2 days, I shall allocate more resources to support you. The following day, while the Fu family remained ensconced in their dreams, they were abruptly awakened by Wen Shuang's exuberant commentary.
What?
Jiang Yanxin sensed that Gu Jinghuai only wished to engage in flirtation and had no intention of marrying her as the president's wife. And she attempted to take her own life by cutting her wrist in the dead of night. With a small knife, she merely made a superficial cut, smeared some fake blood, and frightened Gu Jinghuai and Gu Yiwecheng into submission, prompting Gu Jinghuai to immediately agree to marry her. They decided to rush to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a spontaneous wedding. Well, it's for the best. Let the scoundrel and the shameless woman tie the knot quickly, lest they cause further harm to others. Oh my! Jiang Yanxin boldly kissed Gu Jinghuai, hoping to bear him a son. Simply shocking. The Fu family collectively gasped in disbelief. On the day of the high-level meeting at Gu Media, Mrs. Gu had arranged for a stylist to prepare Jiang Wan. To be fair, with such an appearance, Jiang Wan truly resembled the young Mrs. Gu. Mrs. Fu gave a thumbs up in praise. Wen Shuang nodded. Sister Jiang Wan, you must embrace your confidence. You are the most beautiful fairy in the world. Initially, Jiang's mother was terrified that Jiang Wan would grow up to resemble Mrs. Gu, which is why she caused her harm at such a tender age. Mrs. Fu was indignant. Wretched woman. When Shuang grasped Jiang Wan's hand, come. Let us be on our way. The Fu family echoed in unison. Let us go. At Gu Media, in a spacious and bright conference room, the executives and shareholders were seated at a rectangular table. Mrs. Gu, seated in a wheelchair, was pushed by Yu Chongfeng to the head of the table. Due to her deteriorating health in recent years, Mrs. Gu appeared exceedingly frail, her complexion somewhat haggard. She glanced at the impeccably dressed and increasingly mature Gu Jinghuai. A slight smile gracing her lips. Jinghuai, you have grown up. It's time for your mother to retire, and the company will be entrusted entirely to your management. Mrs. Gu extended her hand to receive the private seal, the symbol of supreme authority within the Gu group, from her assistant. As Gu Jinghuai beheld the seal being presented, his heart raced with anticipation. He had long awaited this day. Once he became the paramount authority of the Gu group, even if his mother disapproved of Jiang Yanxin, he would no longer have to live in fear. Just as Gu Jinghuai prepared to take the seal, the heavy door of the conference room was suddenly thrust open from the outside. Jiang Wan, Wen Shuang, Fu Sihong, Fu Xingzhou, Mr. and Mrs. Fu, and Fu Sitong entered. Gu Jinghuai and Yu Chongfeng exchanged glances, both displaying a flicker of displeasure. This is Gu Media. How dare you intrude without permission? Gu Jinghuai chastised sternly. Ignoring Gu Jinghuai, Jiang Wan cast a glance at Mrs. Gu in the wheelchair. Mrs. Gu's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing Jiang Wan. Wan, you've come? Mrs. Gu had always held a fondness for Jiang Wan as her daughter-in-law. However, after her health declined and she sought treatment abroad, Jiang Wan had not reached out. Once, when she had called Jiang Wan, it was Gu Yiwecheng who answered, saying Jiang Wan harbored an aversion toward her and requested she cease all contact. How could a child of such tender years lie? It was evident that Jiang Wan held a deep-seated disdain for her mother-in-law. Chapter 105. Identity revealed, no longer in disguise. Mrs. Gu was known for her strong-willed and tenacious nature. In the past, when conflicts arose with Gu Jinghuai, she never made the effort to resolve them. Yet, before her daughter-in-law Jiang Wan, she found herself incapable of harboring anger. Wan, you've become even more beautiful. Mrs. Gu observed Jiang Wan's ethereal appearance, her expression momentarily dazed. Was it merely her illusion, or did Jiang Wan bear a resemblance to her younger self? Upon hearing Mrs. Gu's words, Jiang Wan felt a rush of warmth in her eyes as tears uncontrollably welled up. Wen Shuang had said that Mrs. Gu was her true mother. No wonder every time she saw Mrs. Gu, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Child, what's the matter? Why are you crying? Mrs. Gu pressed the controls of her wheelchair, attempting to reach Jiang Wan, but Yu Chongfeng firmly restrained the back of the wheelchair. Madam, Jiang Wan is colluding with the Fu family to undermine Gu Media. She and Jinghuai are divorced now. She is no longer the Jiang Wan of your. Mrs. Gu was ignorant of the tumultuous events online and could not fathom that Jiang Wan would join forces with the Fu family against Gu Media. From Jiang Wan's eyes, she could still see the essence of the Jiang Wan she once knew. Mother, do not be swayed by Jiang Wan. She has transformed beyond recognition. Not only did she exploit the Fu family's influence to forcibly divorce me, but she also publicly announced her severance of ties with Yiwecheng. A woman who would forsake her own daughter cannot possibly be good. Gu Jinghuai strode towards Jiang Wan, his gaze fixed upon her face. Noticing her increasing beauty, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. He had never envisioned that Jiang Wan possessed such allure. Had she not publicly accused him of plagiarism and unjustly accused him of infidelity while severing all ties with him and Yiwecheng, he might have considered granting her a chance for reconciliation. However, now that possibility was utterly precluded. Just yesterday, he had registered a hasty marriage with Jiang Yanxin. His fate with Jiang Wan was irrevocably severed. Did you think that with my mother present, you could return to plead for my forgiveness? Jiang Wan, the moment you allied with outsiders to ruin my reputation, our fates were irrevocably severed. Wen Shuang could no longer tolerate Gu Jinghuai and directly retorted, your reasoning is utterly nonsensical. Jiang Wan is not a mere object for you to discard. If it weren't for the multitude of people here, I would truly want to execute a 360-degree spin and kick him down from the 68th floor. Fu Xingzhou sensed Wen Shuang's fury and hastily clamped his legs together. My goodness, if sister-in-law kicks someone, they will surely be incapacitated. Gu Jinghuai glared at Wen Shuang, who had repeatedly targeted him, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking. Madam Fu, it is best for an outsider like you to refrain from meddling in Gu family matters. Fu Sihong coldly shielded Wen Shuang behind him, his piercing gaze sweeping over Gu Jinghuai. As for outsiders, we are not beneath you. Gu Jinghuai's brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean by that? Yu Chongfeng sensed the escalating tension. Jiang Wan's scars had suddenly healed, and she was once again collaborating with the Fu family. Had they discovered something? Jinghuai, there is no need to waste words with them. Simply call security to expel these irrelevant individuals. Wen Shuang peered out from behind the towering Fu Sihong, a teasing smile on her face as she addressed Yu Chongfeng. Are you eager to have us leave because you feel guilty? You? The phoenix man who has long coveted the heiress of a wealthy family. Yu Chongfeng glared at Wen Shuang, his face darkening with anger. You speak nonsense. I could accuse you of defamation. Wen Shuang stood undaunted, knowing she had Fu Sihong backing her. Even if Yu Chongfeng lashed out, she had protection. The audacity to switch their son with that of the maid and manipulate the heiress into a relationship with him. All to secure his son's claim to the wealth of a prominent family. What a splendid display of scheming. Among those present, aside from Wen Shuang, Jiang Wan, and the Fu family, only Yu Chongfeng was privy to the truth. Even Gu Jinghuai remained in the dark. Yu Chongfeng's expression darkened to an extreme. How did Mrs. Fu's wife come to know all of this? Security, come quickly and remove these trespassers from Gu's media. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Yu Chongfeng's eyes. As the security approached to expel Wen Shuang and her companions, Jiang Wan suddenly called out towards Madame Gu. Mom. Madame Gu trembled violently. She turned to see Jiang Wan, tears streaming down her face, and her heart felt as if it had been struck by an unseen force. An indescribable sense of warmth and pain surged within her. Although Madame Gu was in poor health, she was not oblivious, piecing together Wen Shuang's words and Jiang Wan's sudden declaration. She seemed to grasp a profound truth in that fleeting moment. Wan, are you truly my child? Madame Gu asked, her voice trembling. Jiang Wan nodded through her tears.
Child.
My child. Madame Gu reached out a quivering finger towards Jiang Wan, though they had yet to conduct a DNA test. An intense premonition surged within Madame Gu. Jiang Wan was indeed her daughter. No wonder she had felt an inexplicable affection for Jiang Wan at first sight, a longing to love her wholeheartedly. It turned out they were the true mother and daughter. Madam, they are spouting nonsense. Do not heed their divisive words. Yu Chongfeng grasped Madame Gu's hand tightly, crouching down to meet her gaze with a somber intensity. After more than 20 years of marriage, could you truly doubt my sincerity towards you? A faint smirk curled at the corners of Madame Gu's lips. Yu Chongfeng, my father once said you were honest and kind-hearted, willing to cherish me despite my bearing another's child. But I have always harbored doubts. Do men truly exist who willingly become a backup for others? Over the years, you have indeed treated me well, so well that I could find no fault in you. Yet, does the ideal husband truly exist? I have never believed it, and, today, I finally comprehend that all your kindness has been a facade. When you urged me not to verify DNA with Gu Jinghuai, but rather with Gu Yuecheng, it was out of fear that your long-conceived scheme would be exposed. The bond of blood is indeed a remarkable thing. Jiang Wan's tearful cries of mom tugged painfully at her heart. Her intuition whispered that Jiang Wan spoke the truth. She was her child. Gu Jinghuai had not anticipated that. After Jiang Wan's attempt to tarnish his reputation, she would also come to claim his mother and identity. That wretched woman was utterly insufferable. Gu Jinghuai looked at the wavering Madame Gu, his voice trembling. Mom, this is Jiang Wan's revenge against me. If you believe her, what will become of me? Should the DNA results reveal that Jiang Wan has deceived you, would you still wish to acknowledge me as your son? Yu Chongfeng, madam, you are always astute. Could you truly be swayed by the mere words of outsiders? Jinghuai is your biological son. If you do not trust me, you must at least trust him. Do you truly wish to sever the bond between mother and son, allowing outsiders to succeed in their machinations? Madame Gu glanced at Gu Jinghuai, noting his red-rimmed eyes, seething with rage, devoid of any guilt, and felt herself wavering. Wen Shuang discerned Madame Gu's inner turmoil. After all, she had nurtured Gu Jinghuai for over 20 years. And it was only human to feel conflicted. Madam, if you wish to uncover the truth, it is quite simple. Choose a reputable institution and publicly undergo a DNA test. Madame Gu considered Wen Shuang's suggestion reasonable and immediately instructed her assistant to call the DNA testing facility. Mom, I can guarantee 100% that I am your son. If you insist on verifying, do not blame me for disowning you, as my mother. Gu Jinghuai spat angrily, his face pale with fury. Having managed Gu's media for many years, Madame Gu was not one to falter easily. Once her doubts were aroused, she was determined to seek verification.
Jinghuai.
Once the results arrive, if I have misunderstood you, I will apologize and transfer all that I possess to you. Soon, staff from the testing facility arrived with their equipment. Realizing that Madame Gu was resolute about the test, Yu Chongfeng knew that his long-hidden secret could no longer remain concealed. Suddenly, he burst into maniacal laughter. Gu Jinwei, Even if you uncover the truth now, what does it matter? A year ago, you signed the equity transfer agreement. Jinghui is now the largest shareholder in the company. Do you truly believe a sickly woman like yourself can overturn this? Madame Gu smiled coldly. Oh really? Do you think I left no room for maneuver? Yu Chongfeng brandished the equity agreement, scoffing, this agreement is signed. What room do you have left? Madame Gu pointed at the signature on the equity agreement. Look closely at what this is. Chapter 106. It's over. Everything is over. Madame Gu indicated the final signature. I am Gu Jinwei, not Gu Jinyu. The subtle distinction between Wei and Yu was imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. The laughter on Yu Chongfeng's face vanished in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the signature on the equity agreement. Indeed, Gu Jinwei had signed with Yu instead of Wei. Although the agreement had been executed a year prior, Madame Gu had not relinquished complete control over the company. She still held critical business resources. Yu Chongfeng believed that since her health was poor, she would not live much longer, and thus did not arrange for Gu Jinghui to transfer the shares. After all, once she was gone, everything would belong to him and Gu Jinghui. He never anticipated that she had kept a backup plan. After 20 years of meticulous scheming, Yu Chongfeng could not accept ending up with nothing. Madam, do not be misled by their lies. Jinghui is your biological son. Before he could finish, Madame Gu hurled her teacup at his head. Silence. I've been deceived by you both for far too long. My daughter has suffered outside. I will get to the bottom of this, and will not spare you. Gu Jinghui stared blankly at the scene, his mind buzzing. How could it be that he was not Madame Gu's biological son, that Jiangwan was her true daughter? How could he possibly not belong to the Gu family? Mother, I am your true-born son. Jiangwan is the offspring of a servant. Our bond, forged over 2 decades, cannot simply be cast aside. Gu Jinghui finds it utterly unbearable to accept this upheaval in his identity. If he were indeed the child of a servant, it would feel like a thunderclap shattering his world. Madame Gu, her eyes brimming with tears, did not glance at Gu Jinghui as she directed her gaze towards Jiangwan, her lips trembling ever so slightly. Child, come here. Jiangwan approached Madame Gu, and as she crouched to meet her gaze, tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Madame Gu gently lifted her hand to caress Jiangwan's exquisite face, inquiring, Has Gu Jinghui treated you well since your marriage? Do you still love him? At her words, profound fear and confusion flickered in Gu Jinghui's brown eyes. He abruptly seized Jiangwan's arm, as if clutching the last vestige of hope. Jiangwan, you've liked me since childhood. Surely your heart still holds love for me, does it not? Rest assured, I will immediately sever ties with Jiang Yanxin and ensure she leaves the company. From now on, I will cherish you properly. Think of Yaya, she is your flesh and blood, born after 10 months of gestation. You cannot bear to part with her, can you? Together, we will be a happy family of 3. In that moment, Gu Jinghui was truly terrified. He could not afford to lose his status as the heir of the Gu family. He did not wish to descend into the life of a servant son. Jiangwan gazed at the familiar yet alien man before her, devoid of any admiration or emotional turmoil. She wrenched her arm free from his grasp and, in a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sharp crack seemed to shatter the final thread binding them together. Gu Jinghui, spare me your repugnant pleas. Had our identities not shifted, would you be groveling before me in such a manner? Did you not marry Jiang Yanxin just yesterday? She is the partner with whom you are meant to build a future. Moreover, regarding Gu Yuecheng, she is taken to social media, distorting the truth and maligning me as a mother with anger issues who has abused her since childhood. Jiang Yanxin is the one who has truly cared for her. Henceforth, you 3 shall remain sealed together, never to emerge and wreak havoc upon me again. I have never understood why Gu Yuecheng, a piece of my own flesh, is devoid of any virtue. It appears she has inherited the worst of your family's genes. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. A child born of a rat will dig holes. This is the most wretched legacy of the Yu family. Gu Jinghui collapsed to the ground, his body weakened, his complexion ashen, and his mind a cacophony of chaos. His world had plummeted from the heights of fortune to the depths of despair. He realized that without the support of Gu media, he would possess nothing. Madame Gu would publicly clarify his and Yu Chongfeng's actions, leading to his disgrace and potential social ostracization. A tide of unprecedented panic and helplessness engulfed him. He looked at Madame Gu, his eyes reddened, pleading, Mother, considering you raised me, please allow me to remain your son. I promise to honor you well. Madame Gu interrupted his unfinished plea with a sharp rebuke. Silence. You have treated my daughter poorly. Yet you expect me to continue recognizing you? What sort of good fortune is that? Wen Shuang interjected. Madame Gu, your health is deteriorating due to the colorless and tasteless poison that Yu Chongfeng has been administering in your food. He has concealed it within a ring, requiring only a drop each day, and over time, the toxin will spread throughout your body. This poison is exceedingly insidious and cannot be detected by ordinary instruments. Yu Chongfeng's face drained of color, his body trembling as if struck by lightning. He instinctively covered the ring, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Wen Shuang. Who are you? How do you know such a concealed secret? He had never even confided in Gu Jinghuai about the poisoning. It was a secret he alone carried. Madame Gu was taken aback by the depths of Yu Chongfeng's depravity. She fixed him with a piercing gaze, as if she intended to consume him whole. Yu Chongfeng, how could you be so utterly deranged? As she spoke, her fingers trembled as she retrieved her phone to call the authorities. Chapter 107. Losing Everything. Complete Collapse. Yu Chongfeng stepped forward in an attempt to prevent Madame Gu from calling the police. However, he was swiftly restrained by Fu Sihong and Fu Xingzhou, who had rushed over. We have no grievances with you, yet you meddle in our affairs? Unable to move under their grip, Yu Chongfeng could only seethe with impotent rage, having committed such heinous acts, and still unrepentant. Yu Chongfeng, you shall spend the remainder of your life in prison reflecting on your misdeeds. Madame Gu exclaimed, her fury barely contained. Before long, the police arrived to escort Yu Chongfeng away. Gu Jinghuai, seated on the floor, trembled violently, his lips quivering as he implored Madame Gu, Mother, I was unaware of everything my father did. I am also a victim. Please, you cannot abandon me. While you were indeed unaware of the poisoning, you were well aware of the truth regarding your status as not being Madame Gu's biological son. Were you not? Wen Shuang's cold mockery rang out. Jiangwan turned to Wen Shuang, astonished. Frost, Gu Jinghuai has known about our identities all along. Wen Shuang nodded. 6 years ago, Yu Chongfeng attempted to seduce you, but Gu Jinghuai vehemently refused, believing you unworthy. Later, he inadvertently overheard a conversation between Yu Chongfeng and your mother, discovering that you are indeed Madame Gu's daughter. Fearing the loss of everything, he acquiesced. All these years, he has been self-deluding, pretending ignorance. Yet he has long known he was usurping your place, enjoying the fruits of your life. His deliberate suppression of you, pushing you into the dust, stems from a twisted sense of wounded pride and jealousy, as well as the terror of losing his status should the truth emerge. Upon hearing this, Jiangwan raised her hand and delivered another stinging slap to Gu Jinghuai's face. I was truly blind to have ever liked you. The executives in the conference room began to murmur and point at Gu Jinghuai. He looked towards Madame Gu, who regarded him with nothing but hatred and anger. Unable to withstand the blow, he fled, teetering on the brink of collapse. At Gu Jinghuai's apartment, Jiang Yanxin and Gu Yiwecheng donned festive mother-daughter outfits, while Jiang's mother busied herself in the kitchen, preparing an extravagant feast. She had secretly coordinated with Yu Chongfeng. Once Gu Jinghuai took full control of Gu Media, the father and son would come together for dinner. Once Gu Media was entirely in their hands, Yu Chongfeng would cast aside Madame Gu and elevate Jiang Yanxin. She would no longer be a servant, but a lady of high society. Having endured a lifetime of subservience, she had long yearned for the life of Madame Gu. The thought of her husband and son soon wielding power over the Gu family filled her with a sense of validation for her years of patience. In the living room, Jiang Yanxin and Gu Yiwecheng took a cheerful selfie. Jiang Yanxin was in high spirits. Having married Gu Jinghuai, she was now the legitimate Mrs. Gu.
Today,
He would officially take over Gu Group, and she would become the first lady, commanding all the artists under Gu Media. Just thinking about it brought her joy. Aunt Yanxin, my wish has finally come true. Can I call you mommy from now on? Gu Yiwecheng beamed, her smile radiant. Jiang Yanxin's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible disdain. Gu Yiwecheng was Jiangwan's daughter. How could she genuinely like her? Previously, she had feigned friendship to drive Jiangwan away, but now that her position was secure, it would not be long before she had children of her own. For the time being, Gu Yiwecheng still held some utility. She would not immediately reveal her true colors. Certainly, Aunt Yanxin has been eagerly anticipating this day for quite some time. Gu Yiwecheng leapt into Jiang Yanxin's embrace, sweetly exclaiming, Mummy, mummy.
Oh,
What a good girl you are. Yeah. Jiang Yanxin feigned affection, planting a kiss atop Gu Yiwecheng's head. Delight radiated from Gu Yiwecheng's eyes. With her beautiful new mother by her side, She envisioned a future where, during parent-teacher meetings or parent-child sports events, other children would envy her instead of ridiculing her mother as an eyesore. She felt utterly blissful. She fervently wished that Jiangwan would never again intrude upon her happiness with her father and new mother. Upon hearing some commotion outside the door, Jiang Yanxin quickly released Gu Yuecheng, exclaiming, "Your father must be back." Grasping a bouquet of flowers she had purchased, she hurried with Gu Yuecheng and Zhang's mother towards the entrance. Moments later, the door swung open. "Darling, you're back. Daddy, you're back. Congratulations, young Master Jinghuai." Jiang Yanxin beamed as she presented the flowers to Gu Jinghuai. However, Gu Jinghuai, with his head bowed and an aura of despondency enveloping him, violently swatted the flowers to the ground upon noticing Jiang Yanxin's gesture. Jiang Yanxin was taken aback. "Darling, what's wrong? Shouldn't this be a moment of joy?" The online community was mercilessly attacking Jiangwan, and he had just ascended as the head of the Gu family. Why then did he appear so discontented? "Young Master Jinghuai, I've prepared a lavish feast to celebrate for you. Where's your father? Why didn't he come back with you?" Zhang's mother cautiously inquired, casting a glance at Gu Jinghuai. As he entered the dining room and beheld the extravagant spread, he felt a bitter irony wash over him. Anger, despair, and resentment surged within him like a volcano on the brink of eruption. In a fit of rage, he abruptly overturned the table. The clamor of the table crashing down, the shattering of dishes, and the scattering of food reverberated through the silence, creating an ear-splitting cacophony. Jiang Yanxin and Gu Yuecheng screamed in terror, while Zhang's mother looked on in horror, bewildered by Gu Jinghuai's outburst. What on earth is happening? Gu Jinghuai raised his bloodshot eyes and confronted Zhang's mother, his hand gripping her shoulder with fierce intensity. "Why am I your biological son? I don't want to be your son. You're just a servant. How dare you claim to be my mother? You've ruined my life. I wish you had never swapped me with Jiangwan. You've destroyed my existence. Why don't you just die?" His grip on Zhang's mother was so tight it seemed he might crush her bones. Zhang's mother turned pale, sweat beading on her forehead, horrified to realize he knew she was his biological mother. What had transpired? Before she could utter another word, a group of uniformed police officers entered through the door. "Ms. Jiang Xiuqin, you are implicated in a child-swapping case from 27 years ago, as well as in a case of intentional scalding of Jiangwan. We need to take you back for questioning." Zhang's mother's legs turned to jelly. She wanted to argue, but faced with the cold handcuffs, she found herself unable to utter a word. After Zhang's mother was taken away, Jiang Yanxin turned to Gu Jinghuai, her face filled with shock. "What does this mean? Your identity has been swapped with Jiangwan? Jiangwan is the true daughter of Madame Gu, while you are merely the offspring of a servant." Chapter 108. In despair, dog bites dog. Gu Jinghuai remained silent. Jiang Yanxin's heart sank lower and lower. Was everything she had painstakingly achieved merely a fleeting illusion? With her eyes reddening, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face as she roared like a wild beast. "Answer me. Did you fail to gain control of Gu Media? Have you lost everything?" Gu Jinghuai gazed at Jiang Yanxin, who seemed on the verge of madness, and firmly grasped her shoulders. "Yanxin, didn't you say you loved me for who I am, not for my status or wealth? Now my reputation is in ruins, and I am left with nothing. I have a few endorsements that could lead to hefty compensations. You must withdraw your savings and help me cover this gap." Jiang Yanxin's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Gu Jinghuai. Surely, she hadn't misheard him. He was asking her to cover his compensation costs? Her chest heaved violently, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms. "You must be dreaming. If you are on the brink of facing compensation for endorsements, what about me? Without Gu Media to back us, we will both struggle. There must be a mistake. How could Jiangwan be the child of Madame Gu? Just yesterday, she and Gu Jinghuai had hastily married and received their certificate, and she had been dreaming of a bright future as the wife of the president. Why? In less than a day, had her dreams been so ruthlessly shattered? Perhaps this was merely a nightmare. Jiang Yanxin pinched her thigh hard. Ouch. It wasn't a dream. Gu Jinghuai truly had lost everything. If her father was not the son of her grandmother, did that make her not the true granddaughter of her grandmother? Dejected, Gu Jinghuai glanced at Gu Yuecheng, and suddenly a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes. Yeah, you are the child of Jiangwan. Even if I am no longer Madame Gu's son, you are her true granddaughter. Quickly call Madame Gu. Perhaps she would show leniency for Yaya's sake. Gu Yuecheng hurriedly took out her phone and dialed Madame Gu's number. The call connected, and a triumphant smile spread across her face. Daddy, Grandma loves me the most. If I ask her to forgive you, she will certainly do so. Gu Jinghuai nodded repeatedly, a flicker of hope igniting in his otherwise desolate eyes. However, after the call connected, no one answered. Grandma must be busy, Gu Yueqing reasoned, quickly dialing again. This time, the phone rang once before being abruptly disconnected. When she tried to call again, the line was already blocked. Clearly, she had been blacklisted by Madame Gu. Gu Yueqing's face twisted in anger. It must be Jiang Wan who spoke ill of me to Grandma. I refuse to believe Grandma would choose her over me. Daddy, you must take me to find Grandma. Despite the fact that Yu Chongfeng had already exposed the truth about the child swap, Jiang Wan still insisted on a DNA test, voluntarily proposing a paternity test with Madame Gu. Madame Gu expedited the process, and within 3 hours, the results were in. Jiang Wan was indeed the biological daughter of Madame Gu. As Madame Gu gazed upon her daughter, recalling the suffering she had endured, her heart felt as though it might shatter. Wan, I'm so sorry. All these years, I couldn't even recognize my own flesh and blood. Jiang Wan threw herself into Madame Gu's embrace, tears streaming down her face, as she shook her head. It's not your fault. If it weren't for Shuang, I would never have known I was swapped. Once, she had been perplexed by Zhang's mother's disdain for her and her perpetual lack of maternal affection.
Now,
she understood. It was because she was not her biological child. Her real mother, it turned out, had loved her and cared for her. Madame Gu wiped the tears from Jiang Wan's face, and as thoughts of the suffering inflicted by Yu Chongfeng's family surged within her, a fierce hatred ignited in her eyes. Rest assured, Wan, I will reclaim all the injustices you have suffered. As the online community continued to mercilessly vilify Jiang Wan while sympathizing with Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Yanxin, Madame Gu called a press conference. She unveiled the truth regarding the malicious swap orchestrated by Yu Chongfeng and Jiang Xiuqin, which had entangled Jiang Wan and Gu Jinghuai 27 years prior. Subsequently, the police in Yi City issued a statement confirming the veracity of Madame Gu's claims. Moreover, Fu Xiheng and Fu Xingzhou disseminated the evidence they had gathered online. They interviewed Jiang Xiuqin's neighbors, who revealed that Jiang Wan had never been favored by Jiang Xiuqin, who frequently subjected her to abuse and scorn, treating her as less than human. In addition to speaking with the neighbors, Fu Xiheng and Fu Xingzhou located a former maid who had been dismissed by Gu Jinghuai. The maid asserted that during her tenure at the Gu household, she had never witnessed Jiang Wan mistreating Gu Yueqing. Rather, she regarded her as a precious gem. While Gu Jinghuai was away, it was Jiang Wan who tirelessly cared for Gu Yueqing during her illnesses, yet Gu Yueqing remained ungrateful for Jiang Wan's kindness. Netizens were taken aback by the continual twists and turns surrounding Jiang Wan and Gu Jinghuai. Just as they were beginning to comprehend the complexities of this relationship, Madame Gu, in front of a live camera, disclosed the true reason behind her disapproval of Jiang Yanxin's relationship with Gu Jinghuai. She had conducted background checks on Jiang Yanxin and discovered that she had a history of being a mistress. Madame Gu had preserved the materials and photographs from her investigation, fearing that revealing Jiang Yanxin's true nature would hurt Gu Jinghuai. Now, with Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Yanxin conspiring to harm her biological daughter, Madame Gu had no reservations and publicly shared the findings of her investigation. The incontrovertible evidence left those who had previously defended Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Yanxin utterly humiliated, leading fans to withdraw their support in droves. In an instant, Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Yanxin became the targets of widespread disdain. The apartment where Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Wan had resided as a married couple was owned by Madame Gu. She reclaimed the property, leading the property manager and security to evict Gu Jinghuai, Jiang Yanxin, and Gu Yueqing. Stripped of the protection of Gu Media, both Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Yanxin found themselves abandoned by sponsors and investors who severed ties and demanded substantial compensation. Now residing in a modest rental, Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Yanxin struggled to adapt to a life far removed from their previous comforts. Gu Yueqing, accustomed to a life of luxury, found the meager accommodations unbearable. She incessantly attempted to contact Madame Gu and Jiang Wan, but her calls were met with silence. Overwhelmed by Gu Yueqing's incessant wailing, Jiang Yanxin, in a fit of frustration, yanked the small gold locket from around the girl's neck. "Mommy, why did you take my locket?" Gu Yueqing protested, reaching out to reclaim it, only to be shoved to the floor by Jiang Yanxin. "Stop calling me mommy, I am not your mother," Jiang Yanxin retorted, stashing the locket in her bag before rummaging through Gu Jinghuai's suitcase, pilfering valuable watches and trinkets. "That belongs to my daddy, you can't take it." Gu Yueqing lunged at Jiang Yanxin. In response, Jiang Yanxin struck her across the face, leaving Gu Yueqing stunned and in disbelief. Chapter 109. A late affection is worth less than weeds, saying goodbye to the past abroad. Gu Yueqing held her stinging cheek, eyes wide with incredulity as she gazed at Jiang Yanxin. Aunt Yanxin, you hit me? Jiang Wan had never laid a finger on her. Yet here was Jiang Yanxin, the very person she had sacrificed her affection for, inflicting pain. After pillaging Gu Jinghuai's belongings, Jiang Yanxin stood, her expression devoid of warmth as she glared at Gu Yueqing. Previously, I treated you well only because you were of use to me. Otherwise, why would I waste time on a foolish little girl with no connection to me? Gu Yueqing's complexion paled, her tear-streaked lashes trembling. You think I'm a fool? Jiang Yanxin chuckled coldly. You are not only a fool but an ungrateful wretch. Jiang Wan devoted herself to you, and what did she receive in return? Oh yes, your kindergarten friends discovered that she was ugly, and I merely sweetened the deal with snacks and toys to ensure they mocked your mother. Staring at the cold, unfamiliar figure before her, Gu Yueqing felt an instinctual urge to lash out. You're a liar. Jiang Yanxin effortlessly pushed her away. For the sake of this liar, you've shattered your mother's heart. You are merely a foolish child destined to live a pitiful life alongside your father. With Gu Jinghuai's reputation in tatters and debts piling up, Jiang Yanxin foresaw a grim future for him. She swiftly departed, suitcase in hand. Not long after, Gu Jinghuai returned, battered and bruised. Daddy, Jiang Yanxin is a bad woman. She hit me and stole my locket. At her words, Gu Jinghuai's fist clenched in fury as he struck the wall. He had gone out to seek financial help, but all those who had once been his friends turned their backs on him. Not only did he fail to secure any funds, but he had also been severely beaten by creditors. Now, even Jiang Yanxin had abandoned him. Ha! Were all those friendships mere facades? He pondered, feeling utterly forsaken. He recalled Jiang Wan, the woman who would prepare a feast for him upon his return home, always prioritizing his needs. Let us plead with your mother. Gu Yueqing, her long lashes misty, protested, Daddy, why should we beg that ugly woman Jiang Wan? If she truly cared for me as her daughter, she would have come to take me back, sparing me from this suffering. Before she could finish her thought, Gu Jinghuai slapped her across the face. Gu Yueqing, stunned, grappled with the reality that both Jiang Yanxin and her father had struck her. Even Jiang Wan, whom she despised, had never touched her. Ugh. Weren't you also disdainful of Jiang Wan? Why must we seek her out? You are all villains, and I despise you. Gu Jinghuai knelt, grasping Gu Yueqing's arm tightly. His eyes bloodshot. If you wish to return to your former life, you must kneel and beg for her forgiveness. Gu Yueqing, you may have been naive before, but if you defy me now, I will no longer claim you as my daughter. Gu Yueqing had never witnessed such a dark, foreboding expression on Gu Jinghuai's face, and fear coursed through her. To express her gratitude to Wen Shuang and the Fu family, Madame Gu brought an array of gifts to the Fu household. She even bestowed upon Wen Shuang a 5% stake in Gu Media, which Wen Shuang repeatedly declined, yet Madame Gu insisted on gifting it to her. Who would have thought that by accumulating good deeds, one could become a billionaire? Once a year passes, and my lifeline extends. Will I be able to lounge about and indulge in male models at the White Horse Club every day? Fu Sihun couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. She still had her eye on the male models at the club? Shuang. My mother says the company is managed by professionals, and I plan to accompany her abroad for treatment. Although Wen Shuang had alleviated Madame Gu's poison, the toxins had ravaged her body for far too long, necessitating extensive care and rehabilitation. Wen Shuang understood that Jiang Wan's presence during the trip was likely an attempt to sever all ties with Gu Jinghuai and Gu Yueqing. Now that Gu the scoundrel and Gu Yueqing have arrived, they see the error of their ways. Ha! A late affection is worth less than weeds. Upon hearing Wen Shuang's heartfelt thoughts, the Fu family turned in unison to gaze out the floor-to-ceiling windows. As anticipated, they soon spotted Gu Jinghuai and Gu Yueqing. The butler entered to announce that the father and daughter wished to meet Jiang Wan. With a cold and resolute expression, Jiang Wan shook her head, refusing to see them. Upon learning of Jiang Wan's unwillingness to meet, Gu Jinghuai knelt down with Gu Yueqing by his side. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until a fine drizzle began to fall from the sky. Throughout the day, Jiang Wan remained indoors, and by evening, after having dinner with Madame Gu at the Fu residence, the mother and daughter boarded a black Bentley to depart. Gu Jinghuai, upon seeing the Bentley pull away, recognized it as Madame Gu's car. He pulled Gu Yueqing to her feet and forcefully knocked on the car window, exclaiming, Wan, I was wrong. I beg you. Please meet with me and Yuecheng. Gu Yuecheng, bewildered by Jiang Wan's unyielding heart, felt her knees ache from kneeling. She harbored deep resentment towards Jiang Wan but was also fearful of a bleak future without her mother. She echoed Gu Jinghuai's pleas, "Mummy, please forgive Yuecheng. I won't call you ugly anymore." As the window lowered, Jiang Wan's ethereal beauty was revealed to Gu Yuecheng. Staring at the transformed and stunning Jiang Wan, Gu Yuecheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Wan cast a frigid glance at Gu Jinghuai and Gu Yuecheng, declaring, "In this lifetime, I shall never forgive you." With that, she instructed the driver to accelerate. No matter how fervently Gu Jinghuai and Gu Yuecheng pursued, she never cast a glance back. Madame Gu grasped Jiang Wan's hand, her eyes filled with love and compassion. Wan, no matter what decision you make, your mother will support you." Jiang Wan nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After leaving the country, she planned to accompany her mother for recovery while furthering her studies. She aspired to be independent, resilient, and beautiful like Wen Shuang. Vowing never to be a frail housewife again, she was determined to embark on a new chapter of her life and undergo a profound transformation. By the end of August, Jiang Wan and Madame Gu had booked their flight abroad, while Fu Sitong prepared to head to the capital for university. Wen Shuang and the Fu family went to the airport to bid farewell, among whom was also Xia Lanyi. Fu Sitong clutched Wen Shuang's arm and whispered, "Sister-in-law, is there a possibility that Jiang Wan and teacher Xia could become a couple?" Wen Shuang smiled enigmatically, gesturing towards a tall figure not far from the airport. "Forget about others for now. Look over there, that's Lu Wenye. He must be reporting to the flight academy in the capital, and he's accompanied by a beautiful girl." Fu Sitong followed Wen Shuang's pointing finger and indeed spotted Lu Wenye with a striking young woman. Biting her lip, she realized the girl was Ding Li, the class beauty from their art class in high school. Could it be that they were together now? Chapter 110. A feeling of inexplicable heaviness settled in Jiang Wan's heart. After greeting the farewell party, she approached Xia Lanyi and embraced him warmly. "Teacher Xia, if the opportunity arises, when I return for further studies, let us collaborate on a song together." Xia Lanyi nodded. "Sure, I'll await your return. Wishing you and your mother a safe journey." After sharing a smile with Xia Lanyi, Jiang Wan turned to guide Madame Gu through security. Suddenly, a little girl's voice called out, "Mummy, Grandma." Gu Yuecheng and Gu Jinghuai rushed over. Gu Yuecheng's face was streaked with tears. During this time, she had endured much hardship and recalled Jiang Wan's kindness toward her, filling her with regret. She yearned to leave with Jiang Wan and Madame Gu, no longer wanting to live with Gu Jinghuai. With creditors knocking at their door daily, she had not slept well or enjoyed a decent meal. She simply could not bear such a life any longer. "Mummy, please take Yuecheng with you. I won't anger you anymore. I only want Mummy." Gu Jinghuai followed closely behind Gu Yuecheng, fervently hoping Jiang Wan would soften her heart. Even if she could not forgive him, he wished she would at least forgive Gu Yuecheng. He had promised Gu Yuecheng that as long as she could return to Jiang Wan's side, he would find a way to reconcile them. After all, he was Yuecheng's biological father and Jiang Wan's former husband. "Mummy, Yuecheng truly knows her mistakes now. It was Jiang Yanxin who deceived Yuecheng. I will never say anything to hurt you again. Please give Yuecheng another chance." Hearing Gu Yuecheng's heart-wrenching cries, Madame Gu felt a twinge of compassion. Wan, after all, Yuecheng is your flesh and blood. What if? In the past, Jiang Wan would have softened at such words. However, after everything she had endured, she had seen through Gu Jinghuai and Gu Yuecheng's true natures. "Mother, Gu Yuecheng has inherited the vile genes of the Gu family. Do not be deceived by her facade. If I were left with nothing now, she would surely take the opportunity to trample on us and spit on us." Reflecting on Jiang Wan's experiences, Madame Gu's heart, which had softened, hardened once more. "I will listen to you." Without looking back, Jiang Wan pushed Madame Gu through security. Gu Yuecheng stared at Jiang Wan's indifferent and heartless silhouette, disbelief washing over her as she collapsed to the ground. Realizing that Jiang Wan truly would not forgive her, she widened her eyes and angrily shouted, "Jiang Wan, you don't even want your own daughter. You are a wicked woman. You will surely suffer retribution. When I grow up, you will be old, and I will never take care of you." Wen Shuang and the Fu family exchanged incredulous glances at Gu Yuecheng's capriciousness. Thankfully, Jiang Wan had grown strong and resolute. Otherwise, if she had truly taken Gu Yuecheng back, her future would be filled with torment. Some children are angels. Some are simply demons. Yet another day of not wanting to have children. Madame Gu granted me 5 of the shares. I can earn dividends without lifting a finger. I might just become rich again. Should I discreetly invite third brother to take me to the White Horse Club for some fun? Noticing his elder brother's ominous gaze, Fu Xingzhou immediately scratched his head. He couldn't be blamed. He had only taken his sister-in-law there once, and now she couldn't get it out of her mind. Wasn't it his elder brother's lack of charm that was to blame? Madame Fu winked at Fu Xingzhou and whispered, "Son, when you take your sister-in-law, be sure to bring me along too." Fu Xingzhou then received an intense glare from his father. As their business vehicle returned to the Fu residence, Wen Shuang sensed a peculiar atmosphere. She gently poked Fu Xiqing's arm. "Darling, you haven't spoken to me in 40 minutes. Fu Xiqing pressed his lips together. "I have some free time this afternoon. Would you like me to take you to the White Horse Club to order a male model?" Wen Shuang blinked innocently. "Darling, do you want to hear what you're saying? I've been glued to you lately. I have no desire to go to the White Horse Club for male models. Besides, you're so handsome. The male models there can't even compare to your pinky. Why does he always put on a sour face in front of me? Stinky man, retreat. The male models at the White Horse Club are well behaved. They do whatever I say, and even call me sister. If he won't even call me sister, after a year of divorce, he won't see my shadow. I'll consider it a loss." Fu Xingzhou buried his face in the back of the seat, laughing so hard his shoulders shook. Madame Fu quickly sent Fu Xiqing a message. "Your wife wants you to call her sister. Just do it. Being a big man won't cost you anything." Fu Xiqing's lips twitched slightly. "I am older than her." Fu's mother retorted, "Don't be so self-righteous. What your wife says is final." Fu Xiqing fell silent. Once on the plane, Fu Sichuang found her seat. To her surprise, seated beside her was Lu Wenye. He was already settled in, sporting sunglasses, arms crossed over his chest, exuding an air of rugged beauty with a high nose and a wild, carefree demeanor. Fu Sichuang's seat was by the window, necessitating her passage in front of Lu Wenye, who was sprawled with his legs wide apart, nearly occupying the space ahead. As she prepared to ask Lu Wenye to adjust his position, a delicate tap landed on her slender shoulder from behind. Fu Sichuang. Turning around, she beheld Ding Li, the class beauty from the art department, standing there with a look of curiosity in her almond-shaped eyes. "Is there something you need?" Ding Li, casting an admiring glance at the strikingly handsome yet rebellious Lu Wenye, lowered her voice. "My seat is separated from Lu Wenye's. Could you possibly switch with me?" Fu Sichuang furrowed her brows, questioning, "Did Lu Wenye ask you to switch? You used to despise Lu Wenye, didn't you? It was common knowledge back in high school. I want to switch so that it won't be awkward when you two meet." Fu Sichuang had no intention of swapping seats. She had learned much from her sister-in-law lately, understanding the importance of having one's own opinions and judgment. Casting her gaze at Lu Wenye, who appeared to be dozing off, she gently tapped his arm. "Lu Wenye." He pushed his sunglasses up to his forehead, sleepily meeting her gaze. Upon recognizing her, he raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. Fu Sichuang bit her lip, her delicate features softening. "Lu Wenye, my seat is next to you. If you prefer not to sit with me, I can switch with Ding Li." Unbeknownst to her, her voice carried a hint of playful reproach. Lu Wenye felt as if his heart had been scratched by a kitten's paw. "Do as you wish," he replied, willing to respect her choice if she desired to sit elsewhere. Fu Sichuang remained oblivious to Lu Wenye's inner thoughts. His nonchalant demeanor inexplicably stirred a sense of discomfort within her. Chapter 111. Her confession. "May I be your girlfriend?" But then she recalled that she was not special to him, so why should he treat her differently? Moreover, as Ding Li had pointed out, she had distanced herself from Lu Wenye in high school for Song Yu. Everyone knew she had no feelings for him. Now that her relationship with Song Yu had ended, and having learned that Lu Wenye was her savior, did that mean he owed her something special? She realized she might be being overly sentimental and unreasonable. Suppressing the sourness in her heart, she declared, "I will sit according to the boarding pass." She was unwilling to compromise for Ding Li. Lu Wenye gazed intently at Fu Sichuang, initially believing she would swap seats with Ding Li to avoid any awkwardness. He sensed a change in her compared to before, yet he could not pinpoint exactly what had altered. "All right, you can sit wherever you like," he conceded, retracting his legs to allow her passage. Ding Li's displeasure was evident when Fu Sichuang refused to switch seats. She could not comprehend Fu Sichuang's mentality. Hadn't she always loathed Lu Wenye? Failing to secure a seat change with Fu Sichuang, Ding Li tried to swap with the passenger in front of Lu Wenye instead. "Lu Wenye, do you have time during the National Day holiday? Let's go to a concert together," she eagerly invited. Lu Wenye, displaying little enthusiasm, responded, "Do you know what closed training is?" Ding Li pouted. "You can't possibly have no time off at all, right? If you're free, how about we hike the Great Wall? Or visit the Forbidden City?" Let's see when the time comes. Fu Situang was aware that in recent years, the Lu and Ding families had grown closer. With Lu Wenye and Ding Li coming from comparable backgrounds, she wondered if their families would eventually arrange a union between the two. The thought of Lu Wenye marrying another woman tightened her chest with an inexplicable feeling of possessiveness. Determined to block out any further conversation between Lu Wenye and Ding Li, Fu Situang donned her headphones and turned her gaze toward the window. After the plane took off, Lu Wenye noticed that Fu Situang had turned her back to him, frowning slightly. Hadn't she said she wanted to be friends not long ago? Why did she seem to harbor disdain for him now? Reaching out, he removed her right earphone. Inquiring, "What are you listening to?" Fu Situang attempted to reclaim her earphone, but Lu Wenye swiftly placed it in his own ear. It was a song about heartbreak. A smirk curled at the corner of Lu Wenye's lips, his eyes revealing an enigmatic emotion. "Still not over your heartbreak?" Fu Situang snatched back her earphone, regarding the striking yet rebellious young man with a stiff expression. "I've long moved on. It was merely a random song. Don't overanalyze." Lu Wenye clicked his tongue. "Fu Yuan. I've noticed you're quite haughty in front of me. What have I done to offend you?" Fu Situang's long lashes fluttered as she struggled to meet his deep gaze, lowering her head. "I didn't mean to offend. It was her own issue." Ever since she spotted him with Ding Li at the airport, her spirits had plummeted. She recognized this was irrational, yet she could not rein in her frustration. "You're about to start at a new school. Cheer up. Who knows, a better boyfriend might be waiting for you." Lu Wenye's words only deepened Fu Situang's discontent. She turned away, unwilling to engage further. Lu Wenye scratched his nose, puzzled as to how he had upset her again. Ding Li glanced back at Lu Wenye, whispering, "Why bother with her? It's common knowledge she despises you. Don't become the lickspit lie to test." Lu Wenye, just leave. After a while of flying, Fu Situang turned back. Lu Wenye had readjusted his sunglasses on his prominent nose, arms crossed over his chest, his lips pressed together, his handsome features wild yet sharply defined. Surely, he must have dozed off. Fu Situang watched him for a long time until her eyes began to ache before averting her gaze. She closed her eyes, preparing to nap, unaware that the boy beside her had opened his deep eyes beneath his sunglasses. He turned to her, puzzled, wondering why she had been staring at him for so long. Did he have something on his face? With half an hour remaining until their arrival in the capital, Ding Li stood to visit the restroom. Fu Situang, wide awake, opened her eyes and, stealing a glance at Lu Wenye, saw him engrossed in a movie. Summoning her courage, she asked, "Are you and Ding Li planning to date?" Lu Wenye paused, realizing Fu Situang was addressing him, and raised an eyebrow. "You're asking me?" Fu Situang nodded. "Why would I date her? I heard that Ding Li confessed to you after the college entrance exam." Lu Wenye snickered, his tongue grazing his back teeth. "I've had many people confess to me. Should I accept every one of them?" With that, he lightly flicked her forehead. "Fu Yuan, when did you become so nosy?" As he lightly flicked her forehead with his fingertips, Fu Situang caught a whiff of the faint scent of fur emanating from him, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. "So, during your university years, do you plan to get a girlfriend?" Lu Wenye looked at Fu Situang with a lazy demeanor, his expression a blend of amusement and indifference. "Why this sudden interest in my private life?" Fu Situang's heart fluttered in disarray. She took a deep breath, poised to respond when Ding Li returned from the restroom. "Lu Wenye, let us go have dinner together after the flight, shall we?" Lu Wenye shot a cold glance at Ding Li. "Your mother only entrusted my mother with ensuring you arrive safely at school, not to dine with you. Furthermore, I have already rejected your confession. Please stop bothering me lest it leads others to misunderstand our relationship." Ding Li was taken aback. Did he truly speak like a human? With his demeanor, which girl would dare to like him besides her? Lu Wenye turned his attention back to Fu Situang. "What were you about to say?" Fu Situang, noticing Ding Li's unwavering gaze upon her, swallowed her words. "It's nothing." Upon disembarking from the plane, Fu Situang observed Lu Wenye striding ahead. Clad entirely in black, he possessed an impressive stature, tall with long legs, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, his physique surpassing even that of male models from high-end clubs. She could hardly fathom how striking he must appear in a flight uniform. How had she failed to notice his merits before? Once they exited the airport, Lu Wenye prepared to hail a taxi and turned back to Fu Situang. "You should come with us. Your school is not far from Ding Li's. I'll drop her off first, then take you." Ding Li felt a tinge of annoyance, expecting Fu Situang to refuse. To her surprise, Fu Situang nodded in agreement. After dropping off Ding Li, Lu Wenye instructed the driver to take them to Fu Situang's school. Fu Situang remained silent throughout the ride. Upon alighting, She called out to Lu Wenye, "Could you step out for a moment? I have something to say." Lu Wenye asked the driver to wait briefly, then approached Fu Sitong. "What is it?" Gazing into his striking yet rebellious face, Fu Sitong inhaled deeply and said, "Lu Wenye, if you ever decide to get a girlfriend, could you please consider me first?" As soon as the words left her mouth, her heart nearly leapt into her throat. Chapter 112. In his eyes. There has always been only her. Fu Sitong had never felt so anxious and flustered. In that moment, the world around her seemed to fade, her heartbeat echoing in her ears like thunder. Each second stretched indefinitely, as if centuries had passed. She was unsure where she found the courage to voice her feelings, but the thought of him potentially choosing another girl terrified her. She refused to let her timidity and weakness cause her to miss out on such a remarkable boy. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Wenye's deep-set eyes. He had never anticipated Fu Sitong would express such feelings so suddenly. His heart raced uncontrollably. Heaven knows how long he had awaited this day. Yet, after the initial surge of exhilaration, he quickly regained his composure. Leaning slightly closer to Fu Sitong, he lowered his head. The invigorating scent of youth enveloped her as he approached. Staring at his increasingly magnified handsome face, she swallowed hard. "Lu Wenye." Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered, and she thought he might lean in to kiss her. Just as she prepared to close her eyes, he unexpectedly flicked her forehead lightly. "Not considering." Those 3 words plunged Fu Sitong into a chilling abyss. She felt as if the ground had shifted beneath her, a wave of disappointment and bitterness washing over her. Her long lashes quivered like wounded butterfly wings as she forcibly turned her head away, avoiding Lu Wenye's gaze. Fearful of shedding tears in front of him, seeing her eyes redden and her expression verge on tears, Lu Wenye opened his mouth to speak, but then watched in astonishment as she suddenly broke into laughter. "Haha, Lu Wenye, you fell for my trick, didn't you? I was just joking. You didn't take me seriously, did you?" Lu Wenye furrowed his brows. "You were joking?" Fu Sitong laughed so hard that tears nearly spilled from her eyes. She hurriedly wiped them away. "Of course. Did you think I would actually like you? I was just teasing you to see your reaction. Please don't take it to heart." Lu Wenye glared at Fu Sitong in mild irritation. "Fu Yuan, you are getting bolder by the day." Luckily, he was self-aware enough to know she would never truly develop feelings for him. Fu Sitong patted Lu Wenye's arm. "All right, let us just remain good friends. When you eventually get a girlfriend, don't forget to inform me, okay?" She reached into her bag and presented him with a talisman. "I specifically asked my sister-in-law to get this. Keep it on you for safety." Lu Wenye glanced at the talisman she handed over. "So, you wanted me to get out of the car just to give me this?" "Of course. Did you genuinely think I was going to confess to you?" She turned to leave, pulling her suitcase behind her. "I need to go register for school now, goodbye." Without waiting for Lu Wenye to respond, Fu Sitong walked away. As she brushed past him, her heart ached, and the tears she had been holding back flowed freely, like pearls falling from a broken string. At home, Wen Shuang, Fu's mother, Fu Xingzhou, and Fu Songyu were engaged in a game of mahjong. Wen Shuang was on a winning streak, her spirits high. Suddenly, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was a video call from Fu Sitong. Wen Shuang answered the call, and upon seeing Fu Sitong's teary eyes and red nose, she asked with concern, "Little sister Sitong, why are you crying?" Fu's mother and the others hurried over to Wen Shuang's side. Upon seeing Fu Sitong in distress, Fu Xingzhou immediately exclaimed, "Little sister, tell me who bullied you." Fu's mother and Fu Songyu also inquired about what had happened. Fu Sitong sniffled, "No one bullied me. I just wanted to ask my sister-in-law if my destined partner is Lu Wenye." Wen Shuang nodded. "From a metaphysical perspective, the bond between you two is quite profound." Fu Sitong felt even more aggrieved. "But he rejected me." Wen Shuang promptly opened her spiritual insight. It turns out little sister Sitong took the initiative to confess to Lu Wenye, only to be rejected by him. This young man, does he plan to face the flames of love's trials in the future? He couldn't even articulate a clear reason for his rejection. "Little sister Sitong, may I ask, did you suddenly express your feelings for Lu Wenye because he once saved you? If it had been someone else who saved you, would you still have confessed to him?" Fu Sitong paused for a moment. In truth, she was unsure whether her feelings for Lu Wenye were genuine or intertwined with gratitude. "You once liked Songyu for the kindness he showed you in your childhood, so you must clarify your own feelings before bravely pursuing love." After ending the video call, Fu Sitong fell into deep contemplation. Just as she struggled to untangle her turbulent emotions, her phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, her heart skipped a beat. It was Lu Wenye. Fu Sitong answered the call, and Lu Wenya's voice came through. I'm downstairs at your girls' dormitory. Upon hearing this, Fu Sitong hurried to the balcony to glance outside. Sure enough, Lu Wenya stood at the base of the dormitory. He sported a tidy short haircut, tall with long legs. His angular features exuding a rugged charm, strikingly handsome yet audacious. Numerous girls coming and going cast him awestruck glances, with some daring souls even approaching him for his contact information. After ending her call, Fu Sitong splashed her face with water and hurried downstairs. She jogged up to Lu Wenya, striving to adopt the most casual tone as she inquired, "Why haven't you left yet?" Lu Wenya revealed a hidden mousse cake from behind his back. "This is your favorite flavor from childhood." Fu Sitong shot him a surprised glance. "You still remember after all this time?" Lu Wenya raised an eyebrow, his gaze penetrating as he replied, "Of course, I shall never forget Fu Yuanyu and S preferences." Upon hearing this, the emotions Fu Sitong had strived to contain began to surge uncontrollably. She turned her head away, hastily wiping her tears. Despite her reminders to maintain composure in front of him, she found it impossible to do so. Lu Wenya appeared somewhat flustered. He quickly lifted his hand to wipe away her tears. "It's my fault for making you cry again. Truth be told, when you asked that question at the school gate, my heart was elated. But I was uncertain if you merely wished to repay me for the kindness I showed you in childhood. I've always said that you need not feel indebted for that small act of kindness. If one day you genuinely find yourself in love with me, you need not confess. I would take the initiative to approach you. I can sense that your feelings for me now lean more towards gratitude than affection. Over the years, we've had little interaction, and you don't truly know me yet. I don't mind waiting a few more years. You must understand, I have never liked anyone else. In my eyes, there has always been only you. Only you, Fu Yuanyuan." Chapter 113. She willingly embraced him with a warm hug. When Wen Shuang received Fu Sitong's video call again, her eyes sparkled with joy, her smile sweet and deep, like the sunshine breaking through after a rainstorm. Filled with surprise and relief. "Sister-in-law, Lu Wenya has confessed that he has liked me for a long time. He will wait until I truly like him before he confesses." Heaven knows how deeply moved she was to hear those words. Fu Sitong wanted to let out a sharp squeal but feared it might startle Wen Shuang.
Sister-in-law.
How could I have been so foolish as to misidentify my savior? Why would Lu Wenya still like me? Wen Shuang, watching Fu Sitong's naive demeanor, could not help but chuckle. "Sister Sitong, do not belittle yourself. You possess numerous virtues, genuineness, kindness, and proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As for when Lu Wenya began to harbor feelings for you, that is something you must discover for yourself. I cannot divulge everything." In truth, Wen Shuang anticipated that Fu Sitong and Lu Wenya's relationship would encounter some turbulence, though she could not discern the nature of these challenges. This was because Fu Sitong's original fate had already been altered by her. Previously, her romance with Song Yu had culminated in a tragic end where she was brutally murdered, severing her ties with Lu Wenya entirely. Thus, they could only wait for the tribulations to arise and respond to them with unwavering resolve. Once Fu Songyu's design draft was completed, the fortune-telling establishment began renovations. This process would take some time, and Wen Shuang headed to the television station for a report. However, she had little interest in the reporter position. It seemed she would be unable to fulfill the original owner's dream of becoming a top-notch journalist. That's strange. I haven't seen Wen Liao at the station lately. Didn't she just get discharged after donating a kidney? Fu Xingzhou, like a sycophant, approached with an iPad in hand. "Sister-in-law, have you seen the trending topics on Weibo? Wen Liao is participating in director Xiao's variety show Survivor in the Wilderness." Wen Shuang took the iPad and glanced at it. Wen Liao is so daring. She barely recovered from her surgery, and instead of resting, she rushes off to join Survivor in the Wilderness. Is she trying to court danger? In the official announcement for Survivor in the Wilderness, there is an actor named Yi Silai, rumored to be a mysterious and low-profile prince of the Beijing Circle. Wen Liao likely wants to latch onto him, risking her life to join the show. Fu Xingzhou nodded thoughtfully. He knew of Yi Silai, a talented actor of similar age, whose entry into the entertainment industry was said to be in search of his long-lost sister. "Sister-in-law, since Wen Liao is participating in Survivor in the Wilderness, why don't you join me?" Wen Shuang glanced at the announcement list and, unsurprisingly, saw Fu Xingzhou's name as well. "Third brother, you're participating too?" Fu Xingzhou nodded. "My manager secured this variety show for me before I joined Idol 101. I enjoy adventure and find it interesting. Besides, it would enhance my exposure, so I didn't decline." Recently, Fu Xingzhou had been contemplating backing out, as following his sister-in-law as gossip had extinguished any ambition he had. If he went out to film the variety show, he couldn't continue to enjoy the gossip with her, feeling he would miss out on several fortunes. Yet he wasn't in need of money. Sister-in-law, since you don't like being a reporter and the fortune-telling establishment is still under renovation, why not accompany me to film the variety show? You know, the entertainment industry is rife with gossip. You could not only enjoy the gossip and do some fortune-telling but also deal with Wen Liao and promote your fortune-telling establishment. It's a threefold benefit. What do you think? Wow, who would have thought that the once naive Fu San, nearly losing his life due to a ghostly girlfriend, is now so astute? Fu Xingzhou's lips curled into a proud smile. Hee, I've been praised by my sister-in-law again. I truly am a clever boy. Just then, Fu Xiqing returned from outside and overheard Wen Shuang's thoughts. With a stern expression, he admonished, Fu Xingzhou, are you a baby who cannot walk independently? You want to take your sister-in-law to a male model club or into the wilderness to film a variety show? She will never agree to that. Fu Xingzhou blinked his charming eyes, why not? Fu Xiqing ignored him and approached Wen Shuang, his dark eyes gazing deeply into hers. Shuang, I will be going on a business trip to France in a few days and intend to take you with me. Wen Shuang, who had never traveled abroad, assumed he was inviting her on a trip and she would happily accept. However, the next moment, she delivered a cold rejection. No. Going abroad is nowhere near as fun as filming a variety show. Third brother is right, the entertainment industry is full of gossip. And it's a chance to accumulate merit while teasing Wen Liao and boosting your visibility to promote your fortune-telling establishment. A threefold benefit, hee. Fu Xiqing's gaze turned icy as he shot a glare at Fu Xingzhou, his jaw clenched.
Fu
Xingzhou. Fearing that Fu Xiqing might beat him into submission, quickly pulled him aside and said, Brother, taking sister-in-law to film a variety show would actually benefit your relationship.
You see,
you've been by her side every day, yet she hasn't shown any feelings for you, indicating that you lack a special charm for her. If we film in a harsh environment, you can showcase your domineering capabilities. For instance, with no internet in the mountains, you can set up a network. With all the mosquitoes, you can find ways to repel them. You could also take the opportunity to visit her, stargazing and discussing life philosophy. Even if she doesn't understand philosophy, you could delve into metaphysics. Who knows, in the wilderness, you might even catch a few ghosts dancing the disco. Fu Xiqing cast a sidelong glance at Fu Xingzhou. You sound exceedingly oily right now. Fu Xingzhou touched his face. Oily? Haha, I'm not oily. Oil is a good thing. Perhaps by the new year, Mom will save on buying oil. Fu Xiqing, utterly exasperated, resigned himself to his fate. On the day they set out to film the variety show in the mountains, Fu Xiqing presented Wen Shuang with a black suitcase. In the suitcase lay a first aid kit, containing an array of medications, adhesive bandages, antiseptic solution, insect bite relief ointment, cold medicine, gastrointestinal remedies, and motion sickness pills. The white bag housed daily necessities. I prepared a sleeping bag, wet wipes, a portable toothbrush and toothpaste, hand sanitizer, and a flashlight for you. As for food, there were compressed biscuits, beef jerky, dried fruits, and outdoor gear. Before Fu Xiqing could finish his sentence, Wen Shuang suddenly lunged forward, enveloping him in a warm embrace.
Oh dear.
I never expected my usually grumpy husband to be so supportive in times of need. It truly moves me. Fu Xiqing gazed down at Wen Shuang, his dark, profound eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Can we not go? The penalty for breach of contract will be paid by your husband. Wen Shuang lifted her gaze to meet his, her determination unwavering. No, I must go. I can already sense that there are many juicy stories awaiting me. He. Fu Xiqing, well aware of Wen Shuang's resolute nature, smiled indulgently. Then, before we depart, may I receive a kiss from my wife? Chapter 114. Ah, so many explosive revelations. Wen Shuang stood on her tiptoes, generously planting a kiss on either side of the handsome man's face. He asked for a kiss, and I bestowed an extra. I truly am a beautiful and kind-hearted fairy. Fu Xiqing's lips twitched slightly. Wen Shuang, how is this any different from how you greet Xintian? Fu Xingzhou interjected immediately. Brother, there's definitely a difference. My sister-in-law wouldn't greet me that way. Before he could finish his sentence, Fu Xiqing, with a swift movement, kicked him aside. Does your sister-in-law dare to kiss you? Do you have the audacity to want it? Fu Xiqing's voice turned icy. Fu Xingzhou felt a shiver run down his spine. I wouldn't dare. With a stern expression, Fu Xiqing commanded, while recording the show, take good care of your sister-in-law. If anything happens to her, I won't spare you. Rest assured, Your Highness. I promise to ensure not a single hair on my sister-in-law's head is harmed. The group descended the stairs to find Fu Dad and Fu Mom hauling a suitcase from their room. Mom. Dad. Where are you going? Fu Xingzhou inquired. Fu Mom chuckled. I invested 20 million in survival in the wilderness. I'm now one of the investors, and I'm going to supervise on site. Fu Xingzhou's lips twitched. You're not going to supervise. You just want to follow along to indulge in the gossip. Fu Dad scratched his head. I've been lacking inspiration for my paintings lately, so I'm heading to the mountains for some creative rejuvenation and to keep your mother company. She's always worried I might be seduced by your aunt. Fu Mom fiercely pinched Fu Dada's arm, lowering her voice menacingly. You're safe for now. But once I'm gone, she'll be all over you. Are you blind? Or have you always had an eye for her, mistaking her for me? Fu Dad felt a chill run down his spine. He was truly wronged. Dear, your health has been adequately treated. You needn't worry about an early demise. Fu Mom interrupted him. I'm not worried. If you cheat, I'll reclaim my single status and go to the White Horse Club with my daughter-in-law to order male models. Fu Dad. The family climbed into the car, heading to the airport. Fu Xiqing stood alone at the villa's entrance, watching the group depart. Fu Xingzhou glanced at Fu Xiqing through the rearview mirror, contemplating that with Tong going off to university and with his second sister and Zhou Jingma together, while the fourth and fifth brothers were absent, they were leaving their eldest brother alone to record the show. He looked rather solitary and forlorn. Fu Xingzhou began to sing The Cold, Cold Ice Rain, slaps against my face. Fu Mom slapped the back of Fu Xingzhou's head. Look at the cows by the roadside. They're all in pairs, you. A single dog. Dare to mock your brother? Fu Xingzhou. Witnessing the scene, Wen Shuang couldn't help but burst into laughter. What should I do? I'm increasingly fond of the atmosphere in the Fu family. After disembarking the plane, they boarded the program crew's vehicle heading to the mountain village. Thanks to Fu Mom's investor status, Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou were seated in a luxurious business vehicle. Aside from them, the rest of the occupants were crew members. Wen Shuang scanned the interior and gasped internally. Indeed, my third brother did not deceive me. This vehicle is filled with gossip. That producer. His wife suspects him of infidelity, yet she has never caught the mistress. Unbeknownst to her, there is indeed a mistress, though not of the human variety. The Fu family gasped in horror.
Not human?
Could it be a ghost? The mistress is overseas. Fu family members. Ah, a foreign ghost? It's a dolphin from an animal brothel. Goodness, this shatters all conventions. Modern people truly know how to have fun. Fu family members. Soga? Just as many in the vehicle were flattering and appeasing the producer, he suddenly felt several disdainful gazes directed at him. The producer turned to look and found Fu Mom, Fu Dad, and Fu Xingzhou glaring at him as if they had discovered him in a compromising position. Aside from the overseas incident, he was relatively respectable in the industry. Could it be that something unsightly was on his face? The producer quickly raised his hand to touch his face. There was nothing there. Upon looking back at the Fu family, he noticed they had shifted their gaze away. He had no grievances with the Fu family. They could not possibly openly disdain him. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. The Fu family disregarded the producer again, as they overheard another piece of gossip. That deputy director, Qin Lai, has a dark aura, recently facing a calamity that endangers his life. The Fu family quickly turned their attention to Qin Lai. Qin Lai, a graduate of the Film Academy, was considered a senior to Fu Xingzhou. He was warm, friendly, and talented, rising from humble beginnings to become a deputy director. It had not been an easy journey for him. How could he be facing a life-threatening situation? Did good people not live long? Qin Lai's net worth should be over 10 million now. He married his high school crush, unaware that she once dated a punk and was attracted to that type. Not long after their marriage, Qin Lai's goddess rekindled her relationship with the punk, who aimed to take everything from Qin Lai. Having undergone plastic surgery to resemble him, just waiting for Qin Lai to record a variety show in the mountains, so he could quietly come to eliminate him and fully replace him. The Fu family, so sinister. Fu Xingzhou clenched his teeth inwardly, determined to remind Qin Lai to be cautious when there were no others around. Fu Dad and Fu Mom occupied the last row, sitting alongside a couple of advertisers, who were regarded as a model couple in the industry. Fu Xingzhou quietly asked Wen Shuang, sister-in-law, that couple talking to Dad and Mom, do they truly love each other or is it just a facade? Wen Shuang turned to glance, a facade. Should I warn my in-laws to be cautious? That couple loves to play wife-swapping games. Just as Fu Mom was about to politely shake hands with the man, hearing Wen Shuang's thoughts, she hurriedly withdrew her hand. Ah, how unlucky. Thank goodness she didn't succeed. Sister-in-law, do we have any sweet or juicy gossip in this vehicle? Wen Shuang surveyed the car and replied, of course, there are some delightful tales. For instance, that crew member, his playmate, is the village guardian, who has a bit of a low IQ. Upon learning that his playmate was bullied, he rushed back to stand up for him. During festivals, he even brings his playmate to the city for dinner, and he has built a villa in the countryside, planning to retire there with his playmate when the time comes. The Fu family, that crew member is indeed a good person. And that talented fashion designer, she has rescued several drowning children. With a heart full of kindness and accumulating good deeds, one shall naturally find success and be blessed abundantly. Fu Xingzhou silently resolved to perform more good deeds in the future. Sister-in-law, what do you think of Director Xiao? Fu Xingzhou noticed that while sister-in-law spoke at length, she notably omitted any mention of Director Xiao Ting'an. Wen Shuang let out a light scoff, not impressive at all. A hypocrite, evil will eventually be repaid. Chapter 115. Wow, wow, wow. Fu Xingzhou was taken aback. Xiao Ting'an's family background was intricate. His rise to becoming a prominent director was quite inspirational. It was rumored that he was molested by his Chinese teacher in high school, nearly losing his innocence. He had traversed numerous hardships, and Fu Xingzhou had initially thought him to be a good person. What could he have done to earn sister-in-law's disdain? Fu Xingzhou felt a gnawing curiosity. Wen Shuang, growing weary of gossip, yawned. I'm going to take a nap. Wake me when we arrive. Fu Xingzhou responded with a couple of O's. It seemed that the juicy details about Director Xiao would not be revealed anytime soon. The Great Wilderness Survival is inspired by the ancient and mysterious Shan Hai Jing, which invites celebrity guests to step out of their urban comfort zones and delve into the wilderness, seeking the essence of nature and life. The production team has invited 6 guests, 3 men and 3 women, who travel by car to a private airport before boarding a private plane to the forest. Amidst ancient trees that block out the sun, the 6 guests disembark and formally meet. Upon seeing Wen Shuang, Wen Liao's eyes widened in disbelief. The two exchanged glances, and Wen Shuang wore a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. For reasons unknown, Wen Liao felt a chill at the sight of Wen Shuang's smile. In recent months, every encounter with Wen Shuang had left her in disarray. The last time, her attempt to use Song Yu for publicity had cost her a kidney. Fortunately, news had recently broken that Song Yu was apprehended on the first day of school. Wen Liao couldn't shake the feeling that Wen Shuang's presence on the same program was a harbinger of trouble. Before the cameras, Wen Liao dared not confront Wen Shuang directly and merely shot her a subtle glare. Wen Shuang glanced at 2 of the male guests and 1 female guest. Her gaze landed on the aloof and distinguished Yi Silin, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. However, she quickly shifted her attention to the sweet and charming female guest, Xia Sibei, who had just returned from being a trainee in the land of pickled vegetables. Full of youthful exuberance and charm, Wen Shuang's gaze then moved to Director Xiao Ting'an, a knowing look sparkling in her beautiful eyes. Ah, so that is how it is. Fu Xingzhou, standing beside Wen Shuang, felt a surge of anxiety. Sister-in-law glanced at Xia Sibei and then at Director Xiao. Was there some connection between them? After all, Director Xiao was significantly older than Xia Sibei. Could her participation in this program be the result of some unspoken arrangement? Once the 6 guests introduced themselves, Xiao Ting'an explained the rules. There were 6 star fruits hidden in the mountains, and the first to find one would gain early access to the ancient village for lodging and fine dining. Fu Xingzhou leaned in and whispered to Wen Shuang, sister-in-law, do you know where the star fruit is? How long will it take if we find it? Wen Shuang replied, we should follow the production team's rules. If I were to use my clairvoyance, wouldn't that strip away all challenge? Fu Xingzhou nodded, agreeing with her reasoning. According to the production team's regulations, guests were not allowed to bring their luggage into the mountains until tasks were completed. The production team laid out an array of tools, including positioning devices, compasses, first aid kits, and various knives. After glancing at the sky, Wen Shuang chose a knife. Upon seeing her choice, Wen Liao couldn't help but laugh. Wen Shuang, are you foolish? With so many useful tools, you pick a mere knife? Though we are in the wilderness, it is not an ancient forest filled with dangerous beasts. What use could a simple knife possibly serve? Wen Shuang ignored Wen Liao and turned to Fu Xingzhou. It looks like it might rain soon. Let us not rush to find the star fruit. We should first chop down some trees to build a simple shelter. As soon as she spoke, both Wen Liao and one of the male guests, Fang Zihuan, couldn't suppress their laughter. With the sun shining so brightly, how could it possibly rain? Wen Shuang. You're just trying to attract attention, aren't you? Fu Xingzhou shot a glare at Wen Liao and Fang Zihuan, thinking, if you can't speak sensibly, maybe you should just keep quiet. The comments in the live chat exploded at that moment. How exciting! The show has just begun, and they're already at each other's throats. Indeed, Wen Shuang was garnering attention, with the sun blazing overhead. Where could rain possibly come from? What a pretentious act. Wen Shuang disregarded Wen Liao and Fang Zihuan, leading Fu Xingzhou towards a suitable area for their shelter. Meanwhile, Wen Liao and Fang Zihuan ventured deeper into the mountains, hoping to find the star fruit first and avoid camping out in the open. Yi Silin cast a glance at Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou, hesitating briefly before joining their group. Is there anything I can help with? Wen Shuang replied, you can collect branches and vines. Xia Sibei looked towards where Wen Liao had gone, then back to Wen Shuang, ultimately deciding to join Wen Shuang's team. With clearly defined roles, the four of them constructed a simple yet sturdy shelter in less than half an hour. Just as they laid the final banana leaf atop their creation, dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky, heavy enough to seem as if they might descend upon them, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Soon, a torrential downpour began. Fu Xingzhou, heart racing, patted his chest, relieved that they had avoided getting drenched. Xia Sibei turned to Wen Shuang. Sister, what kind of rain is this? Why did it fall so suddenly? Wen Shuang explained, this is convective rain. In such rugged mountainous areas, the ground heats unevenly, causing intense air convection, and moisture rapidly condenses into clouds, leading to sudden and fierce rainfall. Is Wen Shuang a harbinger of bad luck? For those who previously claimed she was merely putting on airs, do you feel embarrassed now? It was undeniable. Not only was Wen Shuang beautiful, but she was also intelligent. The coordination of their shelter had been her doing. I see Wen Shuang as a cunning vixen. Oh dear, I hope Brother Silin isn't enchanted by her. Yi Silin was an actor, not an idol. Toxic fans should stay away. After the rain subsided, as Wen Shuang's team prepared to ascend the mountain, Wen Liao and Fang Zihuan came running toward them, drenched and disheveled. Both resembled drowned rats. Wen Liao glared at the dry and unbothered Wen Shuang, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. How could someone raised in the countryside predict the weather? Sneezing several times, Wen Liao asked the director if she could change into dry clothes before heading back into the mountains, but the director shook his head. Once the show commenced, they had to adhere to the rules. Unless they found the star fruit, no requests could be made to the production team. Rubbing her nose, which felt uncomfortable since losing a kidney had weakened her immunity, Wen Liao glanced at Yi Silin, recalling her purpose for joining the program. This time, she did not pair off with Fang Zihuan, but rather followed Wen Shuang's group. Sister-in-law, Wen Liao is following us. Wen Shuang raised an eyebrow. Indifferent. Let her. As they walked into the mountains, Wen Shuang observed her surroundings, knowing that the star fruit thrived in valleys with heavy moisture and abundant water sources. Fu Xingzhou nodded, acknowledging her understanding. After nearly 2 hours of searching, he suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. Sister-in-law, there's a sound of water over there. With that, Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou hurried towards the sound. She cleared away a thicket of dense bushes and exclaimed in delight, "Third brother, we found it." Behind the bushes lay 2 fruits radiating a brilliant blue light, the coveted starry fruits hidden by the production team. "Hooray, we found them!" Fu Xingzhou exclaimed, filled with excitement. Following his sister-in-law meant he had to endure no hardship. It was as if they were on an effortless path to victory. The production team was astounded to see that Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou had discovered the 2 starry fruits in just 2 hours. According to their estimates, it would take at least 10 hours to reach the spot. Had they somehow activated a cheat code? They had found the fruits without facing any challenges. What was left for the show to showcase? Fortunately, the other 4 participants had yet to find anything. Xia Sibei, taken aback by Wen Shuang's cleverness, mustered her courage to ask, "Sister, do you know where else the starry fruits might grow?" Although the fruits were arranged by the directing team, they would also consider the habitats of the fruits when hiding them near caves, ancient tree hollows, or their roots. Xia Sibei expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sister." Having completed their task ahead of schedule, Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou prepared to descend the mountain. As they passed through a grove of trees, they suddenly heard a wailing cry. Fu Xingzhou's hair stood on end. "Sister-in-law, do you hear that crying?" "Yes," she responded. The burly cameraman trailing behind them nodded nervously. I heard it too. It's terrifying to hear a cry with the sky darkening like this." Wen Shuang instructed Fu Xingzhou and the cameraman to stay put while she ventured towards the sound. The cameraman watched her slender figure retreat, his face paling as he swallowed hard. Was she not afraid? Fu Xingzhou urged the cameraman to turn off the live feed. Let's go see what's happening. The cameraman trembled. What if there are ghosts? The two followed Wen Shuang toward the source of the weeping. As she parted the dense branches, Fu Xingzhou and the cameraman leaned in to take a look. The sight before them caused the cameraman to drop the camera slung over his shoulder. Leaping onto Fu Xingzhou in terror. Ah, what the hell? Chapter 116, Tears of Emotion. A heart-wrenching scene. Behind the branches and grass sat a girl. Her face smeared with blood, long hair in disarray, wearing an old, tattered white dress. A gust of wind swept through, causing her hair to flutter, revealing her hollow, blood-red eyes. In her arms, she cradled a lifeless black dog, its body twisted in a grotesque manner as if it had been brutally broken. A nauseating stench lingered in the air. The cameraman clung to Fu Xingzhou, his legs wrapped around his waist, screaming more horrifically than the girl's cries. Fu Xingzhou felt an inkling of fear but was overwhelmed by the weight of the 200-pound man clinging to him. Damn it, have you considered my poor back? He forcefully pushed the cameraman to the ground, rubbing his aching waist. With my sister-in-law around, no evil spirit can approach us. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sound of barking echoed through the air. The cameraman glanced at the deceased black dog in the girl's arms, trembling all over. Despite the dog being dead, where did the barking come from? Fu Xingzhou scanned the surroundings, seeing no other dogs, yet the sharp, urgent barking rang in his ears. It was all too eerie. Sister-in-law, what is going on? Are the girl and the dog ghosts? When Shuang cast a glance at a transparent shadow behind the girl, it was the dog's spirit, baring its teeth and barking fiercely at them. Her gaze shifted gently to the girl hugging the dog's corpse, her voice softening. Little sister, are you here to find your black dog? The girl blinked through her tear-blurred eyes, trembling as she replied, Little Black is dead, woo woo woo.
Ah.
The ghost spoke. When Shuang shot an admonishing glare at the cameraman, be quiet, don't make a sound. Fu Xingzhou kicked the cameraman. Did you hear what my sister-in-law said? You coward, how did you end up as a cameraman for Survivor? The cameraman looked innocent. I've never encountered anything this bizarre before. When Shuang retrieved a pack of wet wipes from her pocket and gently wiped the blood from the girl's face. You have a wound on your forehead. Let me help you with it. I bumped my head while looking for Little Black. Sister, can Little Black still live? After treating the girl's forehead, when Shuang was struck by her beauty, although the girl was frail, she possessed an ethereal innocence, akin to a fairy lost in a dark world, exuding a heart-wrenching fragility. It became clear why the girl held such deep affection for the black dog. It had been her companion for over a decade. The black dog had been found by the girl 10 years ago while she was foraging for wild vegetables. But her grandparents forbade her from keeping it. Instead, she shared half her meals with the dog, which, in turn, protected her whenever she was bullied in the village. When Shuang was about to inquire how the black dog had died, when a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Torches flickered in the distance as people approached. The girl clutched the black dog tighter, terrified. I don't want to go back. I want Little Black. The dog's spirit howled even more desperately, tears streaming from its eyes. When Shuang realized that the girl's family must have come looking for her, she gently advised, Little Black's spirit is right behind you. You should say your goodbyes. Raising her hand, she lightly tapped the girl's forehead. Instantly, the girl could see her beloved black dog behind her. Little Black. Little Black. Woof woof woof. Little Master. Don't cry. Little Black misses you so much. Seeing Little Black in tears, the girl reached out, wanting to wipe its tears, but her hand passed through it. Woof woof woof. Little Master, Little Black must leave now and can no longer stay by your side. The spirit of Little Black nudged the girl gently, then approached Wen Shuang. It seemed to muster all its strength, softly grasping the hem of her clothing, shaking its head slightly, letting out a low whimper. Please, save my Little Master. My Little Master is so pitiful. When Shuang's heart trembled, she understood the dog's meaning through its eyes. Seeing Wen Shuang silent, Little Black slowly lowered one leg and knelt before her. Its eyes were filled with sorrow and earnestness, trembling slightly, emitting a low, sorrowful whimper that seemed to convey the girl's years of loneliness and profound worries for her future. It knew its life had come to an end, but the Little Master still had a long life ahead. It did not want her to endure endless suffering. Yet, Little Black felt utterly powerless. It could no longer protect her future. When Shuang's eyes brimmed with tears. Since entering modern society, She had consumed much gossip, yet moments of genuine emotion were rare. At that instant, her heart ached. This spirited black dog could go to such lengths for its little master. The purity and depth of its love were profoundly moving.
All right.
You can rest easy now. I will look after your little master. Wen Shuang gently assisted the kneeling black dog to its feet. The dog nestled back into the girl's embrace, reluctant to leave until her family arrived. Xiao Chao, how did you end up on the mountain? The elderly woman at the front inquired, pulling the girl up. Your grandfather and I were worried sick. You, my dear, are becoming increasingly disobedient. It's just a dog. If your grandfather and I hadn't put it down, it could have bitten more people. Our family is not well off. Where would we find the money to compensate others? As she spoke, the elderly woman scrutinized Wen Shuang and her companions. She had heard that a celebrity was in town filming a program, and it was likely that these individuals were indeed stars from the city. You must be the celebrities from the city, she said with a disdainful gesture toward the dead black dog. You have no idea how terrifying this dog was. Just a few days ago, it suddenly went mad and bit several villagers, including Xiao Chao's uncle. Look at my son's face. It's a disaster. She pointed at a robust middle-aged man behind her, whose face bore a gaping wound, flesh torn as if by sharp claws. Myself and Xiao Chao's grandfather only killed it for the safety of our village. After all, human lives are worth more than a dog's. Tears streamed down Xiao Chao's face as she shook her head. No, Xiao He was protecting me. Before she could finish her sentence, someone covered her mouth. You, my dear, are truly disobedient. Come home with us at once. It was not until the group had walked far that Fu Xingzhou came to his senses. Sister-in-law, what should we do now? Wen Shuang pursed her lips. First, let us dig a hole and bury Xiao He. With Fu Xingzhou's assistance, they quickly excavated a grave. After laying Xiao He to rest, they made their way down the mountain. Guopai, no longer feeling as frightened, couldn't he help but ask, was that black dog really that vicious? I saw how severe the injuries were on Xiao Chao's uncle. If a dog clawed me like that, I would have killed it too. Wen Shuang remained silent, her expression taut. Fu Xingzhou had never seen her so serious before. He shot a glance at Guopai. Haven't you heard the saying, without knowing the whole story, it is better to remain silent? Ah, Guopai replied. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Fu's parents approached them. What happened to the live stream? Did something go wrong? Fu Xingzhou briefly recounted their encounter with Xiao Chao. Wen Shuang, meanwhile, walked over to Director Xiao to collect the pass to Wangjia village. You and Fu Xingzhou have found the Xingyao fruit first. You may head to Wangjia village for dinner and can stay at the village chief's house tonight. Wen Shuang accepted the pass and calmly stated, I want to stay at Wang Xiao Chao's house. Before the program began, Xiao Ting'an had researched Wangjia village. Wang Xiao Chao's family was the poorest in the village. Xiao Ting'an frowned slightly at Wen Shuang's rebelliousness. Are you certain? Wen Shuang nodded. I am certain. After receiving a call from Director Xiao, the village chief went to inform Old Man Wang and Old Lady Wang. They prepared dinner and rooms as per the program's requirements. Although their conditions were not good, they had plenty of rooms available. Not long after Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou arrived at Old Man Wang's house, Wen Liao and Yi Silin also appeared. Wen Shuang cast a disdainful glance at Wen Liao. Wen Liao remained as despicable as ever. It was originally Xia Sibei who found the Xingyao fruit, but she seized it while Xia Sibei was down. Wen Liao felt no shame in her actions, believing it was Xia Sibei's misfortune for falling at the last moment. Wen Shuang, the village chief's house is a newly built building. Why would you choose to stay at the poorest family in the village? Do you crave attention and want to be famous that badly? Wen Shuang replied with a calm demeanor, refusing to engage with the foolish Wen Liao. The comment section buzzed. What does Wen Shuang mean? I just checked online. She and Wen Liao are still sisters. Why does she seem to be targeting her sister so harshly? Is it really necessary to be so venomous toward her own sister? I think Wen Liao isn't wrong. Why would Wen Shuang choose to live in such a dilapidated place instead of the village chief's house? Isn't she just trying to stand out? And now she makes us, her sister Liao, come to this poor house for dinner. I feel for sister Liao. Wen Liao even has fans? Last time she interviewed Song Yu, she ended up stepping on the sewing machine. Wasn't she the first to get that interview? How could she not know that Song Yu had long since broken the law? It feels like Wen Liao is always playing the innocent. Wen Shuang can read the weather, demonstrates leadership skills, and was the first to find the Xingyao fruit. I don't think she is pretending. Rather, she seems to have a strong character and one to be led around by the program team. Old Man Wang's house prepared a large feast. Wen Shuang sat in the main room, glancing around, realizing she hadn't seen Xiao Chao since arriving. After a long day, Fu Xingzhou felt hungry. He picked up his chopsticks, ready to eat, when suddenly someone kicked his leg under the table. Fu Xingzhou looked sharply at Wen Shuang. She signaled him with her eyes. The Wang family has added a sleeping drug to the food. If I don't eat, Fu Lao-san probably won't eat either. Fu Xingzhou quickly set down his chopsticks, feigning a stomach rub. Strange. I feel quite full today, not hungry at all. Wen Shuang replied, I'm not hungry either. Wen Liao and Yi Silin exchanged puzzled glances. Wen Liao took a bite of the dish, enjoying the delicious farmhouse meal. Wen Shuang, you're not being picky, are you? My goodness, Wen Shuang is so selective. Grandpa and Grandma Wang have been busy in the kitchen for over an hour, and she won't eat a single bite. Fu Xingzhou too, couldn't he believe it? Just because they're wealthy, can they look down on rural folks? These two are truly off-putting. Seeing that Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou weren't eating, Old Man Wang and Old Lady Wang exchanged glances. Their refusal to eat was of no concern. They had other plans. After all, tonight, no one could disrupt their scheme. That night, Fu's parents, Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou, shared a room, with no bed available. They all slept on the floor. In the dead of night, Wen Shuang whispered, quickly, cover your mouths and noses with towels. As soon as she spoke, a faint wisp of smoke drifted in through the window. Moments later, a shadowy figure outside peered into the room, illuminated by the moonlight. Seeing that everyone inside appeared to be asleep, he signaled to those beside him, it's done. Old Man Wang and Old Lady Wang returned to their own room, where the elderly woman glanced around nervously. Our plan could wait until after they finish filming and leave. This feels too risky. Father, the plan cannot be postponed. It must proceed tonight. Wang Manfu rubbed his hands together, recalling Xiao Chao's beautiful, innocent face, his heart racing with desire. Old Man Wang furrowed his brow and, after a moment of silence, picked up his pipe and tapped it. Xiao Chao has grown into a lovely young woman. Everyone is eager to sample her. The money has already been given to us, and our family is the only one in the village without a new house. We are counting on Xiao Chao to bring an income. What you say is true, father. Mother, spare me your maternal compassion. In any case, I shall be the first. Wang Manfu gently touched the wound on his face inflicted by the black dog, silently vowing to exact revenge on Xiao Chao. Old Lady Wang, contemplating the construction of a new house, resolved without hesitation, very well, I shall go and administer medicine to Xiao Chao right now. As she stepped outside to open the door, Wen Shuang promptly pulled Fu Xingzhou away. Fu Xingzhou, his forehead pulsating with anger, seethed. What kind of devilish family is this? Are they even human? Xiao Chao is so young, yet they treat her as a mere tool for profit. And that Wang Manfu, hush, keep your voice down. Fu Xingzhou replied, his face pale with fury. Sister-in-law, could it be that Xiao He sensed those scoundrels intended to harm Xiao Chao, which is why he bit them? It's not as Old Lady Wang claimed, that he was merely mad and biting indiscriminately. When Shuang nodded, just a few days ago, Wang Manfu attempted to lay hands on Xiao Chao. Xiao He bit his face to protect her, and those villagers who were also bitten were merely trying to take advantage of her. Sister-in-law, we must rescue Xiao Chao from this den of iniquity. When Shuang's eyes narrowed slightly as she whispered a few words into Fu Xingzhou's ear. Upon hearing her, Fu Xingzhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid idea. I shall take action immediately. Chapter 118. On the brink of collapse. Why must he suffer? Old Lady Wang entered Xiao Chao's room. In recent days, the death of Xiao He had deprived Xiao Chao of sleep. She missed him dearly. Upon seeing Old Lady Wang, Xiao Chao turned her back in anger, unwilling to face the murderer of her beloved dog. Old Lady Wang approached her, her demeanor soft and gentle.
Xiao Chao.
The other day, when Xiao He bit your uncle, several villagers who were also bitten came seeking compensation. Your grandfather and I had no choice but to decide to put Xiao He down. Please do not harbor resentment against us. Gazing at Xiao Chao's beautiful and innocent face, Old Lady Wang tenderly stroked her cheek. As the dawn breaks, it will be your birthday. Our dear Xiao Chao is growing up. Look at what Grandma has prepared for you. She unveiled a lovely dress and a hairpin, having saved money for several months to purchase these beautiful items for Xiao Chao. The dress was a delicate pink, adorned with exquisitely embroidered flowers, shimmering beautifully under the light. At 18, it was the first time Xiao Chao had seen such a lovely gown. Just as she was marveling at it, Old Lady Wang brought forth a cake and a glass of cola. Happy birthday, Xiao Chao. Your grandparents will treat you well from now on, so please forgive us. Xiao Chao, a simple and kind-hearted child, despite having faced neglect from her grandparents and bullying from the villagers, longed for familial love and warmth. Even the slightest affection from her grandmother moved her deeply. But Grandma, Xiao He can never come back. Old Lady Wang patiently soothed her. If you like dogs, I will bring you another one next time. Xiao Chao shook her head, tears blurring her vision. But it won't be Xiao He. Xiao He has passed away, but do not be too sorrowful. Tomorrow, I will take him to the mountains to bury him. For now, eat the cake, make a wish as you blow out the candles. You are growing into a young lady. Be happy and more understanding. Encouraged by Old Lady Wang's words, Xiao Chao took a bite of the cake. It was her first time tasting cake in her life. She had often envied the village girls her age who enjoyed cake, and tonight, she finally had her own.
Grandma.
It's so sweet. Xiao Cao's dim eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. Old Lady Wang's eyes glinted with a mixture of disdain and amusement. Have another sip of cola. Wasn't this what you desired the most? Xiao Chao quickly took a drink. It's delicious. Then drink it all. After seeing Xiao Chao finish the glass of cola, Old Lady Wang smiled and exited the room. Old Man Wang awaited her in the courtyard. Upon her emergence, he inquired, did she drink it all? Yes. That foolish girl still believes we have begun to treat her well. After glancing around, he continued, are those people you notified waiting outside? Manfu might have grown impatient and gone in first. Old Man Wang directed Old Lady Wang. Make sure to keep track of the time. Any overstay will incur additional charges. Old Lady Wang, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness, replied, as if I need your reminder. Ensure not to arrange too many people each night. 10 will suffice. Let them indulge tonight, and we'll schedule again after the city folk finish filming. We must be cautious not to expose our dealings. Old Lady Wang nodded in agreement. Tonight's 10 individuals are each paying over 1,000. They are willing to take this risk. Once they have indulged, the villagers will not spend so much again. Old Lady Wang and Old Man Wang hardly slept that night. As dawn approached, the two noticed that the 10 individuals who had entered had yet to emerge, stirring both joy and concern within them. They were pleased that the 10 had overstayed, allowing for additional financial gain, yet anxious that they had not yet exited, as the city folk would soon awaken. Dear, let us check on Xiao Cao's room. We must ensure those individuals leave promptly. Old Man Wang and Old Lady Wang made their way to Xiao Cao's room, quietly pushing the door open to peer inside. To their shock, they found 9 individuals lying in a row on the floor, seemingly asleep or otherwise incapacitated. Casting a glance at the bed, they noted that one was still engaged in the act. Daylight is breaking. They must leave soon, or we risk exposure. Old Lady Wang strode in to urge them. Get up now and settle your overdue fees. As she reached to pull the person on the bed, she was horrified to discover that the one being violated was not Xiao Chao, but Wang Manfu.
Ah!
Old Lady Wang collapsed onto the floor in shock. Wang Manfu was in a disheveled state, and the others in the room seemed oblivious to the bizarre turn of events. Upon hearing Old Lady Wang's exclamation, they gradually regained their senses, realizing that the delight they had experienced was not with Xiao Chao but rather with the over 40 Wang Manfu, their faces flushed with rage. Old Man Wang, Old Lady Wang, you took our money yet failed to deliver. We specifically wanted Xiao Chao. Why is it that we ended up with this aged man instead? Some even began to retch in disgust. Old Lady Wang and Old Man Wang appeared as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide with disbelief, their faces pale, lips trembling uncontrollably. Why is Xiao Chao replaced by Manfu? Wang Manfu, gradually regaining consciousness, covered his backside and screamed in agony. Mother, it hurts. Where is Xiao Chao? I came here to enjoy myself. Why must I suffer? It hurts. Old Man Wang was the first to react. Recalling that the city folk were still in the house, he hastily urged everyone to silence their voices. Stop talking. I will get to the bottom of this. For now, bear with it. We'll discuss this once the city folk have left. Before he could finish, a cold voice suddenly pierced the air. Your end has come. Old Man Wang and Old Lady Wang whipped around to find Wen Shuang, Fu Xingzhou, and Fu's parents, along with a cameraman, standing at the doorway, their eyes wide with terror. The cameraman, having pieced together the events, muttered in disbelief. No wonder Wen Shuang wanted to stay here last night. This family is utterly depraved. Wen Shuang turned to Fu Xingzhou. Has Wang Dashan returned? Fu Xingzhou nodded. I arranged for him to be brought back last night. Wang Dashan was Xiao Cao's father and the eldest son of Old Man Wang and Old Lady Wang. Mom and Dad, did you intend for Xiao Chao to entertain guests last night? Wang Dashan burst into the room, appearing more haggard at 50 than old man Wang. His visage, dark and rugged, bore deep and shallow wrinkles that chronicled the hardships of a life spent toiling outdoors. He donned a faded garment, stained with remnants of cement, while his shoes were marred by 2 gaping holes. Upon the unexpected return of Wang Dashan, both old man Wang and old lady Wang were momentarily taken aback. Yet they quickly regained their composure. Old lady Wang sank to the ground, wailing, "Dashan, your return is fortuitous. Your brother has been wronged and is suffering. It must be the mischief of these city folk. Drive them away. They think that by spending a little money to film a program in our village, they can act with impunity." Chapter 119. A Fierce Retaliation. "Oh, my son, we have raised you with such difficulty. After your mother eloped, we took care of Xiao Xiao. Do you not trust us? Are you so naive as to believe outsiders?" Old lady Wang's cries grew more sorrowful. Wang Dashan rushed to assist her, saying, "Mother, please do not weep. I trust you." Wang Dashan was particularly devoted to filial piety. In his heart, his parents' words were sacrosanct. Regardless of right or wrong, he would defend them unhesitatingly. Had he not overheard on his way back that his parents intended for Xiao Xiao to engage in illicit activities, he would not have dared to confront them. "Dashan, expel these city dwellers." Having labored outside for many years, he possessed considerable strength, and upon hearing old lady Wang's words, he charged forward to drive Wen Shuang and her entourage away. "Father, sister, they are good people." Xiao Xiao, with teary eyes, dashed out and positioned herself in front of Wen Shuang. After drinking the cola her grandmother had given her the night before, she felt somewhat dizzy. Not long after, Wang Manfu entered her room, leering as he made unwanted advances. Unable to fend him off, she was on the verge of having her dress torn when her sister appeared. With a swift motion, her sister dispatched Wang Manfu to her bed, then took Xiao Xiao away from the room. Had it not been for her sister, she would have been subjected to Wang Manfu's vile intentions. "Xiao Xiao, how can you trust outsiders? Your grandparents would never harm you." Wang Dashan attempted to draw Xiao Xiao closer. She clung tightly to Wen Shuang's waist, shaking her head with reddened eyes. "Grandparents are not good people. They killed my little black cat and tried to deceive me last night. Sister is the only good person." Wen Shuang gently stroked Xiao Xiao's head, grateful for her participation in the show. Had she not joined, she would not have been able to rescue Xiao Xiao from her plight. "Xiao Xiao is so unfortunate. Had I not saved her last night, she would have been ruined, reduced to a mere tool for the Wang family to profit from. Each night would be a living hell, countless miscarriages would ensue, and during the postpartum period, people would come knocking, ultimately tormenting her to death. Even in death, she would be subjected to further indignities, with multiple perpetrators involved. These individuals were nothing short of beasts." The Fu family was incensed. "My son, we have raised a thankless wretch. She has known these city folk for but a night, and has been deceived. They surely wish to exploit Xiao Xiao for profit." Old lady Wang's words only fueled Wang Dashan's anger further. Despite his blind, filial devotion, he cherished his daughter. Hearing that these city dwellers intended to use Xiao Xiao for financial gain made his blood boil, and he shouted, "Do not harm my daughter. Leave our home at once." After waking, when Liao heard the commotion and stepped out to see, observing the Wang family attempting to eject Wen Shuang and her group, she remarked, "Wen Shuang, why is it that you are so unlikable wherever you go? Why meddle in others' affairs?" Fu Xingzhou shot her a glare. "You have the audacity to ensure your own conduct is proper, yet you cannot keep your mouth shut?" When Liao's expression darkened as she prepared to respond, but the crew member shot her a stern look. "You should mind your own business." When Liao was bewildered, why was everyone siding with Wen Shuang? Was it not Wen Shuang who instigated the trouble? Ignoring Wen Liao, Wen Shuang turned her cold gaze upon Wang Dashan. "Do the 2 gaping holes beneath your brows serve merely as air vents? After all these years, do you truly have no inkling of who your parents are? You were forced to work before finishing elementary school, and every penny earned was siphoned off by your parents to support Wang Manfu, who has been coddled into a life of laziness and idleness, now in his 40s and contributing nothing. You foolishly believe that your parents have spent your earnings on Xiao Xiao. Just look at her. How much flesh is on her bones? Your desire to be filial is commendable, but blind and servile devotion is a grave sin. Your daughter, Xiao Xiao, nearly fell victim to your parents' ignorance. Has Xiao Xiao ever revealed to you how poorly she has been treated by her grandparents? Yet you persist in your willful blindness, convinced that her behavior is the reason for their dissatisfaction. When your parents shed a few tears, you act as though the sky is falling, willing to sacrifice everything to appease them. Are you a candle, burning yourself to illuminate others? Xiao Cao's misfortune to be born your daughter is truly tragic. Are you truly so blind to the state of your own home? Had I not saved Xiao Cao last night, she would have suffered. And is that growth on your neck a tumor? Wang Dashan stood there, stunned by Wen Shuang's scathing words. Nearby, Wen Liao trembled with indignation. Wen Shuang's tongue has grown sharper. She hurls insults without a breath. What a shrew! Wang Dashan glanced into the room, realizing that this was indeed Xiao Cao's space. Old Lady Wang, noticing the change in her son's expression, raised her hand and slapped her own face, lamenting, I am truly unfortunate. I painstakingly raised my eldest son, only for his wife to elope after bearing a daughter. Now, I have raised that daughter only for her to conspire with outsiders to slander us. And as for Monfu's disgrace, it is undoubtedly the doing of these city folk. Such incidents never occurred before they arrived. As old Lady Wang's words fell, the villagers who had regained their senses began to echo her sentiments, claiming they had been wronged by the city dwellers filming the program. Fu Xingzhou was nearly apoplectic. Truly, poverty breeds malice. Yesterday, their phones were confiscated by the production team, and no record remains of Old Lady Wang and Old Man Wang's conversation.
Now,
despite their attempts at deceit, there is no evidence. Seeing the villagers poised to take action against Wen Shuang, Wen Liao, with a hint of glee, rushed out to summon the production team. The day after Wen Shuang began filming, she clashed with the simple villagers. If this were to be broadcast live, it would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation. Wen Shuang, unperturbed, turned to Fu Xingzhou. Have you contacted the authorities? Fu Xingzhou nodded. Yes, I have. Upon hearing that the police had been called, Old Lady Wang scoffed. What law have we broken? And why would you involve the police? Do not presume that we country folk are ignorant of the law or easy to bully. Initially, we merely wished to drive you out, but now, you must publicly kneel and apologize, or none shall leave. With over 200 residents in the village and only 30 or so from the production team, she doubted the villagers would hesitate to confront these delicate city-dwelling stars. Sister, it is all my fault. You must leave, Xiao Cao urged, pushing Wen Shuang, fearful that her grandparents and the villagers might harm them. Wen Shuang, towering over Xiao Cao, embraced her gently, reassuring her, Sister will be fine. Do not fear. Upon finishing her words, her icy gaze fell upon Wang Dashan. Do you wish to know where she went after giving birth to Xiao Cao? When your parents claimed she eloped with someone. Chapter 120. The Truth Revealed, a Corpse Unearthed. Wen Shuang's statement caused the expressions of Old Lady Wang and Old Man Wang to tighten instantly, their eyes piercing like sharp daggers aimed at her. The others in the room turned to her in unison, their glances filled with caution and hostility. Wang Dashan recalled Xiao Cao's mother, his dark visage flushed crimson, resembling an enraged beast as he bellowed, Do not mention that wretched woman. Xiao Cao's mother was a vagrant woman Wang Dashan had encountered while working away from home. She suffered from epilepsy. When well, she appeared completely normal, but during her episodes, she was like a madwoman. Moved by her plight, Wang Dashan would bring her food daily beneath the bridge. Eventually, she grew fond of following him wherever he went. Wang Dashan understood his family's financial struggles and had no intention of seeking a partner, yet he found himself unable to rid himself of Xiao Cao's mother. She claimed he was the kindest and most guileless man she had ever met, determined to stay with him, even if it meant sharing meager meals. After a year of laboring together at the construction site, their bond deepened, and soon they were expecting Xiao Cao. Wang Dashan, wishing to spare her further hardship on the construction site, returned her to Wang Jiakan, entrusting her care to his parents while he continued to work, planning to return for the birth. Months later, upon Xiao Cao's arrival, Wang Dashan was overjoyed and, for the first time, withheld a portion of his earnings, gifting Xiao Cao's mother a gold necklace worth 3,000. Xiao Cao's mother was equally delighted, and Wang Dashan felt a newfound hope for the future. After her confinement, he returned to work, with his parents promising to care for both her and Xiao Cao. However, upon his return at year's end, they informed him that Xiao Cao's mother had eloped with another man. The villagers could all attest to the fact that she had indeed run off with someone they did not know. Had it been only his parents who witnessed it, he might have doubted, but the entire village bore witness. Surely, they could not all be deceiving him. Over the years, he had grown haggard and worn, often haunted by memories of Xiao Cao's mother, suffering from sleepless nights. He harbored resentment towards her, yet love lingered in his heart. As she betrayed me, she ran away with another, inflicting upon me immeasurable pain. I wished to never speak of her again. Wang Dashan clenched his fists tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. His eyes blazing red as he glared at Wen Shuang, as if poised to strike her at any moment. Wen Shuang pointed towards a peach tree in the backyard, declaring, "Xiao Cao's mother's remains lie there." At her words, silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned incredulously towards her, especially those of Wang Dashan, Old Man Wang, and Old Lady Wang. Their expressions shifting dramatically. "You, an outsider, what right do you have to spew such nonsense here? Quickly, throw these people out." Old Lady Wang fumed, extending her hands threateningly towards Wen Shuang. In response, Wen Shuang produced a talisman and hurled it towards her, uttering an incantation that rendered Old Lady Wang immobile. "Wang Dashan, your mother wears a gold necklace around her neck. Examine it closely and see if it is not the very one you gifted to Xiao Cao's mother." Panic and confusion flashed in Old Lady Wang's eyes. "Dashan, do not listen to her ramblings.
I swear she is a witch.
Otherwise, how could she have thrown a piece of paper and rendered me motionless?" Wang Dashan did not check his mother's collar, but Xiao Cao, nestled in Wen Shuang's embrace, summoned the courage to rush forth and tear at Old Lady Wang's neckline. A gold necklace emerged, glimmering before the astonished crowd. The pendant was an orchid, personally chosen by Xiao Cao's mother, who had expressed her fondness for that flower. Upon witnessing the necklace adorning his mother's neck, disbelief washed over Wang Dashan. "Mother, why does Xiao Cao's mother's gold necklace hang upon you?" "Dashan, she must have forgotten this necklace when she fled with that man," Old Lady Wang stammered. But Wen Shuang coldly interrupted her. "You old sour pickle, be silent. I could very well cleave you in two with a kitchen knife. Xiao Cao's mother did not elope. You all are responsible for her death." Although Xiao Cao's mother had epilepsy, she was quite beautiful when she tidied herself up. After her confinement, with Wang Dashan away working, she intended to care for her child and be filial to her in-laws. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Manfu, not yet married, took a fancy to her, and while Wang Dashan was away, he forcibly violated her. Xiao Cao's mother was devastated. She sought counsel from her in-laws, only to be berated for her lack of virtue, bound and treated as a mere tool for profit. At 10 yuan a session, Xiao Cao's mother lived in torment, unable to escape this hell, several times. She barely made it out of the mountains before being recaptured and brutally beaten, forced to serve more clients. Within half a year, she was tortured to death, and Old Man Wang and Old Lady Wang buried her beneath the peach tree, treating her as mere fertilizer. Fu Xingzhou, along with his parents, was horrified and enraged by these revelations. Were Old Man Wang, Old Lady Wang, Wang Manfu, and the men of Wangjiakan, who had tormented Xiao Cao's mother, even human? This was a devil's lair that devoured souls. "You are here to film. Focus solely on your work and do not meddle in our affairs, or I will ensure you never leave Wangjiakan," Old Man Wang declared, slamming his tobacco pipe onto the ground. He signaled to the 10 men inside. "This woman spreads chaos and must be taught a lesson. Let us see if she dares to speak so freely again." The 10 men swiftly surrounded Wen Shuang and her companions, tension thickening the air. Just then, when Liao arrived with the crew, the live broadcast camera happened to capture the scene. "Wen Shuang, last night, Grandfather Wang and Grandmother Wang graciously hosted us. Why have you incited their anger? Apologize quickly. Do not disrupt the filming." When Liao feigned concern, secretly reveling in the unfolding drama. The more trouble Wen Shuang stirred, the more the audience's disdain would grow.
Indeed.
The comments exploded with outrage. What is Wen Shuang doing? Why is she arguing with the simple villagers? Is she desperate for fame? I find the villagers here quite unsettling. Their gazes towards Wen Shuang revealed palpable hostility. Given yesterday's events, it was clear that Wen Shuang would not provoke the villagers without reason. There must be something amiss. Just then, Fu Xingzhou's voice broke through. "We have unearthed a corpse beneath the peach tree in the backyard." Comments flooded in. "What? A corpse? Is it this thrilling so early in the morning?" Chapter 121. Love over friendship, falling into adoration. Upon hearing the word corpse, the expressions of Old Lady Wang and Old Man Wang darkened completely. Old Man Wang immediately sent a message to the village chief, declaring, "These city folk cannot be allowed to remain any longer. Quickly, destroy their filming equipment." Just as the live broadcast's popularity soared, the screen abruptly went black, cutting off the stream. The villagers of Wangjiakan rushed in, surrounding the crew. "Look at the mess you've created." When Liao shot an annoyed glare at Wen Shuang. If these individuals were not guilty of wrongdoing, why would they need to create such a spectacle? Yi Silai turned his gaze towards Wen Shuang, affirming, "You are not at fault." Wen Shuang, observing Yi Silai's righteous defense, offered him a faint smile. The Wang family village is filled with ruthless, vile beasts, akin to the most wretched of creatures. Are you not afraid? Yi Silai's noble and handsome visage bore no expression as he leisurely twisted the black ring on his pinky finger. Aside from the time I lost my sister during childhood, nothing has truly instilled fear within me. When Shuang's gaze turned complex as she withdrew her sight, her cold eyes sweeping over the villagers of Wang family village. Having occupied the true Wang family village for decades, you malevolent thugs deserve the retribution you have long evaded. Upon her utterance, the faces of old lady Wang, old man Wang, and the elderly residents of Wang family village transformed dramatically. Over 50 years ago, a rare natural disaster had befallen a neighboring village, leading to its complete annihilation. The refugees, unable to sustain themselves, had fled southward. Upon arriving at Wang family village, they were nearly starved and in tatters, pitiful and destitute. The villagers of Wang family village, being kind-hearted, could not bear to let the refugees perish from hunger, and thus took in several of them. What they did not realize was the profound trauma the disaster had inflicted upon those refugees. They resented the heavens for their injustice, pondering why their homeland was lost while Wang family village remained surrounded by lush mountains and flowing waters, with bountiful harvests and overflowing granaries. Hence, among the refugees, a proposal arose to seize Wang family village, transforming it into their new home, a malicious scheme that met with no dissent. Finally, on a moonless and stormy night, the refugees poisoned the village well. For those who did not succumb to the poison, the refugees invaded each home to silence them, sparing neither the elderly nor the children. In the face of this sudden slaughter, Wang family village descended into a cacophony of bloodshed and screams. Due to its remote location after the massacre, the refugees swiftly buried the bodies in the mountains, leaving no trace for years. The sole survivor of Wang family village was Wang Dashan, who had been but a mere infant at the time. Old lady Wang and old man Wang, having been childless for many years, implored the leader of the refugees to spare the child. By the time Wang Dashan was 7 or 8, old man Wang and old lady Wang unexpectedly had a biological son, Wang Manfu. However, by then, Wang Dashan had grown and was capable of labor, so they did not harm him, treating him as a servant in their household. When Shuang gazed at the pale and trembling Wang Dashan, aside from your adoptive mother, your biological parents, your grandparents, and the villagers of Wang family village, all perished at the hands of these vile thugs. The assembled crowd was nearly rendered speechless. Old man Wang and old lady Wang were astounded that Wen Shuang could reveal the long-buried secret of the village massacre.
Who exactly was she?
Meanwhile, the Fu family and the production crew were completely blindsided by the revelation that the villagers of Wang family village were merciless demons. Now that you are aware of our village's secret, you shall not leave here. The aged village chief approached, his icy gaze directed at Wen Shuang and her companions. The young and strong men of the village brandished hoes, axes, and machetes. Wen Liao turned ashen with fright, exclaiming, "Wen Shuang is speaking nonsense. We don't believe you. If there's a grievance, it should be resolved with Wen Shuang. None of you will depart today." The village chief's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Wen Shuang let out a cold laugh, her hands swiftly forming a series of intricate seals as she intoned an incantation. Suddenly, the air around them grew frigid to the bone, and tendrils of black mist wafted down from the mountains. The mist coalesced, taking the shape of vengeful spirits. Their visages grotesque, exuding intense resentment. These were the souls of villagers murdered by the refugees. When the police arrived, they were met with a scene of chaos. The villagers of Wang family village were scattered in panic, shrieking in terror, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter despair. The vengeful spirits did not directly assault the villagers. Instead, they possessed them, forcing them to recount the truth of the massacre. In no time, the police, armed with irrefutable evidence, issued an announcement online. The refugees had not only committed the heinous act of slaughtering the village, but had also engaged in the trafficking of women after seizing Wang family village to ensure their progeny. The women who had been abducted were ultimately liberated, and the innocent children were placed in welfare institutions. Unaware of the past, Wang Dashan was merely a victim. After being educated at the police station, he was advised to treat Xiao Chao kindly in the future. Subsequently, Wang Dashan and Xiao Chao buried the remains of Xiao Chao's mother in the mountains. Once the matters of Wang family village were resolved, Wang Dashan brought Xiao Chao to Yecheng.
Xiao Chao.
possessing Wen Shuang's contact information, took the initiative to call her. Mother Fu prepared a lavish meal at home to welcome Wang Dashan and Xiao Qiao. Upon seeing Wen Shuang, Wang Dashan knelt, bowing his head in deep remorse. Tears streamed down his face as he confessed, "Miss, I truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. My foolish filial piety led my parents, the murderers of Xiao Qiao's mother and my biological parents. I nearly ruined my daughter's life. I deserve to die." Had it not been for Xiao Qiao's tender age, Wang Dashan would have wished to end his life right there in Wang family village. He had mistaken the enemy for family, and even in death, he could not bear to face his parents and kin. Wen Shuang helped him to his feet. "Xiao Qiao is still young. Her life is just beginning. You are her only family now, so ensure you make amends." Turning to Xiao Qiao, she gently took her hand. Speaking with tenderness, "Xiao Qiao, come to Yecheng for your studies. I will support you until you graduate from university." Tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiao Qiao leapt into Wen Shuang's embrace, her voice trembling as she said, "Thank you, sister. I will study diligently." Sister Wen was a sudden beam of light piercing through her dark existence, so bright, so warm. Once she completed her education, she would repay her sister's kindness by helping others, striving to diminish darkness and spread warmth in the world. Due to the grave incident at Wang family village, the mountain and village were sealed off, necessitating the production crew to find a new location, thus halting the recording of the variety show. Although Wen Shuang had only appeared on the show for 2 days, she had already topped several trending searches. The fortune-telling hall had yet to open, yet numerous appointments had already been made. Wen Shuang asked Uncle Zhou to take her to the fortune-telling hall. Fu Songyu was engaged in discussions with workers regarding renovations when she spotted Wen Shuang and greeted her with a radiant smile. "Sister-in-law, you're here." Upon seeing Fu Songyu, Wen Shuang's eyes narrowed. Oh no! Songyu and Zhou Jingma were about to face a calamity. At the night bar, Zhou Jingma entered the private room, lifted a glass, tilted his head back, and downed it in one go. Yan Shi raised an eyebrow, teasing, "Why the rush? Are you leaving already?" Zhou Jingma nodded, mentioning he was to meet Songyu shortly. "Are you two back together again?" Yan Shi, just back from abroad, was unaware of the current situation between Zhou Jingma and Fu Songyu. A smile broke across Zhou Jingma's handsome face at the thought of Songyu. "Don't say I'm neglecting my friends. I'm currently in the honeymoon phase." Observing his usually aloof friend ensnared in the throes of love, Yan Shi chuckled. "You just accidentally drank my blue flame cocktail. I was slightly worried about your lack of female companionship, but now I need to be concerned since you have Fu Songyu." Zhou Jingma narrowed his dark eyes. "What do you mean by that?" "The blue flame possesses aphrodisiac properties. Initially, I intended to consume it myself, hoping to consummate my union with the woman for my family, but unexpectedly, you drank it." Zhou Jingma dismissed it nonchalantly, believing a mere glass would not have any effect. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly engulfed by a wave of heat rising within him. The potency of the blue flame as aphrodisiac effect is formidable. Even half a glass would be unbearable. Yan Shi supported Zhou Jingma as they made their way out of the private room. Fortunately, the bar was situated above a hotel. "I will assist you in securing a room." In this predicament, Zhou Jingma was reluctant to summon Fu Songyu. He did not wish to possess her while in a state of intoxication and irrationality. "I shall take a cold shower." Yan Shi gazed at Zhou Jingma in confusion. "Didn't you and Songyu already have a daughter together? You've been intimate before. What modesty is there now? Let her come and assist you." Zhou Jingma pressed his thin lips together. "You do not understand. She has endured great trauma in her previous marriage. I promise to be patient and wait for her." Although they had resolved their misunderstandings and reunited, sharing kisses and embraces, they had not yet taken the final step. If he were to treat her merely as a remedy, he feared she would retreat into her shell like a snail. He would rather endure the suffering himself. After Zhou Jingma had showered for over 20 minutes, his phone rang. Yan Shi glanced at it. It was a call from Fu Songyu. Aware of the drink's potency, he disclosed the truth to Fu Songyu. Without hesitation, she replied, "Please tell me the hotel address and room number. I will come immediately." Seeing Fu Songyu willing to come, Yan Shi felt a measure of guilt lift from his conscience. After providing her with the address and room number, he added, "I will leave the room key at the front desk. Simply mention your name when you arrive." Following the call, Yan Shi placed the spare room key at the front desk. Shortly after he departed, a slender figure approached the front desk. She announced her name, Fu Songyu, and received the room key. Zhou Jingma, having underestimated the drink's potency, still felt no relief from the heat coursing through him. His mind was filled with visions of Fu Songyu, and he was in considerable discomfort. He wrapped a towel around his waist and exited the bathroom, preparing to call Fu Songyu. To his surprise, he found a delicate and graceful figure standing beside the plush couch.
Songyu?
His phoenix eyes were clouded with desire and confusion, his voice deep and husky. He rushed forward, pushing the woman onto the bed. Meanwhile, Fu Songyu, having received Yenshir's call, was hurrying towards the hotel. Chapter 122. The scene before her was beyond belief. As Zhou Jingma pushed her onto the bed, Su Ruo's heart raced uncontrollably. Su Ruo was the daughter of a minor shareholder in the Zhou Corporation. After graduating from university, she gained entry into the Zhou Corporation as one of Zhou Jingma's assistants through her father's connections. She had harbored a secret crush on Zhou Jingma for quite some time. He was noble, handsome, aloof, and elegant, with wealth to match. Previously, she had refrained from making a move due to his fiancée, Jiang Xuejian. But now that he was free, he had become entangled with Fu Songyu. The elite circles of Yi City were well aware that Fu Songyu had married abroad years ago and had recently divorced. Su Ruo could hardly believe that. At just over 20, she, young and beautiful, was overshadowed by a divorced woman. Even if she could not become Zhou Jingma's wife, she would gladly accept the role of his lover. That evening, while out with friends at the bar, she fortuitously saw Yenshir supporting Zhou Jingma as they left. Noticing Zhou Jingma's unsteady gait and the unusual flush on his handsome face, she realized he must have consumed an aphrodisiac. Recognizing her opportunity, she thought that even if Zhou Jingma denied it afterward, spending a night with him would be worth it. Furthermore, she could assist her father, who was currently in a precarious situation, being blackmailed by someone who had threatened him with dire consequences if he did not act soon. Jingma, Su Ruo said, leaning closer, her hands framing his face, her breath heavy with longing. Zhou Jingma, his eyes glazed with desire, leaned over her, his hands bracing against the sides of her head. Su Ruo's long lashes fluttered as she gazed at the man before her eyes tracing the sharp lines of his handsome face, down to his alluring, crimson lips. And she could not suppress a swallow. Tiny droplets of water cascaded down from his damp hair, gliding down his chiseled jawline to his muscular chest. Surprised by the remarkable physique revealed beneath his suit, she reached out her hand, enamored and infatuated. Yet just as her fingertips were about to brush against him, her wrist was seized forcefully. "You are not Songyu." Zhou Jingma, feeling lightheaded, staggered from the bed to the wardrobe, where he grabbed a bathrobe and draped it over himself. Su Ruo's heart raced with confusion. Watching him clad in the bathrobe, she bit her lip before shedding her dress, leaving only her undergarments, and crept up behind him. "Jingma, I may not be Fu Songyu, but I am younger and untainted. You must be feeling quite uncomfortable right now. I am willing to be your remedy." As she attempted to embrace his slender waist from behind, Zhou Jingma suddenly took a large step forward. Su Ruo stumbled and fell awkwardly to the floor. Zhou Jingma braced himself against the wall, gasping for breath. He yearned to leave the room, but his legs felt weak and unsteady. The effects of the drug intensified, clouding his mind further. Seeing Zhou Jingma's tall figure tremble as if on the brink of explosion, Su Ruo quickly scrambled to her feet. "Jingma, I do not mind if you see me as Fu Songyu." Zhou Jingma did not spare her a glance, his eyes reddened, veins throbbing at his temples. "Do not be shameless, leave." Naturally, Su Ruo was unwilling to let such a prime opportunity slip away. Just as she prepared to launch herself into his arms, the doorbell rang. Su Ruo's eyes widened in alarm. Could Fu Songyu have already arrived? In a flash of inspiration, she swiftly slapped her own face twice, then pinched her neck, shoulders, and chest forcefully. She disheveled her hair, letting it fall over her shoulders, and bit her lip until it bled. As she opened the door, she dashed out in a panic. "No, please, Jingma, I beg you, do not treat me this way." At that moment, Fu Songyu, having arrived after receiving Yenshir's call, collided with Su Ruo, who was rushing out. Yenshir had informed her that Zhou Jingma had mistakenly consumed an aphrodisiac and urged her to come and assist him. On her way, she had prepared herself mentally, intending to surrender to Zhou Jingma, yet she had not anticipated witnessing such a scene. Seeing the woman appear as if she had been wronged, Fu Songyu's eyes widened in shock, and for a moment, she was at a loss for words. Her heart sank inexplicably. She recognized the woman before her as one of Zhou Jingma's assistants. How could he have? What had transpired? Fu Songyu furrowed her brows tightly as she inquired. Su Ruo gazed into the room with reddened eyes, resembling a wounded creature whimpering softly. President Zhou had mistakenly consumed an aphrodisiac and, under its influence, sought to use me as his antidote. I vowed to resist him at all costs. Yet he attempted to coerce me, striking me and forcefully kissing me. I am still an untouched maiden, and although my father is merely a minor shareholder in Zhou's media, I possess my own dignity and pride. How could President Zhou wield his status to intimidate me? Su Ruo was aware that Fu Songyu had endured a tumultuous prior marriage, having divorced due to her ex-husband's infidelity. A woman wounded by love is undoubtedly as fragile as thin ice, sensitive and suspicious. At the slightest disturbance in her surroundings, her heart would be tossed into turmoil. I am still unmarried. Should this incident come to light, how could I continue to live?
Oh.
I do not wish to go on. Fu Songyu bit her delicate lip fiercely, picking up Su Ruo's clothing from the ground and helping her to dress. Zhou Jingma emerged from the bathroom, rubbing his temples, which throbbed as if they might split apart. He looked toward Fu Songyu approaching him, fearful of mistaking her identity once more. He squeezed his eyes shut tightly before reopening them. You? He called uncertainly. Fu Songyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she pointed towards Su Ruo in the distance. Those marks on her skin, did you do that? Upon hearing Fu Songyu's accusation, Zhou Jingma felt as though his heart were plummeting into an abyss, a chilling sensation ravaging his entire being. His hands, clenched tightly at his sides, trembled with fury. His phoenix eyes clouded with bloodshot veins. Fu Songyu, do you truly believe the words of others so readily? Your assistant is in such a state. How can I trust you? Fu Songyu retorted, her voice trembling with indignation. Were it not for her desperate struggles, would you have taken advantage of her? Zhou Jingma, why must all men be such scoundrels? I should never have agreed to be with you in the first place. Fu Songyu raised her hands and struck his chest in frustration. In the next moment, Zhou Jingma seized her wrist forcefully, then bent down to capture her lips in a domineering kiss. Chapter 123. Break up. No longer attached. Su Ruo watched in disbelief and envy as Zhou Jingma kissed Fu Songyu. In her recollection, he had always been aloof and distinguished, never revealing such a carnal side. The corners of his eyes were tinged with a seductive crimson, rendering him irresistibly attractive. Su Ruo felt an overwhelming jealousy that threatened to shatter her resolve. What could a divorced woman like Fu Songyu possibly possess that would endear her to him? Oh, how I weep. Fu Songyu grasped Zhou Jingma's large hand, then forcefully pushed him away, her voice a mixture of shame and anger. All men are unworthy. Zhou Jingma, I no longer wish to have anything to do with you. Zhou Jingma's features were taut, his dark eyes devoid of warmth. Fu Songyu, am I truly so unworthy of your trust? Look at Su Ruo. Just see what she has become. His gaze turned sharp as he fixed it upon Su Ruo. Did you tell Fu Songyu that I touched you?
Su Ruo fignet fear.
Recoiling slightly as tears streamed down her cheeks. President Zhou, you are a man. Do you dare to act but not take responsibility? Earlier, when she had requested a room key from the front desk, she overheard them mention a malfunction in the hotel's surveillance system. This meant there would be no evidence to prove she had sought Zhou Jingma out. Moreover, when she had received the room key, she wore a hat and mask, rendering her unrecognizable. As long as she insisted that Zhou Jingma had attempted to violate her, he would never escape her grasp. As for Fu Songyu, that foolish woman clearly did not believe Zhou Jingma. Zhou Jingma looked at Fu Songyu with a complex gaze. I will say it once more. I have done nothing to betray you, nor have I touched any other woman. If you do not believe me, then we shall. Fu Songyu's long lashes trembled fiercely. What then? A breakup? Very well, let it be so. Without waiting for Zhou Jingma to respond, she approached Su Ruo and took her by the arm. Come, I will take you to the police. Upon hearing the word police, Su Ruo's eyes flickered with trepidation.
No.
We cannot involve the police. I do not wish for this to escalate. After all, he is my boss, and my father is a shareholder in Zhou's group. If President Zhou's reputation suffers, it could impact the stock. Fu Songyu furrowed her brow. Then what do you propose? I want President Zhou to take responsibility for me. Su Ruo replied. Fu Songyu pressed her lips together tightly. I have already broken up with your President Zhou. Whether he wishes to take responsibility for you is no longer my concern. With that, Fu Songyu strode away. Su Ruo approached Zhou Jingma, wiping her tears and speaking with a quivering voice. President Zhou, you saw how Fu Songyu is. She is not worth your affection.
Silence.
Zhou Jingma's voice rang out, cutting her off. Su Ruo, I have never struck a woman. You are the first. With a sharp crack, Su Ruo felt a stinging slap across her face. The force of the blow split her lip, and crimson blood oozed forth. Her cheeks quickly reddened and swelled, the pain radiating through her entire being. Zhou Jingma, how could you strike me? Zhou Jingma's eyes were devoid of warmth, his voice chillingly cold. Even if the effects of the drug consume me, I would never lay a finger on any woman but Fu Songyu, not even a single finger. Fury coursed through Su Ruo, causing her to tremble. Fu Songyu has never trusted you. What could she possibly offer that is of value? Have you been bewitched by her? Zhou Jingma's thin lips curled into a cold sneer. Get lost. Su Ruo fled, her heart shattered. How could there exist such a foolish man in this world? As she burst through the hotel doors, she was suddenly called to a halt. Miss Su, I never imagined you could not attract Zhou Jingma even when completely bare. But worry not. I have disabled all hotel surveillance. If you insist that Zhou Jingma attempted to rape you, I will let your father off the hook. What do you say? Su Ruo's eyes widened in shock. The hotel surveillance was sabotaged by this man. Aren't you the closest person to President Zhou? The man let out a cold laugh and said nothing further. Su Ruo reported the incident to the police, firmly asserting that Zhou Jingma had tried to assault her. The police conducted an investigation, but with both parties maintaining their claims and no definitive evidence, they were unable to detain Zhou Jingma. Just as Zhou Jingma was released on bail by his lawyer, Su Ruo's father stormed into the upper echelons of Zhou's group, demanding an explanation from Zhou Jingma regarding his daughter, threatening to jump from the building otherwise. This uproar stirred considerable turmoil, adversely affecting Zhou Jingma's reputation within the company. Some shareholders proposed that Zhou Jingma resign as president, allowing his elder brother, Zhou Beichen, to take his place. Jingma, do not let the rumors within the company trouble you. My brother has never contemplated taking over. Being a vice president is already a source of satisfaction for him. Zhou Beichen's business acumen paled in comparison to Zhou Jingma's. Upon returning to China to assume control of Zhou's group, Zhou Jingma leveraged his keen business insight to swiftly identify emerging market trends, steering the company into lucrative sectors. For instance, he invested heavily in establishing dedicated research teams in artificial intelligence, collaborating with leading research institutions to propel a series of innovative products that integrated AI technology, thereby generating substantial profits for the group. In terms of management, he implemented sweeping reforms, optimizing departmental structures, eliminating redundancies, and facilitating smoother information flow, significantly enhancing decision-making capabilities. Recently, Zhou Jingma has once again commenced a thorough audit, inciting a sense of trepidation among Zhou Beichen and several high-ranking shareholders. Should Zhou Jingma unearth any discrepancies, they would inevitably face dire repercussions. In just a few days, Zhou Jingma has noticeably lost weight. Observing the concern in Zhou Beichen's eyes, his countenance remained somber and despondent. Brother, you must devote your efforts to managing the company. My relationship with Songyu has encountered difficulties, and I am no longer inclined to oversee these matters, he declared. Zhou Beichen furrowed his brow, questioning whether the incident with Su Ruo had led to Songyu's misunderstanding of him. Zhou Jingma, closing his bloodshot phoenix eyes, responded in a husky whisper. She has never placed her trust in me, despite the existence of our child. Yeah. With a sigh, Zhou Beichen remarked. Perhaps her past with her ex-husband has left her deeply scarred, making her reluctant to trust any man easily. If you explain yourself sincerely, she will come to understand. Zhou Jingma nodded. She has taken Tantan to a resort on an island. I intend to go there and clarify matters once more. If she refuses to listen, then there is no need for further explanation. Zhou Beichen gently patted Zhou Jingma's shoulder, assuring him, Brother, I believe you will navigate this emotional turmoil successfully. Taking advantage of the weekend, Fu Songyu brought Tantan to the island for a vacation. While seated on the beach, engrossed in her phone, she stumbled upon shocking news. Breaking. Zhou Group's president Zhou Jingma's private jet explodes and plunges into the sea. The chances of survival are virtually non-existent. Fu Songyu's heart plummeted. Chapter 124. A twist. He is still very much alive. Overwhelmed with tremors, tears brimmed in her eyes, cascading down like pearls strung on a broken thread. Mummy, what's wrong? Little Tantan, playing with sand, rushed over to embrace Fu Songyu. Fu Songyu sniffled. Tantan, we can't continue our vacation. We must return immediately. Tantan, bewildered, nodded. Tantan will listen to Mummy. After packing their belongings at the hotel, Fu Songyu stood by the roadside, hailing a taxi. Meanwhile, a pair of eyes observed her from the shadows. Noticing her desolate demeanor, the hidden figure quickly recorded a video and sent it out. Zhou Beichen, upon receiving the video from his subordinate, allowed a faint smile to play on his lips. His phone rang. It was a call from Zhou father. Clearly, Zhou father had also received news of Zhou Jingma's misfortune. Zhou Beichen, known for his meticulousness, chose not to return to the Zhou family immediately. Instead, he personally visited the site of the private jet incident. Fishermen had witnessed the explosion and the aircraft plummeting into the sea. The waters in that area were tumultuous and deep, and the wreckage had long since sunk to the ocean floor, making recovery a near impossible feat, let alone any hope of survival. Zhou Beichen then visited the rescue center, where the information corroborated the fishermen's accounts. Finally, Zhou Beichen's anxious heart found solace. Returning to Yecheng, he gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, a smile involuntarily curling his lips. He envisioned himself taking full control of the Zhou group, standing at the pinnacle of power, basking in the admiration of many. With Zhou Jingma's demise, he would be the sole heir of the Zhou family. At the Zhou residence, Zhou father and Zhou mother sat on the sofa, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken grief and exhaustion. As Zhou Beichen and several shareholders entered the villa, he solemnly addressed them. Father, mother, I am equally heartbroken over Jingma's tragic fate. The shareholders and senior executives accompanying Zhou Beichen chimed in. Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou, we empathize with your loss. But the company cannot remain leaderless. The shareholders are in a state of unrest. Jingma's recent scandal has already impacted stock prices, and now, with the incident involving the aircraft, the company's leadership is in disarray. We believe Beichen should assume full control to stabilize the situation and guide the company forward. Zhou father cast a glance at the speaker, who happened to be Su Ruo's father. Father, Jingma has just departed. My heart aches as well. But as the eldest son of the family, I have both the responsibility and the obligation to shoulder this heavy burden. Zhou mother wiped away the tears that had escaped her eyes, her expression grave as she spoke. Beichen, although you are not our biological son, you are nonetheless our beloved nephew. Over the years, your father, I, and Jingma have regarded you as family. Zhou Beichen's father was Zhou father's elder brother. And shortly after Zhou Beichen's birth, his parents tragically perished. Zhou Beichen was raised by the Zhou elders. Zhou Jingma's parents, having struggled for years to conceive, were encouraged by the elder Zhou to adopt Zhou Beichen. When Zhou Beichen was 7, Zhou father and mother unexpectedly welcomed Zhou Jingma. Despite having a biological son, they never showed any favoritism, treating Zhou Beichen as their own. While Zhou Beichen may not match Zhou Jingma's prowess in business acumen, they had still allowed him to work within the group and appointed him as the vice president. They consistently taught the brothers to support and assist one another.
But why?
Father, mother, what troubles you? Do you not trust me? A flicker of malice crossed Zhou Beichen's eyes. He had always known that in their hearts, he would never compare to Zhou Jingma. Their claims of considering him a true son were merely hollow words. Mr. Zhou, you have been retired for several years. You are no longer acquainted with the company's affairs. This is a petition signed by several shareholders and some senior executives. We all wish for Beichen to take the helm of the group and help us navigate these troubled waters. Su Ruo's father presented the petition to Zhou father. Zhou father cast a heavy gaze upon it, his expression growing increasingly grave. Beichen, Jingma's body is yet to be cold. And you are already so eager to seize control of everything he held? Zhou Beichen sighed. Father, I understand your and mother's grief. I feel it too. However, the company cannot function without leadership. I assure you, I will manage the group with the same dedication as Jingma, ensuring the continued glory of the Zhou legacy. Zhou father closed his eyes, seemingly filled with disappointment and heartbreak at Zhou Beichen's actions. We once thought you could be salvaged, but it appears we were overly trusting, allowing you to nearly lead to the demise of our beloved son. A warning bell rang in Zhou Beichen's mind. What did Zhou father mean? What did he mean by nearly causing Zhou Jingma's death? Was auntie Zhou Jingma already dead? As Zhou Beichen pondered this, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Brother, you didn't even allow for my funeral, yet you've come here to usurp power? A cold, piercing voice resonated through the air. Zhou Beichen and the others turned in unison to the staircase, where Zhou Jingma, clad in a tailored black suit, descended with long strides. His expression was frigid, radiating the commanding aura of a leader, his slender phoenix eyes scanning Zhou Beichen and the shareholders with a steely glare. Seeing Zhou Jingma alive, Zhou Beichen and those behind him were utterly taken aback. Jingma, you. Zhou Beichen stammered, his tongue trembling, his legs feeling weak. Zhou Jingma stepped into the living room, his gaze sharp and menacing. I am not dead. Are you disappointed, brother? Zhou Beichen's mind spiraled into chaos.
How could that be?
Jingma, of course. I am happy that you are alive. Is that so? Zhou Jingma scoffed coldly. Did you not bribe my private pilot to orchestrate this accident? Jingma, absolutely not. Do not slander your brother. Zhou Jingma raised a long, bony finger and gently clapped his hands. Soon, 2 burly bodyguards escorted a pale-faced pilot into the room. Young master, your scheme has been entirely foreseen by the second young master. The pilot was recently diagnosed with a terminal illness, and his time is limited. Yet he has a wife and child to care for. Zhou Beichen, aware of his vulnerabilities and needs, proposed a transaction. Should the pilot perish alongside Zhou Jingma during one of his outings, Zhou Beichen would ensure a lifetime of security for his wife and son. The pilot, not lacking in intelligence, discreetly recorded their conversation during the negotiation. He entrusted this recording to his wife, instructing her to expose Zhou Beichen should he fail to honor his promise. Upon hearing the recording released by Zhou Jingma, Zhou Beichen's complexion shifted from ashen to a ghastly gray, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. How did Zhou Jingma manage to uncover his plans ahead of time? Chapter 125, Reconciliation. A sweet response. Zhou Beichen, confronted with irrefutable evidence, found himself bereft of any arguments. His heart was laden with despair and resentment. He had believed his plan to be flawless, with the Zhou family's power firmly within his grasp, along with wealth, status, and glory. Yet, those meticulously crafted schemes in his mind were ruthlessly and cruelly dismantled. All his efforts lay in ruins, and he faced the prospect of imprisonment.
Why?
Was Zhou Jingma a deity, capable of deciphering his intricate stratagems? The matter concerning Su Ruo had led to your breakup with Fu Songyu. Your sorrow was palpable. Yet how could you remain focused enough to uncover my plans to harm you? Do you not love Fu Songyu? Is your heart not with her? Zhou Jingma, with his strikingly handsome visage exuding an air of indifference, gazed down upon the prostrate Zhou Beichen, his eyes sharp as blades. Su Ruo was indeed a pawn in your game, was she not? You orchestrated her to undermine my relationship with Songyu, fully aware of how much I cherish her. That night, he nearly mistook Su Ruo for Songyu, when Songyu suddenly appeared and voiced her disbelief in him. It felt as though his heart were pricked by 1,000 needles. In a fit of rage and humiliation, he forcefully kissed Songyu. At that moment, Songyu quietly grasped his hand, slipping a note into his palm. The note read, My sister-in-law informed me that your elder brother had bribed your pilot to plot your demise. I am merely playing a role. Coincidentally, he had faced obstacles while auditing the company recently. Thus, he played along, feigning a breakup with Fu Songyu, seeking her out in his sorrow, and subsequently leaked the information about the plane crashing into the sea. His dual intentions were to validate Zhou Beichen's plot against his life and to expose who among the group would reveal their true colors at a critical moment.
Indeed.
Those who had often paid lip service while obstructing him during audits had aligned themselves with Zhou Beichen to seize power. You have overlooked one crucial aspect. My relationship with Songyu is not as fragile as you presume. With that, Zhou Jingma produced another document, his sharp gaze directed at Su Ruo's father, Su Hai. You have abused your position to embezzle funds for personal investment, and Zhou Beichen has a hold over you. He attempted to manipulate your daughter into seducing me to tarnish my reputation. This is the evidence. Following this, Zhou Jingma presented several more documents, all containing incriminating evidence against those high-ranking officials and shareholders who had colluded with Zhou Beichen in misappropriating company funds. Beichen, you have truly disappointed us. Zhou Mu wiped her tears, her eyes filled with coldness and disappointment. Zhou Fu took out his phone and dialed the police. Zhou Beichen realized he was beyond salvation, his eyes reddening as he erupted into maniacal laughter. You all profess to consider me your own son. Yet I overheard you discussing your intentions to entrust the company entirely to Zhou Jingma during your will preparations last year. My business acumen may not match Zhou Jingma's. But am I truly so inadequate? Have I not contributed to this family and the company over the years? Why must you bequeath all your assets to Zhou Jingma? Zhou Mu gasped in shock, her eyes reddening as she looked at Zhou Beichen. Beichen, did you only hear the initial part of our conversation? You did not hear the latter part where your father and I discussed that while we entrusted the company to Jingma, we also bequeathed to you 15 of the shares and all the family properties and funds. The proportion of your wealth compared to Jingma's is quite comparable. Zhou Beichen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his parents.
How could this be?
He had assumed his parents had left him with nothing. only to discover they had indeed granted him a stake in the company nearly equal to that of Zhou Jingma. His initial fury and resentment were swiftly consumed by an overwhelming tide of regret and remorse. Had he not been so greedy, blinded by self-interest, perhaps he would not have committed irreversible acts. Mother, Father, Jingma, I was wrong. I beg you for another chance. Zhou Beichen knelt down. Zhou Fu had already completed the call to the police and replied coldly, Beichen, had you not sought to harm Jingma, we might have granted you another opportunity. However, your transgressions this time are far too egregious. If Jingma had employed similar tactics against you, we would not have sheltered you either. When the police arrived, they took the weeping Zhou Beichen, along with several shareholders and executives, into custody. Zhou Mu wiped her tears and took Zhou Jingma's hand, pulling him down beside her.
Jingma.
This time was truly a narrow escape. You cannot imagine how terrified and worried I was when I saw the news of your accident. Why did you not inform your parents beforehand? Zhou Jingma's expression darkened as he replied, I never doubted my elder brother. It was Song Yu who alerted me, saying her sister-in-law had foreseen that I would encounter a calamity and advised me to be wary of my brother and the pilot at my side. Song Yu's sister-in-law has truly aided us immensely. Thanks to her, Tian was able to reunite with Song Yu, and the misunderstandings between you and Song Yu were resolved. We must express our gratitude to her properly. Zhou Jingma nodded, I will. In the afternoon, Zhou Jingma visited the Fu family, presenting Wen Shuang with a blank check, allowing her to fill in any amount. Wen Shuang returned the check to Zhou Jingma, stating, we are family. There is no need for such formality. In truth, your ability to navigate this ordeal was largely due to Song Yu's trust in you. Before reminding Song Yu, I asked her one question, would she trust you unconditionally, no matter what you did? Without hesitation, Song Yu nodded. Despite her past experience with a failed marriage which had eroded her trust in men, Zhou Jingma was different. When he spoke with her, his gaze was always filled with affection and focus, as if she were the most significant person in his world. When she fell ill, he would stay up all night caring for her. His tenderness and thoughtfulness stirred something within her. She could perceive no hint of insincerity or pretense in him. He was the antithesis of Xiao Jingyan. Zhou Jingma, with his genuine heart, gradually pieced together the shattered trust, allowing her to once again experience love and warmth. Had Song Yu not steadfastly believed in you and cooperated in this charade to make your brother think you were truly in peril, you would not have resolved the crisis so smoothly. As long as you both continue to trust one another and cherish your love, such tribulations will not arise again. Zhou Jingma turned to Fu Songyu, his long, elegant fingers firmly encompassing her hand. Yu Yui, thank you. Fu Songyu shyly glanced at Zhou Jingma before returning his grasp. Fu Ma and Wen Shuang exchanged knowing smiles at this tender moment. Mother, sister-in-law, may I trouble you to pick up Tian today? I wish to take Jingma out on a date. Both Fu Ma and Wen Shuang nodded in unison, of course. Zhou Jingma wished to take Fu Songyu out for a candlelit dinner, but Fu Songyu shook her head and suggested, let's cook ourselves. Very well, he replied. The two drove to the supermarket located beneath Zhou Jingma's apartment. After purchasing the ingredients, Fu Songyu quietly slipped a square box onto the counter as they checked out. Yu, what did you buy? Zhou Jingma inquired. Fu Songyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she revealed the concealed box, saying, I bought this. Zhou Jingma's Adam's apple bobbed, and he cleared his throat, remarking, this size is too small. Oh. Fu Songyu's face reddened further. I didn't know your size. 5 years ago, on that fateful night, they had shared an intimate moment, both in a state of blissful disorientation, leaving them devoid of any recollection of the specifics. Zhou Jingma placed the square box back on the shelf, and Fu Songyu felt a pang of disappointment in her heart when he did not opt for a larger size. Did he not desire her? After completing their purchase and ascending to the apartment, Fu Songyu remained somewhat downcast. Zhou Jingma opened the apartment door and, after placing the shopping bags inside, pulled the distracted Fu Songyu into the foyer, pressing her against the cabinet. Fu Songyu lifted her long lashes to look at him, suggesting, let's go cook. Before she could finish her sentence, he lowered his head and kissed her fervently. Fu Songyu instinctively pushed against his chest, questioning, aren't you the one who said you didn't want this? Zhou Jingma's sensual Adam's apple rolled slightly, and his gaze darkened. Who said I don't want you?
You didn't buy a set.
Zhou Jingma chuckled softly. Darling, I've had one ready for quite some time, tucked away in the master bedroom drawer. I've always been waiting for you to be prepared. Fu Songyu's mood shifted from gloomy to bright. Really? Zhou Jingma murmured a low affirmation. So, are you ready? Instead of answering directly, Fu Songyu rose onto her tiptoes and initiated a kiss upon his alluring lips. In Chapter 126, Substantial Progress, Relishing Romantic Moments. As Fu Songyu pressed her lips against Zhou Jingma's, her heart raced to the point of nearly leaping into her throat. Her fair, delicate face was adorned with a rosy blush, her long lashes fluttering gently, overwhelmed by shyness. Their lips met, breaths mingling. Fu Songyu dared not glance at Zhou Jingma, while he observed her lowered lashes and flushed cheeks, his throat constricting with desire. He reached out, firmly encircling her slender waist, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. Fu Songyu instinctively wrapped her arms around Zhou Jingma's neck, her legs encircling his lean waist. He carried her towards the master bedroom, their passionate kisses never ceasing. Just as Fu Songyu felt breathless, Zhou Jingma gently laid her onto the large, soft couch. He leaned over her, supporting himself with hands on either side of her body, his gaze deep and dark, as if ignited by a hidden flame. "You, is this really okay?" Fu Songyu gazed at his exquisite and captivating visage, her heart racing intensely. Blushing, she nodded softly yes. Zhou Jingma descended, kissing her fervently, his hand reaching for the zipper at her waist, gently pulling it down. Outside, the night deepened, while within, passion enveloped them. Their bodies and souls intertwined, as if the world outside ceased to exist, leaving only each other as the most significant presence in their lives. Afterward, Zhou Jingma carried Fu Songyu into the bathroom for a shower. Exhausted, she lay sprawled on the bed, her long, dark hair cascading around her. Her delicate face still tinged with a lingering blush, radiating beauty, like a flower in spring. Zhou Jingma, clad in casual black pants, his relaxed waistband partially revealing his sculpted abs and enticing V-line, was a striking sight. Fu Songyu secretly counted his abdominal muscles, 1, 2, 8 in total, each distinct and artfully defined, exuding a palpable sense of masculinity. He was the epitome of a clothes hanger. He appeared slender in attire, yet muscular when undressed. Noticing Fu Songyu's covert glances, Zhou Jingma smiled tenderly. "Darling, you can look openly." Though they had just shared an intimate encounter, she had kept her eyes mostly shut, hesitant to meet his gaze. In the fleeting moments she had dared to glance at him, she saw beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his eyes slightly reddened, his lips slightly parted as he breathed softly, an utterly captivating sight. Fu Songyu quickly buried her face into the pillow, her voice soft and gentle. "I won't look anymore. I need to get up and make dinner." Zhou Jingma brushed her hair aside and placed a kiss on her forehead. "You rest. I'll handle it." Fu Songyu lifted her head to look at Zhou Jingma, her eyes wide with surprise. "You can cook?" He nodded. "I didn't know how at first, but after hearing that your brother learned culinary skills from New Oriental for your sister-in-law, I had the housekeeper teach me as well." Fu Songyu marveled at how men had begun to embrace cooking. After Zhou Jingma left the room, Fu Songyu rolled over in bed, clutching the blanket. Although she felt somewhat fatigued, sleep eluded her. Images of him, with sweat rolling down and breathing softly, kept surfacing in her mind. She finally decided to rise from the bed. Approaching the kitchen doorway, she found him already cooking, preparing ingredients. He wore a casually thrown-on black shirt, one corner tucked into his waistband, the other hanging loose, while his sleeves were rolled up to reveal his strong and toned arms. This was a stark contrast to the typically aloof and reserved image he projected. In that moment, he exuded the warmth of everyday life. Fu Songyu never imagined that one day she would be cherished in such a way. She approached him from behind, instinctively wrapping her arms around his slim waist, resting her cheek against his broad back. Zhou Jingma glanced down at her delicate hands encircling his waist, a gentle smile of affection gracing his face. "Why aren't you sleeping? I'll call you when dinner is ready." Fu Songyu fluttered her lashes. "I can't sleep. I want to cook with you." Zhou Jingma wiped his hands and pulled her closer, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Aren't you tired?" "Not really," she replied, but before she could finish her thought, he sealed her lips with his own. "If you're not tired, let us do it again." Fu Songyu's eyes glistened with moisture as she softly protested. "Aren't we cooking?" Zhou Jingma pressed his lips against hers, his voice low and husky. "Are you hungry?" "I'm fine, how about you?" His gaze bore into hers. "I'm still not full." His words held a double entendre. Time passed, and Fu Songyu found herself utterly exhausted, lying on the bed, too lethargic even to lift a finger. She never expected that the usually composed and restrained man would become so insatiable once they crossed that line. It felt as though nothing would ever be enough. "You should rest. I'll prepare dinner." Fu Songyu blushed and murmured an affirmation. This time, she remained in bed, not wanting to risk interrupting the cooking again. After lying there for a while, Fu Songyu picked up her phone and video called Xiao Tiantian. The call connected swiftly, and Xiao Tiantian aimed the camera at Wen Shuang. Mommy, Auntie is telling me a story, and it's super interesting. Fu Songyu cast a grateful glance at Wen Shuang in the video. Sister-in-law, I truly appreciate your help. Wen Shuang smiled at Fu Songyu, her eyes sparkling. It's no trouble at all. I really enjoy spending time with Tiantian. Little Tiantian nestled into Wen Shuang's embrace, expressing her fondness for her aunt. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she turned to Fu Songyu and declared, Mommy, you and Daddy can go ahead and have a little brother. Tiantian will obediently listen to Grandma and Aunt. Fu Songyu felt a warmth rise to her cheeks, replying, Mommy doesn't need to have a little brother. Having Tiantian is more than enough. For now, she had no intention of marrying Zhou Jingma or having more children. She wished to savor this beautiful time of romance. After concluding their video call, Wen Shuang regaled little Tiantian with 2 bedtime stories. As the tales unfolded, the little girl drifted off to sleep. Gazing at Tiantian's exquisitely delicate face, Wen Shuang couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss upon her cheek. At the doorway, Fu Xingzhou beckoned to Wen Shuang, sister-in-law. I need to talk. After tucking Tiantian in snugly, Wen Shuang stepped out of the room quietly, inquiring, What is it? Qin Lai has arrived. He mentioned there was an incident with the cameraman. Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou made their way downstairs. Upon seeing Wen Shuang, Qin Lai quickly rose to his feet. During the last recording session, Xingzhou discreetly warned me to be cautious, as someone had undergone surgery to resemble me in an attempt to harm me. I heightened my vigilance. And sure enough, my wife's lover placed a venomous snake in my tent. Fortunately, I was prepared. Otherwise, I might have met a fatal fate. After resolving the turmoil at home, I ventured into the mountains today with the cameraman to scout for new filming locations. However, shortly after descending, he began to foam at the mouth and fell into a coma. He was rushed to the hospital, but no one could determine the cause. I've noticed your true capabilities regarding the incident in Wangjia village, so I wanted to ask whether the cameraman encountered something malevolent in the mountains. Chapter 127. Deeply moving. The most loyal guardian. Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou accompanied Qin Lai to the hospital. The cameraman lay on the hospital bed, pallid and unresponsive. Wen Shuang scrutinized him for a moment. No wonder he remains in a coma. It seems he urinated on a solitary grave while accompanying Vice Director Qin in the wilderness. The grave's occupant had a rather unyielding temperament, and upon being disrespected, his spirit lingered. Fu Xingzhou shuddered involuntarily. From now on, he would rather hold it in than risk urinating in the wild. The consequences of desecrating a grave could be dire. We must return to the mountains. If the cameraman's spirit does not return by tomorrow morning, he may never awaken. Qin Lai nodded. Should we bring more people along? Wen Shuang shook her head, no need. Upon reaching the wilderness, it was nearly dawn. Even the 2 grown men, Qin Lai and Fu Xingzhou, felt a twinge of trepidation. Wen Shuang, however, maintained a calm demeanor, walking steadily without a hint of panic. With my sister-in-law present, even malevolent spirits would think twice before approaching. Noticing Qin Lai's pallor, Fu Xingzhou offered him reassurance. Qin Lai, looking at the young Wen Shuang, was taken aback by her formidable presence. Half an hour later, Qin Lai led Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou to the site where the cameraman had encountered trouble. Wen Shuang produced incense candles and paper money, lighting them while reciting a few incantations. From the grave emerged a shadowy spirit, along with a tall figure radiating a white light. The luminous figure was the cameraman's spirit. Help me, Wen Shuang. I didn't mean to urinate on this uncle's grave. He won't let me leave. The grave's occupant, a man in his 50s, cast a sharp glance at Wen Shuang, sensing her extraordinary nature. This foul brat has drenched my grave with his stinking urine. The ground here is already low-lying. His actions turned this place into a swamp, foul and rank. The cameraman's spirit was filled with guilt and terror, repeatedly bowing in apology to the uncle's spirit. I truly did not know this was your resting place. I was wrong. Please have mercy on me this once. Seeing this, Wen Shuang quickly interjected, Uncle. He is young and foolish. He did not mean to offend you. Please calm your anger. I shall rectify this. With that, she produced a purification talisman, chanting softly. The talisman transformed into a beam of cleansing light, cascading over the grave. Instantly, the foulness dissipated, and the lingering stench vanished, replaced by a refreshing aura. The uncle's spirit's expression softened, and he released his grip on the cameraman's spirit, stepping forward to bow respectfully to Wen Shuang. Young lady, I see you possess true abilities. In life, I was the forest guardian of this mountain. Not far from here lie the graves of several heroes who fought valiantly for their country. They sacrificed their lives yet remain unacknowledged in this desolate wilderness. Could you assist them? Wen Shuang nodded. Very well, I shall go and take a look. After reciting an incantation to return the cameraman's spirit to his body, Wen Shuang led Qin Lai and Fu Xingzhou onward. They had not gone far when they indeed discovered several dilapidated graves. There were no headstones, only decaying wood, haphazardly thrust into the ground. Wen Shuang closed her eyes, quietly attuning to her surroundings. She vaguely sensed the spirits of the heroic soldiers, who, despite the passage of time, still emanated a steadfast and righteous aura. She directed Qin Lai and Fu Xingzhou to clear the surrounding weeds. Once the area was tidy, Wen Shuang lit incense and burned paper money before taking out a bronze bell and a spirit-summoning banner. Through the realms of yin and yang, souls return. With mountains and rivers as a guide, heroes appear. Her voice was both reverent and powerful, resonating through the silent valley. As her incantation echoed, the air crackled with energy, and the spirit-summoning banner trembled violently. Qin Lai and Fu Xingzhou stood side by side, their eyes wide with astonishment. Xingzhou, can your sister-in-law truly summon the souls of the heroes? Qin Lai's teeth chattered, his legs trembling as if he might faint at any moment.
Fu Xingzhou,
observing Wen Shuang's solemn and dignified expression, patted Qin Lai's arm. What are you afraid of? Without the fearless sacrifices of those heroic predecessors, how could we enjoy the peace and prosperity we have today? No sooner had Fu Xingzhou spoken than a mist began to rise. Before long, for figures gradually materialized from the light. 3 men and 1 woman, clad in tattered yet tidy military uniforms, their garments still bearing the unmistakable marks of gunfire and blood. Qin Lai's initial fear transformed into reverence upon witnessing this. The faces of the 4 heroes appeared youthful. They must have been under 25 at the time of their sacrifice. Wen Shuang, having come to understand some modern history, recognized that without these valiant warriors, the current peace and prosperity would not exist. She respectfully bowed to the 4 heroes and gently inquired, "Esteemed heroes, why do you linger here, despite the passage of time? Have you not yet reincarnated?" One of the women, exuding charisma and wisdom, stepped forward and spoke slowly. "We 4 were members of the same anti-Japanese guerrilla unit. Our mission was to destroy a vital munitions depot in order to buy time for our main force's strategic withdrawal." She paused momentarily, a flicker of painful memory crossing her eyes. "During our operation, we encountered an ambush and found ourselves in a dire situation. To fulfill our mission, we fought to the death, ultimately sacrificing ourselves on this very land." Behind her, a resolute male hero added, "We could not rest easy, concerned for our compatriots who might still be suffering. Though we may perish, the fervent desires within our hearts endure, as we cherish the hope that, should we possess the strength, we shall safeguard these mountains and rivers, along with our people. Once more, yet, we find ourselves ensnared in this remote mountain, unable to escape, oblivious to the transformations of the world beyond. Have the people attained a life of tranquility?" Upon hearing this, Fu Xingzhou and Qin Lai felt their eyes brim with tears. The 2 approached the heroic predecessors, recounting the nation's changes. "If the esteemed heroes wish to behold the world outside, I can escort you," Wen Shuang offered. The heroes' faces brightened with astonishment. "Is it truly possible?" they inquired. Wen Shuang nodded affirmatively. With that, she waved the soul-calling banner once more and chanted an incantation, enveloping the heroes in a gentle radiance. Upon finding themselves in the bustling city center, the heroes were struck with awe and curiosity. Towering skyscrapers ascended like giants, their glass facades reflecting a kaleidoscope of lights, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. The streets were alive with a ceaseless flow of vehicles. The sacrifices of yesteryears had borne such monumental changes, it was undeniably worthwhile. Indeed, we once dared not even dream of such a prosperous era, and now, witnessing it firsthand, our years of confinement have found their purpose. Fu Xingzhou and Qin Lai gazed upon the scene with profound respect. All of this was made possible by the selfless dedication of the heroes.
Today,
with Huagua flourishing and its people living in peace, your spirit shall forever inspire generations of Chinese. The heroes nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with pride and contentment. As night fell, Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou guided the heroes back to the Fu residence. Upon learning of their return, Fu's parents hurried out to extend their hospitality. Fu's mother personally prepared an elaborate feast featuring succulent braised pork, aromatic sweet and sour ribs, tender braised fish, refreshing seasonal vegetables, and a pot of rich chicken soup. I am unsure if these dishes will suit your tastes. Please do sample them, she said. The heroes gazed at the banquet before them. And though they had yet to lift their chopsticks, the enticing aromas filled them with a warmth they had not felt in ages. In the heat of battle, a simple hot meal had been a blessing. Now, confronted with such a sumptuous spread, they felt a profound sense of loss for what they could no longer experience. Observing their expressions, Wen Shuang swiftly formed hand seals and recited a spell, invoking the resonance of yin and yang, forging a connection that transformed the essence of the food, allowing its flavors to seep into their souls. The heroes soon felt a delightful sensation wash over them, and to their astonishment, they found chopsticks in their hands, able to truly savor the food. One hero took a bite of the braised pork. It melted in his mouth, the rich flavors exploding on his palate. "This is exquisite," he exclaimed. "I shall never forget this taste." The others joined in, their faces alight with happiness and satisfaction. The following day, Wen Shuang crafted 4 special talismans which, when affixed to the heroes, would enable them to walk in the daylight. With Fu Xingzhou and Qin Lai, she led the heroes to a modern high-speed railway station, then to an airport, followed by a visit to a high-tech research park, and finally to the bustling port. At the end of a day filled with sights, the heroes were profoundly moved by the nation's strength and the rapid advancement of technology, far beyond their wildest imaginations. To be born a citizen of Huagua is to embody its spirit even in death. In the next life, we shall again be Huagua's loyal guardians, contributing to the nation's prosperity. Upon returning to the villa, Wen Shuang sat with the heroes and softly spoke, "Esteemed heroes, if you trust me, please share your names and birth dates. I shall help you reconnect with your homeland and families, so your souls may return home and find peace." Tears of excitement and anticipation welled in the heroes' eyes. One stout hero spoke up, "I am Li Dashan, born on the 3rd day of the 7th month in the 8th year of the Republic, hailing from a small village in Dongshan County." One by one, the heroes shared their names and birth dates. When it came to the female hero, her expression darkened. "I am Lin Wanqing, born on the 21st day of the 12th month in the 10th year of the Republic. I am all alone, without family." When Shuang bit her lip, "No, there is still someone waiting for you." Lin Wanqing froze in disbelief. "What? I refuse to believe he still lives." Chapter 128. When the mountains and rivers are at peace. "I shall surely be with you for eternity." When Shuang gazed into Lin Wanqing's eyes and slowly spoke, "He is still alive." Lin Wanqing's face revealed shock. If Pei Jinyan were still among the living, he would now be 104 years old. "Hero, do you wish to see him?" When Shuang inquired. As Lin Wanqing recalled her painful memories, her face hardened and her eyes ignited with fury. "No, I have severed all ties with him, especially since he is a traitor. How can a traitor who betrayed the nation continue to live?" Lin Wanqing looked at Wen Shuang and the Fu family, closing her eyes before speaking in a hoarse voice. "Do you wish to hear the tale of my relationship with Pei Jinyan?" Wen Shuang and the Fu family nodded in unison. Lin Wanqing recounted how, as a child, she was sold by her family into a Peking opera troupe. As she grew, she became the brightest star of the troupe, her grace and charm captivating all who beheld her. Especially when she performed the Peony Pavilion, it was as if Du Linyang had stepped from the painting, enchanting countless admirers. Zheng Yaozu, the spoiled son of the Zheng family, was particularly infatuated with Lin Wanqing. A notorious playboy, he frequented the opera house every day to hear her sing, his gaze glued to her like glue. After several rejections, he approached the troupe leader, offering to buy her as his concubine. Lin Wanqing, though gentle in demeanor, was resolute in her refusal. Unwilling to accept defeat, Zheng Yaozu stormed into the backstage area with a group of thugs after her performance, intent on forcibly taking her. Just as Lin Wanqing was about to be seized, Pei Jinyan appeared. Having just returned from overseas, he wore a light blue long gown, exuding an air of refined elegance that seemed out of place in such chaotic times. He positioned himself in front of Lin Wanqing, his gaze steady and resolute. "Young Master Zheng, a forcibly taken fruit is never sweet. If Miss Lin is unwilling, please do not trouble her further." Zheng Yaozu recognized Pei Jinyan, whose family background surpassed even that of the Zhengs, and dared not provoke him. He refrained from instructing his men to act, but in a fit of anger, He spat. Pei Jinyan, you may protect her for a moment, but you cannot shield her for a lifetime. I do not believe your family would approve of your association with a mere actress. After Zheng Yaozu and his entourage departed, Pei Jinyan turned to the shaken Lin Wanqing.
His voice soothing.
Miss Lin, do not worry. Zheng Yaozu has gone far. Lin Wanqing looked up, her tear-filled eyes shimmering. She performed a slight bow. I am eternally grateful for your assistance today. Pei Jinyan gazed at her pitiable state, a flicker of compassion rising within him. You flatter me, Miss Lin. It is only right to aid those in distress, especially against the despicable actions of Zheng Yaozu. From that day forth, Lin Wanqing pondered how to express her gratitude to Pei Jinyan. Days later, she invited him to the opera house. On stage, as the curtains drew back and the soft, warm lights illuminated the scene, Lin Wanqing, adorned in exquisite costumes and a phoenix crown, resembled a noble concubine stepping forth from the annals of history. She glided gracefully, her flowing sleeves dancing like the wind, her lips parting to sing the drunken concubine, the melody soaring and enchanting. Pei Jinyan sat in the audience, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Wanqing. Each of her expressions, whether pouting or resentful, playful or alluring, seemed to vividly convey the loneliness and sorrow of the legendary Yang Guifei from the depths of the imperial court. Her delicate and enchanting voice, with its melodious and tender cadence, entwined itself around Pei Jinyan's heart like a silken thread. As Lin Wanqing's eyes flickered, they inadvertently met Pei Jinyan's. She slightly bowed her head, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Each smile and frown bore an irresistible beauty that captivated his very soul. Pei Jinyan watched, entranced, as if the world around him had faded away, leaving only this woman on stage, singing heart-stirring operas. As the performance concluded, the lingering echoes seemed to dance in the air. Pei Jinyan rose to his feet, applauding fervently, his eyes brimming with admiration and affection. Miss Lin, this melody could only belong to the heavens. How often can mere mortals be graced with such a performance? Your vocal prowess and grace are truly unparalleled. Lin Wanqing's small face flushed crimson as she performed a graceful curtsy, responding, You flatter me, young Master Pei. Their gazes intertwined, and a subtle undercurrent of emotion began to weave itself quietly through the air. From that moment on, the two grew closer. Whenever Pei Jinyan had a spare moment, he would visit the pear garden to hear Lin Wanqing sing, and during leisurely hours, he would teach her to read and write, guiding her through the strokes of characters and the beauty of poetry. Under his patient tutelage, Lin Wanqing seemed to have unlocked a whole new world. Gradually, the seeds of love began to sprout and flourish in their hearts. However, their blissful romance was not destined to last. One day, while they were on a clandestine rendezvous, they were discovered by Zheng Yaozu. Zheng informed Pei Jinyan's family, and in an era where social status was paramount, a union between a performer and a scion of a noble family was deemed nothing short of scandalous. Yet, Pei Jinyan, undeterred by his family's opposition and indifferent to societal judgment, resolutely took Lin Wanqing as his bride. Their married life, though fraught with challenges, was sweet. However, their idyllic days were soon overshadowed by the looming clouds of war. In a bid for vengeance against Pei Jinyan for taking Lin Wanqing away, Zheng Yaozu allied with a ruthless and avaricious warlord to unleash devastation upon the Pei family. On a dark and stormy night, they stormed the Pei residence, wreaking havoc and destruction. With the exception of Pei Jinyan and Lin Wanqing, the entire Pei family fell victim to this horrific calamity. Heartbroken, Pei Jinyan took Lin Wanqing to their ancestral home in the countryside. Wanqing, he lamented, the world is in ruins, the people are displaced, and my family has been shattered. I can no longer remain as I once did, simply cherishing you within this small sanctuary. In times of chaos, one must grow stronger to avenge their family, protect their loved ones, and defend their homeland. Tears glimmered in Lin Wanqing's eyes, yet she held them back. She embraced Pei Jinyan, her voice gentle yet resolute. Brother Jinyan, I understand. Protecting our home and country is a noble cause. If you can contribute to the nation and avenge your family, how could I possibly stand in your way? Pei Jinyan gazed at the understanding Lin Wanqing, lifting a hand to caress her long hair. Wanqing, I do not know when I shall return, or if I shall return at all. My heart is heavy with worry for you. Lin Wanqing gently shook her head, forcing a smile. Brother Jinyan, do not fret over me. Just do what you believe is right. I will take care of myself. There are countless families like ours suffering in this world. If you can lend a hand, I will be proud of you. Pei Jinyan clasped Lin Wangqing's hand tightly, his gaze steadfast and tender. Wangqing, once the world is at peace, I shall return to be with you, for eternity. Lin Wangqing's eyes brimmed with tears, and she nodded earnestly. I will wait for you. You must return safely. Chapter 129. The sole wish is to see her once more. Since Pei Jinyan's departure, Lin Wangqing remained at the old country home, yearning for his return day and night. Though her longing was intense, she did not allow herself to languish. She would study in Pei Jinyan's study, practice her writing, and pen letters to him, letters that were never sent. Yet, they symbolized her fervent yearning and concern for him. A year passed. Fate's dark hand reached out once more to Lin Wangqing. During a trip to the town for supplies with villagers, she inadvertently encountered Zheng Yaozu. He forcefully abducted her, and just as she believed her purity would be tarnished, Zheng Yaozu refrained from touching her. He promised her a surprise that night. Zheng had her dressed in a qipao and took her to an opulent little mansion where a lavish banquet was taking place, filled with laughter and clinking glasses. Lin Wangqing, do you see that man over there? Zheng Yaozu pointed. Following his finger, Lin Wangqing's heart sank as she beheld Pei Jinyan, resplendent in a fine suit, dancing intimately with the warlord's daughter. Her complexion drained of color. Why was Pei Jinyan here? Lin Wangqing, the man you have longed for is about to become engaged to another. Do you truly believe he remembers a mere performer like you? Zheng Yaozu dragged the pale Lin Wangqing to Pei Jinyan's side. Pei Jinyan cast a fleeting glance at Lin Wangqing, his eyes cold as ice. As if she were a stranger he had never known. Lin Wangqing bit her lip fiercely, unwilling to let her tears fall before him. He must have his reasons. Young Master Pei, do you remember who this is? Zheng Yaozu inquired maliciously. Pei Jinyan's expression remained impassive, his gaze devoid of warmth. She's just a performer, a fleeting amusement. How could she possibly compare to the illustrious Miss Wang I am about to marry? Miss Wang was the warlord's daughter. Tears streamed down Lin Wangqing's face as she struggled to comprehend the scene before her, unable to believe that Pei Jinyan could humiliate her so. Her heart felt as though it had been pierced by 1,000 arrows, leaving her breathless with pain.
Why?
Why treat me this way? Lin Wangqing sobbed, her voice filled with despair and anguish. Pei Jinyan remained unmoved, his gaze cold and contemptuous, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Do you truly think I would return to be with a woman of such lowly standing? Dream on. The warlord's daughter approached, wrapping her arm around Pei Jinyan's, laughing sweetly. Darling, there's no need to waste words on a performer. Pei Jinyan, in turn, embraced the warlord's daughter, his cold stare fixated on Lin Wangqing. If you know what's good for you, leave now and don't linger here. Amidst the jeers and taunts of the crowd, Lin Wangqing left in a daze. That night, she took refuge in a refugee camp. In the camp, the air was thick with the nauseating stench of decay and blood, and she witnessed the wretched state of the people, ragged and gaunt. Children were emaciated, their eyes filled with fear and confusion, while the elderly sat lifelessly on the ground, gazing into the distance as if awaiting an unknown deliverance. Lin Wangqing's heart ached at the sight of such suffering. She could not comprehend how the man who had once vowed to protect his family and country could have changed so drastically. Her feelings for Pei Jinyan could not be extinguished by a few cruel words. At last, she found an opportunity to meet him alone. She inquired whether he had his reasons for his behavior, to which he coldly replied that hearts are fickle. As she turned to leave, Zheng Yaozu blocked her path and, in front of Pei Jinyan, tore her clothes apart. Despite her desperate pleas, Pei Jinyan did not turn to look at her even once. Had it not been for a revolutionary passerby who came to her rescue, she would have been publicly shamed and her virtue destroyed by Zheng Yaozu. In that moment, her heart felt as though it were being carved by knives, and her complexion turned ashen. She came to the irrevocable conclusion that Pei Jinyan had changed. He was no longer the steadfast individual who had vowed to protect his homeland. Amidst the anguish, Lin Wangqing felt a surge of intense purpose within her. No longer would she wallow in the betrayal of Pei Jinyan. She resolutely followed the one who saved her and joined the ranks of the revolutionaries, embarking on a journey to defend her country. With her indomitable spirit and a heart full of vengeance against the enemy, she swiftly matured, learning to wield firearms and execute perilous missions. Gradually, her courage and determination inspired her comrades, and no one could have anticipated that the once fragile performer from the Pear Garden had transformed into a figure of grace and valor. She undertook numerous missions, fully prepared for the ultimate sacrifice. During a small unit's operation to demolish an enemy munitions depot, Bullets whizzed past them as she and her comrades fell one by one, their blood staining the valley floor. Yet, they accomplished their objective. After hearing Lin Wanqing's account, the Fu family was deeply moved and filled with gratitude. However, they felt a sense of indignation on her behalf regarding Pei Jinyan's actions. Elder, our peaceful and prosperous era today is a result of your sacrifices and blood. Fu Xingzhou exclaimed, his eyes reddened with emotion. Lin Wanqing offered a faint smile, asserting that contributing to and sacrificing for the nation was indeed their honor and mission. The land, once ravaged, had donned a new visage. Skyscrapers now pierced the skyline, and at night, the city was ablaze with lights, a dazzling starry expanse. The nation's prosperity, technological advancements, and military strength filled her with immense pride. Their sacrifices had not been in vain. If only Pei Jinyan had not betrayed her and continued his revolutionary endeavors. Perhaps. Lin Wanqing closed her eyes, forcing herself to dismiss thoughts of that faithless man and traitor. Elder Lin, deep down, you have never truly let go of Mr. Pei, have you? All these years, Mr. Pei has never been able to forget you either. He married no one but you. And after your sacrifice, he searched the country far and wide, yet he could not find any trace of you. He intentionally allowed you to misunderstand him and deliberately associated with that warlord's daughter, burdened as he was with an undisclosed mission. That warlord was colluding with the Japanese, attempting to betray the nation's interests. Mr. Pei was dispatched as an undercover agent, penetrating the enemy's ranks with his wisdom and courage. After you were taken by Zheng Yaozu, he brought you to his side because Zheng had suspicions about him being an undercover agent and sought to test him. Any hint of abnormality from Mr. Pei would have exposed his identity, jeopardizing not only his life, but also the lives of countless revolutionaries. When you were nearly violated by Zheng Yaozu, he passed by you with an impassive expression, offering no assistance. However, the revolutionary who arrived just in time was one of his arrangements. After the war, he searched the nation for you, but to no avail. He remained at the old country house where you once lived, repairing it time and time again. Despite the government offering him better accommodations, he insisted on staying at the old house, fearing that one day you would return and find no trace of your former home. Though he had risen to a high rank, he never remarried, living a solitary life, without children. His very existence was a testament to his fear of dying without ever seeing you again in another life. Now, as he nears the end of his days, his only wish is to see you once more. Would you be willing to meet him again? Chapter 130. In the final moments of life, a lifelong love arrives. Wen Shuang's words struck Lin Wanqing like a thunderclap. Countless memories surged through her mind, the moments shared with Pei Jinyan and the misunderstandings and betrayals she once believed, now dissipated like mist. After the initial shock, a long-buried sense of emotion arose. Brother Jinyan had never betrayed the revolution. He had steadfastly upheld his promised faith in the darkness. He had neither forsaken her nor the nation. I must return to see him one last time, Lin Wanqing declared. Her eyes reddened, her tone resolute. Given the urgency, Fu Xingzhou promptly arranged for a helicopter. 2 hours later, Lin Wanqing found herself before the old house of her memories. Time seemed to have paused there. The house retained its former appearance, though heavily guarded at the entrance. Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou waited outside, refraining from entering with Lin Wanqing. Inside, the room was unchanged, untouched by time. Lin Wanqing searched for Pei Jinyan, eventually making her way to his beloved study. On the desk lay a thick stack of letters, including those she had written to Pei Jinyan but never sent. He must have read them countless times. The paper had grown soft from repeated handling, some edges frayed, and remnants of dried tears marked the pages. She could envision a solitary night. Pei Jinyan sitting under the dim light, reading her letters and silently shedding tears. Her heart ached with a profound sense of loss. Alongside her letters, there were numerous replies he had written to her. She picked one up, the words inscribed within, "My beloved Wanner, I know you have misunderstood me. Seeing the resentment and confusion in your eyes pierces my heart. I wish I could appear before you immediately and lay everything bare, but I cannot. The weight of my mission is too great, leaving no room for error. In this assignment, every glance and word I utter determines its success or failure. The lives of countless comrades hang in the balance. I have envisioned the day when the revolution triumphs, and we can stroll beneath the sunset, sharing the longing we felt during our separation. I wish to show you fields of blooming flowers, to witness the sunrise that symbolizes freedom and hope. Yet, I understand that before that day arrives, I must remain steadfast in silence, enduring the pain alone, even if you misunderstand me. Please believe that my heart has never strayed from you, nor have I betrayed our shared ideals. Once everything concludes, I will return to your side, dedicating my remaining life to atone for my shortcomings. Forever yours, Jinyan. Tears streamed down Lin Wanqing's face as she trembled, opening another letter. My beloved Wanner, I have been shot 3 times, and I thought I would not survive. Yet, I remembered that my wife was waiting for me at home, and I could not allow myself to perish. The revolution has finally triumphed, and my wounds have healed. I am eager to return, only to find that you have vanished into the vast sea. The comrade who once saved you has also given his life. No one knows where you have gone. Have my past actions shattered your heart, causing you to hide away and refuse to see me? Wanner, if you can hear my call, could you provide me with a clue to find you? Missing you, Jinyan. Lin Wanqing opened yet another letter. My beloved Wanner, as time passes, I grow older and weaker. I fear that the years may dull my memories of you, and I dread that I may not live to see the day we reunite. I often reminisce about the moments we have shared, recalling the night you married me, the shyness in your gaze as you called me Brother Jinyan. Over the years, I have witnessed countless farewells and reunions, as well as innumerable victories and moments of glory, yet nothing compares to the warmth of your smile. If it were within my power, I would gladly trade all my honors for just one opportunity to reunite with you. Wanner, wherever you may be, I hope you find happiness. However, if you still wish for it, I long for your return to my side, so that my final days may be graced by your presence. Forever awaiting you, Jinyan. Lin Wanqing picked up a letter, still damp with ink, likely penned not long ago. My dear wife, Wanner, this shall be the last letter I write to you, for my life draws to a close. Throughout my existence, I have weathered storms and witnessed the rise and fall of many, yet my heart still yearns for your return. I have called for you countless times in silence. Why have you never graced my dreams? Have I disappointed you, causing you such sorrow that you cannot forgive me? Now, I lack the strength to seek you any longer. If there is an afterlife, I shall atone for my sins then. I wonder if my beloved Wanner would grant me one more chance? Forever loving you, Jinyan. Lin Wanqing trembled as she set down the letter, her heart twisted with pain. The emotions long sealed by time surged forth like a flood, overwhelming her. She searched the old residence for Pei Jinyan, yet found nothing. In despair, she rushed out to Wen Shuang, exclaiming that she could not find him. Was he already? Wen Shuang pointed towards the nearby stage, indicating that Mr. Pei had gone there. Pei Jinyan was aware that his life flickered like a candle in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Supported by guards, he slowly approached the stage he had built with his own hands. Around him, his subordinates, clad in crisp military uniforms, stood in solemn attention, their eyes filled with respect and concern for their aging leader. Pei Jinyan gazed at the empty stage, recalling his promise to Lin Wanqing. After the revolution, she had asked him to build a stage for her, where she would perform solely for him. He had vowed to construct the most beautiful stage for her. Each brick and tile of this stage was infused with his longing and deep affection for her. At this moment, as he looked upon the vacant stage, bitterness filled his heart. He understood that his life had reached its conclusion, and he would never again hear Wanner sing. Wanner, I am sorry. I can wait no longer. In a daze, Pei Jinyan thought he saw lights illuminate the stage. A woman clad in splendid theatrical attire gracefully ascended the platform. It was none other than the young Lin Wanqing, adorned with a jeweled phoenix crown, her flowing sleeves as light as clouds. Her eyes, brimming with emotion, met Pei Jinyan's below, and as her lips parted, the enchanting melody of the peony pavilion resonated. Originally, the vibrant blossoms filled the land, yet all has succumbed to the ruins of desolation. What a pity that such beautiful moments are lost to fate. Who in this world can relish joy? Chapter 131. He loved her, forever and ever. The melodious strains of the opera, imbued with a captivating charm, were both delightful and enchanting. As she moved with elegance, her graceful steps and expressive gaze brought a spark to Pei Jinyan's once-dulled eyes. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had returned to his youth, to those bittersweet, cherished days. Tears welled in his eyes, a blend of surprise, longing, and the profound shock of reunion after a separation of over half a century. His cracked lips parted as if to call out Lin Wanqing's name, yet his emotions choked him, rendering him speechless. He could not discern whether this was a dying fantasy or a genuine vision. The military green-clad subordinates behind him stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at the beautiful woman on stage, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the figure in the cherished black-and-white photograph their old leader had kept close. They instantly understood that this was the beloved wife he had longed for throughout his life. Despite their astonishment, they remained respectfully silent, honoring the poignant moment between the old leader and his wife. On stage, Lin Wanqing exchanged a tender gaze with Pei Jinyan. As the final notes lingered in the air, she hurried down to his side. Pei Jinyan was no longer the youthful, refined figure etched in her memory. His once raven hair was now a crown of white, and the traces of time marked his face. Yet, the elegance and grace that defined him remained, a testament to his cultivated demeanor.
Water.
Lin Wanqing slowly reached out to Pei Jinyan, her eyes filled with tenderness. She gently caressed his face, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Jinyan, I have returned." Pei Jinyan fought to keep his murky eyes open, gazing upon the young and beautiful woman before him. A warm tear rolled down his cheek.
Water.
"Have you truly come back to see me? All these years, I have missed you. Do you still harbor resentment towards me?" Lin Wanqing shook her head, tears blurring her vision. "I am sorry. I misunderstood you. Though I have experienced pain, hatred, and confusion, my love for you has never waned." Pei Jinyan raised his hand, summoning the last of his strength to wipe away her tears. "It is a blessing to see you once more before my life ends. Even if this is merely an illusion, I am content." He gazed deeply into her eyes, as if to engrave her image upon his heart forever. "Waner, my beloved, I love you, eternally." Pei Jinyan slowly closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, a smile that held the joy of reunion, deep affection for Lin Wanqing, and the relief of a life spent in steadfast devotion and waiting. Around them, the guards and subordinates, witnessing the old leader's peaceful passing, removed their caps and bowed their heads in solemn tribute. As Pei Jinyan's spirit departed his body, Wen Shuang approached, softly murmuring incantations, and then a miraculous scene unfolded. Pei Jinyan's spirit transformed into his youthful form, still exuding grace and vigor. He reached for Lin Wanqing's hand, his heart ablaze with emotion. "Waner, this is not a dream. I truly see you." Lin Wanqing nodded, grasping his hand in return, sharing with him how she and her comrades had been discovered by Wen Shuang and brought here. Pei Jinyan turned his grateful gaze to Wen Shuang. "Thank you, Miss Wen, for fulfilling my final wish and resolving the misunderstanding between Waner and me." Wen Shuang, deeply moved by the love between Pei Jinyan and Lin Wanqing and their patriotic fervor, replied with tearful eyes, "Old leader, please do not say that. Both you and Lin are great revolutionary pioneers who dedicated your lives to the nation and its people. It is my honor to reconcile your misunderstanding and facilitate your reunion." Pei Jinyan nodded earnestly, then turned his gaze to his subordinates. When Shuang understood he had words for them, and she cast a spell to reveal the presence of Pei Jinyan and Lin Wanqing's spirits. "Children, you must protect our nation with utmost diligence. The nation is our foundation. Only through its prosperity can the people attain happiness and well-being. You bear a significant responsibility, so always remember your mission." The subordinates stood tall, saluting in unison, responding, "Yes. Rest assured, old leader." Pei Jinyan smiled faintly, declaring, "If there is a next life, I would still wish to be born in Huagua. I cherish this land, I adore my nation, and I shall forever take pride in being a citizen of Huagua." Upon hearing Pei Jinyan's words, a wave of fervor surged through everyone present. "Rest assured, esteemed elder, we shall undoubtedly carry forth your spirit and strive for an ever-flourishing Huagua." Pei Jinyan nodded gently, turning to gaze affectionately at Lin Wanqing. Hand in hand, they approached Wen Shuang once more. "Miss Wen, I am truly grateful to you for allowing Wanqing and me to reunite." Lin Wanqing also offered a slight bow to Wen Shuang, saying, "Miss Wen, may your future days be filled with smooth sailing and may all your desires be fulfilled, paving the way for your endeavors." With their wishes fulfilled, Lin Wanqing and Pei Jinyan strolled forward, their figures gradually receding into the distance. As their silhouettes faded, the melodious strains of traditional opera rose again. "The most enchanting spring is this year. What is it that is low? Let it rise high, painting the walls in pink. For spring's heart flies freely everywhere." As the opera music wafted away, the figures of Pei Jinyan and Lin Wanqing became increasingly ethereal. The onlookers watched in silence, their eyes brimming with emotion and reluctance. Pei Jinyan's subordinates once again raised their hands in a synchronized military salute. Tears glistened in the eyes of each individual. those tears signifying profound respect for the elder and his wife, as well as genuine emotion stirred by a love that transcended life and death, and by the revolutionary spirit. The revolutionary martyrs dedicated everything for the sake of their country and its people. Pei Jinyan and Lin Wanqing journeyed through darkness, steadfast in misunderstanding, burying their personal feelings deep within, all for the noble revolutionary ideal. Their love shone like the brightest star in the pitch-black night sky, forever radiating a dazzling and enchanting light, even across the chasm of mortality. Their spirit stands as an eternal monument, inspiring generations to strive tirelessly for the prosperity of their nation and the well-being of its people. When the figures of Pei Jinyan and Lin Wanqing finally vanished, the lingering echoes of the opera seemed to linger in the air. Fu Xingzhou had already dissolved into tears, sobbing, "Sister-in-law, will Mr. Pei and Senior Lin be able to reunite in the next life?" Chapter 132, the most perfect conclusion of this life. When Shuang gazed in the direction where Pei Jinyan and Lin Wanqing had disappeared, her eyes reddening as she nodded. They ventured into perilous depths for the revolutionary cause. Embracing misunderstandings and sacrificing their lives, their virtues deepened, and the King of Hell would surely grant them another chance to reunite in the next life. Fu Xingzhou wiped the tears from his face, wishing fervently for their next life to be smooth and sweet, growing old together. "It will be," when Shuang replied, her eyes narrowing slightly as if she could see Lin Wanqing and Pei Jinyan tightly embracing by the Naihe Bridge. Under the king's instructions, Mengpa only allowed the two to drink a third of the Mengpa soup. When they reincarnate at 18, they would recall the fragments of their past lives. In a shift of scenes, when Shuang found herself in a cozy delivery room, where the sound of a crisp cry announced Lin Wanqing's birth into a family of Peking opera practitioners. Her family cradled her, their faces beaming with undeniable joy. Simultaneously, across the city, a baby boy also cried out as Pei Jinyan was born into a family steeped in military and political heritage. Time flowed on and the years changed. The university campus basked in bright sunshine, with lush trees providing shade. At the orientation gala, Lin Wanqing, having studied opera since childhood, gracefully ascended the stage in a resplendent costume to perform the classic Peking opera Mu Guiying Takes Command. As the stirring music commenced, Lin Wanqing's ruby lips parted, and the resonant sounds of drums and horns awakened her long-standing patriotism. Each glance and movement she made was imbued with charm, vividly portraying Mu Guiying's valiant demeanor. At that moment, a tall, upright figure stepped into the auditorium, clad in military uniform, strikingly handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura. It was none other than Pei Jinyan, who had long harbored dreams of safeguarding his homeland and had now gained admission to a military academy, radiating inherent resolve and courage. As Lin Wanqing sang, "In those days on the peach blossom horse, I was imposing, my enemy's blood staining my pomegranate skirt." Her gaze met Pei Jinyan's as he stood at the foot of the stage. In an instant, countless fragments of memories from their past life flashed through Lin Wanqing's mind. Her heart jolted, and her singing momentarily faltered. Tears welled in her eyes. Despite the emotional turmoil, she quickly regained her composure and continued her performance. When the song concluded, the auditorium erupted in thunderous applause. Lin Wanqing hurried backstage to change into her own clothes before swiftly returning to the auditorium. However, Pei Jinyan was no longer there, prompting her to search outside. Soon, she spotted him standing by the flower bed outside the auditorium, clad in a crisp military uniform, the moonlight casting a glow upon him, outlining his tall and stately figure. Lin Wanqing approached him swiftly, looking up with tears shimmering in her eyes. "I seem to recall our previous life, Jinyan. Did you come specifically to find me?" This was their first meeting in this life. Pei Jinyan's eyes were already a shade of red. He extended his long arms, pulling Lin Wanqing tightly into his embrace. "Wanqing, it was half an hour ago that I remembered our past life, and upon recollection, I could hardly wait to find you." In truth, even before recalling their past life, Pei Jinyan had already been secretly enamored with Lin Wanqing. The Lin family was renowned in the world of opera. 3 years ago, Lin Wanqing had appeared on the Spring Festival Gala with her parents, performing a segment of Peking opera. On the television screen, Lin Wanqing donned her costume, her makeup exquisite, radiating the vivacity and spirit of youth. Her eloquent recitation and melodious singing captivated him completely. At the climax of her performance, as her emotions intensified, he felt a pang in his heart, his eyes reddening and his heart gripped by an invisible hand. His parents had teased him about it. For he had always been a boy who shed blood, but not tears. Now, he understood why he had wept. It was because she was his wife, Wan Qing, whom he had loved, awaited, and thought of for a lifetime in their past life. They had been swept apart by the currents of fate, separated for nearly 79 years. The long and torturous wait had finally borne fruit in this life. Wan Qing, 3 years ago, when I saw you and your parents on the Spring Festival Gala, I fell in love with you, at first sight. I inquired about you and learned that we were in the same city. Whenever I had the chance, I would visit your school, observing you from afar. I watched you traverse the campus with books in hand, your steps light as you moved between the classrooms. And I saw you rehearsing in the opera club, your focused demeanor and engaged posture deeply captivating me. Tears of emotion welled in Lin Wanqing's eyes as fragmented images flickered through her mind. I often received mysterious gifts. Were they all from you? Pei Jinyan nodded. Yes, they were. Once during evening study, when my period unexpectedly started, I was in great pain, resting my head on the desk. In my daze, I felt someone drape a school uniform jacket over me and offer me a thermos of ginger tea. Was that you too? Pei Jinyan nodded again. Yes, it was. Your school uniform jacket. I have kept it at home all this time, not knowing whose it was. It turns out it was all you. Lin Wanqing could no longer restrain her emotions. She extended her arms and embraced Pei Jinyan tightly. In truth, I have seen you at school as well. Dressed in military attire, you stood tall and exuded an exceptional aura. Each time I laid eyes on you, my heart would inexplicably race. I fell for you at first sight. However, I never dared to initiate conversation or ask for your contact information. You appeared somewhat aloof, and I witnessed numerous girls confessing their feelings to you, only to be met with rejection. I feared it was merely my unrequited affection. Pei Jinyan gently lifted his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of Lin Wanqing's eyes, his gaze filled with tenderness as he looked at her. The reason I turned down other girls is that in my heart, there is only Wan Qing. Lin Wanqing buried her small face in Pei Jinyan's broad and handsome chest. Her voice choked with emotion. Fortunately, fate has allowed us to meet again, enabling us to once more open our hearts to one another. From now on, let us never part again. I wish to remain by your side eternally. Pei Jinyan lowered his head and kissed Lin Wanqing's forehead, his voice soft yet resolute. All right. We shall never be separated again. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying a subtle fragrance of flowers, seemingly rejoicing in their reunification that transcended 2 lifetimes. The profound memories of their past life, marked by sorrow and separation, had become mere echoes of the past. In this life, once again hand in hand, all the long waits and yearnings transformed into boundless sweetness and happiness at this moment. Chapter 133. A thunderbolt from the blue, as if falling into an abyss. Fu Xingzhou learned from Wen Shuang that Pei Jinyan and Lin Wanqing would find happiness in their next life, and a smile finally graced his handsome face. Upon arriving in the imperial city, they did not immediately take a helicopter back to Yeqing but instead headed to the university where Fu Xidong was studying. After purchasing fruits and snacks, Wen Shuang arrived at the base of Fu Xidong's dormitory. As Fu Xingzhou was male, he could not go up. Wen Shuang did not inform Fu Xidong in advance, directly heading to her dormitory door. The door was not tightly shut, and Wen Shuang peeked inside. Fu Xidong and her roommate sat on the edge of the bed, their faces heavy, brows furrowed, appearing somewhat listless.
Xidong.
Upon hearing Wen Shuang's voice, Fu Xidong immediately lifted her long lashes to glance towards the door. Seeing Wen Shuang unexpectedly appear, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, and she quickly stood up to greet her. Sister-in-law. The other 2 girls in the dormitory heard Fu Xidong call her sister-in-law and immediately turned their gazes toward the entrance. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Fu Xidong's eyes showed delight as she accepted the fruits and snacks Wen Shuang was carrying, pulling her inside the dormitory. The girls, Yuan and Mo Xiaoya, quickly rose curiously and respectfully greeting Wen Shuang. Hello, sister-in-law. Xidong, your sister-in-law is so young and beautiful. Yuan and Mo Xiaoya often heard Fu Xidong speak of her sister-in-law, praising her not only for her beauty, but also for her capabilities. Xidong, can your sister-in-law help save Yining? Fu Xidong lived in a 4-person dormitory with Luo Yining, Yuan, and Mo Xiaoya. Although the 4 girls had different personalities, they all got along splendidly. Fu Xidong led Wen Shuang to sit on the bed, pointing to the opposite bunk.
Sister-in-law.
My roommate Luo Yining attempted suicide by cutting her wrist last night. She is currently in the ICU at the hospital, and we are all extremely worried about her. Fu Xidong took out her phone and opened a group photo of the 4 of them in the dormitory. After casting a glance at the photo and then at the bed across from her, Wen Shuang saw a figure in a white dress with long hair cascading down, sitting on the edge of the bed. You're Luo Yining, right? Why are you not returning to the hospital? Lingering outside your body will adversely affect your health. And if this continues, you may become a vegetable. As soon as Wen Shuang's words fell, Fu Sidong, Yuan, and Mo Xiaoya were all taken aback. Yuan and Mo Xiaoya hurried to Wen Shuang's side, their faces filled with confusion. Sister-in-law, what is a lingering soul? Wen Shuang explained, a lingering soul refers to when a person is alive, yet their spirit has departed from their body. Generally, a person's soul and body are one. However, when faced with significant trauma, such as extreme fright or a near-death experience, the soul may leave the body. Fu Sitong looked at the bed opposite her. From her perspective, seeing nothing, she furrowed her brows tightly and asked, Sister-in-law, is Yining's lingering soul over there? Wen Shuang nodded, then gently raised her hands, reciting an incantation and forming a hand seal. Soon, Fu Sitong, Yuan, and Mo Xiaoya saw a faint figure on Luo Yining's bed. Upon closer inspection, the frail silhouette indeed belonged to Luo Yining. Pain and confusion adorned the face of Luo Yining's lingering soul. Yining, what were you thinking? Why did you attempt to take your own life? We had made plans to go shopping and watch a movie together next weekend. Fu Sitong asked, her eyes reddening. Right? Yining, didn't you go home last weekend? What on earth happened that drove you to such extremes? Yuan questioned anxiously. Yining, quickly return to your body. If there are unspeakable difficulties, we can discuss them once you wake up, Mo Xiaoya urged. Luo Yining slowly lifted her head, her gaze falling on her roommates. Then glancing at Wen Shuang, her voice frail and filled with despair. I no longer wish to live. Upon hearing Luo Yining's words, Fu Sidong's eyes instantly reddened, her voice trembling as she implored, Yining, please do not give up on yourself. We are all here for you and will help you. Yuan's voice quivered, Yining. What nonsense are you saying? You cannot leave us like this. Whatever difficulties you face, just share them, and we will bear them together. Wen Shuang looked at Luo Yining's lingering soul, who appeared to be in immense pain and unwilling to return to her body. Furrowing her brows slightly, she inquired, is it because your mother wishes to marry that man? Luo Yining abruptly raised her head to look at Wen Shuang, recalling Fu Sidong mentioning that her sister-in-law was a formidable master of metaphysics. Grasping onto a lifeline, she asked, Sister-in-law, will my mother truly marry that person? Even if I die, will she not change her decision? Wen Shuang pursed her lips. Could you tell me why you despise that person? Luo Yining lowered her long lashes, lost in memories. Luo Yining's father was a doctor who, when she was very young, spent nearly 10 hours trying to save a critically injured patient from a car accident, but ultimately failed. Furthermore, after the patient was sent to the morgue, their organs mysteriously disappeared. All evidence pointed to her father having sold the patient's organs. Additionally, the deceased's body contained her father's genetic material. Not only did her father sell the deceased's organs, but he also violated the corpse. No one believed her father's explanations. He was branded a criminal and imprisoned. Her mother divorced him, and Luo Yining was often bullied and mocked by her peers as the daughter of a criminal. Her father's name was taboo in their home. Her mother forbade her from thinking about him, mentioning him, or even visiting him in prison. Less than a year after her father was incarcerated, her mother began a relationship with her father's colleague, Zhong Hanwen. When she was little, she had thought Zhong Hanwen was a good man who could replace her father. Until one day, while tutoring her in her homework, he inappropriately touched her. Although she was still very young, her father had taught her that a girl's private areas should not be touched by anyone. She began to loathe Zhong Hanwen and did not want her mother to be with him. Whenever he came to their house, she would spit at him. She confided in her mother that Zhong Hanwen had touched her, yet her mother dismissed her claims, asserting that Zhong Hanwen was a man of high moral integrity and reliable character, urging her not to cause unnecessary trouble. Perhaps due to her vehement protests, Zhong Hanwen never set foot in their home again for over a decade. She believed she would never see him again, but to her surprise, during a recent health check at the city hospital, she unexpectedly encountered him. His gaze was appraising as he remarked that Xiao Yining had grown up and become increasingly beautiful. She was astonished to discover that Zhong Hanwen had transferred to Renai Hospital and had risen to the esteemed position of vice president. She thought that perhaps by avoiding Renai Hospital, she could evade any further encounters with him. However, yesterday, upon returning home for the weekend, she found Zhong Hanwen in her house. Her mother, brimming with excitement, took her hand and said, I have reconciled with your uncle Hanwen. All these years, he remained unmarried, harboring feelings for me. When you were younger, I considered your feelings and refrained from remarrying, but now that you are grown, you should understand. After all, I am merely a woman seeking a shoulder to lean on, and I hope you can comprehend my desires. Luo Yining had never opposed her mother's intention to remarry. She simply hoped it would not be with the duplicitous Zhong Hanwen. Over the years, her mother had raised her alone with great difficulty, and Luo Yining was well aware of her mother's affection for Zhong Hanwen. If her mother insisted on being with him, she resolved to move out. Although she harbored a strong dislike for Zhong Hanwen, she complied with her mother's wishes and shared a meal with him. To her dismay, during their dinner together, Zhong Hanwen shamelessly extended his foot to caress her calf, teasing her beneath the table. He was old enough to be her father. Luo Yining felt an overwhelming wave of disgust, discomfort, and anguish. She longed to reveal Zhong Hanwen's lewd behavior to her mother, but recalled how, as a child, her mother had never believed her and accused her of mischief. After only a few bites, she abandoned her chopsticks and retreated to her room. She lay on her bed, listening to her mother sighing about her perceived lack of understanding, her heart heavy with sorrow. After what felt like an eternity, when Zhong Hanwen finally left, Luo Yining summoned the courage to confide in her mother. To her shock, she saw her mother emerge from the bathroom, holding a pregnancy test with 2 lines. Her mother was pregnant, with Zhong Hanwen's child. This revelation struck Luo Yining like a bolt from the blue. Yining, when I was young, both your father and Uncle Hanwen pursued me. I chose your father, and I have regretted that decision for a lifetime. I never imagined that your father, who seemed so honest and upright, would turn out to be a man of corrupted morals. The greatest regret of my life is marrying your father. My first half of life is ruined, and in the second half, I want to live for myself. I am having a child with Uncle Hanwen, and, regardless of your objections, I will be with him. Luo Yining returned to her room, utterly despondent, and cried into her pillow for what felt like an eternity. Just as she was preparing to respect her mother's choice and move out on her own, she suddenly received a multimedia message from an unfamiliar number. The photo was an explicit image of her changing clothes in her room, completely unclothed. Her mind buzzed with confusion. When she finally grasped the situation, she realized that a pinhole camera had been placed in the eyes of the stuffed animal on her bedside. All her moments of changing had been recorded. Trembling, she dialed the unfamiliar number. The call connected swiftly, and Zhong Hanwen's voice, laced with a smile, greeted her. Xiao Yining, do you know what Uncle Hanwen desires? As long as you surrender your virginity to me, I will agree to any conditions you propose. Before she could respond, his tone turned ominous. If you refuse, those photos of you in your birthday suit will be shared on your school's forum, for all to admire your exquisite form. In that moment, Luo Yining felt herself plummet into an abyss. Chapter 134. Hitting rock bottom, then seeing a light again. After hearing Luo Yining's account, Fu Sidong Yuan and Mo Xiaoya were filled with fury and sorrow for her. The 3 girls encircled Luo Yining, continuously comforting and encouraging her, providing warmth and strength. Watching this scene, Wen Shuang felt a stir of emotion. The friendship among the girls was truly pure and touching. Luo Yining, go back to the hospital. Your father has been released early from prison. Don't you want to see him? Luo Yining lifted her head, disbelief etched on her face as she trembled. My father has been released early? When Shuang nodded, he behaved exceptionally well in prison, using his medical skills to assist numerous inmates. On one occasion, he even saved a guard suffering from a heart attack, which earned him a reduction in sentence. Luo Yining covered her mouth, tears of joy spilling forth. That's wonderful. Father is out. Yet, abruptly, her expression turned dim and confused. Sister Tongtong, is my father truly the kind of man with a corrupted moral compass, who would exploit even the deceased? When Shuang gazed into Luo Yining's eyes, softly inquiring, what kind of person do you believe your father is? Luo Yining lowered her long lashes, her thoughts drifting to a distant past. In her memories, her father was a gentle soul, always offering encouragement and support with a comforting hand on her head whenever she faced difficulties. He instilled in her the importance of possessing a righteous worldview, teaching her to be kind, honest, and brave, and to learn self-protection. However, after her father's imprisonment, everyone around her, including her mother, labeled him a villain, leaving her uncertain. Over a decade had passed, and she struggled to recall her father's original visage. She felt like an inadequate daughter. With tears brimming in her eyes, Luo Yining declared, in my heart, my father is a good person. I truly cannot believe he would commit such heinous acts. When Shuang nodded encouragingly, Then believe in the father you hold in your heart. Fu Xidong's eyes brightened at her words. Yining, my sister-in-law means to say that your father is a good man. He must have been wronged. Luo Yining stood resolutely, her expression firm.
I want to see my father.
I must confront him. At Renai Hospital, outside the intensive care unit, Luo Mingqian's once upright figure had become somewhat stooped. The passage of time and the hardships of prison life had left deep marks on him. His hair was gray and disheveled, his face lined with weariness and hardship. I merely wish to see Yining. She is my daughter. Before he could finish his sentence, Luo's mother, Wang Jingxian, struck him forcefully across the face. A vivid red handprint appeared on his cheek as he bit his lip, enduring the pain in silence, his eyes brimming with suffering and helplessness. Jingxian, for the sake of our past as husband and wife. Before he could complete his thought, the other side of his face received another slap. How dare you return? How dare you plead to see our daughter? All these years, I have endured countless glares and hardships because of you. Do you not realize? You are unworthy to be Yining's father. Leave, quickly. Zhong Hanwen approached Wang Jingxian and wrapped an arm around her waist. Darling, do not be upset. After all, you are carrying my child. Wang Jingxian looked at the considerate, mature, and handsome Zhong Hanwen, then at the disheveled and worn Luo Mingqian, her eyes filled with disdain. Once, Luo Mingqian had been far more handsome and refined than Zhong Hanwen, but over a decade of imprisonment had created an insurmountable chasm between them. Only a man as accomplished and charismatic as Zhong Hanwen is worthy of her now. Upon hearing that Wang Jingxian was expecting Zhong Hanwen's child, Luo Mingqian felt a violent shudder run through him. The wife he once shared a life with was now carrying another man's child. This revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. Yet he understood that as a man who had served time in prison, he was no longer entitled to happiness. Zhong Hanwen, witnessing Luo Mingqian's suffering and self-abasement, felt a momentary thrill of satisfaction. Mingqian, had it not been for Jingxian recognizing you, I truly would not have identified you. He taunted, observing Luo's graying hair and hunched back, a far cry from the esteemed surgeon he once was. If I were in your shoes, having committed a crime and served time, I would have the decency to vanish from sight. Your daughter, Yining, must have contemplated suicide upon learning her incarcerated father was to be released. She has expressed to me on multiple occasions how disgusted she is to have you as a father. It would be best if you stayed away from her, lest your mere presence drives her to attempt it again. Luo Mingqian's body trembled violently. Was it truly his impending release that pushed his daughter to such despair? Had he been the architect of her suffering? Zhong Hanwen's smirk deepened as he relished the torment of Luo Mingqian, reminding him of the countless injustices Yining had endured due to his existence. Luo Mingqian's legs grew weak, his face drained of color, as memories of his daughter's youthful vibrancy flooded his mind, now overshadowed by the darkness of his actions. Regret and guilt surged within him, and tears welled up in his eyes. Wang Jingxian, already seething with anger, erupted further upon hearing Zhong Hanwen's words. She unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Luo Mingqian, accusing him of ruining Yining's life. You despicable criminal. Why don't you just die? Get out of our lives forever. Zhong Hanwen watched with excitement, a cold, triumphant smile playing on his lips as he observed the once mighty Luo Mingqian being so easily subdued by the woman he once loved.
Ah, Luo Mingqian.
You are nothing but a pathetic, spineless wretch now. Luo Mingqian made no effort to defend himself, allowing the onslaught to continue, as despair and remorse engulfed him like a relentless tide. Only when Wang Jingxian grew weary and ordered him to leave did he slowly turn away, his steps heavy and unsteady. If his release could lead to his daughter's demise, he would rather never see her again. All he wished was for her to live a healthy and peaceful life. His very existence was a source of shame and disgrace to her. Just as Luo Mingqian felt that his life had plummeted into an abyss of despair, a voice called out from behind him, Daddy. Chapter 135. The Truth of the Past. The Malice of Humanity. Luo Mingqian, who had felt utterly lifeless, suddenly froze. His feet seemed to be anchored to the ground, unable to move an inch. Slowly, he turned around, lifting his head to behold the frail figure of the girl who had just emerged from the intensive care unit. Is that you, Yining? He asked, his voice trembling. Luo Yining, still weak and pale, gazed at him with tear-filled eyes and called out once more, Daddy. A glimmer of hope ignited in Luo Mingqian's dull eyes as he struggled to suppress his emotions, whispering her name, Yining. The moment their eyes met, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Both Wang Jingxian and Zhong Hanwen were taken aback, astonished to see Luo Yining, who had been in a coma, suddenly rush out and call Luo Mingqian daddy. As she made her way towards him, Zhong Hanwen quickly intervened, grabbing her arm. Yining, you mustn't approach him. His presence is a disgrace to you. Do you want to be looked down upon for the rest of your life? Wang Jingxian also stepped in, her face a mask of fury. Yining, have you lost your mind? Luo Mingqian has destroyed our family. Why would you still acknowledge him? Your uncle Hanwen is a far better man. Once your mother marries him, your new father will be the vice president of Renai Hospital. He can secure you a good job after you graduate. Defiantly, Luo Yining broke free from their grasp, sprinting towards Luo Mingqian with outstretched arms, shielding him. My father is only Luo Mingqian. No matter how others perceive him, he is my dearest and best father. She then cast a furious glare at Zhong Hanwen. You are the true hypocrite and villain. Wang Jingxian approached Luo Yining, raising her hand to strike her across the face. Yining, during all these years your father was in prison, it was your uncle Hanwen who supported us. If you don't want your mother to find happiness, why must you tarnish your uncle Hanwen's name? Apologize at once. Holding her stinging cheek, Luo Yining was about to respond, but before she could utter a word, Luo Mingqian stepped forward and struck Wang Jingxian back. You can hit me all you want, but you shall not harm my daughter. He positioned Luo Yining protectively behind him, suddenly appearing more imposing despite his hunched stature. Zhong Hanwen moved to embrace Wang Jingxian, attempting to calm her. Let it go, Xian. Yining is still young. She doesn't understand. We shouldn't hold it against her. Leaning into Zhong Hanwen's embrace, Wang Jingxian wept bitterly. I have done everything for her, yet she still stands by that man who has been imprisoned. I have truly raised an ungrateful wretch. She then turned to Luo Yining, her voice rising in anger. If you choose to acknowledge Luo Mingqian, then go with him and never call me mother again. Hanwen, let us leave. As she nestled into Zhong Hanwen's arms and walked away, Luo Yining felt an unbearable ache in her heart.
I'm sorry, Yining.
Your father has failed you. Looking at the worn and haggard Luo Mingqian, Luo Yining leapt into his embrace, her eyes shimmering with tears. Daddy, you have done nothing wrong. I believe you were wronged. You are a good doctor. You would never commit such an inhumane act. Her words touched Luo Mingqian deeply, for in all these years, no one had ever expressed their belief in him. He had begun to lose sight of whether he was a good person or a bad one. Daddy, come with me. I want you to meet someone. Concerned, Luo Mingqian looked at Luo Yining. Yining, you are still very weak.
Don't worry, Daddy.
Just trust me. Luo Yining led him to the hospital parking lot, where Fu Xingzhou awaited with a business vehicle, accompanied by Wen Shuang, Fu Sidong, Yuan, and Mo Xiaoya. Once inside the car, Luo Yining introduced her father to Wen Shuang, Fu Xingzhou, and her 3 roommates. Daddy, Tong Tong is a remarkable metaphysics master. She believes you are innocent. Grateful. Luo Mingqian nodded towards Wen Shuang.
Thank you, Master.
Wen Shuang turned to him, her voice gentle. Mr. Luo, could you recount the events of that fateful day? A flicker of anguish and hesitation passed through Luo Mingqian's eyes, yet encouraged by his daughter's gaze, he slowly began to speak. During my tenure at Renxin Hospital, I gradually discerned unsettling anomalies. Some patients, who were not in need of surgical intervention, were scheduled for operations with the intent of harvesting live organs. Even those diagnosed with non-cancerous ailments were subjected to treatment protocols meant for cancer patients. Alarmingly, there were instances where a child's small intestine was mistakenly excised as if it were the appendix. Luo Mingqian's voice trembled as his face contorted with anger and sorrow. It was a blatant disregard for human life. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I commenced a clandestine investigation. By chance, I encountered an undercover journalist, an Xia, who, upon discovering my own inquiries, discreetly informed me that she had gathered some incriminating evidence. She expressed her intention to make this evidence public and requested my testimony when the time came, to which I acquiesced. However, the very day before she was set to unveil the evidence, she tragically fell victim to a car accident. She was brought to our hospital, and despite my utmost efforts to save her, I failed. At this juncture, Luo Mingqian's eyes brimmed with guilt and helplessness. Subsequently, the organs of journalist Ni Xia mysteriously vanished, and traces of my DNA were found within her body. I became the target of public outrage, vilified and imprisoned without recourse.
To this day,
I remain oblivious to the identities of the unscrupulous doctors who perpetrated these heinous acts against patients, driven by greed and malice. My life feels irrevocably ruined, yet Xia and those innocent patients who trusted us as healers, only to meet with tragic fates, are truly the ones who deserve our deepest sympathy. Patients regard doctors as angels, but tragically, some have transformed into heartless butchers for personal gain. As he spoke, his voice quivered with emotion, and the dark memories surged vividly before him once more. Doctors are meant to be the guardians of life, offering hope and vitality to those suffering from illness. A profound sense of despair and self-reproach shadowed Luo Mingqian's gaze as he stared blankly into the distance. I once endeavored to expose and halt this travesty, yet I found myself woefully inadequate. A vast web of corruption loomed behind the scenes, intricately woven with power and influence, and my solitary strength was utterly impotent against it. I am consumed with an insatiable desire to seek justice for Xia and those innocent patients who lost their lives or organs, yet to them, I am but a mere ant, easily crushed. The atmosphere within the carriage grew heavy and oppressive. Wen Shuang had already discerned the true reason behind the disappearance of Xia's organs through her celestial insight. When journalist Xia met with the accident, she realized someone was attempting to take her life, and in a moment of desperation, she swallowed the memory card containing the evidence. Those individuals, intent on eradicating the evidence, would go so far as to disembowel her, even after her death. Unless the dark forces within the hospital, driven by self-interest, were eradicated, countless more innocent patients would suffer, leading to even more heartbreaking medical calamities. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Wen Shuang's eyes. Mr. Luo, I can assist you. Chapter 136, From Distrust to Utter Disappointment. Upon hearing that Wen Shuang could aid Luo Mingqian in clearing his name and exposing the malevolent forces within the hospital, both Luo Mingqian and his daughter Luo Yining found a renewed sense of hope in life. Father, will you accompany me back to retrieve my belongings? I intend to move out and live with you. Luo Mingqian accompanied Luo Yining back home. Upon arrival, he refrained from entering. I'll wait for you here. Luo Yining entered the house, beginning to gather her clothes and documents. Just as she finished, Wang Jingxian returned, spotting Luo Mingqian at the door. She was overtaken by a surge of anger. Did I not tell you to keep your distance? How dare you show your face here? As Luo Yining wheeled her suitcase out, she interjected, Mom, Dad's just accompanying me. We will leave shortly. Wang Jingxian, incensed at the prospect of Luo Yining departing, snapped. Luo Yining, come inside. I need to speak with you privately. After handing her suitcase to Luo Mingqian, Luo Yining followed Wang Jingxian into the house. Wang Jingxian closed the door, preventing Luo Mingqian from overhearing their conversation. Luo Yining, are you trying to drive your mother to despair? Your father has served time for selling human organs and has even desecrated corpses. Associating with him is tantamount to ruining your future. Wang Jingxian could not fathom why Luo Yining held disdain for Zhong Hanwen. When she returned home, Zhong Hanwen had even advised her not to direct her ire at Luo Yining. Zhong Hanwen genuinely cared for both her and Luo Yining. Yet Luo Yining had the audacity to call him a scoundrel and to follow her father, a deranged criminal. Luo Yining was unwilling to engage in further disputes with her mother. Her lips quivered slightly as she spoke. Dad is not a criminal. He has been wronged. It is Zhong Hanwen who is the real villain. Are you under the spell of Luo Mingqian, unable to discern right from wrong? How could Uncle Hanwen possibly be a bad person? He possesses exceptional medical skills and character, excelling in every regard compared to Luo Mingqian. Do not tarnish his reputation simply because I carry his child. Luo Yining's lips curled in a sardonic smile, as if he could treat me like his own daughter. Mom, I told you before, when he tutored me, he groped me and lifted my skirt. Do you know why I attempted to take my own life? It was not solely because I felt ashamed upon learning of Dad's release. It was because Zhong Hanwen installed a hidden camera in my room and recorded me changing clothes. He used those photos to blackmail me, attempting to take my virginity. You regard him as the epitome of virtue, wishing to bear his child. Yet he harbors vile intentions towards your daughter. After my father was imprisoned, it was not easy for you to raise me alone. I am the one who wishes for your happiness above all else. But why must it be Zhong Hanwen? Luo Yining, your disdain for Uncle Hanwen is one thing, but why fabricate such lies to tarnish his character? With each word Luo Yining spoke, Wang Jingxian's disbelief deepened. In her heart, Zhong Hanwen was the most virtuous man in the world. With his current status, he could have any number of beautiful young women, yet he chose to be with her and caused her to conceive his child. He treated Luo Yining as if she were his own daughter. She could hardly fathom that her daughter would resort to such tactics to malign the man she adored. Luo Yining had long anticipated her mother's skepticism. A profound ache welled within her, and her fingers trembled as she retrieved her phone. She opened the unfamiliar messages received on the night of her suicide attempt. See for yourself. Initially, she had hesitated to reveal this information. However, Sister Tongtong had advised her that the more fear she felt, the more she needed to stand tall. For she bore no guilt. She had no reason to accept such humiliation. A girl must be brave and swallow her fear, telling those who harmed her, no. Her life and body were hers alone to command. She would not allow others to trample upon her boundaries. Wang Jingxian, filled with doubt, took the phone. And as her gaze fell upon the screen, her brow furrowed deeply. Now, do you see Zhong Hanwen's true nature? He is nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Before Luo Yining could finish her sentence, Wang Jingxian suddenly raised her hand and struck her daughter across the face with force. A sharp crack resonated through the air, leaving Luo Yining utterly stunned. She pressed her palm against her stinging cheek, incredulity etched upon her face as she gazed at Wang Jingxian. Mother, did you strike me? Was that text message insufficient to earn her mother's trust? Wang Jingxian thrust the message before Luo Yining's eyes, demanding, look for yourself. Luo Yining beheld the malicious text, which had once demanded her virginity through explicit images, now replaced by a message brimming with warmth and concern. Dear Yining, I've noticed you've lost weight recently. Please do not place too much pressure on yourself regarding your studies. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult Uncle Hanwen. If you encounter any financial difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to him. Luo Yining noted the timestamp of the message. It had arrived shortly after her suicide. Clearly, after her attempt. Zhong Hanwen had come to her home, deleted the previous message, and replaced it with this one. His cunning was truly remarkable. Yining, Uncle Hanwen has practically laid his heart bare for us. How could you be so ungrateful as to fabricate such lies to tarnish his reputation? What kind of upbringing have you had? The affection Uncle Hanwen has shown you has truly gone to waste. Disappointment and fury filled Wang Jingxian's gaze as she pointed towards the door. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes. You must have inherited your father's vile nature.
Get out.
I will pretend I never had a daughter. Tears blurred Luo Yining's vision, her complexion paling as she trembled. Between her and Zhong Hanwen, her mother had always chosen to trust him. As a child, she was disbelieved. As an adult, the same fate befell her. I am equally disappointed in you. With those words, Luo Yining dashed outside. Watching her depart, Wang Jingxian's chest heaved with fury. What an ungrateful wretch. I shall see what future awaits her alongside that ex-convict. Luo Mingqian. Unlike him, Zhong Hanwen possesses connections and resources in the hospital. Once Luo Yining graduates in medicine, he could assist her, smoothing her path forward. Upon seeing Luo Yining's swollen face, Luo Mingqian's rage erupted. Did your mother strike you again? He attempted to storm into the house to confront Wang Jingxian. But Luo Yining grasped his hand. Dad, let's go. Sister Tongtong is still waiting for us at the hotel. They arrived at the hotel suite where Wen Shuang was staying. As soon as they entered, Luo Yining received a message. Upon reading it, her body trembled violently. Chapter 137. The Medical Gala, Unveiling the Truth. A message from Zhong Hanwen read, Little Yining, had another quarrel with your mother? Did you tell her I desire your virginity?
Ha.
I do indeed want it. Come to my villa tonight. If you refuse or inform anyone, your nude photos will be released online tomorrow. Another threat. Last night, in her utter despair, she had contemplated suicide, and Zhong Hanwen had refrained from posting her photos on the school forum. Now, he intended to broadcast them to the entire internet. Luo Yining's teeth chattered uncontrollably, a chill creeping from her toes to the crown of her head. Luo Mingqian sensed her distress and snatched her phone to read the message. Instantly, his eyes turned bloodshot, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck. Is that scoundrel Zhong Hanwen behind this? I will confront him right now. When Shuang emerged from her study, cautioning, Zhong Hanwen's home is heavily guarded. If you rush over now, not only will you fail to hold him accountable, but you may also jeopardize yourself. Luo Mingqian's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white, fury blazing in his eyes, nearly scorching his very sockets. Though Zhong Hanwen had taken Wang Jingxian from him, at least she had the right to pursue her own happiness. However, Zhong Hanwen had crossed a line by targeting his daughter. If possible, Luo Mingqian would have relished the opportunity to end Zhong Hanwen's life then and there. I will handle the matter regarding Yining's photos. You both should rest tonight. Tomorrow, Zhong Hanwen will attend an annual medical gala where numerous experts, scholars, medical personnel, students, journalists, and esteemed entrepreneurs will gather. I will devise a way to ensure Zhong Hanwen exposes himself. Ensure Zhong Hanwen exposes himself? Luo Mingqian furrowed his brow. That sounds nearly impossible. Wen Shuang pressed her lips together. I have my methods. She then turned to Fu Xingzhou. Contact Officer Xing, a subordinate of Old Master Pei, and ask him to bring some people to the medical gala tomorrow. After fulfilling Pei Jinian's final wish, Officer Xing had proactively added Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou on WeChat, offering assistance for any issues in the capital. Having given her instructions, Wen Shuang returned to her study and initiated a video call with Fu Xiheng, who was in France. It was evening on their side, while it was afternoon in France. When he received the video call, Fu Xiheng was touring a high-tech laboratory with a client. After excusing himself, he stepped outside into a secluded corner. Upon seeing the enchanting Wen Shuang on the screen, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Ah, the busy one finally remembers she has a husband? Wen Shuang's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons, her face adorned with a charming smile. What's this? Did my dear husband miss me? Fu Xiheng sent her 2 messages daily, yet she seldom replied. Recently, she had been so busy she barely had time to contact him. He did not respond to her question but smirked slightly. You initiating this video call is certainly not just because you miss me. Wen Shuang grinned like a cunning little fox. You are quite astute, my dear husband. I indeed have a favor to ask. She requested Fu Xiheng to utilize his hacking skills to infiltrate Zhong Hanwen's phone and computer to erase all of Luo Yining's nude photographs. Zhong Hanwen doubted Luo Yining would dare attempt suicide again. After sending his message, he poured himself a glass of red wine, resembling a wolf lurking in the shadows, awaiting his prey to ensnare itself. Yet, as dawn broke, the doorbell remained silent. Zhong Hanwen's expression darkened, a cold glint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Had Luo Yining gained the audacity to believe that Luo Mingqian, that useless man, could protect her now that he was out of prison? Did she truly believe he would not expose her nude photographs? Enraged, Zhong Hanwen smashed his glass to the floor, tearing at his collar as he prowled the living room like an enraged beast. After waiting for another half-hour and confirming that Luo Yining would not come, he stormed into his study, intent on publicly revealing her nude photographs. However, upon opening the folder where the images were stored, he found it utterly empty. He opened the encrypted files on his phone, only to discover the same emptiness. How could Luo Yining's nude photographs have vanished without a trace? Just as Zhong Hanwen was lost in confusion, the doorbell rang. He quickly made his way to the door and opened it. It was not Luo Yining who stood before him, but Wang Jingxian. Hanwen, since you are attending the medical gala shortly, may I accompany you as your partner? Zhong Hanwen suppressed his dark demeanor, his expression softening as he nodded. Of course. He then inquired, by the way, has Yining returned since she left last night? Mentioning Luo Yining, Wang Jingxian's face was filled with disappointment. Do not mention that wretched girl. She had the audacity to slander you like that, attempting to ruin your reputation. I no longer wish to acknowledge her. Zhong Hanwen embraced Wang Jingxian, saying, Xian, thank you for trusting me. After Zhong Hanwen ascended to change his attire, Wang Jingxian busied herself in the kitchen preparing breakfast for him. Once Zhong Hanwen donned his suit and made his way to the dining room, Wang Jingxian took out her phone, snapped a photo of them together, and subsequently shared it on her social media. I rose early today to prepare breakfast for Hanwen, and seeing him relish it fills my heart with joy. I find it perplexing how some individuals, despite having such a wonderful person like Uncle Hanwen, choose to disregard him and squander their promising futures, only to bring distress to their families. I simply hope to build a happy life with Hanwen moving forward. With him by my side, I feel secure and immensely happy. Wang Jingxian's post quickly garnered likes from her friends, colleagues, and family. However, she noticed a slight frown when she realized Luo Yining had not liked her post. In the past, Luo Yining would always show her support with a like whenever she posted. Surely, she must not have seen it yet. Unbeknownst to Wang Jingxian, Luo Yining, who had shared a suite with Wen Shuang the previous night, had already come across the post. She recognized that Wang Jingxian had deliberately crafted the post for her attention. With a heavy heart, Luo Yining closed her eyes, tinged with red, and promptly blocked Wang Jingxian on WeChat. At the prestigious medical event, Luo Yining, as an exemplary representative of medical students, received an invitation. Accompanied by Wen Shuang, Fu Xingzhou, Luo Mingqian, Fu Sidong, Yuan, and Mo Xiaoya, they entered the venue. Although Luo Yining possessed only one ticket, Fu Xingzhou had procured several more from Commander Xing Lai. As they presented their tickets to enter, they encountered Zhong Hanwen and Wang Jingxian. Clad in an expensive suit and sporting a slick hairstyle, Zhong Hanwen cast a disdainful glance at Luo Mingqian and Luo Yining, scoffing. How can someone who has served time and had their medical license revoked even attend such an occasion? His words drew the attention of many nearby. Luo Mingqian. This is a medical gala, a symbol of the highest honor in the medical field, gathering the most accomplished and virtuous elites. What right do you have to be here? You morally corrupt doctor? Aren't you afraid of tarnishing this sacred event? Wang Jingxian glared at Luo Mingqian with utmost disdain, thinking, how could he be so shameless? If she were in his position, she would have long retreated to the countryside to hide. Meanwhile, Luo Mingqian clenched his fists tightly at his sides, striving to control his emotions. Zhong Hanwen, I was imprisoned due to a conspiracy against me. Though you may appear successful on the surface, you are engaged in countless unsavory dealings behind closed doors. You are the true embodiment of moral decay. Zhong Hanwen laughed arrogantly, his eyes brimming with disdain. Luo Mingqian, do you have any evidence to back your claims? Don't make excuses for your own moral failures. He then summoned security, demanding, what kind of operation is this? How can someone like him be allowed entry? He is a disgrace to the medical community. Hurry and escort him out before he sullies this prestigious event. Wen Shuang produced several tickets, asserting, we possess tickets. On what grounds can we be denied entry? Zhong Hanwen cast a glance at Wen Shuang, a flicker of surprise and curiosity crossing his features. Who was this young, beautiful, and charismatic woman? Why was she defending Luo Mingqian? Ignoring Zhong Hanwen's scrutinizing gaze, Wen Shuang led Luo Mingqian and the others into the event hall. Hanwen, do not let Luo Mingqian affect your mood.
Today,
You will undoubtedly receive the annual Medical Outstanding Contribution Award. You are in a league of your own, far above him, Wang Jingxian remarked. Zhong Hanwen smiled and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of her words. At present, he was flourishing in his career, able to attain anything he desired. The only regret he harbored was not yet having been intimate with Xiao Yining. However, as long as he wielded wealth and power, it was merely a matter of time before he could have her. As the medical gala commenced, Zhong Hanwen indeed received the annual Medical Outstanding Contribution Award. Amidst resounding applause, he ascended the stage to deliver his acceptance speech, exuding confidence and satisfaction, as if he had already become a legendary figure in the medical world, with the entire universe at his feet. Below the stage, Wang Jingxian continuously captured photos of Zhong Hanwen, her eyes filled with pride and admiration. Following his speech, they transitioned into the segment for selecting a lucky audience member, with the host inviting Zhong Hanwen to remain on stage. Dr. Zhong, you will now select a lucky audience member who will receive a valuable free health checkup package, redeemable for 3 years at various hospitals in the capital. Zhong Hanwen picked a lucky audience member, number 168, which happened to be Luo Mingqian. Wen Shuang handed a talisman to Luo Mingqian, nodding towards him. Follow my instructions, and you will unveil everything. Taking a deep breath, Luo Mingqian approached the stage. Upon seeing the lucky audience member was Luo Mingqian, Zhong Hanwen's expression darkened momentarily. Yet, under the spotlight, he maintained a facade of composure, plastering a hypocritical smile as he handed the award package to Luo Mingqian. Just as Luo Mingqian accepted the package, he swiftly extended his other hand and struck Zhong Hanwen's back. It was a talisman drawn by Wen Shuang the previous night. Upon contact with Zhong Hanwen's body, the talisman emitted a faint glow before vanishing without a trace. What are you doing, Luo Mingqian? Zhong Hanwen exclaimed. Luo Mingqian met his gaze, replying, you will soon find out. The host passed a microphone to Luo Mingqian, inviting him to share his thoughts on winning the lucky prize. Instead of offering a speech, Luo Mingqian fixed his penetrating gaze on Zhong Hanwen and boldly questioned, why did you frame me back then? Was it you who removed journalist N.I. Xia's organs? The audience erupted in astonishment at the unexpected inquiry. Zhong Hanwen felt a jolt of panic within, though he feigned calmness, retorting, Luo Mingqian, cease spreading falsehoods and tarnishing my reputation. Luo Mingqian displayed no fear, stepping forward to press him further. The car accident involving journalist N.I. Xia and the disappearance of her organs. Are you involved in this? As Zhong Hanwen prepared to dismiss Luo Mingqian as insane, he found himself uncontrollably blurting out, indeed, I am the one who removed journalist N.I. Xia's organs. I also tampered with her car, leading to the accident. Zhong Hanwen's eyes widened in disbelief at his own words. What was happening? Was he losing his mind? Luo Mingqian, do not attempt to extract confessions from me. Everything I said was a lie, but now it has transformed into the truth. My goodness, had he been possessed? The audience below and the viewers of the live broadcast were in a state of uproar. Particularly, the leaders of Renai and Rinshin hospitals gazed at Zhong Hanwen in utter disbelief. Had he lost his sanity? The directors of both hospitals hurriedly signaled their assistants to intervene and remove the babbling Zhong Hanwen from the stage. However, just as the assistant approached the aisle, he was firmly restrained by a man in a black suit with a closely cropped hairstyle. The man's piercing gaze was sharp and fierce, reminiscent of a special forces operative. As Wang Jingxian was busy taking photos and posting on social media, she was momentarily stunned by Zhong Hanwen's words, her mind ringing with confusion. What was happening to Hanwen? The organs of the journalist and Xia were, without a doubt, extracted by Luo Mingqian, who, in a fit of madness, even desecrated her remains. How could Hanwen shoulder all the blame? Had Luo Mingqian perhaps cast a spell over Hanwen? Ignoring the uproar and discussions from the audience below, Luo Mingqian's eyes were bloodshot as he fixed a fierce glare upon Zhong Hanwen.
Why?
Zhong Hanwen pressed his hands tightly against his mouth, wishing to utter no further words. Yet, he found himself utterly devoid of self-control. The secrets long buried within him, influenced by the truth-revealing talisman, surged forth like a torrent.
Why?
Luo Mingqian, are you truly foolish enough to pose such a question? Of course, it was the journalist Xia who jeopardized our industry's interests. She dared to infiltrate and investigate our hospital's clandestine organ trafficking, uncovering that we treated non-cancer patients as cancer sufferers, administering sedatives to those who were not brain dead, persuading their families to donate organs. Moreover, we conducted health checks on young students, meticulously screening wealthy individuals for valuable organs. She knew far too much. Zhong Hanwen, abruptly shifting his focus back to Luo Mingqian, exclaimed, "And you fool. What does it matter if your grades are stellar and you excel in medicine? You pride yourself on your integrity, refusing to engage in the murky dealings, standing there like a righteous bull, believing yourself to be clever? In this world, you cannot simply choose to remain untainted. The moment you encroach upon the interests of others, especially those of our formidable conglomerate, your fate will be dire." As Zhong Hanwen realized he was exposing more and more sinister truths, cold sweat broke out upon his forehead and color drained from his face, rendering him as pale as frost. He could no longer suppress his mouth. He yearned to flee the stage, yet his legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground. He raised his hand and struck his own mouth with force. "I cannot reveal any more. I cannot. For if he did, he would truly be finished." The leaders and high-ranking officials of Renai and Rinshin hospitals in the audience were already drenched in sweat. The director glanced at his assistant, who had not intervened to stop Zhong Hanwen, but had instead vanished. The director hastily made a phone call, summoning those lurking in the shadows to take Zhong Hanwen away. If he continued to expose the truth, allowing public opinion to fester, they would all face ruin. Upon receiving the director's instructions, those hidden in the shadows raced to the venue. However, before they could enter, they were firmly restrained by a group of young men in black with crew cuts, each exuding an intimidating aura that few would dare to provoke. Luo Mingqian had not anticipated that the hospital's corruption he had uncovered was merely the tip of the iceberg. The grim reality was far more brutal than he had imagined. If those in power and privilege required organs, even the most innocent of individuals could find themselves laid bare upon the butcher's block. The thought sent a chill racing down Luo Mingqian's spine. He recalled the innocent patients, the journalist Xia who had perished in a car accident only to have her organs harvested. A pang of anguish gripped his heart as he lamented, "Zhong Hanwen, have you forgotten the very purpose for which we studied medicine? It is to save lives and aid those in need." Zhong Hanwen bit down hard on his lip, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. He struggled to restrain himself, wishing to reveal nothing further, yet no matter how he bit down, he could not contain it. How much can saving lives earn? Moreover, those who are wise to the times are the true heroes. If I refuse to engage in this corruption, my fate will mirror yours. Wrongfully accused of harvesting Xia's organs and slandered for desecrating her remains, my reputation ruined, I would find myself imprisoned. You are too naive. Envisioning this world as a utopia, do you truly believe that justice can triumph over all? Zhong Hanwen felt his scalp tingle with dread. What was happening to him? Was he intent on condemning himself to hell? Why could he not control his own mouth? The air around them seemed to thicken with each continuous revelation from Zhong Hanwen, leaving the audience below in a state of stunned disbelief. Over the years, Renai and Renxin hospitals had garnered immense fame through their remarkable marketing strategies, drawing in a constant stream of patients. The directors of these hospitals were well respected in the medical community, having received numerous accolades, projecting an image of compassionate care and exemplary ethics. At this moment, upon hearing Zhong Hanwen's admissions, the medical staff from other hospitals displayed expressions of shock, disdain, and incredulity. Luo Mingqian fixed his gaze upon Zhong Hanwen, demanding, aside from you, who else has been complicit in these heinous acts? Zhong Hanwen trembled all over, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. He could not speak. Absolutely not. If he named those behind it all, he would truly have no escape. Yet, he felt as if he were possessed, particularly his mouth, which refused to heed his commands. Filled with despair and panic, Zhong Hanwen slowly raised his hand, trembling as he pointed to the audience below. Director Zhao Durong of Renai Hospital. Director Sun Yaohui of Renxin Hospital. They are among the masterminds behind it all. They exploit the hospital's resources to identify suitable donors, viewing the vulnerable as mere walking organ repositories. Under the guise of free treatment, they lure individuals into the hospital, only to vivisect them on the operating table. And Zhang Feng, the surgical chief of Renai Hospital, personally wielded the scalpel for numerous illegal organ harvesting surgeries, forsaking medical ethics for profit. Li Li, the head nurse at Renxin Hospital, is responsible for identifying suitable donor targets, searching for them in the hospital wards and help centers, using false promises to coax them into signing so-called treatment agreements. Wang Gang, a pharmaceutical representative, facilitates the connection between the hospital and organ buyers, bribing influential figures to turn a blind eye to these illegal transactions. Chen Hua, the anesthetist at Renai Hospital. Zhang Mei, the financial supervisor at Renxin Hospital. Zhao Wei, the head of security for both hospitals. Wu Yong, the logistics supervisor for both hospitals. Chapter 139. It's over. Everything is over. With each name Zhong Hanwen revealed, the individuals named below appeared as if struck by lightning, their faces drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. Their eyes reflected sheer terror and desperation, as if death itself held a sharp blade against their throats. Some clenched their fists tightly, knuckles turning white. Others looked around in a daze, as if seeking an escape route, yet finding none. The directors of Renai and Renxin hospitals could no longer remain seated. They abruptly stood, their muscles trembling with a mixture of rage and fear, contorted in anger. Director Zhao Durong of Renai Hospital shouted furiously, "Do not believe Zhong Hanwen's words. He has conflicts with the hospital and is spouting nonsense. If Zhong Hanwen were wise, he would know to halt here. Taking matters to a point of no return would bring no benefit to him or his family. If he ceased now, they could still claim that Zhong Hanwen had lost his mind, fabricating various excuses to obscure the dark truths. After all, it was merely Zhong Hanwen's word, without concrete evidence. No one could convict them. Hanwen, are you perhaps exhausted today, feeling a bit disoriented, thus speaking such absurdities? Reflect on the profound bond we've forged over these years. Do not utter such nonsense or commit actions you would regret for a lifetime. You have an aging mother at home." Zhong Hanwen is a sagacious and tactful individual, acutely aware of the underlying threats embedded within the words of the two deans. Upon completing his statement, he observed that his subordinates were lingering, hesitating to escort Zhong Hanwen off the stage. He contemplated taking matters into his own hands, yet as he took a step forward, he was abruptly restrained by a figure clad in black. To his astonishment, it was Director Xing Lai. "Director Zhao, please remain seated." Xing Lai's hand pressed heavily upon the dean's shoulder, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been placed upon him, rendering him immobile. How could Director Xing have intervened? The dean's complexion instantly turned ashen, drenched in cold sweat. It was over. Today would undoubtedly mark his downfall. Furthermore, we have established a comprehensive surveillance system within the hospital. Should any medical personnel or patients detect anomalies, we shall take immediate action. Those who dare to reveal the truth will face severe repercussions. Some will lose their jobs, while others may even lose their lives. And some, like you, Luo Mingqian, will find themselves wrongfully accused and imprisoned. The exposed medical staff at Renai and Renxin hospitals could no longer sit in silence, rising in protest, accusing Zhong Hanwen of slander and malicious defamation. Get him off the stage immediately. Cut the live broadcast. Do not allow him to continue spewing his nonsense, tarnishing the reputations of our institutions. Several medical personnel attempted to ascend the stage, only to be subdued by Xing Lai's associates. Observing the scene, Fu Xingzhou and Fu Situ turned to Wen Shuang, giving her a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Without Director Xing's presence, this situation would be utterly unmanageable. Such a formidable dark force would intimidate anyone lacking authority from intervening. When Shuang glanced at Fu Xingzhou and Fu Situ, noticing their adoring gazes, a slight smile crept upon her lips. What is it? Fu Xingzhou replied, Sister-in-law, both Situ and I are utterly captivated by you. Fu Situ added, Sister-in-law, if you ever choose to divorce my brother, please take me along on your journey. When Shuang chuckled, all right, you two stop your banter and continue watching. Immediately, Fu Xingzhou and Fu Situ complied, sitting obediently like schoolchildren. Although Zhong Hanwen's revelation of sinister secrets was gratifying, the thought of the innocent victims weighed heavily upon their hearts. Following Wen Shuang's instructions, Luo Mingqian, after Zhong Hanwen disclosed everything, immediately inquired, Zhong Hanwen, do you possess any evidence for your claims? Panic swept across Zhong Hanwen and the medical personnel he had named, their faces betraying their terror. If Zhong Hanwen had left behind any evidence, it would spell disaster. He was acutely aware of this, shaking his head vehemently, his lips bleeding from biting them. I cannot speak. Even if it means biting off my own tongue, I will not divulge. With that, he indeed bit down hard on his tongue, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing this, Luo Mingqian rushed forward to prevent Zhong Hanwen from inflicting further harm upon himself. When Shuang narrowed her eyes, softly murmuring a few incantations, the power of the truth spell intensified, gradually shattering Zhong Hanwen's resolve. His body swayed weakly, and he trembled before finally confessing, I have evidence. When I removed the organs of reporter Xia, I found a memory card in her stomach. I told the deans that I had destroyed it, but in truth, I did not. Over the years, in a bid for self-preservation, I secretly kept some evidence of the hospital's dark dealings. It is all hidden beneath a peach blossom tree in my hometown, wrapped in a tin box. Director Xing had long dispatched individuals to both Zhong Hanwen City and his rural hometown. Upon hearing the location of the evidence, he immediately sent someone to excavate it. After revealing this, Zhong Hanwen appeared utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, his face ashen, gasping for breath, consumed by despair and anguish. He could not comprehend how it had come to this. Just today, he had basked in accolades and applause, celebrating a glorious moment in his life. How had it all devolved into this? Ah! Zhong Hanwen's anguish scream echoed, his eyes, now bloodshot, bore into Luo Mingqian. What have you done to me? He recalled that earlier, Luo Mingqian had seemingly patted him on the back. Subsequently, he lost control, spilling forth his secrets. Luo Mingqian, you set me up. Luo Mingqian regarded Zhong Hanwen, drenched in sweat and with bloodshot eyes, and coldly retorted, what about the sperm found within Xia's body? I never committed such acts, nor was I unfaithful. Why was my sperm detected within her? Zhong Hanwen cast a glance at the pale Wang Jingxian in the audience, a smirk of derision and disdain on his lips. You should ask your dear wife. At that time, you had just received a promotion, busy with work, excelling in every regard. I felt envious and resorted to some underhanded tactics, deliberately altering photographs to make her believe you were having an affair with a nurse. I even placed a long hair on your clothing for her to discover. While you were preoccupied with work, I cozied up to her, becoming her confidant. That day, she expressed her suspicions about your fidelity and sought my advice. I told her that the density of sperm could reveal a man's infidelity. She believed me and, after being with you, secretly retrieved the sperm from the condom to show me for analysis. I seized the opportunity to preserve your sperm as evidence to slander you. Hearing all this, Wang Jingxian's pupils trembled, as if struck by lightning. Chapter 140. Regret and Unforgiveness. Wang Jingxian trembled, her eyes filled with disbelief. She could never have imagined that Zhong Hanwen was the morally bankrupt, heartless fiend. Even more shocking was the realization that her own foolishness and naivety had made her an accomplice in harming Luo Mingqian. The overwhelming information left Wang Jingxian's mind blank, plunging her into an abyss. Before she could fully process the revelations, Luo Yining stormed onto the stage. Grabbing the microphone from Luo Mingqian, her eyes, now bloodshot, glared fiercely at Zhong Hanwen. When I was a child, you took advantage of tutoring me as an excuse to touch my chest and lift my skirt, attempting to molest me. As I grew older, you installed a hidden camera in my room, capturing nude photos of me changing clothes, using those images to blackmail me, trying to take my virginity. Do you dare to admit these heinous acts in front of everyone? Zhong Hanwen bit down hard on his already bloodied lips, unwilling to acknowledge the truth. He refused to add another charge of molestation to his list of crimes. Yet, no matter how he resisted, his mouth betrayed him, revealing his innermost thoughts. I have harbored jealousy towards your father since childhood. He outshone me in every aspect. I have long despised him. After putting him in prison, I intended to seize everything he had, his job, his wife, his daughter. I have tasted his wife. The experience was mediocre, but you, Xiao Yining, are different. You were always obedient and beautiful, and as you grew up, you became even more enchanting. I simply wished to possess you. Originally, I planned to flaunt my conquest of your virginity to Luo Mingqian in prison, but I never anticipated your suicide attempt, nor did I foresee Luo Mingqian's early release. At this revelation, Luo Mingqian could no longer contain himself. He raised his fist and, like a raging beast, swung it toward Zhong Hanwen's face. Below the stage, and among the viewers of the live broadcast, spectators erupted in approval of Luo Mingqian's actions. Such a beast, such a scoundrel, deserved a thorough reckoning. Until Luo Mingqian had pummeled Zhong Hanwen into a state of disarray, he finally ceased his assault. Luo Yining, glancing at the audience below and the live broadcast cameras, summoned her courage and declared, "Today, standing here, I have mustered the greatest bravery of my life. As a child, due to my father's imprisonment, my personality became timid, fearful, sensitive, and filled with self-doubt. When faced with the demons of harm, I dared not speak out, enduring the anguish and torment in solitude. Just days ago, Zhong Hanwen threatened me with my nude photographs, coercing me to surrender my virginity to him. I was too afraid to confide in anyone, too cowardly to report him. And I chose the path of self-destruction, contemplating ending my own life. Yet, fortuitously, I encountered Sister Tong Tong and reclaimed my life. Given a second chance, I have chosen to stand bravely and want to convey to those girls who have endured similar experiences. When you are molested or threatened, do not choose to silently endure or shrink back due to fear or the gaze of others. Our silence only emboldens those wicked individuals, allowing them to act with impunity and causing more girls to suffer. The fault does not lie with us. We must be courageous, confide in those we trust, or report to the authorities, ensuring those demons have nowhere to hide. Perhaps at first, there will be numerous challenges and immense pressure, but as long as we unite, remain brave, and stand strong, we can conquer all fears and difficulties, exposing the true nature of the villains and ensuring justice prevails." Luo Yining's words, imbued with courage and strength, resonated like a boulder cast into a lake, creating ripples that stirred the hearts of the audience, both present and watching live. At that moment, a girl dressed in a nurse's uniform rose and approached the stage. She took the microphone from Luo Yining's hand and pointed at the chief surgeon of Renai Hospital, stating, "I have suffered his violations. He exploited his authority not only to harass me in the workplace, but also to subject me to verbal abuse and bullying. For years, I have endured torment. Fearing the judgment of others, I remained silent. However, witnessing Luo Yining's extraordinary bravery, I can no longer remain weak." Following her, several female doctors and nurses ascended the stage, joined by audience members and online viewers. They too had suffered violations, molestations, and workplace harassment. Luo Yining's courageous declaration struck like a thunderclap, shattering the long-held fears and shackles within them. They realized that silence and acquiescence did not bring peace. Instead, it emboldened the wicked. Online, viewers began to spontaneously organize discussions, urging greater attention to issues of harassment and workplace bullying, demanding enhanced oversight and stringent punishments from relevant authorities. Before long, law enforcement apprehended Zhong Hanwen and the high-ranking officials from the hospitals implicated in his revelations. Even as he was taken away, Zhong Hanwen could not comprehend why his own mouth had betrayed him. All he knew was that his downfall was absolute. After regaining her composure from the shock, Wang Jingxian recalled Luo Yining's revelation from the previous night regarding Zhong Hanwen's intentions to violate her. Initially, she had dismissed it, even striking Luo Yining harshly. In truth, Luo Yining had confided in her during childhood about Zhong Hanwen's inappropriate behavior, but she had never believed it. After all, Zhong Hanwen appeared impeccably dressed and courteous. Who would suspect him of being a wolf in sheep's clothing? With tears welling in her eyes, Wang Jingxian approached Luo Mingqian and Luo Yining, filled with regret and pain. She realized that she had not only indirectly harmed Luo Mingqian, leading to his imprisonment, but had also inflicted enduring trauma upon her own daughter. "Mingqian Yining, I am truly sorry. I was blinded by Zhong Hanwen's flowery words, mistaking a beast for a good man. I recognize my error now. Please forgive me. Luo Mingqian, gazing at the woman he once loved, knew that had it not been for Zhong Hanwen's revelations, he would still be oblivious to the slander he had faced, with his wife complicit in it. In this lifetime, he could never forgive Wang Jingxian. Yining, your father is going to find Master Wen now, he stated, not sparing her a glance as he turned to leave. Wang Jingxian attempted to call out to Luo Mingqian, but shame held her back. Yining, can you forgive your mother? I promise I will never again trust others so easily. She reached out to grasp Luo Yining's hand, but Yining stepped back, evading her touch. Mother, when you struck me last night and uttered those heartless words, my heart grew cold towards you as well. Some wounds, once inflicted, can never be erased. I was nearly destroyed by Zhong Hanwen, yet as my mother, you showed me no trust. That hurt me deeply. Had Zhong Hanwen not exposed himself today, you would continue to take pride in having found a good man, oblivious to the fact that you carry his child. You would not lack for children in the future. When you grow old, I will comply with the minimum support mandated by the state, but beyond that, do not expect anything else. Some wounds cannot be healed by mere apologies. Chapter 141. Disaster. Fu Xiqing is in trouble. Wang Jingxian watched Luo Yining's retreating figure, tears streaming down her cheeks in large drops. Regret and self-reproach crashed over her like a tidal wave, utterly engulfing her. In her foolishness, selfishness, and vanity, she had lost the most wonderful husband and daughter. She cast her gaze down towards her abdomen. The child of that demon, Zhong Hanwen, she would never allow herself to bear. Closing her eyes, she resolved to seek an abortion at the hospital. After the arrests of Zhong Hanwen and the criminal elements behind him, Luo Mingqian's revoked medical license was reinstated, and he was rehired by the city hospital,
resuming his role as a surgeon.
Luo Yining also became a moderator for a forum dedicated to workplace bullying and anti-harassment discussions. The father-daughter duo invited Wen Shuang, Fu Xingzhou, Fu Sitong, Yuan, and Mo Xiaoya to a meal together. Luo Yining sat beside Wen Shuang, her gaze resolute as she spoke. Sister Tong Tong, my father and I are immensely grateful to you. You have taught me to be brave and strong. I will use my experiences to encourage and assist others who have faced similar trials. Luo Mingqian approached Wen Shuang with a glass of red wine in hand, declaring, Master Wen, I once believed I would never don that white coat again. Thank you so much. The presence of those criminal elements at Renai Hospital has eroded public trust. I am determined to demonstrate through my actions that hospitals are places of healing, and doctors are the trustworthy angels in white. Wen Shuang clinked her glass with Luo Mingqian's, smiling as she replied, Dr. Luo, I have always believed that righteousness prevails over evil. It is because of steadfast individuals like you, who uphold medical ethics and remain true to their mission, that hospitals can reclaim their sanctity as places of healing and restore public trust in healthcare professionals. In a dimly lit room, a tall figure draped in a black robe stood silently by the window, the black hat pulled low, obscuring most of his face. Only his almost translucent pale skin and gaunt chin were faintly visible. On the LCD screen, a news anchor reported on Zhong Hanwen's exposure of the dark underbelly of the Renai hospitals and their medical malpractice. My lord, the Renai hospitals cannot be preserved. The souls you require can no longer be drawn in by their medical stories. Upon hearing this, the figure in the black robe exuded a chilling and violent aura. He abruptly swept his sleeve, causing the wide robe to rustle ominously in the absence of wind, while his eyes, hidden beneath the shadow of the hat, glimmered with a bloodthirsty and cold light. He turned to the man in the Taoist robe, who was half kneeling, and Zhong Hanwen revealed that it was due to the influence of the True Words talisman. In this contemporary society, where spiritual energy is scarce, those from the mystical sect seldom possess talismans of such formidable power. Have you identified the mastermind behind this? The Taoist man nodded, revealing that it was the matriarch of the prestigious Fu family in Yeqing, Wen Shuang, the wife of Fu Xiqing. The Taoist presented the dossier on Wen Shuang. The man in the black robe let out a chilling laugh, questioning how a rural-raised adopted daughter could possibly grasp the intricacies of metaphysics. If it weren't for the patriarch being in seclusion, he would surely discern the peculiarities surrounding Wen Shuang. Master, this Wen Shuang has repeatedly disrupted my financial avenues in Yeqing. She must not be allowed to live. The black-robed man scrutinized the photograph of Wen Shuang, narrowing his eyes. Moments later, a sinister smile crept across his face. So she is intertwined with her husband's fate. Their fortunes rise and fall together. With that, a venomous glint flickered in his eyes as he commanded, "Go, take her husband's life. Once he is dead, she shall not survive long either." Fu Xiqing had returned 2 days early from his business trip, without notifying Wen Shuang, wishing to surprise her. Emerging from the VIP passage at the airport, clad in a knee-length black coat, he was tall, poised, and strikingly handsome. As he approached the airport entrance, a slender figure rushed toward him. "Darling, you're finally back." The woman wore a fitted trench coat, her softly curled long hair cascading over her shoulders, her skin as fair as snow, lips red and teeth white, exuding an enchanting beauty. Upon seeing Wen Shuang, the assistant and the team accompanying him on the business trip greeted her before excusing themselves, stating, "Mr. Fu, we'll take our leave now, so as not to intrude upon your reunion with your wife." They understood that Mr. Fu had tirelessly worked to return early just to see his beloved. Once the assistant and the team departed, Fu Xiqing's deep black eyes turned to Wen Shuang. In a low, husky voice, he asked Shuang, "How did you know I would return early?" The woman linked her arm through his, her smile radiant, replying, "Did you forget that I can read fortunes?" Fu Xiqing shook his head in resignation. "With such abilities, it's hard to give you a surprise." She playfully winked, "But I can surprise you." A faint smile graced Fu Xiqing's lips, indeed. Her unexpected appearance at the airport was indeed a delightful surprise. "Have you found time to indulge in the company of male models at the White Horse Club?" he teased. "Of course not. I've been incredibly busy. Just returned from the capital to Yecheng," she laughed. As they walked toward the parking lot, their banter continued. After entering the car, the woman removed her coat, revealing a backless gown that accentuated her exquisite figure and alluring spine. Fu Xiqing's dark eyes deepened slightly. "Wen Shuang, why are you dressed like this?" "I plan to treat my husband to a candlelit dinner at a fine restaurant," she replied coyly. He noticed that after some time apart, she had become considerably more passionate and romantic. Reaching into his bag, he presented her with gifts. "I bought you a diamond bracelet and perfume." She accepted the perfume, spritzing it lightly before leaning closer. "Darling, does it smell lovely?" The delicate and captivating fragrance enveloped him, almost intoxicating. Fu Xiqing murmured, "It does smell wonderful." Extending her delicate wrist adorned with a bracelet toward him, she said, "Darling, please help me wear it." Under the glow of the car lights, her skin appeared particularly smooth and refined, akin to exquisite mutton-fat jade. Once the bracelet was secured, she lifted her long lashes to gaze at Fu Xiqing, gently caressing his chiseled features, her luscious red lips slowly nearing his. Wen Shuang had never been to the capital before. After resolving the issues with Luo Yining and the medical underworld, she had taken a well-deserved break with Fu Xingzhou and Fu Sidong. They climbed the Great Wall, visited the Forbidden City, and strolled through the alleys. She had intended to stay longer in the capital, but upon returning to the hotel, she suddenly felt discomfort in her chest. Hastily, she raised her hand to check her fate line. Oh no! Fu Xiqing is in danger. Chapter 142, A Sudden Confession. "I like you very much." In the dimly lit car, the woman with her captivating beauty leaned closer to Fu Xiqing. Just as her slightly parted red lips were about to touch his thin ones, her delicate wrist was suddenly seized with force. Fu Xiqing's dark, piercing eyes appeared as though shrouded in ink, unfathomably deep. The woman blinked her enchanting fox-like eyes, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. "Darling, what's wrong? You can't possibly think I want to kiss you, right?" Fu Xiqing narrowed his black eyes slightly. Despite the woman before him resembling Wen Shuang in both features and demeanor, he sensed something was amiss. What was it that felt wrong? Suddenly, he recalled that since leaving the airport and entering the car, he had heard none of her thoughts. "You are not Wen Shuang." Fu Xiqing's sharp features darkened abruptly, his grip on her wrist tightening as if he intended to crush her bones. "Darling, what nonsense are you spouting? You don't mean to say that after being away on business for so long, you have another woman, do you?" Fu Xiqing ignored her and cast a sharp gaze at the driver, Uncle Zhou. Perhaps Uncle Zhou was not who he appeared to be either. Sensing danger, Fu Xiqing hurriedly reached for the car door. "Darling, where are you going?" In the instant the door swung open, Fu Xiqing leaped out, disregarding the peril. Just as he landed, a car barreled toward him. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying, landing on the ground with a mouthful of blood spilling forth. The woman stepped out of the car, her smile seductive as she approached Fu Xiqing. "I didn't expect you to be quite clever, managing to see through my disguise. However, it matters not. Having been discovered only hastens your demise." She extended her hand, her nails elongating menacingly as she moved toward Fu Xiqing's throat. Just as her fingers grazed his neck, she felt an intense burning sensation, and before she could react, Fu Siqing delivered a kick to her chest. The woman, surprised that Fu Siqing, despite his injuries, could still retaliate, glanced down at her scorched fingertips, realizing she had sensed a potent purple aura emanating from him. "I see you possess a purple aura." Her eyes gleamed with surprise and greed as she contemplated sacrificing his soul for her master's cultivation, thus eliminating the need to seek other souls. With a chilling smile, she quickly formed a hand sign and began chanting a spell. Fu Siqing felt an invisible, formidable force attempting to rip his soul from his body. Blood surged into his throat, and he coughed violently. Tremors coursed through his body, his knuckles turning white. Glaring at the wicked figure not far away, he gritted his teeth and attempted to rise, aiming to kick her, but after just a few steps, he collapsed again. "Ha! A mere mortal dares to contend with us?" The woman hastened her incantation. Fu Siqing's head throbbed as if pierced by 1,000 silver needles, the pain excruciating. Just as his consciousness began to fade, believing he would perish here, a cold and frosty voice rang out, "Dare to harm my husband? You seek death." Wen Shuang, her high ponytail swaying, clad in black attire, rushed onto the scene. Her complexion was pale, her gaze sharp, and with swift movements, she formed seals with her hands while chanting an incantation. As the spell resonated, an ethereal energy surged around her, manifesting as an invisible shield that deflected all of the woman's assaults. Subsequently, Wen Shuang produced a golden talisman. The Thunder Talisman? The woman's expression shifted dramatically as she saw the talisman being hurled in her direction. The Thunder Talisman required immense spiritual power and extraordinary capability to wield. Even her master could not easily command it. Yet, Wen Shuang was capable. Before the woman could contemplate further, a powerful bolt of thunder struck toward her. When she moved left, the thunder followed. When she moved right, the thunder mirrored her. There was no escape. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she was struck, transforming into Wen Shuang's likeness, gradually revealing her true form, an entity with a gaunt face, sharp fangs, and bat-like wings. Realizing she was no match for Wen Shuang, she abandoned her intent to take Fu Sihong's life, fleeing in a panic, battered and bruised. Wen Shuang narrowed her beautiful eyes, producing a tracking talisman and chanting the spell, which transformed into a glimmer that pursued the succubus. Wen Shuang turned, glancing at the injured Fu Sihong behind her. "My dear, how are you?" Faced with the succubus's enchanting tactics, her usually stoic husband was able to see through her deception and hold on this long. Truly impressive. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have fallen into the succubus's clutches long ago. Fu Sihong gazed at Wen Shuang with a dazed expression. His lips were red and teeth white, radiating a vibrant charm, resembling the earlier woman. Yet he understood that this was the true Wen Shuang. "Wen Shuang, my leg hurts." Wen Shuang glanced at his leg, which was bloodied from being struck by a vehicle. Left leg fractured, but no serious issues or life-threatening danger. Fortunately, he was safe. Wen Shuang bent down, extending her arms to lift the tall man, who stood at nearly 6 feet, into her embrace. Thankfully, the road was devoid of pedestrians and vehicles. She retrieved a teleportation talisman. With a flash of light, they arrived at the hospital entrance. Since assisting Lin Wanqing and Pei Jinjian in resolving the medical corruption at the Renai and Renqin hospitals, my spiritual power has increased significantly. Not only can I wield the Thunder Talisman, but I can also teleport. However, my usage is limited. It seems I need to be more diligent in accumulating merits. Otherwise, it will be challenging to contend with those who wish to take my husband's life. Fu Sihong leaned against Wen Shuang, ignoring the curious glances of passers-by at the hospital entrance, his voice weak. "Wen Shuang, I've burdened you." Wen Shuang frowned, retorting, "What nonsense. I've burdened you. There are those who wish to take my life." Observing the usually cold and handsome man now pale and resting against her, a complex emotion flickered in Wen Shuang's eyes. Thankfully, he wasn't entirely foolish and could still recognize her. "Wen Shuang, for a moment, I thought I would never see the real you again." The thought of never seeing her again caused a suffocating pain, more agonizing than having his soul wrenched from his body. Realizing that Fu Sihong had nearly lost his life because of her, Wen Shuang's expression turned grim, her eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. "I will ensure that the succubus pays double for the pain you've endured." Fu Sihong struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his voice hoarse. In that near-death moment, I remembered that I had never confessed to you. "Wen Shuang, I like you. My heart has been captivated for an unknown duration, very much so." Chapter 143. Astonishing. Encountering an old friend from 1,000 years ago. As Wen Shuang carried Fu Sihong toward the doctor's office, she cast her gaze down upon him. You've been slapped in the face again. What to do? I still remember his first words when I arrived in this world. Wen Shuang, even if I die, I will not lay a finger on you. You foolish man. Even injured, you still want to be humiliated. Does it hurt? Fu Sihong, he should not have expected any response from her. Their relationship was purely one-sided on his part. To her, he was merely a tool for extending her lifespan. Even if he was humiliated, he still wanted to express, I like you. A rare blush crept onto Wen Shuang's petite face as she thought, I know. You can stop talking. How many times does this foolish man need to express his feelings? Even I, like a soaring eagle, am nearly embarrassed.
Fu Sihong noticed Wen Shuang's blush.
A faint smile gracing his lips. Wen Shuang, we have plenty of time ahead. Fu Ba and Fu Ma, upon learning of Fu Sihong's predicament, rushed to the hospital. Is the eldest all right? Fu Ma asked anxiously. Wen Shuang shook her head, assuring them it was not serious. An hour later, Fu Sihong emerged from the operating room. His left leg encased in a thick layer of plaster. Mother, you all stay here. I have something to attend to. Following the direction indicated by the tracking talisman, Wen Shuang arrived at an abandoned factory on the outskirts. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, the unmistakable aroma of the bat-like succubus. Sensing Wen Shuang's approach, the individuals concealed within the factory prepared to flee. In an instant, Wen Shuang teleported before them. She gazed at the man in a Taoist robe supporting the bat succubus, narrowing her beautiful eyes. You are the void Taoist. Lin Qianjian transformed into a ghostly slave, and Xiao Menjing purchased a peach blossom talisman. Both were orchestrated by the void Taoist. Having heard much about him, she finally stood before him today. The void Taoist glared at Wen Shuang with a menacing gaze. Step aside, or don't blame me for being rude. Wen Shuang's eyes turned icy, a cold smile gracing her lips. Rude? That remains to be seen.
Speak.
Who sent you to kill my husband? She activated her heavenly eye, attempting to pierce through the void Taoist's facade and unveil the mastermind. But she could only glimpse a man in a black robe, his features obscured. You are not worthy to know. The void Taoist chanted a spell, aiming to teleport the bat succubus away, but the very next moment, Wen Shuang kicked him away. Drawing the peach wood sword from her bag, she decisively severed the bat succubus's wings.
Ah!
The bat succubus screamed in agony, gravely wounded, and devoid of any strength to retaliate. Void, hurry and take me away. The void Taoist rushed in, attempting to escape with the bat succubus, but as he drew near, Wen Shuang pierced the succubus's chest with her sword. Dare to harm my husband? Your only fate is death. The bat succubus let out a final screech, her body becoming ethereal and transparent, swiftly dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. You killed her? The void Taoist roared in fury, and in an instant, he lunged at Wen Shuang like lightning. Wen Shuang reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly sidestepping the void Taoist's attack while raising her arm to gather spiritual energy, striking forcefully at him. The void Taoist was sent tumbling several meters away, regaining his footing before conjuring a long sword into his hand. The two engaged once more. The void Taoist's swordplay was treacherous and unpredictable, but Wen Shuang maintained her composure. Suddenly, the void Taoist feigned a move, his sharp blade aimed directly at Wen Shuang's heart. A surge of alarm coursed through her. With remarkable agility, she arched her body backward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Meanwhile, aware that he was no match for Wen Shuang, the void Taoist seized the opportunity to teleport away. Impudent girl, I advise you to know when to retreat and cease disrupting our master's affairs.
Otherwise,
when our master takes action, your demise will be most tragic. Wen Shuang tightened her grip on the peachwood sword, her disdain for threats palpable. She was determined to uncover who conspired in the shadows, seeking to take her and Fu Sihong's lives. However, until that unseen adversary approached her again, she would hasten to elevate her own abilities. Wen Shuang returned to the hospital. As she approached the entrance, she witnessed a young boy being shoved to the ground by a young man. Starting to deceive at such a tender age. Best scurry away. The boy's palm was scraped, and he bit his lip, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked up at the furious man. I am not a liar. Move, or I swear I will kick you. The man lifted his leg, aiming to strike the boy. The child recoiled, and at that moment, a delicate, fair hand reached out to him. The boy looked up in surprise as Wen Shuang helped him to his feet. The instant she beheld the boy's features, she was taken aback. His brows and eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to her long-lost disciple, Ling Qingyang, almost as if he were a younger version of him. Gazing into the boy's steadfast yet innocent eyes, Wen Shuang felt a wave of warmth and familiarity wash over her, as if they had known each other for an eternity. "Little brother, how old are you and what is your name?" The boy, feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, nevertheless responded politely, "My name is Ling Qingyang, and I am 10 years old." Ling Qingyang? Even the name is identical? Could it be that this little brother is the reincarnation of Ling Qingyang? "Do you know me?" Wen Shuang inquired. Ling Qingyang shook his head. "I do not know you, sister." Wen Shuang pondered thoughtfully. If this boy were indeed Ling Qingyang reincarnated, he might lack the memories of his past life. "Tell me, why did that man accuse you of being a fraud?" Although Ling Qingyang did not recognize Wen Shuang, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort and kinship upon first seeing her. He pointed to a middle-aged woman beside the man. "I saw a baby spirit on her shoulder. I suggested she visit our Qingyang temple to burn incense and ask my master to help liberate the spirit, but both she and that man dismissed me, calling me a liar." The man, enraged by Ling Qingyang's words, turned to Wen Shuang, his face darkened with fury. "Madam, you arbitrate this matter. My mother and I came to fetch my wife, who had a miscarriage, and this little Taoist shamelessly claims there's a baby spirit on my mother's shoulder, urging us to visit Qingyang temple. Clearly, he is here to swindle us. What a pitiful temple, I have never even heard of it. If we are to burn incense, we should go to the prosperous Yuming temple, where prayers are always answered." Wen Shuang felt a jolt of surprise. Qingyang temple had been founded a millennium ago by Ling Qingyang, a sanctuary for banishing demons and safeguarding the populace. Once bustling with visitors and renowned far and wide, it now faced the disheartening fate of abandonment. "Little brother, can you see the baby spirit on that woman?" Wen Shuang asked. Ling Qingyang nodded. "I have seen such things since I was small. Can you see them too, sister?" Wen Shuang squinted at the spirit resting on the woman's shoulder, then glanced at the young woman beside her, who had recently suffered a miscarriage, her brows furrowing slightly. The baby spirit appeared to be the child lost by the young woman days prior. It was evident that this child's passing was not due to natural causes, but rather something more sinister. The spirit seemed to be around 3 to 4 months old, its tiny limbs entwined around the middle-aged woman's shoulder, emanating a faint yet palpable malevolence. The child's death was directly tied to the middle-aged woman. Wen Shuang observed the young woman, who remained oblivious to the fact that her loss had been orchestrated by her mother-in-law. "Su Huihui, should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out at Qingyang temple." The young woman was taken aback. She had not expected Wen Shuang to directly utter her name. "How do you know my wife's name?" The young man glared warily at Wen Shuang. "Are you and this little fraud in cahoots? You dress him in rags to swindle us while you appear so resplendent yourself. Surely, you are no virtuous being." Wen Shuang cast a cold glance at the man. "Have you indulged too much in your brain tonic? What could a man like you, living off others, possibly have that I would covet?" The middle-aged woman's gaze turned venomous, as if she wished to devour Wen Shuang whole. "Vile creature, who gave you the audacity to insult my son?" Wen Shuang smirked coldly. "Do not raise your voice at me. I have been afraid of dogs since childhood." With that, she raised a finger, and the baby spirit on the woman's shoulder suddenly tightened its grip, constricting the woman's neck.
Ah!
The woman's intended curses were caught in her throat, as if an invisible noose had tightened around her, leaving her gasping for breath. "Mother, what is wrong?" The young man, Liao Kai, looked anxiously at the woman. The woman's face turned a deep shade of purple, unable to articulate her distress. Wen Shuang took Ling Qingyang's hand and walked towards the hospital. As they passed Su Huihui, who was poised to assist her struggling mother-in-law, Wen Shuang whispered, "If you wish to uncover the truth behind your miscarriage, come to Qingyang temple swiftly." Su Huihui stood frozen, taken aback by the notion of a miscarriage truth. She had believed her fall was the sole cause of her loss. Was there something more to it? Upon entering the hospital lobby, Wen Shuang glanced at Ling Qingyang, who wore tattered Taoist robes, her brows slightly furrowing. "Little brother, what brings you to the hospital?" Ling Qingyang bit his lip, his voice tinged with sadness. Qingyang temple cannot compare to Yuming temple's thriving incense offerings. Now it stands desolate and neglected, the merit box collecting dust, and the funds for offerings are woefully scant. My master is ill, and there is not even enough money to procure medicine. I came down the mountain hoping to catch some ghosts to earn money for my master, but my skills are lacking. I can see spirits but cannot capture them, and I am often mistaken for a little fraud. Seeing Ling Qingyang's woeful expression reminded Wen Shuang of the first time she encountered him the millennium ago. when he bore a similarly pitiful visage. Unable to resist, she ruffled his hair. I shall fetch medicine for your master. After purchasing the medicine, Wen Shuang instructed Ling Qingyang to lead her to Qingyang Temple. Upon arrival, she gazed at the moss-covered, dilapidated steps and felt an overwhelming sense of loss. It was unimaginable that Qingyang Temple had fallen to such a state after a millennium. Perhaps hearing their footsteps, a lean man clad in simple robes emerged from within.
Coughing lightly.
Qingyang, your master has instructed you not to wander. If you go missing, Qingyang Temple will truly be without successors. As the lean man stepped forward and caught sight of Wen Shuang, his eyes widened in shock before he suddenly knelt before her. Ancestral master. Both Wen Shuang and Ling Qingyang were taken aback by the man's actions. Ancestral master, allow me to bow before you. I am Ling Xianfeng, the 38th disciple of Qingyang Temple. Ling Xianfeng was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes reddening with tears. He had longed for this moment, yearning to see his ancestral master. The opportunity to behold her was an honor for him, and he fervently hoped she could restore Qingyang Temple to its former glory. Master, what are you doing? This is a kind-hearted sister I met at the hospital. Please don't frighten her. Ling Qingyang attempted to assist Ling Xianfeng to his feet, but unexpectedly, Ling Xianfeng tugged him down to kneel before Wen Shuang. Quick, call the Grand Master Ancestor. Wen Shuang's lips twitched, although by seniority, she could indeed be addressed as Ling Xuanfeng's master ancestor, having traversed into the modern era. Would Ling Xianfeng even recognize her? Taoist Ling, why do you call me master ancestor? After rising, Ling Xianfeng spoke with sincere reverence. Master ancestor, please follow me. I shall show you your portrait. Wen Shuang followed Ling Xianfeng into a room where he cautiously retrieved a painting from a locked chest. The woman depicted in the artwork, clad in ancient attire, exuded an ethereal grace, her demeanor transcending the ordinary. Despite the years having blurred the details of her face, the resemblance to Wen Shuang was undeniable. Master ancestor, it must be your divine presence. Ling Xianfeng exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Wen Shuang neither confirmed nor denied this, simply stating, call me by my name. I am Wen Shuang. Ling Xianfeng slid to his knees once more, now before Wen Shuang. Your name is identical to that of our Qingyang Temple's master ancestor. Wen Shuang's lips twitched again. It was a different age now, and kneeling at every turn was hardly fashionable. Please rise quickly. Yet Ling Xianfeng remained kneeling, trembling with reverence. Wen Shuang exchanged a glance with Ling Qingyang, urging him to assist his master to his feet. Once Ling Qingyang had helped Ling Xianfeng up, he hesitantly inquired, are you truly the Grand Master Ancestor? It is merely a matter of resemblance. Ling Xianfeng appeared entranced, insisting, no, you are indeed the Master Ancestor. Qingyang Temple has withstood the trials of time, from once being renowned to now being virtually forgotten. It is the disciples' inadequacy. I apologize to you, Master Ancestor. Wen Shuang waved her hand dismissively. Little Qingyang possesses great potential. With him, Qingyang Temple shall surely regain its former glory. Energized by Wen Shuang's encouragement, Ling Xianfeng excitedly pleaded, Master Ancestor, my comprehension is limited and my abilities are weak. Might you consider taking little Qingyang as your disciple so that he may learn true skills? Wen Shuang bit her lip thoughtfully. He may accompany me. With a mysterious adversary lurking in the shadows, and her fortune-telling hall soon to open, she indeed required a knowledgeable aide in esoteric matters. Little Qingyang had once been her disciple in a previous life, clever and diligent. She felt confident in his capabilities. Upon hearing Wen Shuang's agreement, Ling Xianfeng eagerly nudged Ling Qingyang. Hurry and thank the Grand Master Ancestor. Ling Qingyang promptly knelt and bowed his head to Wen Shuang. Thank you, Grand Master Ancestor. Wen Shuang, do not call me Grand Master Ancestor. From now on, refer to me as your beautiful sister. Ling Xianfeng, filled with trepidation, replied, Master, this is rather unorthodox. Wen Shuang interrupted, if you cling to such antiquated notions, then perhaps little Qingyang should not follow me. Ling Xianfeng was taken aback. He had anticipated the master ancestor to be aloof and ethereal, but instead found her refreshingly grounded. While Ling Xianfeng continued to express his gratitude, a feminine voice echoed from the main hall. Is anyone there? Ling Qingyang dashed out to find a woman kneeling on a mat, praying and scanning her surroundings. His eyes brightened. Sister, that woman who miscarried has arrived. Chapter 145. Excessively Foolish, Emotional Turmoil. Su Hui, upon seeing Wen Shuang emerge, approached anxiously. Are you the master? What truly transpired regarding my miscarriage? When Shuang assessed Su Huihui's features, she was a formidable woman, adept in her career. Yet, in matters of the heart, she seemed excessively naive. 3 nights ago, you went downstairs for water and accidentally fell, leading to the miscarriage, correct? Su Huihui was taken aback. She had never met Wen Shuang before, yet she could discern the cause of her loss. Tears welled in Su Huihui's eyes. Yes, my child had already formed. The doctor mentioned that my uterus has suffered significant damage, making future pregnancies unlikely. When Shuang continued, your husband is 3 years younger than you. He was once a delivery man, frequently bringing food to your company. The disparities in education, experience, and family background should have kept you apart. Yet, an unexpected incident drew you together. Su Huihui stared at Wen Shuang in disbelief. How do you know this? I gleaned it from your features. Now, tell me your story. Su Huihui had previously worked as a translator at a translation company. After graduating from university, she joined the firm, where her male supervisor, in his early 30s, was gentle and mature, often looking out for her. During a business trip, she suffered from acute appendicitis, and he attended to her, rushing about to handle her registration, payment, and sleeplessly caring for her. The seeds of infatuation were sown then. However, she was uncertain of her supervisor's marital status and dared not reveal her feelings. For 3 years at the translation company, she had never heard of his romantic life nor seen a girlfriend or wife. She assumed he was single. At a team-building event, she drank too much, and he escorted her back to the hotel, where she confessed her admiration while leaning against him. Her supervisor then kissed her, pinning her against the entryway cabinet. That night became the happiest of her life. From that moment, they naturally began a relationship, but due to its nature as an office romance, they kept it private. After 6 months, just as she planned to introduce him to her parents, an irate woman stormed into the office. The woman grabbed Su Huihui by her hair and slapped her twice. In front of the entire company, she scornfully accused Su Huihui of being an unashamed mistress. Su Huihui was utterly shocked and incredulous, casting a glance at her supervisor, seeking an explanation, but he averted his gaze. The woman attacked her, declaring that she had been gravely ill and receiving treatment abroad for years, only to find Su Huihui had invaded her relationship and become the shameful mistress. Su Huihui felt an overwhelming despair and heartbreak. She could not comprehend that the man she loved was already married. He had never uttered a word about it, and she had unwittingly become the scorned mistress. She was dismissed from the company, and the woman attempted to strip her of her clothing in front of everyone. At that critical moment, her current husband, Liao Kai, rushed in to rescue her. Liao Kai had delivered food to the translation company that afternoon, and, upon witnessing Su Huihui being attacked, surged forward to shield her. He took her to the hospital after the ordeal. Although Liao Kai was 3 years her junior and had a fiery temperament outside, he was exceedingly obedient in front of Su Huihui. Due to her emotional wounds, she was reluctant to pursue a relationship again, and Liao Kai pursued her for nearly 2 years before she finally agreed to be with him. Unlike her previous supervisor, Liao Kai never concealed their relationship and even introduced her to his mother, Song Lan. Song Lan, a single mother, had given birth to Liao Kai at 18, and they had relied on each other all these years. After marrying Liao Kai, Su Huihui was treated with utmost care by her mother-in-law, Song Lan. As Su Huihui devoted herself to her career, Song Lan took charge of all household chores. She never pressured Su Huihui to have children, always prioritizing her career. The pregnancy was an unexpected surprise, and by the time Su Huihui discovered it, she was already 3 months along. Although Su Huihui is a career-oriented woman, she yearns for a child. Upon sharing the news of her pregnancy with Song Lan and Liao Kai, both expressed their immense joy. Each day, Liao Kai would escort her to and from work, while her mother-in-law would prepare additional meals for her in the evenings, showering her with care and concern. However, 3 nights ago, in the dead of night, she felt an overwhelming thirst and descended the stairs to fetch some water, only to slip and tumble down the staircase. When she regained consciousness, the doctor delivered the heartbreaking news that she had lost her child. She was devastated. Her mother-in-law and husband shared in her sorrow, yet they offered her comfort rather than blame. My child was lost due to my own clumsiness. No one could have harmed me. Wen Shuang, it was your mother-in-law who caused your miscarriage. Su Huihui's eyes widened in disbelief.
Impossible.
My mother-in-law is desperate for grandchildren. Wen Shuang pressed her lips together. Because your mother-in-law is also pregnant. Su Huihui's mouth fell open, and she struggled to find her voice. Her mother-in-law, a single mother, Hadn't he sought a partner for many years? How could she possibly be pregnant? Do not drink the milk your husband brings you tonight. Pretend to sleep, and by midnight, you will uncover the truth you seek. Wen Shuang understood that no amount of explanation would convince Su Huihui. She must witness the truth for herself to comprehend the reason behind her miscarriage. As Su Huihui departed from Qingyang Temple, she couldn't help but voice her skepticism. She must have been bewitched to have come here to burn incense and seek divination. That young woman was clearly a charlatan. If the practitioners at this temple truly possessed the gift of prophecy, how could it be so desolate? Her mother-in-law, aside from her parents, was the kindest person to her. How could she possibly wish her harm? Moreover, even if her mother-in-law were pregnant, they could simply raise the children together. Why would she want to terminate her child's life? That woman was talking nonsense. If she returned home tonight and found nothing unusual, she would surely confront that woman tomorrow. After Su Huihui left, Wen Shuang initially intended to escort Xiao Qingyang down the mountain, as she needed to attend to Fu Sihing at the hospital, but another visitor arrived. Master Ancestor, you truly are a harbinger of fortune. It has been ages since Qingyang Temple has received such a steady stream of visitors. Ling Xianfeng gazed at Wen Shuang with admiration and reverence. Wen Shuang retrieved various talismans, protective charms, peace talismans, house-guarding charms, evil-repelling charms, academic charms, career charms, and calamity-reducing charms from her bag and handed them to Ling Xianfeng. Place these in the temple to assist some sincere and kind-hearted patrons. As Ling Xianfeng observed the talismans emanating a soft golden glow, his respect for Wen Shuang deepened. Thank you, Master Ancestor. Wen Shuang, glancing at the 30-something Ling Xianfeng, whose mindset was remarkably antiquated, chose not to remind him to change his address for her. The new visitor had finished her prayer and was led to Wen Shuang by Xiao Qingyang. Upon seeing the young and beautiful Wen Shuang, who hardly resembled a master, the woman's eyes flickered with skepticism. Miss, can you read fortunes and exorcise ghosts? Wen Shuang nodded. You are tainted by Yin energy. Have you encountered a ghost recently? The woman, who had initially harbored doubts about Wen Shuang, sat up straight, exclaiming, Yes, I have encountered a ghost. The woman introduced herself as Wu Yu, the owner of a small eatery. Recently, she had been plagued by a series of strange occurrences. A few days ago, while delivering food, she entered an elevator and pressed the close button, but the doors stubbornly refused to close. Just as she thought the elevator was malfunctioning, she heard the sound of high-heeled shoes clicking in the hallway. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heels appeared to be just outside the elevator. Peering out, she found the corridor empty, yet the clicking continued unabated. Terrified, she repeatedly pressed the close button. After what felt like an eternity, the doors finally closed, but the elevator lights flickered ominously. The echo of the high heels persisted. To her horror, instead of descending to the first floor, the elevator ascended to the top floor. When it reached the 23rd floor, the elevator suddenly plummeted downward at a speed akin to a roller coaster. Fear coursed through her as her heart raced, but she clung to a shred of sanity, recalling the self-rescue techniques for a falling elevator. With trembling hands, she frantically pressed buttons for other floors. The elevator showed no signs of stopping. It continued to descend relentlessly, her heart nearly leaping into her throat. Just when she believed her fate was sealed, the elevator came to a jarring halt on the second floor. She collapsed onto the floor, tears streaming down her face, feeling as if she had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. However, a mere day later, while delivering food again, she narrowly avoided being struck by a flower pot that fell from a high-rise. Yet, the most frightening incident occurred last night. Awakened in the middle of the night, she found herself standing before the bathroom mirror, clutching a tube of lipstick, methodically applying it to her lips until they glistened blood-red. Under the harsh light, her pale face contrasted with her vivid lips, creating a chillingly eerie scene. Before she could comprehend how she had ended up in the bathroom, a ghostly voice echoed in her ear, "Return my life to me." At this point, Wu Yu's breathing became rapid and labored, her heart racing. Master, I know I have encountered a ghost. I do not have much money and cannot afford the priests of Yuming Temple. I heard that Qingyang Temple charges much less. I wonder if you could assist me? Wen Shuang regarded the pale-faced Wu Yu and narrowed her eyes slightly. The female ghost that haunts you is someone you know, and you are aware of the circumstances surrounding her death. Wen Shuang's words left Wu Yu momentarily stunned. Chapter 146. Desiring only to preserve her life, yet attracting trouble instead. Wu Yu's eatery is nestled in a narrow alley. Due to her culinary skills and the freshness of her ingredients, her business flourished. keeping her busy until the early hours of the morning. Half a month ago, she was closing up as usual, preparing to walk home after locking the doors, when she witnessed a fashionably dressed woman being silenced by a tall man in a black coat, wearing a fisherman's hat and a mask. The man wielded a glinting kitchen knife in his other hand. "Help me, save me." The woman's terrified and desperate cry reached Wu Yu, stunned into paralysis. Wu Yu could only watch as the man turned to glare at her menacingly. "If you dare meddle or call the police, I'll wipe out your entire family." Fear coursed through Wu Yu, draining the color from her face and weakening her legs. The man forcibly dragged the woman into a van. As the van doors slammed shut, Wu Yu witnessed the man strike the woman with the knife, blood splattering against the van's window. Terrified, she fled back into her shop, locking the door behind her. Breathing heavily, her fingers trembled as she reached for her phone, contemplating calling the police, but the man's threat loomed over her. She feared for her family's safety, including her 1-year-old daughter, her ailing mother-in-law, and her diligent husband. She wished only to protect herself, not to interfere. Though her thoughts were selfish, the societal unrest that had burgeoned since the pandemic made her wary. That night, Wu Yu lay awake in distress. As soon as she closed her eyes, the image of that man wielding a cleaver against the woman flashed before her, blood splattering violently. Although she contemplated calling the police several times, fear and timidity ultimately triumphed. The next day, she forced herself to muster the strength to open the shop, nervously observing her surroundings. While delivering meals to nearby office buildings, she remained vigilant for any signs of missing persons or victims. There were no anomalies. The harrowing scene from the previous night seemed like a figment of her imagination. Gradually, she managed to put the heavy stone in her heart aside. However, mere days later, a series of bizarre occurrences began to unfold around her. Every night, she was plagued by nightmares of a blood-soaked woman, a vengeful specter demanding her life, incessantly questioning why she had done nothing to help, not even calling for help. In addition to the nightmares, there were terrifying encounters in the elevator, falling flower pots, and a myriad of strange events, each more unsettling than the last. If she did not seek help from a master soon, she feared she might perish at the hands of that female ghost. Wu Yu covered her eyes, tears streaming down her face, proclaiming, "It is not that I did not wish to save her. I was simply terrified. I have elderly dependents and small children. If that murderer truly comes to annihilate my family, how could I ever forgive myself?" Wen Shuang refrained from judging Wu Yu's actions as right or wrong. Wu Yu was merely an ordinary person, driven by fear of retaliation, wishing to protect her own family, which was not entirely wrong. After all, the instinct to seek safety and avoid danger is intrinsic to human nature. Yet from another perspective, if one stands idly by as others face dire straits, succumbing to fear and choosing to evade responsibility or turning a blind eye, the bonds between individuals will inevitably weaken. Wen Shuang believed that as long as one did not contravene moral and legal boundaries, personal choices should be respected. Those who possess the capability and are unafraid of malevolent forces should extend their hand in assistance. Conversely, if one lacks the means and risks endangering oneself and those around them, silence might be the wiser choice. As the foremost lesson for anyone is to learn to safeguard oneself. "Let us go. Take me to your shop," Wen Shuang instructed. Wu Yu shakily rose to her feet. Wen Shuang, accompanied by Xiao Qingyang, followed Wu Yu to her establishment. Having encountered an abundance of eerie happenings lately, the shop had been closed for 2 days. Upon opening the door, a damp atmosphere rushed forth. "Sister, there is an aura of negativity. The ghost is inside," Xiao Qingyang remarked. Wen Shuang nodded, recognizing that the spirit was a recently deceased entity, lacking in power. "Xiao Qingyang, you shall deal with it." Xiao Qingyang hesitated. "Sister, my ghost-catching abilities are insufficient." "Fear not. If you cannot capture it, I shall protect you," Wen Shuang reassured, handing him an exorcism talisman. Encouraged by Wen Shuang's trusting gaze, Xiao Qingyang's confidence surged. "Very well. I shall proceed." Wen Shuang seated herself, and Wu Yu on the sofa. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Qingyang emerged, dragging a disheveled female ghost with blood-red eyes. Wen Shuang waved her hand before Wu Yu, causing her to perceive the ghost's appearance, prompting her to retreat in terror behind Wen Shuang. "Little Taoist, on what grounds do you capture me? That woman is responsible for my demise. Had she called the police, perhaps I would not have died." The ghost's bloodshot eyes seethed with hatred as she glared at Wu Yu, wishing to exact vengeance. Wen Shuang observed the ghost's growing resentment and her intent to strangle Wu Yu. She uttered an incantation, raising her finger as a tangible slap struck the ghost's face. The ghost widened her eyes, her gaze filled with malice as she glared at Wen Shuang. Who are you, and why did you strike me? She is my revered ancestor. Xiao Qingyang restrained the ghost, preventing her from moving. The ghost's disbelief was palpable. This young Taoist was formidable enough, let alone his ancestor. Master, do not favor that woman simply because I am a ghost. She is the one who caused my death. Wen Shuang interrupted. The one responsible for your death is your murderer, as well as yourself. Before the ghost could respond, Wen Shuang continued. You were a woman of vanity, frequenting indulgent establishments after graduating middle school. Observing others adorned in designer clothing and accessories, your desires grew rampant like wild grass. You began as a wine waitress and eventually became an escort. Your hedonistic and depraved lifestyle led you to addiction, and once your funds ran dry, you devised new schemes to generate income. You enticed men online, with Luo Xiang being one of your prey. Through your exchanges, you discovered he was a reclusive individual. And utilizing your beauty and charm, you captivated him. After learning of his mother's tragic passing in a car accident 6 months prior, you repeatedly lured him into transferring his compensation funds to you. You fabricated tales of your own mother's illness and your own injuries, spinning an ever-growing web of deceit until he had transferred all 500,000 yuan to you. Once you realized he was broke, you blocked all contact with him. Little did you anticipate that despite being a recluse, Luo Xiang possessed some hacking skills. He had traced your IP address. Following it, he located your residence and witnessed you flitting between various men. Though he was pained, his love for you remained steadfast, hoping to guide you back to the right path. He envisioned that 500,000 yuan as a dowry for a future together. Yet, you mocked him for being a loser, instructing the bar's security captain to beat him mercilessly, claiming he was a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Even after such humiliation, he held no thoughts of retribution, only pleading with you through tears to return his money, promising he would never disturb you again. But what did you do? Do you remember? When you noticed Luo Xiang's modest appeal, you conspired with the bar's security captain to bind him, drug him, and deliver him to the beds of several wealthy women. After a night of torment, you reveled in the money you had acquired, secretly delighted at having found yet another avenue for profit. Unbeknownst to you, however, the patient man you had wronged was akin to a dormant volcano on the verge of eruption, with molten lava capable of incinerating everything in its path. That night, Luo Xiang abducted you to his residence, inflicted a wound upon you, leaving you hanging on by a thread, and then summoned several beggars to subject you to a night of torment in return. You cried, screamed, and begged for mercy, vowing that if he spared you, you would live a good life with him henceforth. However, the honest man had been driven to madness. Witnessing your desperate pleas, he felt no compassion. He killed you and dismembered your body. You beheld his fury and ruthlessness as he took your life, yet after becoming a ghost, you dared not seek revenge against him, choosing instead to confront your boss, Wu Yu, for failing to call for help in time. Hiding behind Wen Shuang, Wu Yu, upon hearing Wen Shuang's narrative, disregarded her fear and raised her head, disdain etched upon her face as she gazed at the ghost. So you were truly wretched in life. I am rather thankful I did not save you. You got what you deserved. The ghost was taken aback by Wen Shuang's insight into her past, her voice sharp. Even if I was at fault, does that justify Luo Xiang's actions? When Shuang pressed her lips together, he took his own life after killing you. The ghost's eyes widened in disbelief. He is dead? Yes, you shall meet him in the underworld. The ghost trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to her knees. Master, I do not wish to encounter him in the afterlife. I implore you to assist me. I will no longer trouble you. Recalling the moment when Luo Xiang wielded a knife to slay her, the female ghost nearly lost her wits in terror. I cannot assist you. Your grievances must be resolved in the underworld, Wen Shuang intoned, reciting a few incantations to open the gates of hell, sending the female specter into the abyss. Upon witnessing Wen Shuang's ability to unlock the ghostly portal, Xiao Qingyang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Sister, you are so formidable. Wen Shuang affectionately ruffled Xiao Qingyang's hair. You too shall be capable of such feats in the future. Wu Yu, astonished by how effortlessly Wen Shuang dealt with the ghost, bowed deeply in gratitude. Master, I shall transfer all the money I possess to you. Wen Shuang shook her head. No need. A mere 1,000 for the ghost-catching fee will suffice.
Oh.
And do bring me some of the delectable snacks from your shop. Wu Yu immediately nodded. Of course. I shall prepare them at once. And from now on, any snacks you desire from my shop will be complimentary. Who dares to claim Qingyang Temple is inadequate? The Taoist from Yuming Temple charges at least 100,000 for ghost hunting services, and if the ghost is particularly formidable, the fee doubles. Yet, the master of Qingyang Temple not only possesses great abilities, but also offers his services at such a modest price. She resolved to promote Qingyang Temple more vigorously, ensuring to visit for blessings and incense offerings on the 1st and 15th of each month. With the snacks Wu had prepared in hand, Wen Shuang led Xiao Qingyang toward the hospital. Sister, why are we going to the hospital? Is there someone you wish to visit? Wen Shuang nodded.
Your brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law? Xiao Qingyang exclaimed, incredulously. In this world, no man could possibly be worthy of his sister. After witnessing Wen Shuang's prowess, Xiao Qingyang had already come to regard her as the grandmaster of Qingyang Temple. How could any ordinary mortal be deemed worthy of their grandmaster? Wen Shuang chuckled at Xiao Qingyang's words, recalling that a millennium ago, Qingyang had expressed the same sentiment, believing no man could match her, save for that one. In the hospital room, big brother, fourth brother is about to be transferred to the Yeqing Medical Research Institute. He said he would come to see you as soon as he lands tomorrow. Mother Fu had long anticipated the return of the fourth son, Fu Yunjing, to Yeqing. With the gossip surrounding the eldest, second, third, and youngest daughters all exhausted, she was eager to hear more about her daughter-in-law's insights on fourth brother's romantic escapades. Previously, she had heard that her 6 children were all infatuated. She wondered just how deeply fourth brother was ensnared in love. As a medical genius, he surely couldn't be so besotted as to lose his mind or forage for wild herbs, could he? Fu Xicheng discerned his mother's thoughts with a glance. Just as he was about to speak, he overheard Wen Shuang's inner voice. Oh dear. When I brought my grumpy husband to the hospital, his sudden confession, repeatedly expressing his affection for me, has left me quite flustered about facing him. Can I tell him that aside from his looks, wealth, and fate line, I seek nothing else? Playing around is one thing, but if he expects me to take responsibility, that would be quite another. Fu Xicheng was taken aback. What sort of callous remarks were these? Mother Fu and Fu Xingzhou exchanged knowing glances. Fu Xingzhou discreetly whispered to Fu Xicheng, Big brother, I once thought your charm was boundless, that winning over Big Sister would be a matter of moments. Now, I can only feel pity for you. Big Sister is such a warm yet cool-headed and rational powerhouse, it must be quite the challenge to win her over. Mother Fu pushed Fu Xingzhou aside. What do you know? In pursuing a woman, one must not rush. If it were too easy, a man would not cherish the relationship. Fu Xingzhou retorted. I heard that Dad only pursued Mom for a week before they were inseparable. Mother Fu smacked the back of Fu Xingzhou's head. Enough. Your father's situation is not comparable to yours. Back then, it was love at first sight. Now, your brother is merely infatuated. Should he behave like a domineering protagonist from a novel, Big Sister would surely send him flying. Soon after, when Shuang entered the hospital room with Xiao Qingyang, she introduced Xiao Qingyang to the Fu family, who greeted him politely. When it was time for him to greet Fu Xicheng, his little brows furrowed. Brother-in-law. Fu Xicheng observed the child with a hint of concern. This little fellow seems a bit disenchanted with me. Xiao Qingyang is just as loyal to me as he was a millennium ago, believing that no man in the world is worthy of me. The Fu family exchanged bewildered glances. What? This child is still Wen Shuang's disciple from 1,000 years ago? Fu Xingzhou quickly nudged Fu Xicheng with a wink. With Big Sister having a familiar disciple in this era, she now possesses a soft spot. If their family treats Xiao Qingyang well, Big Sister will undoubtedly soften and grow fond of them. Mother, I would like Xiao Qingyang to stay with us for a while. And I will trouble third brother to help him find a school to attend. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyang quickly shook his head. Sister, I do not wish to go to school. Wen Shuang shot him a stern look. No, you will attend school during the day and learn from me at night. Otherwise, I shall send you back to Qingyang Temple immediately. Xiao Qingyang protested, wishing only to study sorcery, not traditional education. Fu Xingzhou reassured. Big Sister, do not worry. I will handle it. Within 3 days at the latest, Xiao Qingyang will be enrolled in school. After the Fu family returned home with Xiao Qingyang, Wen Shuang retrieved her pajamas from her suitcase and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Indeed, the affluent live well. Even the hospital provides private VIP suites. After her bath, Fu Xicheng patted the space beside him. Madam Fu, you'll be sleeping here tonight. Wen Shuang gasped. Wait, are you suggesting we share a bed? I am quite restless in my sleep. Are you not afraid I might touch you? Fu Xicheng pressed his lips together. What exactly did she intend to touch? No matter. If she wished to, he would not mind. I noticed a sofa outside. If need be, I can have a bed brought in by the nurse. Fu Xiqing's dark eyes glimmered with depth. Are you afraid to sleep with me? Wen Shuang retorted. Who is afraid? He is but an injured patient. I certainly have no reason to be frightened. With that, she lifted the covers and lay beside Fu Xiqing. As she inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from her, Fu Xiqing's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Before bedtime, Su Huihui's husband, Liao Kai, brought her a warm glass of milk. Hui, you need to rest more at home and not constantly dwell on work. Your health is paramount. Looking at her gentle and caring husband, a smile graced Su Huihui's face. Just as she prepared to sip the milk, she suddenly recalled Wen Shuang's words, leaving her uncertain about whether to drink it. Hui, why aren't you drinking? Liao Kai asked, puzzled. Dear, I left my phone in the living room. Could you fetch it for me? Sure, but hurry and finish your milk. It will cool down. And you must avoid cold drinks while recovering. When Liao Kai returned with her phone, he found the milk glass empty. A trace of milk still lingering at the corner of Su Huihui's mouth. He gently wiped it away, thinking how childlike she appeared. Su Huihui buried her face in Liao Kai's embrace. Darling, the doctor mentioned that my miscarriage has affected my uterus, making future pregnancies quite challenging. If we are unable to have children, will you still love me just the same? Of course, if we cannot conceive, and you still desire a child, we shall adopt one in the future. After Liao Kai turned off the lights, Su Huihui closed her eyes. The glass of milk remained untouched as she poured it into the toilet. Wen Shuang's words lingered in her heart like a thorn. She needed to uncover the truth of what would transpire in the dead of night. At midnight, Su Huihui quietly opened her eyes, casting a glance at Liao Kai beside her. He was soundly asleep, and the outside was enveloped in silence. It seemed that the so-called master was indeed a fraud. Su Huihui shut her eyes once more, preparing to drift into slumber, intending to confront Wen Shuang the following day. Just as she began to fade into a drowsy state, she suddenly sensed movement beside her. Su Huihui refrained from immediately opening her eyes, hearing the man beside her utter her name, to which she did not respond. Perhaps he assumed she had consumed the milk and was in a deep sleep. He threw aside the covers and rose from the bed. Almost in the instant he pulled open the door to leave, Su Huihui opened her eyes. She tiptoed to the door and peered through the crack, glancing outside. Upon doing so, her pupils dilated in shock, and her blood ran cold. Chapter 148. In the dead of night, rushing towards her. Su Huihui stared intently at the scene before her, as if plunged into a 1,000-year-old icy abyss. The cold penetrated to her very bones. The usually unassuming San Lan was now adorned in a form-fitting black silk slip dress, her meticulously styled hair cascading in large waves over her shoulders. With a carefully crafted visage and fiery red lips, she appeared not as a woman in her 40s, but rather as a modern beauty in her 30s. She approached Liao Kai with an alluring grace, gently tugging at his collar, playfully enticing him into her room. Once inside, Liao Kai handed a glass of milk to San Lan, then affectionately caressed her relatively flat abdomen, asking, Baby, have you been good today? San Lan took a few sips of the milk and then playfully chided him, Silly boy, it's barely been 3 months. Fetal movement typically occurs around 4 to 5 months. She pulled Liao Kai onto the bed, resting her face against his chest, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Once Su Huihui completes her confinement, proposed taking her on a seaside trip. Liao Kai looked down at San Lan, questioning, Take her on a seaside trip? San Lan affirmed with a slight hum, a chilling smile gracing her lips as she continued, Now that we have our own child, Su Huihui cannot remain. Liao Kai was taken aback, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. But you said we still need Su Huihui to earn money for us. Is it right to dispose of her just after she lost the baby? His sentence trailed off as San Lan abruptly lifted her head to gaze at him. You don't mean to say you've developed feelings for her after spending so much time together, do you? The child she lost isn't even yours. Why do you care for her so much? Su Huihui's pupils constricted violently, her mind buzzing with confusion. What were they talking about? She couldn't comprehend a single word. The child she lost was undoubtedly Liao Kai's. Since her previous relationship, where she was betrayed by a mistress, she had been fiercely protective of herself. Apart from Liao Kai, she had not been intimate with any other man. As Su Huihui grappled with her bewilderment, she heard San Lan's voice again. Su Huihui will likely never realize that before each time you sleep with her, you administer a little drug, making her believe that the man with whom she is intimate is you. In reality, that man is merely a gigolo you found outside. Su Huihui's eyes widened in horror, nearly gasping aloud. She clamped her hands over her mouth as tears streamed down her face. No wonder, after marrying Liao Kai, he rarely initiated intimacy with her. The few times they had been together occurred only when she was inebriated and her consciousness hazy. The truth was indeed brutally cruel. Reflecting on her previous relationship's betrayal, and now realizing she was being deceived again, Su Huihui felt an unbearable ache in her heart. For a fleeting moment, she yearned to burst out and eliminate the nauseating pair. They were more despicable than that male superior who had wronged her. Having pretended to be mother and child in front of her for so long, Su Huihui probably has around 2 million in her account now, plus this apartment. Once she's gone, we won't have to worry anymore. If it weren't for the fear of raising suspicions, I would have suggested you take out an accident insurance policy on her. But to be on the safe side, let's skip that. After you push her into the sea, we can tell her family that she couldn't have children after her miscarriage and fell into depression due to being overly sentimental and melancholic. Su Huihui's heart raced with growing terror. It was finally dawning on her that Song Lan and Liao Kai were colluding to deceive her for her house and wealth. She quickly shut the door and locked it, trembling as she retrieved her phone to call Wen Shuang. Perhaps anticipating her call, the other end connected swiftly. Master, I woke up in the middle of the night and discovered the truth about the miscarriage. Su Huihui cried, tears streaming down her face, her emotions unraveling.
Not only that,
they are conspiring to take my life. I could kill them right now. When Shuang's voice remained calm as she cautioned, I will come over shortly. You need to call your family immediately. Be careful. Do not let yourself or them get hurt during any conflict. Su Huihui was somewhat perplexed by Wen Shuang's words. She dialed her mother's number, but it rang only once before she hastily hung up. Previously, she had brought shame upon her family due to the incident with her male superior. Later, moved by Liao Kai, she disregarded her family's objections and married him. She had often acted against her parents' wishes, believing they did not understand her, even reducing contact with them due to Song Lan and Liao Kai's instigation. It turned out they had always been her support. With just one word from her, no matter how late or far, they would rush to her side. Normally, it would take her family an hour to arrive, but they made it in just over 30 minutes. Huihui, we arrived at your doorstep. Su Huihui immediately sprang to her feet and rushed to open the door. On the way, she had already informed her family about Liao Kai and Song Lan's betrayal. As Huihui opened the door, father and brother rushed towards Song Lan's bedroom. Dad, brother, the master said if you take action, be sure not to hurt yourselves. Father and brother pushed open the door to Song Lan's room, where they found her nestled in Liao Kai's embrace. Their anger flared immediately, veins bulging, fists clenched, just as they were about to charge forward to deliver a beating to the couple. Song Lan suddenly let out a sharp cry. My stomach hurts so much. Liao Kai glanced at the furious father-in-law and brother-in-law entering the room, his brow furrowing.
Dad.
Brother, what are you doing here? My mom is unwell. Before Liao Kai could finish his sentence, brother landed a powerful punch on his face.
Beast.
Chapter 149, Late Night Disturbance, a dramatic revelation. Liao Kai was momentarily stunned by the blow from brother. Despite the pain in her abdomen, Song Lan leapt from the bed and shielded Liao Kai with her body. What are you doing barging into our home at this hour? Though we are relatives, it is wrong to hit someone. Before Song Lan could finish her defense, mother stormed in and slapped her hard across the face. With tear-filled eyes, mother shouted, You are not a mother and child. You are merely a pair of deceitful lovers. Song Lan and Liao Kai were taken aback. How did the family find out? Huihui, filled with resentment, stepped forward, brandishing her phone. You not only deceived us into a sham marriage, but you also plotted to take my life. Prepare to face imprisonment. Huihui, it's not like that. Liao Kai attempted to explain but was met with another fierce punch from brother. Liao Kai fell to the ground. Clutching his stinging face, his eyes reddened as he looked at Huihui. Huihui, believe me, I would never harm you. Look, her child is gone. It was my doing. Just as Song Lan was about to protect Liao Kai, she froze in shock. What are you saying? The child I was carrying was yours. I struggled to conceive. How could you be so cruel? Recalling the glass of milk Liao Kai had given her, which must have been laced with abortion pills, disbelief filled Song Lan's eyes.
Why?
Didn't you love me? Of course he did, but the child you carry is not Liao Kai's. It belongs to the male escort he arranged for you. A cold voice interjected. When Shuang had rushed over from the hospital. Upon seeing her, He Hui's eyes lit up with surprise. Master, you're here. Wen Shuang nodded, moving beside He Hui and turning to the shocked Song Lan. Liao Kai, in his dealings with He Hui, unknowingly fell for her. He desires a normal family with her. When you suggested that the escort sleep with He Hui, he played along, drugging your food so that the escort would be with you. In truth, the child you lost was Liao Kai's, and the one you are losing now belongs to the escort. Song Lan staggered, darkness clouding her vision. With reddened eyes, she glared at Liao Kai, her breath quickening. Is that true? Liao Kai, have you fallen for He Hui? Did you bring the escort to sleep with me? Liao Kai wiped the blood from his mouth, slowly rising from the floor. Yes, I have fallen for Hui. I will not tolerate your actions that harm her. For years, I have been under your control, but I wish to start anew. Hui is not the extraneous one you are. You caused Hui's miscarriage while I was away. And I, before he could finish, Song Lan, in a frenzy, lunged at Liao Kai, scratching at his face with her hands. You bastard. I loved you so much. Even risking my marriage to elope with you. For years, I pretended we were mother and son, so we could secure a house in Yecheng while you married a younger, beautiful woman. And this is how you repay me? Liao Kai, equally enraged, retorted, back in the village, it was you who seduced me when your husband was away working. I was naive and easily deceived. For years, you have threatened me with our relationship. I am done. I only want to live with Hui and have no further entanglements with you. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Song Lan, not as strong as Liao Kai, was pushed back and knocked against a bedside table, shattering a cup and cutting her hand. Ignoring the pain, she picked up a shard and slashed it toward Liao Kai's face. Are you disgusted by my age? I'll scar your face so you can't seduce young women anymore. Wen Shuang pulled He Hui and her family out of the room. Stay away from them. That escort has AIDS, and Song Lan has contracted it. The He family stood in shock, their mouths agape. Hui, come, let's go home. Your parents will hire a lawyer. This false mother and son must face legal consequences. He Hui looked at her protective parents and brother, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry for being so willful before and hurting you. He father and he mother embraced her. Silly girl, you will always be our good daughter. Parents never harbor resentment against their children. Let the past remain in the past. As long as we are together, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Without packing her belongings, He Hui went with her family to the police station, presenting the video evidence of Song Lan and Liao Kai's plot against her. Hui, they have not yet committed a crime. At most, they will be detained for 10 to 15 days. If Liao Kai comes out and seeks to reconcile, will you still soften your heart and return to him? He mother asked with concern. He Hui shook her head. No, he will come out disfigured and likely infected with AIDS. Let them torment each other from now on. Tomorrow, I'll have the real estate agent sell my apartment and distance myself from those shameless deceivers. She intended to donate the proceeds from the sale to Qingyang Temple. When Wen Shuang returned to the hospital, it was already 2 a.m. After taking a shower, she lay down in bed, only to find Fu Sihing awake. His dark eyes studied her intently. Mrs. Fu, why are you busier than me all day? Can't you get a good night's sleep? Wen Shuang smiled.
Well,
I have business to attend to. And a bit of dramatic gossip on the side. Having lost her sleepiness, Wen Shuang vividly recounted the tumultuous relationship between Liao Kai and Song Lan. Darling, do you find it dramatic? Fu Sihing murmured in agreement a bit. Then he shifted the conversation. Wen Shuang, do you find it hard to sleep next to me? Wen Shuang scratched her head, you noticed? Being beside you makes me want to reach out and touch you. What should I do? I can only find something to distract myself. Hearing her thoughts, Fu Sihing seized her hand and slipped it under his hospital gown. The unexpected warmth of his skin sent her heart racing. What on earth? How could he just grab my hand like this? Should I touch or not? Why not? He brought my hand here himself. Wen Shuang's fingers slowly moved upward. Feeling the defined muscles of his abdomen, firm yet supple, the lines sculpted like a masterful artwork. Her mind buzzed with sharp excitement. His body is outrageously perfect, not an ounce of flab, so smooth to touch. How can he be so alluring? Fu Sihing's entire being became rigid. The places her fingertips grazed felt as though delicate currents surged through him, his alluring Adam's apple rising and falling uncontrollably. He pressed his thin lips together and, in a low, husky voice, asked, Madam Fu, do you wish to explore other areas? Chapter 150. The 4th son of the Fu family has returned, and the entire family is eager for gossip. Upon uttering those words, Fu Sihing's handsome visage visibly flushed. This was undoubtedly the boldest and most shameless question he had ever posed in his life. His deep, dark eyes lowered slightly, barely daring to meet Wen Shuang's current expression. What does he mean? Other areas? Is he referring to that place? I didn't expect him to be so generous. Since that's the case, I shall not hold back. In that instant, Fu Sihing felt his face burning even more intensely. Wen Shuang, before me, you need not be polite. Wen Shuang blinked. My dear husband, you truly are a good man. May good fortune follow you all your life. Fu Sihing. Wen Shuang slowly raised her hand, reaching towards him. Fu Sihing pressed his scarlet lips tightly, his breath quickening, and he closed his eyes, unwilling to gaze at Wen Shuang. However, the next moment he sensed something amiss. Wen Shuang's hand had found its way to his rolling Adam's apple. Wow, my stern husband's Adam's apple is truly enchanting and so attractive. It was cold and sharp, adorned with a small black mole, exuding an inexplicable allure. Unable to resist, Wen Shuang poked it several times. Why does it seem like he looks a bit disappointed that I am touching his Adam's apple? My husband, aside from your Adam's apple, where else would you like me to touch? Fu Sihing feared that if Wen Shuang continued this line of questioning, he might not be able to sleep tonight. He grasped her delicate white fingers and pressed her head into his embrace. Madam Fu, it is late. Let us sleep. Wen Shuang leaned against Fu Sihing, listening to the rhythm of his heart, akin to the beating of war drums. She withdrew from his embrace, exclaiming, Husband, your heartbeat is too loud. Fu Sihing. The loud heartbeat was indeed a result of her teasing. Had his leg not been injured, he would have certainly dashed to the bathroom for a cold shower. The sensation was unbearably uncomfortable. The following day, as Wen Shuang drowsily awoke, she noticed an undeniable gaze fixated upon her. Startled, she opened her eyes to meet a pair of elongated, phoenix-like eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses. Fourth brother, I told you not to come in. Look, you've woken your sister-in-law. Mother Fu remarked as she entered the ward, her tone somewhat irritable. Fu Yunqing, the fourth son, bore a handsome and refined visage, devoid of any expression. I did not speak. Fu Sihing's features tightened. You have been staring at your sister-in-law. I merely wished to observe what transformation Wen Shuang has undergone. In just a few months, you all have altered your opinions of her. Wen Shuang regarded the man standing by her bedside, clad in a perfectly tailored gray suit. Gold-rimmed glasses adorning his fair skin and exquisite features, exuding an air of cultured elegance. Were it not for the cold, detached demeanor in his elongated phoenix eyes, one might mistake him for an amiable individual. No wonder the fourth son of the Fu family looks at me with such indifference. It must be because the original owner had a dispute with his girlfriend at a social gathering a year ago, which is why he harbors displeasure towards me. The Fu family? When did the fourth son have a girlfriend? They were completely oblivious. A clandestine relationship? He was no celebrity. Why hide it? As Fu Yunqing noticed Wen Shuang scrutinizing him, he was about to speak when he suddenly heard her voice. What was happening? He clearly hadn't seen her mouth move. Mother Fu and Fu Xingzhou exchanged knowing glances upon observing Fu Yunqing's expression and could not help but chuckle. Are you bewildered? When we first heard Wen Shuang's thoughts, we had a similar reaction. Mother Fu had specifically instructed the other members of the Fu family not to reveal the ability to hear Wen Shuang's thoughts. Thus, the fourth and fifth sons were entirely unaware of this phenomenon. A hint of confusion flickered across Fu Yunqing's typically cold and detached features. It must have been an auditory hallucination. Why is this fourth son of the Fu family staring at me so intently? Has he been offended by me recently? At this point, Fu Yunqing was genuinely stunned. He was certain he had just heard Wen Shuang's voice. He immediately glanced at Fu Sihing, Mother Fu, and Fu Xingzhou. Observing their calm expressions and lack of any abnormality only deepened his suspicions. Was it possible that he alone could hear Wen Shuang's thoughts? What was the reasoning behind this? Wen Shuang, who had a notorious reputation for being troublesome, was someone who had previously schemed against his older brother to ascend the social ladder. He truly did not understand why he could hear her thoughts. Such a peculiar ability was not something he desired.
Wen Shuang, you.
Both Mother Fu and Fu Sihing interrupted Fu Yunqing simultaneously. Mother, it's impolite. Call her sister-in-law. Fu Sihing, is Wen Shuang a name you can utter? Fu Yunqing's lips twitched. He was about to retort when he heard Fu Xingzhou interject, Fourth brother, your sister-in-law is now the darling of our family. If you are disrespectful to her, you may as well not return to this home. Fu Yunqing perplexed. What is wrong with third brother? Wasn't he the most disdainful of Wen Shuang among the family? He had heard that Wen Shuang had once taken photos of him while he was topless and sold them to fans. Why had everyone seemingly changed their minds? What had transpired during his absence? Why are you still dawdling? Call her sister-in-law. Mother Fu delivered a light smack to the back of Fu Yunqing's head. This child was quite intelligent, having graduated with a master's degree in his early 20s and become a researcher at the Yeqing Medical Research Institute. Why did he seem a bit foolish now? Fu Yunqing pressed his thin lips together, his voice subdued. It is only a matter of time before my brother divorces her. My sister-in-law cannot possibly be her. The fourth son of the Fu family is astute. He actually knows that in a year, or rather in 6 or 7 months, I will indeed be divorcing his elder brother. He does not wish to acknowledge me as sister-in-law. I have no desire to be his sister-in-law either. If it weren't for the fact that last night, my stern husband allowed me to touch his abs and Adam's apple, I would truly want to roll my eyes at him. Fu Yunqing. Last night, his elder brother permitted Wen Shuang to touch his abs and Adam's apple? What kind of spell had she cast on his elder brother and the family? The reactions of Mother Fu and Fu Xingzhou contrasted sharply with Fu Yunqing's. Fu Xingzhou secretly gave Fu Siheng a thumbs up. Elder brother has finally wised up. He understands the value of leveraging his charm. Mother Fu wore a smile reminiscent of a doting aunt, seemingly curious about how her daughter-in-law felt after touching the elder brother's abs and Adam's apple. Elder brother, have you suffered? Fu Yunqing looked at Fu Siheng with sympathy. Fu Siheng's handsome features tightened. You do not understand. Do not speak out of turn. Now that you are back, do you plan to go out again? Fu Yunqing shook his head. I will not go out. I intend to finish my tasks here, and then bring my girlfriend home for you all to meet. Wen Shuang narrowed her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing Fu Yunqing's face. Fu Xingzhou, witnessing Wen Shuang's expression, felt a rush of excitement. Finally, it was fourth brother's turn. He was eager for the gossip. He had long been the subject of ridicule from his family for having a ghostly girlfriend, and now he was eager to uncover what secrets fourth brother had. Chapter 151. He certainly had a bit of green atop his head. Mother Fu was taken aback that her fourth son had found a girlfriend at such a young age. She had presumed that, given his character, he would not entertain the idea of a romantic relationship until he was at least 25 or 26. A sense of trepidation filled her heart. His girlfriend had clashed with Wen Shuang a year prior. Surely, she must be difficult to get along with. How sudden. How long have you been together? She inquired. Upon mentioning his girlfriend, a faint smile graced Fu Yunqing's handsome and refined face. We are high school alumni and have known each other for 7 years. We solidified our relationship after the college entrance examination, and we have been dating for nearly 4 years now. Fu Xingzhou, with an expression of intrigue, remarked, You certainly have managed to keep that under wraps. We were completely oblivious. Fu Siheng narrowed his dark eyes and asked in a low voice, Is she from Yeqing? Which family? Fu Yunqing furrowed his brow slightly. She, like me, has entered the Medical Research Institute. Her education, abilities, and family background are all commendable, and she has recently returned to Yeqing with me. Fu Yunqing had always set high standards. In school, he was a cool and aloof academic star, admired by many girls. Yet, the Fu family had rarely heard him praise any female. His focus had always been on his studies. The girl he had chosen must be exceptional. Mother Fu and Fu Xingzhou exchanged puzzled glances. A girl of such caliber should not be embroiled in scandal, right? Could it be that the scandal lay with Fu Yunqing himself? Was he juggling multiple relationships? Mother Fu promptly shook her head. She knew her son well. He was not that kind of person. Although all her children seemed to inherit a romantic disposition, they were all deeply devoted. Once they fell in love, their hearts would not waver towards another. Infidelity or juggling multiple partners was simply out of the question for her children. With eager curiosity, Fu Xingzhou turned to Wen Shuang. Sister-in-law, spill the beans. What secrets does fourth brother have? It seems fourth brother has quite a bit of green atop his head. Fu Xingzhou's eyes sparkled with mischief. Wow. Secrets abound. So, fourth brother is being cuckolded by his girlfriend? It implies that he is wearing not just one green hat. Ha ha ha. This is even worse than having a ghostly girlfriend. Mother Fu saw through Fu Xingzhou's intentions and quickly nudged him with her elbow. Don't be too obvious in your desire to gossip. Fu Yunjing's hands, which had been resting at his sides, suddenly clenched into fists. His phoenix-like eyes narrowed dangerously. He simply disliked Wen Shuang. Had he ever offended her? Now, upon returning, she insinuated that he had a bit of green atop his head, not just a little, but a considerable amount. How much green could that possibly be? Xia Yuan, like him, was deeply immersed in medical research. She could not possibly be that kind of person. Oh dear, not only does he have a considerable amount of green atop his head, but he is also about to be targeted by male colleagues, who will administer tasteless and odorless poison, leading to high fever, memory loss, erectile dysfunction, and an unsightly face full of pimples, causing his girlfriend to disdain him and ultimately abandon him. He would then, unable to bear the blow, hang himself in the bathroom. Fu Yunjing exclaimed, "What on earth is Wen Shuang babbling about? Even if he didn't particularly like her as a sister-in-law, she shouldn't curse him like that." Initially, Fu Xingzhou had been relishing the gossip, but upon hearing the dreadful fate that awaited fourth brother, he felt a surge of anger and heaviness. However, with a sister-in-law present, fourth brother's fate could surely be rewritten. "I'm heading to handle my employment paperwork shortly. This afternoon," Zihong said. He wants to invite a few high school alumni to gather at the hot spring resort. It was a testament to his restraint that he could hold back his ire at Wen Shuang's maledictions. Remaining here any longer might lead to more of her inflammatory words. With his family protecting Wen Shuang, he could not afford to provoke her, nor could he simply hide away. Oh, Zihong is the colleague who intends to poison him. Moreover, Zihong is also one of the men who cuckolded him. Fu Yunjing. Did she truly want to know what she was saying? Pei Zihong was going to poison him? Xia Yuan was involved with Pei Zihong?
How could that be?
He surpassed Pei Zihong in every aspect. There was no way Xia Yuan would be with him. After 4 years of dating, they hadn't even kissed. The most they had done was hold hands and embrace. Most of their time was spent in the research lab. Initially, Xia Yuan found him somewhat refreshing, but over time, she would surely perceive him as dull. Every date revolved around medical research. Even during meals, they discussed medical studies, and their phone calls were filled with the same topics. The more Fu Yunjing listened, the more absurd he found Wen Shuang's claims. Xia Yuan shared his passion for medicine and had no interest in frivolous matters. Her greatest joy was engaging in discussions about medical topics with him. What did Wen Shuang, a slacker with no ambition, know? Though Pei Zihong may not be as handsome as him and lacks his academic prowess, he certainly had other appealing qualities.
Splash.
Fu Xingzhou, who was drinking water, sprayed it all over Fu Yunjing's handsome face. Fu Yunjing removed his glasses and cast a dark, brooding look at Fu Xingzhou, only to freeze upon noticing the corners of Fu Xingzhou's mouth twitching. Could it be that third brother could hear Wen Shuang's inner thoughts too? Fu Yunjing quickly glanced at Mother Fu and his elder brother. Both wore peculiar expressions. Could it be that it wasn't just him who could hear Wen Shuang's thoughts, but the entire family? This meant that all of Wen Shuang's inner critiques of him had been overheard by his family. Were they truly his family? How could they bear to see him ridiculed and cursed by Wen Shuang without uttering a word? Mother Fu pulled Fu Yunjing aside and whispered, "Whatever your sister-in-law says is true. She is a master of metaphysics. Your third brother has a ghostly girlfriend. Your second sister married a man who killed his wife for insurance. Your younger sister is dating a man who deceived her for her kidney. And your mother nearly suffered from esophageal cancer, all of it predicted by your sister-in-law. If it weren't for her, there wouldn't be a single one of us left to live properly." Fu Yunjing understood that his mother was not one to exaggerate. Her words were grounded in reality. But they were their own cases. His situation was certainly different. "Mother, you may believe in Wen Shuang and I do not oppose it, but I have my own opinions." Wishing to avoid lingering in the hospital any longer, Fu Yunjing maintained a stoic expression and turned to leave. As he reached the door of the ward, he overheard another ominous remark. Observing his features, there is a faint black aura surrounding him, indicating ill omens. The poison from Pei Zihong will likely be administered during this trip to the hot spring resort. Fu Yunjing stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Wen Shuang was becoming increasingly absurd. With a darkened expression, he swiftly exited the ward. Mother Fu, watching her obstinate son, felt an urgency. If the virus was indeed released at the hot spring resort, would fourth brother soon become infected? Third brother, think of a way. Fu Xingzhou frowned in contemplation. Just as he was pondering a solution, a voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 152. Not believing her words will lead to a lifetime of regret. Fu Xiheng's deep, magnetic voice resonated. Mom, Shuang has yet to experience a hot spring. If you have a moment later, please invite Song Yu and take Wen Shuang along for a soak. Fu Ma immediately grasped the underlying meaning in Fu Xiheng's words. Her eldest son was indeed clever. If Shuang accompanied them to the hot spring resort, perhaps the fourth brother could avoid the peril of being poisoned. I truly wish to go to the hot springs. But I must first visit the mall to buy clothes for Xiao Qingyang, Wen Shuang replied. I'll ask Songyu to take Xiao Qingyang along. After returning last night, Songyu bought him quite a few clothes and school supplies, Fu Ma said as she opened her phone's album, displaying photos of Xiao Qingyang in his new attire. Wen Shuang's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of gratitude. Thank you all so much. The Fu family is exceptionally kind, even purchasing new clothes and school supplies for Xiao Qingyang. Originally, I found the fourth brother's attitude off-putting and was disinclined to concern myself with him, but for the sake of his family, I shall rise above pettiness and let it go. The Fu family chimed in. Indeed, do not stoop to the level of such a petty individual. Fu Xingzhou was already anticipating the moment when Fu Yunjing would be thoroughly humbled by his sister-in-law's prowess. The hot spring resort was nestled at the foot of Fengshan in the suburbs, characterized by its traditional Chinese courtyard style, exuding an ancient charm. Fu Songyu drove with Xiao Qingyang and Xiao Tiantian in tow. She had also brought Wen Shuang a swimsuit for the hot springs, a black lace ensemble, exquisitely designed to be both delicate and sensual. The intricate cutouts along the sides accentuated her slender waist, the porcelain skin tantalizingly visible. The skirted bottom revealed her long, straight legs. Wow, Auntie, you look like a fairy, exclaimed Xiao Tiantian, her big, dark eyes sparkling with admiration upon seeing Wen Shuang in her swimsuit. Wen Shuang gently pinched Xiao Tiantian's delicate face, replying, Our Tiantian is also like a fairy. After Fu Songyu changed, the group made their way to the hot spring pool. The winding bluestone path led to the pool, flanked by lush bamboo leaves, with mist rising gently from the water. Wen Shuang handed her phone to Fu Songyu, saying, Songyu, could you take a photo for me? Fu Songyu nodded and took several pictures for her. Wen Shuang promptly sent one of the photos to Fu Sihing's phone. Although he was hospitalized, Fu Sihing was not idle. He was currently listening to his assistant report on work matters. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon seeing the message from Wen Shuang, he opened it, and his breath caught in his throat. The photo of Wen Shuang in the black lace swimsuit was both innocent and alluring, her curves perfectly accentuated, with her fair skin contrasting strikingly against the dark fabric, creating a stunning visual impact. Her long hair was styled in a bun, her neck graceful like a swan, and her unadorned face radiated a breathtaking beauty. Fu Sihing's throat involuntarily moved, rendering him oblivious to his assistant's report, and he darkly replied, Madam Fu, are you trying to entice me? Wen Shuang quickly responded, Last night, you let me touch your abs. It's only fair to reciprocate. It's broad daylight, so don't overthink it. Fu Sihing replied, When you return tonight, wear it for me to see in person. Wen Shuang chose not to reply further, inwardly lamenting, my grumpy husband is truly a tease. Even after sending him my swimsuit photo, he still wants me to model it for him in person. Walking behind Wen Shuang, Fu Ma and the others murmured, Indeed, he is quite the tease. Xiao Qingyang and Xiao Tiantian walked ahead of the adults, with Xiao Tiantian taking the initiative to hold Xiao Qingyang's hand, cheerfully saying, Qingyang Gij, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Caught off guard by the soft, tiny hand grasping his, Xiao Qingyang froze momentarily, glancing sideways at Xiao Tiantian, who was a head shorter than him. I'll walk slower. In the distance, Wen Shuang noticed Xiao Qingyang's flushed ears and his stammering, prompting a soft giggle to escape her lips. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she had seen his ears turn such a vivid shade of red. Initially, she had worried that Xiao Qingyang might struggle to adapt to life in the Fu family, but it seemed the Fu family adore him. And Xiao Tiantian was quite fond of him as well. After enjoying the hot spring, the group ventured to the resort's artificially created drifting project. As they navigated through the winding waterways, surrounded by lush greenery, it was a truly relaxing and delightful experience. During lunch, Wen Shuang spotted Fu Yunjing with several of his high school classmates. Fu Ma cast a nervous glance at his table, recognizing Pei Zihao, who wore a floral shirt and was one of Fu Yunjing's high school peers. Did Pei Zihao intend to poison the fourth brother during their meal? Wen Shuang stole a glance at their table before retracting her gaze. Pei Zihao has already poisoned him, she thought. As Fu Yunjing prepared to eat, he suddenly heard Wen Shuang's thought. He looked up quickly, bewildered to see Wen Shuang, Fu Ma, Fu Xingzhou, and Fu Songyu seated nearby. When had they arrived at the hot spring resort? No. Wait, had he just heard Wen Shuang's thoughts say that Pei Zihao had poisoned him? Where could he have done it? Surely not in the food and drinks. There were others at the table as well. Yunjing, what are you staring at? Drink up. Pei Zihao handed a glass of wine to Fu Yunjing. Upon seeing the glass, Fu Yunjing's phoenix eyes flashed with a complex emotion. On one hand, he was skeptical of Wen Shuang's fanciful thoughts. On the other hand, he felt an unsettling apprehension. After all, his family would never betray him. This morning, he had received calls from his parents, eldest brother, third brother, second sister, and little sister, all urging him to heed Wen Shuang's warnings, lest he regret it for life. But he had known Pei Zihao for several years. They attended the same university and worked at the same research institute. There had been no deep-seated animosity between them. Why would he want to poison him? Yunjing, what's wrong? The others at the table noticed Fu Yunjing's distraction. He snapped back to reality, accepting the red wine from Pei Zihao, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied. Nothing. Yunjing, are you thinking about Xia Yuan? It's only been a short while since you broke up. Already missing her? Truly an enviable model couple, one classmate joked. Fu Yunjing swirled the liquid in his glass, casting a sidelong glance at Wen Shuang before quickly averting his gaze. How absurd! Why should he allow Wen Shuang's mere words to affect his mood? While she might accurately discern matters concerning his family, she could not claim to know his own. With that thought, Fu Yunjing tilted his head slightly and down the contents of his glass. The Fu family watched in horror as their hearts leapt into their throats. Was Fu Yunjing courting disaster? Did he truly dare to drink? Chapter 153. Drinking to feign intoxication, testing for treachery. Sister-in-law, I'll send you a substantial red envelope. Could you possibly read my fourth brother's fortune? Although Fu Xingzhou relished the thought of witnessing Fu Yunjing's comeuppance, he did not wish for him to come to harm. After all, he was his younger brother. Wen Shuang waved her hand. No, if you want a reading, he must pay for it himself. Fu Xingzhou sent a message to Fu Yunjing, urging him to transfer money to Wen Shuang. Fu Yunjing glanced at the message, but chose to ignore it. He was a medical genius, having sailed smoothly through life, excelling in every aspect. What was there to read? After lunch, Fu Yunjing remained blissfully unaware of any impending danger. A sense of quiet triumph filled him. Fortunately, I was not swayed by Wen Shuang's manipulations. Otherwise, I would have been unable to even maintain a friendship with Pei Zihao. Shall we play cards later? Pei Zihao proposed. Fu Yunjing pursed her thin lips and replied, I have no interest in playing cards. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take a nap. Wen Shuang observed Fu Yunjing's silhouette as she ascended in the elevator. She calculated quickly, third brother, it would be best for you to intervene now and prevent fourth brother from returning to his room. Pei Zihao had placed the virus in the ventilation shaft of Fu Yunjing's room. Once inside, she would be infected. How insidious. The expressions of the Fu family shifted dramatically. Fu Xingzhou immediately rose and dashed up the stairs in pursuit of Fu Yunjing. As Fu Xingzhou reached the third floor, Fu Yunjing was just exiting the elevator. Yunjing, can you hear your sister-in-law's thoughts? Pei Zihao has planted the virus in the ventilation shaft of your room. Fu Yunjing frowned at Fu Xingzhou, replying, Third brother, have you all started to believe Wen Shuang's nonsense? You must not go in. Pushing past Fu Xingzhou, Fu Yunjing declared, I am grown, and I can handle my own affairs. Ignoring Fu Xingzhou's protests, Fu Yunjing opened the door and stepped inside. Fu Xingzhou, with a dark expression, kicked the door and exclaimed, Fu Yunjing, have you lost your mind? It's better to be safe than sorry. The occupants within the room paid no heed to the fuming Fu Xingzhou. Unable to force the door open, he descended to the front desk to request a room key. After acquiring the key, just as Fu Xingzhou was about to enter, Fu Yunjing emerged from the room. Hurry, come with me to see sister-in-law. Perhaps she has a way to save you. Fu Xingzhou reached out to pull Fu Yunjing along, but she deftly evaded his grasp, saying, Third brother, enjoy your game. I have a matter to attend to at the research institute. I will return later. Without waiting for Fu Xingzhou to protest further, Fu Yunjing hurriedly departed. After finishing their meal, Wen Shuang and the others proceeded to the private room to play cards. Fu Xingzhou entered the room with a grim countenance, stating, The fourth brother is stubborn. He refuses to listen and has gone into the room. Wen Shuang, Fu Ma, and Fu Songyu exchanged glances. Wen Shuang, disinterested in Fu Yunjing's actions after entering the room, thought to herself, as long as he goes in, he will inevitably be infected. It's futile to advise the stubborn. I've done my utmost. Those who disregard my words, I shall not waste my breath on them. Fu Ma was in an anxious state. What on earth was the fourth brother thinking? They had all earnestly urged him to reconsider, yet he still rushed headlong into danger. After yielding her seat to Fu Xingzhou, she stepped out of the room to call Fu Yunjing. The call rang twice before being disconnected. Calling again, she found Fu Yunjing refusing to answer. Fu Ma felt her temper rising. She had no choice but to call Fu Xiqing, expressing her worries and urgency. On the other end of the line, Fu Xiqing remained remarkably calm. "Mother, please do not panic. The fourth brother has always been resolute. Although his emotional intelligence may be lacking, his intelligence is certainly not. Do you think he truly disregarded all the advice given to him? Did Xingzhou not mention that he left the room shortly after entering and rushed to the research institute? Perhaps he is conducting research on the virus after acquiring it. He is a composed and reserved individual, and he must personally verify matters before believing what others say." Upon hearing Fu Xiqing's analysis, Fu Ma suddenly felt that he made a valid point. The fourth brother was not foolish. Having entered the room, he promptly left for the research institute, undoubtedly to verify the situation himself. Yet, he still entered the room, and Wen Shuang stated that merely entering would lead to infection. Fu Xiqing patiently continued, his voice low, "Mother, the fourth brother specializes in medical virus research. If he knew there was a virus in the room's ventilation, would he not take protective measures upon entering?" Fu Ma realized her overreaction, grateful that her eldest son was sufficiently rational. "I understand now." Fu Xiqing replied with a soft urging her to enjoy herself with Wen Shuang and not to worry too much. A smile finally graced Fu Ma's face. It was a relief that she had married Wen Shuang, for without her, their household would surely be in disarray. Wen Shuang and the others played cards until around 7 in the evening. Fu Xingzhou had already ordered dishes, and they returned to the hall to dine. Fu Yunjing had returned from the research institute, seated at another table with Pei Zihao and the others. Wen Shuang cast a glance at Fu Yunjing, noting that he appeared entirely normal, which surprised her. Unable to resist, she activated her spiritual sight. It seems that Fu Yunjing is indeed receptive to advice. Fu Yunjing's grip tightened around his wine glass. A complex emotion flickered in his phoenix-like eyes beneath the lenses. Upon entering the room, he must have sensed something amiss. Thus holding his breath, donning his personal gas mask, and extracting the virus placed there by Pei Zihao, he then hurriedly returned to the research institute for testing. He truly is a medical genius. Upon realizing that the virus posed a threat, he immediately modified it. Within just a few hours, he returned with an enhanced version of the virus. He has even placed the enhanced virus into Pei Zihao's wine glass. When dealing with those who wish to harm him, he shows no mercy. An eye for an eye. This character truly appeals to me. Caught off guard by Wen Shuang's praise, Fu Yunjing's handsome face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. It seemed that Wen Shuang had indeed changed compared to before. After the way he treated her yesterday, she was now internally complimenting him. Moreover, she had accurately predicted that Pei Zihao had poisoned the ventilation shaft in the hotel room. "Yunjing, come, let's drink." Pei Zihao poured a glass of wine for Fu Yunjing. Fu Yunjing's thin lips curled into a smile that was neither fully a grin nor a frown.
All right.
Pei Zihao had been secretly observing Fu Yunjing. He was certain that after returning to his room to rest, he had succumbed to the virus. By tonight, he would begin to experience fever, followed by memory loss, dysfunction, and eventually, festering sores and decay. When Fu Yunjing became both ugly and useless, Xia Yuan would undoubtedly break up with him. Fu Yunjing and Pei Zihao drank a considerable amount of wine, and soon Xia Yuan arrived with a driver to pick them up. "Yunjing, are you drunk?" Xia Yuan inquired, reaching out to steady the swaying Fu Yunjing as she helped him into the vehicle. Pei Zihao followed closely behind them, entering the car as well.
Fu Ma,
somewhat concerned for Fu Yunjing's safety, was preparing to approach when she suddenly heard Wen Shuang's inner voice. "Fu Yunjing is not drunk. He is pretending to be." Could it be that he has discovered the affair between his girlfriend and Pei Zihao and is attempting to test the waters? Fu Yunjing was indeed not intoxicated. He leaned back against the seat, eyes shut tight, and despite Xia Yuan calling his name several times, he remained unresponsive. "Zihao, Yunjing cannot handle his liquor. Why did you allow him to drink so much?" Pei Zihao glanced at Fu Yunjing, who appeared dazed and still, and then, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, made a shocking move that left Xia Yuan utterly astounded. Chapter 154, Discovering his girlfriend's true nature, apologizing to Wen Shuang. Pei Zihao wrapped his arm around Xia Yuan, pulling her into his embrace. Yuan, seeing you treat Yunjing well pains me." Leaning down, Pei Zihao pressed his lips against Xia Yuan's delicate mouth. She turned her head, avoiding his kiss. "Are you out of your mind? What are you doing in front of Yunjing?" Xia Yuan attempted to break free from Pei Zihao's hold, but he held her tightly, saying, Yuan, don't you enjoy excitement? Yunjing is drunk and asleep. Would you like to indulge with me in the car?" Pei Zihao instructed the driver to lower the partition of the car. Xia Yuan gazed at the audacious Pei Zihao, ripples of intrigue dancing in her eyes. Though Pei Zihao was in every aspect inferior to Fu Yunjing, he possessed an uncanny ability to allure women, intuitively understanding their desires. In contrast, Fu Yunjing was solely consumed by his research. What would happen if Yunjing found out? Although Fu Yunjing lacked romantic inclination, she was reluctant to part ways with him. For he was someone she had fought hard to win over. Until she had shared a night with Fu Yunjing, she would not let go. Pei Zihao glanced at the drunken Fu Yunjing, who lay with his eyes tightly shut, unaware that he would not awaken easily. All that was required was for her not to raise her voice too much. Xia Yuan clenched her small fist and playfully punched Pei Zihao's chest, exclaiming, "You are so wicked." Pei Zihao grasped Xia Yuan's chin and kissed her fiercely, only releasing her when she could hardly breathe. "Isn't it true that you enjoy my wickedness?" This was Xia Yuan's first time engaging in a secret affair with Pei Zihao in front of Fu Yunjing, her heart racing with both excitement and novelty. Stealing a glance at Fu Yunjing, she noticed his eyes remained tightly closed, showing no signs of waking. With newfound boldness, she began to unfasten Pei Zihao's belt. He buried his face in her neck, laughing in a brazen manner. "Little vixen." Their actions grew increasingly audacious, prompting Fu Yunjing to discreetly open his eyes. Witnessing the scene before him, his heart plummeted into a chilling abyss. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the pure and dignified Xia Yuan could descend to such depths. In his mind, Xia Yuan was intelligent, proactive, kind-hearted, and exceptionally talented, capable of keeping pace with him and sharing his interests. If she was entangled with Pei Zihao, why not simply end things with him? Suddenly, Fu Yunjing recalled Wen Shuang's words, hinting that there was a hint of green atop his head. Was it possible that her infidelity extended beyond Pei Zihao? Fu Yunjing shut his eyes once more, his thoughts swirling tumultuously. He had anticipated an eruption of rage upon witnessing his girlfriend and best friend engaged in betrayal. Yet his emotions remained surprisingly muted. Feeling nauseous, he feigned a whisper. The couple, engrossed in their fervor, were startled by Fu Yunjing's sudden utterance. Xia Yuan immediately scrambled off Pei Zihao's lap, wiping her swollen lips, her long lashes fluttering as she glanced at Fu Yunjing. Pei Zihao hastily refastened his belt and adjusted the buttons of his shirt that Xia Yuan had tugged apart. Fu Yunjing squinted, appearing somewhat dazed. Yuan. Instruct the driver to pull over. My stomach feels ill." Xia Yuan quickly ordered the driver to stop. Once the car was parked by the roadside, Fu Yunjing pushed the door open and exited with haste. He approached a nearby trash bin and, with a retching sound, expelled the alcohol he had consumed that evening. Xia Yuan emerged with a bottle of mineral water, her heart racing as she asked, "Yunjing, are you alright?" He hadn't seen her intimate moments with Pei Zihao, had he? Fu Yunjing accepted the water, rinsed his mouth, and admitted, "I drank too much. I feel unwell." Just as Xia Yuan reached out to steady Fu Yunjing, who swayed as if about to collapse, she spotted Fu Xingzhou stepping out of a business car behind them. "Fourth brother, how did you get so drunk?" Fu Xingzhou inquired. Supporting Fu Yunjing, Xia Yuan recognized Fu Xingzhou as Fu Yunjing's elder brother and greeted him softly. "Hello, third brother." Fu Xingzhou glanced at Xia Yuan. "My fourth brother is intoxicated. I shall take him home, so you need not trouble yourself, Miss Xia." Xia Yuan turned to Fu Yunjing. "Yunjing, we have a housewarming banquet in a few days. Will you attend?" The Xia family had moved into a new villa, and if Fu Yunjing agreed to come, it would indicate that he had not witnessed anything amiss. Fu Yunjing responded affirmatively. Hearing this, Xia Yuan exhaled a long breath of relief. It was only after Fu Xingzhou helped Fu Yunjing into the business car that Xia Yuan returned to her own vehicle. Pei Zihao pulled Xia Yuan back into his embrace. "What are you afraid of? If he had discovered anything, he would have already dealt with me." Xia Yuan settled back onto Pei Zihao's lap, her delicate fingers caressing his face as she leaned in close to his ear. "So, shall we continue?" Pei Zihao's throat tightened in anticipation. "I've been waiting for those words." He eagerly captured her lips once more, but in the next moment, she pushed him away. "What is that smell on you?" Pei Zihao also sensed something was amiss. Relentless itch coursed through his body, and the fervent heat he felt while kissing Xia Yuan had dissipated, leaving him feeling utterly deflated. "Why do you have a rash on your face?" Unable to resist, Pei Zihao reached out to scratch at it. Xia Yuan watched in horror as his nails broke the skin, bright red blood seeping forth. She quickly descended from Pei Zihao's lap, rummaging through her bag for a mirror and handing it to him. "Take a look for yourself." Pei Zihao's gaze fell upon the blood on his face. and he felt as if his very essence was freezing over. The symptoms of a virus. How could they resemble the one he had inflicted upon Fu Yunjing? Moreover, was it a more potent strain? In his efforts to utterly ruin Fu Yunjia, he had failed to develop an antidote during his research on the virus. It was over. Why had the virus infected him? Xia Yuan instructed the driver to take them to the hospital, and as soon as Pei Zihao exited the car, she ordered the driver to leave. Pei Zihao watched Xia Yuan depart without a shred of compassion, his mouth opening as if to speak, but the unbearable itch consumed him, leaving him no choice but to seek medical assistance. The Fu family's car followed closely to the hospital entrance. Upon seeing Pei Zihao exit, Xia Yuan's vehicle sped away, and Fu Yunjing's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, turned icy. After knowing Xia Yuan for so many years, he was only now beginning to discern the true nature of the woman before him. Had it not been for Wen Shuang, he would have remained oblivious.
Not only that,
but he had also been exposed to the virus unleashed by Pei Zihao. Recalling his rudeness towards Wen Shuang at the hospital, Fu Yunjing felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Wen Shuang, no, sister-in-law, I apologize for my poor attitude towards you this morning. Fu Xingzhou raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Aren't you the king of stubbornness? Fu Yunjing adjusted his glasses. I was indeed blind to the truth.
Sister-in-law,
could you help me understand why Xia Yuan has become this way? Does she possess a dual personality? Chapter 155. Oh dear, a scandal is brewing. With that, Fu Yunjing pulled out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Wen Shuang as a fee for her insights. Wen Shuang accepted the transfer without hesitation, stating, Xia Yuan has stolen the fortune of her twin sister, Xia Tang. The Fu family members were left dumbfounded. Xia Yuan and Xia Tang are fraternal twins. From a young age, Xia Yuan had always felt overshadowed by Xia Tang's beauty and academic prowess. Gradually, she began to harbor jealousy and even hatred towards her sister. During middle school, Xia Yuan sought out a sorcerer online who claimed to alter fate. Initially, she only stole Xia Tang's appearance. By high school, Xia Yuan discovered Xia Tang chatting with a boy on QQ about a chemistry competition, realizing that he was none other than Fu Yunjing, the campus heartthrob and academic prodigy from their high school. Xia Yuan returned to the sorcerer, determined to steal Xia Tang's academic achievements. From that point onwards, all of Xia Tang's hard-earned success transferred to Xia Yuan, who also secretly utilized Xia Tang's QQ to chat with Fu Yunjing, ultimately persuading him to add her new account. Fu Yunjing's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. In the past, when he first began discussing studies with a like-minded girl online, it was not Xia Yuan, but her younger sister, Xia Tang. A plain, unremarkable face flashed through Fu Yunjing's mind. He vaguely recalled that after the college entrance examination, Xia Tang had boldly confessed her feelings to him, even mentioning their previous chats on QQ. At that time, he had dismissed her words with disbelief and coldly rejected her, informing her that he was already in a relationship with Xia Yuan. Later, Xia Yuan explained that Xia Tang, feeling overshadowed by her older sister since childhood, often sought to compete with her. He had never doubted Xia Yuan's words. Damn it! He had unwittingly harmed an innocent and pitiable girl. Xia Tang truly was unfortunate. Xia Yuan leveraged her academic success to attend a prestigious university, while Xia Tang only managed to enroll in a vocational college. Yet, she didn't give up on herself. Despite attending an ordinary institution, she continued to strive for knowledge, only to find that all her hard-earned wisdom was siphoned away by Xia Yuan. Xia Tang couldn't comprehend why her relentless efforts only led to greater failure, plunging her into despair and self-doubt, feeling like a worthless shadow of her sister. Once Xia Yuan had completely drained Xia Tang's fortune, her demise would be imminent. When Shuang revealed the truth she had calculated to Fu Yunjing, the sharp contours of his handsome face tightened, his eyes, concealed behind glasses, glimmered with coldness and ferocity. He had not anticipated that Xia Yuan could be so malevolent, even to the extent of exploiting her own sister-in-law. Is there any way to prevent Xia Yuan from continuing to siphon Xia Tang's fortune? We must restore to Xia Tang everything Xia Yuan has taken from her, her beauty and knowledge. When Shuang pondered for a moment, then replied, within the talisman Xia Yuan carries, there are 3 strands of Xia Tang's hair. You will need to retrieve them for me, along with a drop of her heart's blood. Fu Yunjing furrowed his brows, troubled. Acquiring the talisman should not pose much difficulty, but extracting a drop of Xia Tang's heart's blood was far from easy. Xia Tang likely harbored deep resentment towards him. When Shuang saw through Fu Yunjing's thoughts,
haha,
Fu Yunjing is just waiting for the fiery aftermath of pursuing his lost love. Oh no, Xia Tang once harbored a crush on him. Mustering all her courage to confess after the entrance exams, even admitting to their past QQ chats, only to be coldly rejected by him, who didn't he believe her. To add insult to injury, he ended up with her sister, who had always bullied her. Xia Tang had long since given up on him, effectively sentencing him to a life without a wife. The Fu family, well judged. If they were in Xia Tang's position, they would no longer acknowledge him either. It was too hurtful. Fu Yunjing felt a tumult of emotions within him. He did not dare to hope for Xia Tang's forgiveness. He merely wished for her to reclaim her fortune and restore her normal life, free from Xia Yuan's oppression. In a few days, we will receive an invitation to the Xia family's housewarming party. Shuang, do come with us, Fu's mother remarked. Wen Shuang accepted the fee for Fu Yunjing's divination, understanding that she needed to address the matter of Xia Tang's stolen fortune.
Sure.
There are still plenty of juicy tidbits within the Xia family. Fu's mother and Fu Xingzhou exchanged a glance, immediately invigorated. Aside from Xia Yuan's fortune theft, were there other scandals? The anticipation for the Xia family's housewarming party was palpable. Upon returning to the Fu residence, Fu Yunjing hurried to his bedroom, opened his computer, and logged into an old QQ account he hadn't accessed in ages. He scrolled through his chat history with Xia Tang. After she requested to add her new QQ, she had not sent him another message. As he revisited their previous conversations, he recalled how, during their discussions about a chemistry competition, he had suggested they meet afterward. Xia Tang had expressed her concerns about her ordinary appearance, fearing he might be disappointed. He had reassured her that he valued inner qualities and talents over looks. At the time, she had even sent a shy emoji. From these exchanges, it was evident that she had feelings for him. He remembered that after the chemistry competition, he had encountered Xia Yuan, who informed him that she would no longer use that QQ and instructed him to reach out to her new account instead. Subsequently, he had only communicated with Xia Yuan through her new QQ. He had never anticipated that the same username and avatar would belong to two different individuals. As Fu Yunjing contemplated the unintentional harm he had inflicted upon Xia Tang, he felt a heavy heart. He messaged her 3 simple words, "I'm sorry." After sending the message, he received no reply. Perhaps she had long since abandoned that QQ account. After a thorough examination at the hospital, Pei Zihao was met with a lack of clarity from the doctor, who advised him to consult a specialized virus research institute. Reluctantly, Pei Zihao approached the institute's director, only to receive the same head shake after examination. He felt utterly despondent. He had truly shot himself in the foot. Within a short span, the rash had rapidly evolved into pus-filled sores, spreading densely across his body, with some even rupturing and oozing a nauseating yellow-green pus. To make matters worse, he felt utterly weak and exhausted, each step resembling a struggle through thick cotton. Passers-by regarded him with expressions of horror and revulsion, instinctively avoiding him. Pei Zihao was engulfed by an unprecedented despair. He could not fathom why the virus, which should have afflicted Fu Yunjing, had instead targeted him. Moreover, his condition was far worse than he had anticipated. In his desperation, Pei Zihao thought of Fu Yunjing. As a medical genius, perhaps he could devise an antidote. With trembling fingers, Pei Zihao dialed Fu Yunjing's number. It connected, but there was no answer. Days later, he saw a colleague's post on social media about Xia Yuan's housewarming, where she had invited Fu Yunjing and other colleagues from the institute, yet had excluded him. A flicker of malice crossed Pei Zihao's eyes. He decided to pay a visit to the Xia family's new villa. Wen Shuang accompanied the Fu family to the Xia family's housewarming banquet. Upon arriving at the entrance of the new villa, she spotted Pei Zihao being barred from entry. Oh dear, even Pei Zihao has come. It seems there will be some juicy gossip to savor. Chapter 156. She vowed never to like him again. On the second floor of the Xia residence, Xia father knocked on Xia Tang's door, presenting her with an exquisite gift box. Tang, inside this box are a gown and jewelry, gifts from your father brought back from abroad. Take a look and see if you like them. Xia Tang opened the box to reveal a gown that was dreamlike and ethereal, its meticulous craftsmanship unmistakably of high-end custom quality. In recent years, Xia father had been expanding his business abroad and returned home infrequently, but each time he did, he made sure to bring a gift for Xia Tang. This was the only warmth she received at home. Tears welled in her eyes as she nodded appreciatively. I love it. Thank you, Dad. Xia father gently patted her head. I'm glad you like it. There are many guests arriving soon, so be sure to change and come down to greet them. His youngest daughter had once been exquisitely beautiful, but as she grew, she became increasingly ordinary, her personality somewhat introverted and sensitive. Yet, no matter what, she remained his child. After Xiao's father left, the door of the room diagonally across from hers opened, and Xia Yuan emerged. Just as Xia Tang turned to return to her room, Xia Yuan approached, snatching the gown to inspect it. Father is quite impartial. He even got us matching dresses. Xia Tang reached out to reclaim the gown, only to see Xia Yuan produce a sharp knife and, with a swift motion, slash at the exquisite fabric, leaving a gaping tear in its chest.
Xia Yuan.
What are you doing? Xia Tang exclaimed, both astonished and furious. Xia Yuan tossed the torn dress back to Xia Tang, declaring, "What gives you the right to wear the same dress as me? Do you believe you are worthy? With your plain appearance and lackluster grades, you fall short in every aspect compared to me. Your very existence is a source of embarrassment for the Xia family." Xia Tang furrowed her brow tightly, utterly perplexed by Xia Yuan's actions. Despite excelling in every way, why did Xia Yuan feel compelled to strip her of the meager warmth she had within the family? Did she truly desire for their parents, like their elder brother, to favor her while disregarding Xia Tang? Xia Yuan, I am your sister.
Why do you always target me?
Xia Yuan scoffed. Do you think you deserve to be my sister? You are merely a burden in this family. If I were you, I would have left this home long ago to become a nun. Xia Tang's complexion turned pale, and she trembled all over. Did ordinary people not have the right to exist? She couldn't comprehend it either. Despite her diligent studies, her grades continued to decline, while Xia Yuan, indulging in games and leisure, excelled. Though they were identical twins, their lives were worlds apart. Xia Yuan was like the radiant moon, whereas she felt like mere dust beneath it. What are you two sisters arguing about? Their mother, hearing the commotion, hurried upstairs. Xia Yuan stepped forward, taking hold of their mother's arm, and sweetly said, "Mom, Dad gifted both Xia Tang and me the same dress. I don't want to match her, so I tore hers. Now she wants to settle the score with me." Their mother gently patted Xia Yuan's hand, speaking tenderly. "So, what if it's torn? It's not a big deal. Don't dwell on it." Turning her sharp gaze towards Xia Tang, she continued, "Tonight, we have many distinguished guests at home. Don't argue with your sister. You should know how much honor she brings to our family. If you're wise, you'll yield to her a bit, and stop competing with her. Just look at yourself, you're not even a third of her. You have no right to wear the same dress." Xia Tang's heart felt as though it were being gripped by an invisible hand. Despite having heard her mother's biased words countless times throughout her life, hearing them once more pierced her deeply. As daughters born from the same womb, must she endure such unfair treatment simply because she was ordinary in appearance and mediocre in her studies? Mom, it's clearly Xia Yuan's fault. Why can't you distinguish right from wrong? I am your daughter too. Tears welled in Xia Tang's eyes. Observing Xia Tang on the verge of tears, their mother exhibited no signs of empathy, even harboring a hint of disdain. Today is a joyous occasion. Don't bring misfortune by crying. Hurry back to your room and change into a more modest dress. If your father asks why you aren't wearing the one he gave you, just say it doesn't suit you. With that, their mother softly addressed Xia Yuan. Yuan, let us go downstairs to greet the guests." At the stairway, Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yunqing overheard the conversation among the three. Fu Xingzhou's face turned pale with anger. What kind of mother is this? Her bias knows no bounds. Xia Tang must feel utterly suffocated in this house. Fu Yunqing, keeping his scarlet lips tightly pressed, remained silent, pouring the liquid from his cup onto his shirt before handing the cup to Fu Xingzhou and making his way upstairs. "Yunqing, you're here?" Upon seeing Fu Yunqing ascend the stairs, Xia Yuan's eyes lit up with surprise. "What happened to your shirt?" "I accidentally spilled red wine on it. May I borrow your bathroom to wash my hands?" Xia Yuan nodded with a smile. "Of course." She then cheerfully introduced Fu Yunqing to their mother. Aware that Fu Yunqing was one of the illustrious Fu family's 4 young masters, their mother felt quite pleased with Xia Yuan's choice of boyfriend. Yuan, make sure to treat Yunqing well." Ecstatically, Xia Yuan led Fu Yunqing towards her room. As Fu Yunqing was about to enter, he glanced towards Xia Tang's room across the hall, which had already been shut. "Yunqing, coming quickly," Xia Yuan urged. Leaning against the doorframe, Xia Tang listened to the conversation outside. It had been nearly 4 years since she had last seen Fu Yunqing. Their last encounter had been after the college entrance examinations when she mustered the courage to confess her feelings to him. She vividly remembered that day when she handed him a carefully written love letter, confessing her long-standing affection and asking if he would consider dating her. Her heart raced as never before, filled with a mix of excitement and fear. She had anticipated the possibility of rejection, but she had never expected him to say he already had a girlfriend, and that girlfriend was Xia Yuan. After that failed confession, she returned home, where Xia Yuan ruthlessly humiliated her, claiming she was overreaching, a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. That night, she wept for what felt like an eternity. She vowed never to harbor feelings for Fu Yunqing again. In Xia Yuan's room, Fu Yunqing entered and removed his shirt. Xia Yuan marveled at his well-defined physique, astonished to discover that beneath his seemingly delicate exterior lay a sculpted chest and abdomen, surpassing even Pei Ziheo's physique. Struggling to suppress the urge to reach out and touch him, she took his shirt, saying, "I'll wash it for you. Please sit on my bed for a moment." After entering the bathroom, Fu Yunqing recalled Wen Shuang's instructions and began searching for the talismans that Xia Yuan had hidden. Dressed in her gown, it seemed unlikely that she had them on her person. Spotting a handbag on the bedside table, he quickly approached it. Chapter 157. Unbelievable, utterly explosive. After Xia Yuan cleaned Fu Yunqing's shirt and dried it with a hairdryer, she emerged from the bathroom. "Yunqing?" The room was empty. Fu Yunqing had vanished. Hastily, Xia Yuan grabbed her phone and called him. After a few rings, he answered, "Xingzhou brought me a shirt. I'm heading downstairs." After placing Fu Yunqing's shirt on the bed, she took her phone and walked downstairs. She searched around but found no sign of him, then headed towards the backyard. As she passed a thicket, she overheard a conversation between her future sister-in-law, Su Qian, and her friend. Qian, did you say Xia Heng is having an affair? Is it possible that the other person is a sister?" Xia Yuan's pupils dilated, nearly gasping in shock, and she quickly covered her mouth. Su Qian nodded. A few days ago, he got drunk at a social gathering and kept calling out Xia's name. At that time, I didn't notice anything unusual until a few days ago when I found a long black hair on his coat. I checked his phone and found nothing suspicious. And I even hired a private investigator, but there were no signs of infidelity. It seems the person he's involved with isn't an outsider. It's likely one of the Xia sisters. Her friend was utterly shocked. "No way, are you saying it's either Xia Yuan or Xia Tang? They're both his sisters. You probably don't know this, but Xia Heng isn't their biological brother. He's an adopted son of the Xia family. So there's no blood relation." Her friend frowned. "It shouldn't be Xia Tang, right? She's so plain. Xia Heng wouldn't possibly be interested in her. I think it's more likely to be Xia Yuan." Su Qian rubbed her aching temples. Xia Yuan is indeed exceptional in every way. But her boyfriend is one of the 4 young masters of the Fu family. She wouldn't be interested in Xia Heng, would she? If their relationship came to light, it would ruin her reputation. Her friend nodded thoughtfully. "You make a valid point. With Fu's 4th young master being so outstanding, Xia Yuan wouldn't have a reason to jeopardize her reputation. But if it were Xia Tang, I just can't believe it." Su Qian pressed her lips together tightly. A few days ago, Xia Heng had gifted her a necklace, and she had inadvertently discovered that he had also customized a more expensive one. Later, among the Xia sisters, whoever adorned that necklace would be deemed Xia Heng's lover. Xia Yuan lowered her head, casting a glance at the ruby necklace around her neck. Indeed the one her elder brother had given her days prior. A sudden shock coursed through Xia Yuan, prompting her to swiftly return to the villa. Once in her room, she removed the necklace and replaced it with another, then summoned a maid to whisper a few instructions. After descending the stairs, Xia Yuan kept a vigilant eye on Su Qian's movements. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Su Qian informed Xia Heng that she had lost one of her heirloom earrings. Both Xia father and Xia mother, fond of Su Qian as their prospective daughter-in-law, hurriedly instructed the servants to search for it. Su Qian also enlisted her best friend to assist in the search. Xia Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Xia Tang, who stood in the corner like a wooden statue, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. Soon, Xia Tang's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Her father would certainly no longer bestow upon her the same gifts. Ideally, Xia Tang would be driven from their home, leaving Xia Yuan as the sole heiress of the Xia family. Wen Shuang stood in the garden, sipping her drink, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Xia Yuan and Xia Tang. Goodness, Xia Yuan's thoughts are truly sinister. She intends to cast Xia Tang out, utterly ruining her reputation. What could Xia Tang have possibly done to her? They are twin sisters. Is it necessary to go to such extremes? Just as Wen Shuang prepared to investigate further, she saw Su Qian storming toward the backyard, flanked by her friend and several Xia family servants. Where was Xia Tang? Su Qian's expression darkened. Upon noticing Su Qian's approach, Xia father and Xia mother inquired with concern, Qian, have you found the earring? Su Qian, striving to maintain her composure, replied, Uncle, Auntie, I found the earring, but I also uncovered some unsavory items. Noticing Su Qian's distress, Xia Heng stepped forward. Wrapping an arm around her shoulder, Qian, what's wrong? Su Qian forcefully shrugged off Xia Heng's hand, seizing a pair of men's underwear and the ruby necklace from a maid, flinging them at Xia Heng. Having an affair with my sister, Xia Heng. You truly are impressive. At her words, guests immediately gathered around, their eyes wide with shock and confusion. Wen Shuang and the Fu family turned their attention to the center of the commotion. Could that pair of men's underwear have been found in Xia Tang's room? Fu Xingzhou looked utterly speechless. Who could argue otherwise? Su Qian discovered that Xia Heng was involved with someone outside, suspecting the Xia sisters. And in order to clear her own name, Xia Yuan pinned the blame on Xia Tang. The Fu family felt a chill run down their spines. This Xia Yuan was exceedingly wicked. Both Madame Fu and Fu Xingzhou cast disdainful glances at Fu Yunjing. Look at the kind of girlfriend you've chosen. Fu Yunjing's lips pressed into a thin line. Could it be that Xia Yuan had a secret liaison with Xia Heng as well? Qian, why are you bringing out my underwear? Xia Heng frowned deeply. Su Qian, her finger trembling, pointed to Xia Tang in the corner. Ask your dear sister. I found her underwear beneath her pillow, along with the ruby necklace you gifted her. Xia Heng, if you have feelings for her, just say it. Am I truly so desperate that I would cling to you? Gasps erupted from the guests, their discussions a cacophony of disbelief. Though Xia Heng was a foster son of the Xia family, he was still part of it. Did Xia Tang's actions possess no sense of propriety or honor? Xia Tang, bewildered, could not comprehend the accusations of underwear and ruby necklaces. She was entirely unaware. It wasn't me. Before Xia Tang could finish her protest, her mother approached and slapped her forcefully across the face. You wretched girl, daring to covet your brother? Are you even human? Enraged, Xia mother turned to Xia father, Zhenbang. With a daughter who brings such disgrace upon us, what are we keeping her in this family for? Remove her from the family tree. Xia Tang, clutching her stinging, reddened cheek, looked at her mother, who had condemned her without understanding, and felt her heart shatter. Wen Shuang observed this scene with curiosity. Is this really a mother? I must see what makes Mrs. Xia so disdainful of Xia Tang. Ah, so that's it. This is utterly unbelievable. What a shocking scandal. The Fu family, anxious and restless, awaited the revelation of this explosive scandal. Fu Yunjing, witnessing Xia Tang's public humiliation, wished to step forward to defend her, but after a few steps, Fu Xingzhou held him back. Fourth brother, what position do you hold to intervene now? You are still Xia Yuan's boyfriend. Openly supporting Xia Tang would only invite gossip. Let us see if Xia Tang can resolve this herself. After enduring years of grievances and harm, she couldn't possibly still be a meek rabbit, could she? He refused to believe she lacked even a shred of self-preservation instinct. As expected, in the next moment, they heard Xia Tang's quivering voice declare, I did not do it, and I can prove that these items were not placed under my pillow. In the garden, a movable LCD screen was set up. Xia Tang approached it, connecting her phone to the display. She opened a video clip. Moments later, a maid from the Xia household, Aunt Zhang, was seen sneaking into Xia Tang's room, holding a pair of men's underwear and a ruby necklace. Aunt Zhang placed the items beneath the pillow. The surveillance footage captured her every move. Upon seeing the video, Aunt Zhang's legs buckled, her expression frantic as she glanced at Xia Yuan. Not only Aunt Zhang was flustered, Xia Yuan was equally taken aback. She had never anticipated that Xia Tang would have installed hidden cameras in her room. Xia Yuan shot a knowing glance at Aunt Zhang. Understanding the cue, Aunt Zhang abruptly pointed at Xia Tang. Second miss, you clearly instructed me to do this. What do you mean by releasing this video? Are you trying to shift the blame onto me, a mere maid? At my age, I could be the eldest son's aunt. It's impossible for me to harbor any interest in him. Everything was done at your behest. Don't think you can shirk responsibility. Xia mother advanced, attempting to snatch the phone from Xia Tang, who hid it behind her back. Xia mother, pointing an accusing finger, fumed, You disgraceful girl. Hurry back to your room. You are bringing shame upon our family. Had this been in the past, Xia Tang would have never dared to retort against her mother's unfounded accusations and favoritism. But this time, Xia Yuan had gone too far. She sought to ruin her reputation. Thus, why should she care about sisterly bonds? If there was to be shame, it would be Xia Yuan and Xia Heng who should bear it. With that, Xia Tang opened another video. Previously, she had always endured for the sake of family, willing to concede and retreat. After all, she yearned for the warmth of a family. Yet, over the years, all she had received was harm. The LCD screen displayed another video. 3 days ago, on a fateful night, a couple was passionately entwined. In their fervor, they unintentionally burst through Xia Tang's door. And the woman gasped, quickly peering into Xia Tang's room. The woman's face was unmistakably revealed in the video. It was Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan glanced around the room. Noticing that Xia Tang was absent, she resumed her passionate embrace with the man, as if they were a pair of entwined lovebirds. In an instant, the man looked up, revealing his identity to the onlookers. It was Xia Heng. Stunned by the scene captured on video, both Xia Yuan and Xia Heng were taken aback. They had never anticipated that their clandestine affair would be recorded by the surveillance in Xia Tang's room. Oh heavens, how shameless they had been. Their moral compass seemed utterly absent. The necklace and the underwear had undoubtedly been placed beneath Xia Tang's pillow by a servant at Xia Yuan's behest, a cunning maneuver indeed. Originally, Xia Yuan intended to ruin Xia Tang's reputation, but Xia Tang had been astute, leaving a countermeasure in place. The audacity of Xia Yuan and Xia Heng was staggering. Both had their respective partners and were ostensibly siblings, yet they engaged in such disgraceful behavior. How revolting. A chill ran down Xia Yuan's spine, as if she were plummeting into an abyss. Xia Heng's complexion flickered between shades of blue and purple, his embarrassment palpable.
No.
It couldn't be. Surely, these images were fabricated by Xia Tang using AI. Xia's mother rushed forward, raising her hand to strike Xia Tang. But before she could make contact, Xia's father forcefully intervened. What wrong has Tang done for you to strike her repeatedly? He rebuked angrily. Xia's mother pushed him aside, seizing Xia Tang's phone and hurling it to the ground. What malicious intent do you harbor to tarnish your brother and sister's reputation? I remember that night you personally cooked dinner to celebrate your sister's return from the capital, and after the meal, you made some excuse to leave for school. Surely, you tampered with the food to ensnare your brother and sister. Xia's mother turned to Xia Heng and Xia Yuan. That night, did you not consider each other as your respective lovers? Xia Yuan and Xia Heng snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously. Indeed, shortly after dinner, I felt an overwhelming heat wash over me. My mind clouded, and I lost my reason. Mistaking my brother for Yun Jing, Xia Yuan confessed. Her eyes red-rimmed as she looked at the cold-faced Fu Yunjing. Yunjing, I assure you, my brother and I were ensnared by Xia Tang's deceit. Please believe me. Xia Heng, with a pained expression, turned to Xia Tang. Tang, you've harbored jealousy towards Yuan since childhood, and even had a crush on her boyfriend. Fu Yunjing, did you think that by destroying her, you could win him over? Xia Heng pulled out his phone, displaying a photograph on the screen, a diary entry from Xia Tang revealing her infatuation with Fu Yunjing. Xia Tang's complexion turned ashen. She had never anticipated that Xia Heng had read her diary. Tang, did you really conspire against your sister and brother for the sake of Fu Yunjing? Xia's father asked, furrowing his brow. Xia Tang's eyes brimmed with tears as she replied, Dad, do you not believe me either? Xia's father, still frowning, responded, It's not that I don't believe you. Suddenly, a voice emerged. Fu Lao Si, it's your turn to take the stage. Don't you have an intriguing video to share? Upon hearing Wen Shuang's thoughts, Fu Yunjing snapped back to reality. He swiftly stepped forward, connecting his phone to the large screen. I also possess a video. Xia Yuan, unsure of what Fu Yunjing would reveal, moved closer, her eyes glistening with tears. Yunjing, I am truly innocent. You must believe me. Xia Tang also turned her gaze towards Fu Yunjing. After 4 years apart, he had grown even more distinguished. As Xia Yuan's boyfriend, he would surely side with her. Xia Tang lowered her long lashes, feeling utterly despondent. Since she was not as beautiful or academically accomplished as Xia Yuan, she felt that no matter her efforts, she was never trusted. Just as Xia Tang's spirits were sinking, a delicate, warm hand grasped hers tightly. She looked up to see a radiant face. It was Fu Yunjing's sister-in-law, Wen Shuang. Tang, my family, and I believe in you. The warmth of Wen Shuang's palm and her words flooded Xia Tang's heart like a gentle stream. melting the ice that had encased it. Tears welled in Xia Tang's eyes as she gently squeezed Wen Shuang's hand, whispering her gratitude. While her closest family doubted her, Fu Yunjing's sister-in-law had faith in her, striking a deep chord in her vulnerable heart. Tang Tang, lift your gaze to the screen, Wen Shuang encouraged. Xia Tang nodded, gathering her courage to face the screen, eager to discover what video Fu Yunjing would unveil. Xia Yuan had anticipated that Fu Yunjing would showcase a video of their affectionate moments, which would prove that her affair with Xia Heng was a trap set by Xia Tang. After all, with a boyfriend as exceptional as Fu Yunjing, how could she possibly stray? Just as Xia Yuan eagerly awaited the footage, the video began to play. In the dimly lit carriage, Xia Yuan was pulled onto the lap of Pei Zihao. His hand slipped beneath her collar. Yuan, don't you crave excitement? Yunjing is asleep from drink. Shall we indulge in a little mischief in the car? At that moment, Xia Yuan's mind went blank, overwhelmed with disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't he Fu Yunjing intoxicated that night? How could he have recorded her affair with Pei Zihao? Oh no! Xia Yuan was on the brink of collapse. Shut it off. Turn it off. She lunged for Fu Yunjing's phone, but in the next instant, he disdainfully pushed her away, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. It's not what it seems, Yunjing. Please let me explain. Before Fu Yunjing could finish, a man with a face covered in sores burst into the room. Yuan, I've contracted a virus. You must help me plead with Fu Yunjing. Pei Zihao had been secretly let in by Fu Xingzhou. Upon seeing the grotesque Pei Zihao, Xia Yuan screamed in horror. What hideous creature are you? Get away, just go. Pei Zihao, taken aback by Xia Yuan's heartlessness, thought to himself that if it weren't for his desire to possess her completely, he wouldn't have concocted a virus to harm Fu Yunjing, only to find himself suffering the consequences. Xia Yuan, you and Fu Yunjing are both medical geniuses. Surely you can help me develop an antidote. Pei Zihao's current appearance was reminiscent of a demon from hell, utterly repulsive. Xia Yuan felt her stomach churn, panic flooding her as she stood and retreated, covering her mouth and nose with her hand. I don't know you, stay far away. Upon witnessing the disdain in her eyes, Pei Zihao's body stiffened, and a flicker of vengeful flame ignited in his gaze. Xia Yuan, do you now find me repulsive? Were you not singing my praises when we were together? He then produced a stack of photographs. I've printed all the photos of us in bed, along with your private ones. If you refuse to help me, I will make these public. The audience gasped at Pei Zihao's threat, utterly captivated by the unfolding drama. Many of the onlookers were affluent women of a similar age to Xia's mother, who had often heard her boast about Xia Yuan's accomplishments, her academic excellence, her admission into a prestigious university, her place in the Medical Research Institute, and her unparalleled beauty in the upper circles of Yi City. Not only was she virtuous and charitable, but she was also regarded as a paragon of propriety among the elite. What a paragon of purity and grace Miss Xia is. Mrs. Xia previously extolled her virtues to the heavens, and now, it seems her face may be bruised in consequence. I find it utterly perplexing how Xia Yuan could be dissatisfied, having a remarkable boyfriend like Fourth Master Fu, yet still resorting to pursue those unworthy suitors. How could she even contemplate associating with that wretched man, covered in boils? Xia Yuan trembled all over, repeatedly shaking her head, insisting, No, I have done nothing wrong. Seeing her refusal to acknowledge the truth, Pei Zihao brazenly cast the photographs he held towards the guests. As the appalling images were unveiled, the color drained from Xia Yuan's face, rendering it as pale as frost. Xia Heng gradually emerged from a shock, never imagining that Xia Yuan not only had an affair with him but also entangled herself with other men. He strode toward her, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across her face. Wretched woman! Upon hearing Xia Heng's scornful accusation, Xia Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears. Seeing her precariously on the verge of collapse, Xia's mother rushed to her side and swiftly slapped Xia Heng in retaliation. After all these years of consuming and benefiting from the Xia family, how dare you strike Yuan? As she glared at Xia Heng, her hands clenched into fists at her sides, revealing a twisted expression. Xia Yuan's downfall is a direct result of your excessive indulgence. She has gone horribly astray, and yet you would still defend her at all costs? Xia's mother shielded Xia Yuan, declaring, My Yuan has done no wrong. The fault lies with you. You wish to ruin her reputation. With that, she turned her ire towards Xia Tang, accusing, Is it you who brought this grotesque Pei Zihao into her life? Must you destroy your sister today? Xia Tang, witnessing her mother's blind defense of Xia Yuan, felt a numbing silence envelop her. Tang Tang, would you be willing to offer me a drop of your heart's blood? Xia Tang looked at Wen Shuang, bewildered by the request. Wen Shuang nodded, reminding her of her childhood beauty that once surpassed Xia Yuan's and her superior academic achievements. Xia Tang's eyes reflected a glimmer of confusion. Her memories of those days were hazy, yet she recalled her father's words about her enchanting beauty in her youth. Just a drop of your heart's blood, and the fortune Xia Yuan has stolen will return to you, restoring your true appearance. Despite their new acquaintance, Xia Tang felt an inexplicable trust towards Wen Shuang. Moreover, having lost everything, she no longer yearned for familial warmth. What more could she possibly lose? Very well, I shall give it. In truth, the notion of fortune seemed overly fantastical to her, and she did not dwell on it. Over the years, she had accepted her mediocrity, ignoring her mother's rants. Xia Tang led Wen Shuang back to her room. After obtaining a drop of Xia Tang's heart's blood, Wen Shuang fed her a protective pill. She then dripped the heart's blood onto a talisman wrapped around Xia Tang's hair, murmuring an incantation. Soon, the talisman ignited spontaneously. Xia Tang watched in astonishment as the paper burned to ash, feeling a warm current surge through her body. Staring at her hands, she was astonished to see her once dull skin regain its luster, transforming into a fair and radiant complexion, her fingers elongating into graceful elegance. Xia Tang, go look in the mirror. She rushed to the bathroom, where her reflection revealed a girl of ethereal beauty, captivating and delicate. Was that truly her? Meanwhile, in the garden below, Xia Yuan suddenly coughed up blood, acutely sensing an invisible tether within her being severed, the once ceaseless flow of fortune now receding like a torrential flood.
Ah!
My beauty, a guest screamed, their gaze upon Xia Yuan now akin to that of a monster. Xia's mother turned sharply to Xia Yuan, her eyes widening in horror at the sudden transformation. Xia Yuan's hair sprouted streaks of white overnight, seemingly aging her by nearly 2 decades. Her once fair and smooth skin became rough and dull, with an abundance of wrinkles adorning her eyes, rendering her even older than her well-maintained mother. Even Pei Ziheo's eyes reflected disdain as he remarked, Xia Yuan, this is your retribution. You now appear even more unseemly than I. Xia Yuan, feeling the stares of those around her, was bewildered. Hearing Pei Ziheo's words, she raised her hand to touch her face and realized something was amiss. In a panic, she pulled out her phone and activated the camera. The girl who once embodied youthful beauty now appeared as a weathered middle-aged woman, her eyes widening in terror.
No. This cannot be.
Believing it merely a figment of her imagination, she closed her eyes and reopened them, yet her reflection remained unchanged. Touching her hair, a handful of brittle, split ends cascaded down.
Ah, no.
Compared to being exposed for her treachery, she could not bear the thought of her beauty fading. Her greatest desire since childhood had been to be beautiful. She had achieved that. So why had she become this? Suddenly recalling something, Xia Yuan rummaged through her handbag. The talisman she always kept close was nowhere to be found. Mother, it was Xia Tang. She used dark sorcery to steal my beauty. She manipulated me to engage with Pei Ziheo and Xia Heng. Her goal was to ruin me. Xia Yuan shrieked in a frantic crescendo. If you don't believe me, go see Xia Tang's appearance now. As her words fell, Xia Tang and Wen Shuang emerged from the living room. Xia Tang had indeed regained her original beauty. Her long, silky black hair cascading over her shoulders, an exquisite oval face, skin whiter than snow, eyes like polished jade, a delicate nose, and cherry-red lips, innocent yet vibrant. Flames of fury ignited within Xia Yuan's eyes as she frantically charged toward Xia Tang, screaming, "You wretch, return my beauty!" Wen Shuang gently patted Xia Tang's arm, encouraging, Tang Tang, do what you feel is right. Rest assured, I will support you. Having witnessed Wen Shuang's prowess earlier, Xia Tang felt a surge of admiration and gratitude. Her words provided the confidence she needed. As Xia Yuan lunged at Xia Tang, preparing to strike her, Xia Tang preemptively raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to Xia Yuan's face.
Xia Yuan,
you have been stealing my appearance and fortune since high school for nearly 8 years. And now you dare to turn the tables and slander me? Your academic performance has always been dismal, characterized by laziness and lack of diligence. Yet in high school your grades inexplicably soared. I once believed you had a sudden epiphany and worked hard in secret, but now I understand. You stole my fortune. All the accolades you received rightfully belong to me. You are the true thief. Xia Yuan was left stunned by Xia Tang's slap, as she had never dared to lift a finger against her throughout their lives. How dare she strike her now? Xiang Tang. Even if you have stolen beauty and achievements, it is still at the expense of Yuan. All the guests have observed your unremarkable appearance, yet in the blink of an eye, you have transformed into someone far more beautiful, while Yuan has aged. It seems to me that you have employed dark sorcery to usurp Yuan's visage. Return her appearance at once. Mother Xia rushed forward, her eyes blazing with fury, as if Xiang Tang were a sworn enemy from a sea of blood. Xiang Tang's lips trembled violently, tears shimmering in her eyes, clearly incensed by Mother Xia's accusations. Wen Shuang shielded Xiang Tang behind her, casting a cold glance at Mother Xia. Madam Xia, why do you consistently favor Yuan over your own daughter, who emerged from your womb? Are you not aware of how Xiang Tang looked as a child? Without granting Mother Xia the chance to respond, Wen Shuang turned her gaze to the furrowed brow of Father Xia. Mr. Xia, there should be a photograph of Xiang Tang and Yuan in your wallet. From their childhood, right? 8 years ago, a fire consumed 2 photo albums in your study. All the childhood pictures of the sisters were lost. I suspect foul play to prevent the revelation of past images. However, you likely did not anticipate that you still possess the only surviving photograph. Father Xia, bewildered by how Wen Shuang knew of the photo in his wallet, retrieved it and presented it. Mr. Xia observed Xiang Tang as a child. Does she not resemble her current self, merely having blossomed into greater beauty? In contrast, Yuan was rather ordinary with a sallow complexion compared to Xiang Tang. She was akin to an ugly duckling. Father Xia nodded, affirming, Indeed, Tang bore some resemblance to me. She was quite lovely as a child, though she later became more ordinary, while Yuan has only grown more beautiful. That is because Yuan, upon entering high school, stole Xiang Tang's fortune, appropriating her looks and accomplishments. A wave of astonishment rippled through the guests. Father, do not believe the slanderous words of outsiders. I have done nothing wrong. The saying a girl changes greatly at 18 holds true for me. My beauty is innate, and it is Xiang Tang who is envious, the one who has stolen my appearance. Wen Shuang scoffed, Yuan, what desperate denial is this? The fortune you have pilfered has been returned to Xiang Tang by my magic. You will face severe repercussions. Such is the cycle of heaven. Retribution is inescapable. Yuan touched her face, panic and confusion creeping from the depths of her heart. You are a sorceress? Return my fortune at once. Wen Shuang approached Yuan, shoving her aside, and brought Xiang Tang before Father Xia. Mr. Xia, is it not peculiar that your wife, without reason, favors Yuan? Does it not strike you as odd? Father Xia's brow furrowed deeper. Madam Fu, speak plainly. Xiang Tang bears a resemblance to you, yet Yuan bears not a trace of your features. The daughter who resembles you is cast aside by Madam Xia, while the one who does not is cherished like a treasure. Hearing the implications in Wen Shuang's words, Mother Xia's heart stirred with tumult. The events of yesteryear were known only to her. How could an outsider possess such knowledge? Madam Fu, it is best you do not meddle in our family's affairs. Mother Xia advanced, attempting to intimidate Wen Shuang into silence. Wen Shuang raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes fixed on Mother Xia, a subtle smile playing at her lips. Madam, what are you so anxious about? What do you mean by anxious? Madam Fu, do not slander me. After years of marriage, Father Xia could discern the subtle shifts in his wife's expression. Clearly, Mother Xia was feeling some unease. But what was she anxious about? Chapter 161. A Twist of Fate. Identity Revealed. When Xiang Tang and Yuan were born, Father Xia personally entered the delivery room to cut their umbilical cords. Despite Mother Xia's favoritism, he had never doubted anything. Mr. Xia, take a closer look at Yuan. Does she not bear some resemblance to your secretary? Father Xia and the guests turned their attention to the secretary standing a short distance away. The secretary was tall, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, a meticulously crafted visage, and an alluring figure. Initially, no one had drawn a connection between Yuan and the female secretary, but upon Wen Shuang's suggestion, they noticed the striking similarities. Father Xia's brow knitted tightly, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Madam Fu, what exactly are you implying? In truth, Father Xia understood the implications of Wen Shuang's insinuation, yet the thought was so ludicrous that it flitted through his mind and was dismissed. Wen Shuang smirked slightly and spoke deliberately. If Yuan is the daughter of your secretary and not your own, then Madam Xia's disdain for you could explain her favoritism towards her. Father Xia's expression darkened. The guests began to murmur, disbelief spreading among them. That cannot be. The secretary is a woman. How could she possibly bear children? This is becoming increasingly absurd. Both Mother Xia and the secretary exchanged glances, filled with trepidation. But Mother Xia quickly regained her composure, glaring at Wen Shuang. Madame Fu, you are tarnishing my reputation. Do you believe I will send you a lawyer's letter? Wen Shuang showed no fear, meeting Mother Xia's fiery gaze. The secretary is a cross-dresser. To ascertain the truth, one need only before she could finish. Fu Xingzhou, in perfect sync with her, dashed behind the secretary. He lunged towards the secretary's pronounced chest, and before she could react, 2 silicone breasts fell to the ground with a thud. Oh my, Mr. Xia's secretary is indeed a cross-dresser. The unfolding drama within the Xia family was nothing short of a series of unexpected twists. It was utterly enthralling. And the guests felt their evening had been well worth the while. Father Xia stared in disbelief at the fallen prosthetics. The secretary, Yian, had been introduced to the company by his wife, and he had always considered her diligent. He had never imagined that Yian was actually a man or that there could be any improper connection between her and his wife. Father Xia's eyes widened, veins throbbing on his forehead. Madame Fu, are you suggesting that Yuan is not my daughter, but rather the child of my secretary Yian? Before Wen Shuang could respond, Mother Xia vehemently shook her head. Zhenbang, do not listen to this woman's nonsense. You cut Yuan's umbilical cord. How could she possibly not be your child? Wen Shuang smirked, leaning closer to whisper in Mother Xia's ear, Madam, have you not always plotted to abscond with Mr. Xia's wealth alongside Yian? Why, then, has Yian remained dutifully by Mr. Xia's side all these years? You likely did not anticipate that your beloved paramour is bisexual and has long since grown tired of you, preferring the increasingly charming Mr. Xia instead. If you doubt this, simply check his phone. It has a dual system, with the password being Mr. Xia's birthday. Upon opening it, you will find numerous candid pictures of Mr. Xia at work, along with a doctored wedding photo of him and Mr. Xia. Mother Xia's expression turned ashen. You are speaking nonsense. Wen Shuang smiled slyly. You will find out if you look. Mother Xia, like a cornered beast, lunged at Yian, snatching his phone. Following Wen Shuang's hint, she accessed the dual system and, upon entering Father Xia's birthday, the system opened, confirming the truth. Yian made an attempt to reclaim his phone, but Fu Xingzhou and Fu Yunqing swiftly restrained him. Xiamu opened the album within the system, and, as expected, she was greeted by an overwhelming number of clandestine photographs of Xia Zhenbang captured by Yian, including a wedding photo of Yi En and Xia Zhenbang. In that moment, Xiamu felt as if the world was spinning around her, her stomach churning with discomfort. You scoundrel, you claimed you would only love me in this lifetime. Xiamu was on the brink of collapse. Her fists clenched tightly as she struck at Yi En with all her might. Xia Fu, witnessing the scene, was astonished to the point that his eyes nearly bulged out. A tempest of emotions, anger, disgust, and betrayal washed over him. He rushed to Xiamu's side, gripping her shoulders with such force that he nearly crushed her bones. Is Xia Yuan truly not my daughter? The twins were conceived on our wedding night. Which means you slept with me on our wedding night and then became involved with Yian. After enduring Yi En's treachery, Xiamu felt as though she were shattering into fragments. Faced with Xia Fu's furious inquiries, she bit her lip and remained silent. Mr. Xia, on your wedding day, Yi En was Madame Xia's bridesmaid. They became entangled in the makeup room. You merely took what was left of Yi En, someone interjected. Xia Fu trembled with rage, a metallic taste of blood rising in his throat as he struck Xiamu across the face with a resounding slap. Wretched woman, if you adore him so much, why did you marry me? Am I merely a discarded shoe? Xiamu was sent sprawling to the ground, her gaze filled with despair as she looked at Yi En, who only worriedly observed Xia Fu, fearing for his health as pain throbbed in his palm. Overcome with fury, Xiamu spat blood. Nge is the son of our family's driver. We grew up together. Had it not been for the opposition from our elders, I would have married him long ago. Our union was merely a familial alliance, devoid of affection. You have spent years abroad, oblivious and unthoughtful. I yearned for a man who understands warmth and coldness, not one who is consumed solely by ambition. Yet, she never anticipated that the man who understood her would fall for Xia Zhenbang.
Xia Fu,
now acutely aware of the entire truth, closed his bloodshot eyes and forced himself to regain composure. He instructed the butler to summon bodyguards to expel Xiamu, Xia Yuan, Xia Heng, and Yi En from the premises, declaring, "Tomorrow, I will summon the clan elders to remove Xia Yuan and Xia Heng from the family tree. Henceforth, They shall have no ties to the Xia family. Xia Yuan was utterly bewildered. What was intended to be a joyous housewarming banquet had turned into a catastrophic loss of reputation, beauty, and even her status as the eldest daughter of the Xia family. She felt as if the world was collapsing around her. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked towards Fu Yunjing, who, however, did not spare her a glance. His deep phoenix eyes were fixed upon Xia Tang, filled with a tenderness she had never witnessed before. Xia Tang, noticing Fu Yunjing's gaze, exchanged a meaningful look with him before uttering an unexpected statement. Chapter 162. Rejected. Let us become strangers henceforth. Father, I no longer wish to remain in this country. When you next travel abroad for business, might you take me with you? Xia Tang's words were directed towards Xia Fu. Upon hearing her desire to leave the country, Fu Yunjing felt an involuntary tightening in his heart. Xia Fu nodded with reddened eyes, his gaze towards Xia Tang imbued with guilt and sorrow. Over the years, he had neglected his family and daughter in pursuit of business. From now on, he would dedicate his remaining life to making amends with his biological daughter. Very well. I shall take you with me. Given the scandal that had erupted at home, he felt he could no longer remain in Yi City, and taking his daughter abroad seemed the wisest choice. Xia Mu and Xia Yuan were both struck with panic at the prospect of the father-daughter duo leaving the country. Xia Mu was unwilling to relinquish the comfortable life she currently enjoyed, fully aware that even if she returned to her family, they would despise her for the disgrace she had brought upon herself. Tang Tang, I am your mother. You cannot just abandon me and run off with Xia Zhenbang. As long as Xia Tang remained, Xia Zhenbang would never cease to provide her with financial support. Xia Tang, seeing through her mother's intentions, smirked with scorn and retorted, Now you recognize me as your daughter? Xia Yuan used sorcery to steal my looks and achievements. You must have been aware of that, right? Not only did you fail to stop her malice, but you also frequently used my ordinary appearance and mediocre accomplishments to belittle and harm me. Do you truly deserve to be called my mother? Xia Mu's eyes glistened with tears as she protested. You are the biological daughter of Xia Zhenbang, regardless of the circumstances. He will not treat you poorly. Xia Yuan's background is not as favorable as yours. I can only show her a bit more affection. I have my own hardships. Unable to endure any longer, Xia Zhenbang shielded Xia Tang behind him, glaring furiously at Xia Mu. Enough. Take your lover and your illegitimate daughter, and get out of here. Xia Yuan knelt before Xia Zhenbang, clutching his leg. Father, for the sake of our years together as father and daughter, please do not cast me away. I promise to be obedient from now on. Remembering the harm Xia Yuan had inflicted upon Xia Tang, Xia Zhenbang's expression remained cold as he kicked Xia Yuan away. In her moment of despair, she turned to Fu Yunjing, pleading, Yunjing, we have been together for 4 years. You must have feelings for me, right? Please intercede on my behalf. As long as Fu Yunjing was willing to be with her, she believed she still had a chance for redemption. Fu Yunjing shrugged off Xia Yuan's grip, his phoenix eyes cold and piercing. Had you not impersonated Xia Tang, I would never have been with you. From the very beginning, it was Xia Tang's talents that captivated me. Xia Yuan, we are breaking up. There is no longer any relationship between us. Tears streamed down Xia Yuan's face as she shook her head in panic. No, please don't break up with me. If we part ways, I will have nothing left. The guests in attendance regarded Xia Yuan with disdain at her desperate plea. Xia Yuan, do you even look in the mirror? You are now old and unattractive. Fu Xixiao is not blind. How could he still want you? She had stolen Xia Tang's beauty and achievements, impersonated her, and yet had the audacity to plead with Fu Xixiao not to break up? If I had a face as thick as hers, I would have long since been with my beloved idol. Xia Fu, observing the disgraceful scene involving Xia Yuan, maintained a stern expression as he commanded the bodyguards. Why are you still hesitating? Hurry and expel them. No matter how Xia Mu and Xia Yuan cried and protested, Xia Fu showed no mercy. Bang Ge, I have always been sincerely devoted to you, your ever-silent secretary, Yian, she spoke with reddened eyes. Xia Zhenbang recalled the silicone prosthetic breasts Yi and had previously discarded, his stomach churning with revulsion as he barked, Get lost. Xia Tang took the initiative to add Wen Shuang on WeChat. She was a grateful girl. Without Wen Shuang, she would never have regained her original appearance and talents. Fu Yunjing had been observing Xia Tang's actions, and upon seeing her add Wen Shuang, he mustered the courage to approach her. Xia Tang, may I add you on WeChat? Wen Shuang, understanding the situation, discreetly stepped aside, granting the two some privacy. Xia Tang lifted her long lashes to meet Fu Yunjing's gaze, which had grown even more refined and distinguished since 4 years ago. Beneath his tousled hair, his slender phoenix eyes gazed at her, deep yet somewhat hesitant. He was the boy she had harbored a secret affection for over the years. She understood that Xia Yuan's impersonation had also brought him suffering. Yet, she could not forget the moment after the college entrance examination when she had confessed her feelings, only to be met with his cold rejection. Seeing him walk out of the campus with Xia Yuan under an umbrella had nearly shattered her heart. During her confession, she had mentioned their past discussions about competitions online, but he had dismissed her, insisting he had only spoken with Xia Yuan. He will never know that on the night of his rejection, she wept incessantly. No more, she decided. Let us treat each other as strangers from now on. Once, she had held him in the highest regard, dreaming of a beautiful future, but his callous refusal had become a piercing arrow that shattered her fantasies. The sight of him would evoke memories of Xia Yuan, reminding her of the grievances and wounds she had once endured. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be attributed to their lack of destiny. Now, she yearned to distance herself from the people and events that had once caused her profound pain and sorrow. Upon hearing Xia Tang's words, Fu Yunqing felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around his heart, a dull ache radiating throughout his entire being. He seemed to grasp the feelings Xia Tang must have experienced when he initially rejected her. Yet, who could be blamed?
It was all his own fault.
The phoenix-like eyes behind Fu Yunqing's glasses gradually dimmed as he murmured, "I'm sorry." An apology for misidentifying the person, and for his past refusal. There's no need for apologies. I believe you will encounter someone more suited to you in the future. As they departed from the Xia residence, Fu Yunqing remained enveloped in silence on the way home. A desperate chase for love awaits. Oh no, wait. She hasn't even been to the table. Even if he were to turn to ashes, it would be difficult to win her back. Fu Yunqing closed his eyes, tinged with red, feeling an immense weight in his heart, a suffocating heaviness. Fu Xingzhou, noticing Fu Yunqing's dejection, nudged him playfully. "Little brother, do you feel as if the sky is about to fall? At least you're better off than third brother. At least you have someone to pursue." Third brother used to fancy a ghost. Fu Yunqing's lips twitched slightly. "You have the ghostly figure." Fu Xingzhou laughed heartily. "Big brother is the one with the largest and most prominent backside among us. Even big sister-in-law has praised him."
Fu Yunqing cosa tu diz regard Fu Xingzhou?
Casting a pleading glance towards Wen Shuang. "Sister-in-law, could you please share Xia Tang's WeChat with me?" Wen Shuang replied, "Sure. But it would be of no use. She has firmly stated that she will not add you. However, Xia Tang plans to study abroad. If you are sincere, you could pursue her there." Chapter 163. Upon their reunion, he became her professor. Fu Yunqing, emboldened by Wen Shuang's shared WeChat contact, summoned his courage to send a friend request. Yet, even upon returning home, he found no sign of Xia Tang's acceptance. Rubbing his aching temples, he wore a despondent expression, his face ashen.
Fu Xingzhou patted Fu Yunqing's shoulder.
"Little brother, cheer up." Fu Yunqing pressed his lips tightly together. "Third brother, I feel like dying." Fu Xingzhou retorted, "No dying allowed. Just wait. Third brother will soon revive you with a 120-second advertisement."
Fu Yunqing remained silent.
Upon arriving home, Fu's mother served the late-night snacks prepared by the maid. "You boys haven't eaten anything tonight. Come and eat." When Shuang lifted the thermos filled with chicken soup. "Mother, I'm going to the hospital to eat with my husband." "Frost, there's a nurse taking care of the eldest at the hospital. You needn't go. Don't tire yourself out." When Shuang shook her head, "It's not tiring. With free abs to touch, I'm quite enjoying myself." After Wen Shuang left, Fu Yunqing noticed that Xia Tang had still not accepted his friend request. He lost his appetite and ascended the stairs, feeling dejected. Fu Xingzhou pulled him back. "What are you doing? Eat something, even if it's awful." Fu Yunqing remained silent. Fu's mother smacked the back of Fu Xingzhou's head. "Why can't you speak properly? You're the one who should eat something awful." As Wen Shuang approached the villa's entrance, she heard Fu Xingzhou's raucous voice from within, and her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. She had to admit, Fu Xingzhou was quite the character. When she arrived at the hospital, Fu Sihong was seated on the hospital bed, a laptop on the movable table before him. He wore a pair of frameless glasses, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. He must have been working. His chiseled profile radiated a striking handsomeness, with his high nose and tightly pressed lips exuding an air of seriousness. The man absorbed in his work emanated a mature and composed charm. When Shuang tiptoed inside, placing the thermos on the table before leaning closer to him. Husband, I've come to keep you company again. Can I still touch your abs tonight? Startled by the sudden appearance of her beautiful face, Fu Sihong blinked in surprise. The depths of his eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. Wen Shuang looked at his frosty expression and clicked her tongue. Didn't I send you a picture of me in a swimsuit as a reward? You wouldn't be so stingy as to only let me touch once. Before she could finish, his long hand firmly covered her mouth. I'm in a video conference, he said in a low voice. Wen Shuang froze for a moment, then glanced at the laptop. Upon seeing the conference room filled with people, she was struck with a sense of social mortification. Noticing her expression, Fu Sihong raised his hand to his lips and cleared his throat. That concludes today's meeting. After shutting off the video, Wen Shuang's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at him. Why didn't you warn me sooner? You made me embarrass myself. Fu Sihong rarely witnessed her blush so deeply. He gently touched her cheek with his finger. Madam Fu, you've tarnished my image as well. How will you compensate me? Wen Shuang tilted her head, pondering. When you go to the bathroom tonight, shall I carry you? Fu Sihong, speechless. Or perhaps you could let me touch your abs? Hee. I've been sneaking in workouts lately and have actually developed abs, but I need to keep at it to achieve an A4 waist. Fu Sihong was unaware of what an A4 waist entailed, but he thought Wen Shuang's waist was already quite slender and soft. If she continued, would she become a mere paper doll? Wen Shuang, don't get too thin. It's better for girls to have a bit of flesh. She puffed out her chest. I have enough curves where it counts. Fu Sihong glanced at her chest, swallowing hard. Don't tempt me. Is this tempting you? I'm not wearing black stockings to seduce him. Fu Sihong recalled her previous musings. Monday was a fishnet, Tuesday black stockings, Wednesday lace, Thursday a camisole. That day she had merely sent a picture of herself in a swimsuit, and he had been utterly restless. One could only imagine how he would fare if she wore something even more alluring. Damn it, he couldn't afford to think any further. Have Uncle Zhou take you home. I need your company tonight. Sharing the same bed with her filled his mind with indecent thoughts. Ultimately, he would be the one tormented. Wen Shuang blinked her beautiful eyes. You truly don't need me to accompany you? Fu Sihong replied in a low voice. I don't need it. On the day Xia Tang departed for her studies abroad, Fu Yunqing went to the airport. However, he did not enter to see her off directly, but stood outside, watching the plane take flight. Fu Xingzhou, who had accompanied him, noticed his gloomy demeanor and patted his shoulder. Little brother, third brother has an idea to help you win Xia Tang back. Do you want to hear it? Fu Yunqing pressed his lips into a thin line. Third brother, your ideas are generally not reliable. Fu Xingzhou, feeling slighted, pressed on regardless, determined to share his thoughts. I discreetly inquired with my sister-in-law and learned that Xia Tang is heading to country S for further studies. Given your current capabilities, you could easily secure a professorship at her school. Proximity breeds affection. Approach her under the guise of a professor, and once she is less resistant to your presence, you can seize the opportunity to confess your feelings. After saying this, Fu Xingzhou produced a manual on wooing a wife, a compilation I scoured from the internet. I've been burning the midnight oil, and my eyes are nearly gone blind. Don't you dare label your third brother as unreliable anymore.
Fu Yunqing,
Initially with a somewhat dim expression, suddenly brightened. There's merit in what the third brother says. At critical moments, it falls to you. Fu Xingzhou patted his chest. Of course. I have toiled tirelessly for this family. Eldest brother has finally started to open up, even allowing his wife to touch his abs. But you mustn't let Xia Tang touch your abs right away, given her current aversion to you. Follow the pursuit plan outlined in my manual. Fu Yunqing adjusted his glasses. Third brother, you truly are a connoisseur of wisdom. Fu Xingzhou chuckled, naturally. Fu Yunqing, if that is the case, how did you end up with a ghostly girlfriend in the first place? Fu Xingzhou, must you pierce his heart so? Xia Tang has entered the graduate program at S University, moved into her dormitory, and after familiarizing herself with the campus, commenced her classes. One day, upon returning to her dorm, she discovered several roommates adorned in beautiful dresses, meticulously retouching their makeup, which left her somewhat perplexed. Is there a significant event at the school? One roommate looked up at Xia Tang. Tang. Hurry, and put on some makeup. Our school has a super young and handsome professor coming. He'll be giving us our first class this afternoon, and we must leave a good impression. Xia Tang dismissed it with indifference. Her focus was entirely on her studies. The professor's looks were of no concern to her. Without any makeup, clad in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, she joined her exquisitely dressed roommates in the classroom. Barely seated, a tall, elegant figure entered. Upon seeing the man's appearance, Xiaotong was momentarily stunned. Chapter 164. Here for her, drawing clear boundaries. The man who walked into the classroom wore a white collared shirt, the top button fastened tightly against his sharp, pale throat. His hair was meticulously styled, appearing both voluminous and fashionable, and his strikingly handsome features seemed expertly chiseled, accentuated by gold-rimmed glasses resting on his high nose. His demeanor exuded an air of refined elegance, each movement imbued with a sense of cool detachment. He stood before the lectern, tall and graceful as a noble jade tree. The new professor, young and handsome, was truly mesmerizing. His aura was simply breathtaking.
Tan tan.
Look at the professor's hands. They're so long. And his Adam's apple is quite alluring. I've heard that men with long hands and prominent Adam's apples possess superior attributes. Xiaotan quickly covered Lin Ji's mouth. This girl truly could not refrain from shocking comments. How could she be so audacious? Fu Yunqing introduced himself. His voice as smooth as jade, his slender fingers writing his name and contact information on the blackboard, exuding elegance and grace. Xiaotan felt a bit dizzy. She couldn't fathom why Fu Yunqing was here. He had already transferred back to the Yi City Virus Research Institute and couldn't possibly be here without reason. If it were mere coincidence, she absolutely would not believe it. Could it be that he came for her? The thought tightened her brow in concern. After completing his introduction, Fu Yunqing scanned the classroom. When his gaze fell upon her, it lingered only briefly, devoid of any warmth, as if assessing a stranger. Perhaps she was overthinking it? Viruses, as unique microscopic entities, possess a simple structure yet demonstrate remarkable adaptability and mutability. Fu Yunqing began his lecture, exuding undeniable expertise and authority. As he spoke, he sketched the structure of the virus on the blackboard, quickly capturing Xiaotan's attention. She picked up her pen and began taking notes. Previously, I would doze off during lectures by other professors, but I was amazed at how Professor Fu could simplify complex knowledge. His explanations made everything suddenly comprehensible. It was truly miraculous. Initially, I was only captivated by Professor Fu's looks, but now I am genuinely impressed by his expertise. He must have been a genius during his school days. Hearing Lin Ji praise Fu Yunqing, Xiaotan recalled high school when Fu Yunqing was indeed regarded as a genius. She remembered adding him on QQ. That night, he didn't respond immediately, and she nearly lost sleep over it. Days later, he finally accepted her request, asking who she was. And she merely stated she was a fellow alumnus, wishing to discuss competition topics. His thoughts were remarkably clear when discussing the competition questions, and she found herself captivated by his expertise. If it weren't for the subsequent unfortunate events, they might have become friends, if not lovers. Regrettably, she now wished to avoid any connection with him. After class, a girl boldly approached the lectern and asked Fu Yunqing, "Professor, do you currently have a girlfriend?" The girls at S University were far more open and direct than those in Huagua. Fu Yunqing adjusted his glasses, his keen eyes sweeping over the girl who dared to ask a personal question, revealing an unyielding demeanor. "I'm sorry, but I do not answer personal questions." His gentle tone conveyed a firm boundary that deterred any further audacity from the eager female students. Tang Tang, did you notice how when Professor Fu glanced over, it exuded a compelling pressure? His demeanor instantly quelled any inappropriate thoughts among the girls. Professor Fu possesses such a sense of propriety. The woman lucky enough to be his girlfriend will undoubtedly feel an immense sense of security. Xiaotan thought of Xiaoyuan, who indeed felt well protected while dating Fu Yunqing. Jishi, let us not discuss Professor Fu in front of me anymore. He and I inhabit entirely different worlds. Lin Ji was taken aback. Having attended S University for nearly half a month, Xiaotan and Lin Ji, both from Huagua, quickly bonded as roommates. In Lin Ji's impression, Xiaotan was pure and gentle, and she had never seen her express such fierce sentiments. Out of the corner of her eye, Xiaotan noticed Fu Yunqing leaving the classroom with a book. Gathering her courage, she walked out. As she approached the professor's office, seeing no one around, she called out Fu Yunqing. This was the first time she called him by his full name. Fu Yunqing turned, looking at the girl with a tense face and furrowed brow. "Classmate Xia." He addressed her with a distant tone. Hearing him refer to her as classmate Xia sent a flutter of anxiety through her. Could it be that he wasn't here for her after all? Regardless, she needed to articulate her feelings clearly.
Fu Yunqing.
I arrived here for studies just before you came to become a professor. Wasn't I clear enough back in our country? The complex emotions flickered in Fu Yunqing's eyes as he slightly pursed his lips and replied, "Classmate Xia, you are overthinking." Xia Tang was perplexed by the phrase, thinking too much. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, a melodious voice interjected, Professor Fu, are you settling in well with the lectures here? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. A female professor approached her. Xia Tang glanced over, recognizing the woman as Bai Jiwei, the renowned goddess of S University. Upon seeing Bai Jiwei, Fu Yunjing's typically aloof expression softened into a smile. No problem, he replied. He did not cast another glance at Xia Tang, instead walking alongside Bai Jiwei toward the office. Xia Tang was momentarily taken aback. Based on her understanding of Fu Yunjing, he generally wouldn't walk so closely with a woman unless they shared a close bond. Could it be that Professor Bai was the reason for his arrival at S University? The thought of her earlier presumptions, even addressing him by name, made Xia Tang feel an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She wished she could vanish into the ground. Auntie even mentioned a desire for a relationship while in the country. Why had she assumed he came for her? The humiliation was immense. She would have no face to meet Fu Yunjing again. Inside the professor's office, Bai Jiwei leaned against Fu Yunjing's desk, arms crossed. A year ago, when I fell ill, I asked you to substitute for me, but you said you were too busy. Now you come to me, requesting to be here, yet you still haven't clarified the reason. I understand now. It's for Xia Tang. Fu Yunjing remained noncommittal, his gaze lowered as he perused the student roster, locating Xia Tang's name and contact information. He saved her newly acquired phone number into his device. Sister, could you do me a favor? Chapter 165. Witnessing the scene, Xia Tang's cheeks flushed crimson. Bai Jiwei raised an eyebrow. What favor? Fu Yunjing adjusted his glasses. Apartment 1502 in Lanting Garden belongs to your colleague. Could you facilitate the purchase for me? Bai Jiwei was taken aback. My colleague's 1502 has only been renovated for 6 months. They haven't even moved in yet. I hear they plan to settle in soon. Fu Yunjing pressed his lips together, his voice low and hoarse. I'm willing to pay triple the price. Bai Jiwei's eyes widened in astonishment. Have you lost your mind? That's a significant sum.
Please assist me.
Bai Jiwei had known her cousin was resolute. Once he made up his mind, it was hard to sway him. While communicating with her colleague, she inadvertently discovered that 1501 had also been sold. Upon realizing the identity of the new owner, she suddenly understood. This little rascal was indeed spending lavishly to pursue a girl. After attending several lectures by Fu Yunjing, Xia Tang recognized her own delusions. He had not glanced her way during class, nor called upon her to answer any questions. To him, she was likely just a stranger. With that thought, Xia Tang felt a hint of relief. One day, as she was heading to the library, she passed by the school playground. From a distance, she heard a chorus of shrieks and cheers. Tang Tang, there you are. I've been looking for you. Let's go watch Professor Fu play basketball. Xia Tang was somewhat bewildered, yet before she could comprehend the situation, Lin Ji had already whisked her away to the spectator stands. Our university's professors are having a basketball match against those from the neighboring university. Xia Tang lifted her long eyelashes, gazing at the court. Oddly enough, amidst the flurry of movement, she spotted Fu Yunjing instantly. He had lost his glasses, and having shed his meticulously pressed shirt and trousers, he wore a white jersey and black shorts, exuding youthful vigor and exuberance. He darted between opponents like a cheetah, evading them effortlessly before positioning himself beyond the three-point line. His elegantly muscled arm raised high. The basketball arced like a parabola, flawlessly swishing through the net. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Memories flooded Xia Tang's mind. Back in high school, he had captivated everyone on the court, full of charisma. Unlike those who were solely academically inclined, he excelled in various sports and was even proficient with musical instruments. During a cultural evening at school, he had enchanted countless girls while strumming the guitar and singing. Xia Tang had been one of them. As the first half concluded, S University emerged victorious. Fu Yunjing brushed back his damp hair with his long, delicate fingers. Bai Jiwei approached, holding a bottle of mineral water, and as she handed it to him, the audience's cheers intensified. Some audacious students even called for them to share a kiss. Could it be that Professor Bai and Professor Fu are a couple? Someone mused. They do seem well matched, don't they? Tang Tang, have you noticed they share a couple's resemblance? Before Lin Ji could finish her thought, she noticed Xia Tang had slipped away. Alone, Xia Tang made her way to the library. She forced herself to immerse in the sea of books, yet her heart was tumultuous, replaying the earlier scene on the playground. Fu Yunjing's presence at S University had undeniably impacted her, and she found it impossible to achieve true tranquility. After all, he embodied the entirety of her youthful memories and fantasies. Xia Zhenbang had purchased a 120 square meter apartment not far from S University in Lanting Garden as a gift for Xia Tang. The apartment was tastefully decorated and ready for immediate occupancy. On the weekend, Xia Tang visited a flower market and brought back an assortment of plants. She decorated the apartment warmly, and Xia Zhenbang had even bought her a plush cat, something she'd long desired. Tang Tang, you can tell me anything you need. Xia Zhenbang affectionately ruffled her hair. A client of mine has a son who is your age and studying at S University. How about I introduce you to him? It's important to make friends in a new environment. Don't isolate yourself. In the past, Xia Tang might have declined. However, now she found her father's words to be quite reasonable. Nodding, she agreed. Xia Zhenbang shared the boy's WeChat contact, adding, I've met him. He's a cultured intellectual. Quite refined, just your type. Xia Tang's face turned crimson. Dad, what are you saying? I know you well. You prefer bookish types. Xia Tang gently pushed her father towards the door. Dad, weren't you going to meet a client? Hurry along, I need to bake a cake. On her floor, there were 3 households. Xia Tang planned to bake her signature cupcakes to share with her neighbors. She could no longer afford to be self-deprecating and sensitive, trapped in her own world, avoiding interaction with others. Before starting her baking, Xia Tang made a video call to Wen Shuang. The call connected swiftly. Due to the time difference, it was evening in E-City. Sister Wen Shuang, Dad bought me a new apartment. I've moved. Wen Shuang's lips curled into a smile. Really? Let me see your new home. Sister Wen Shuang was beautiful and kind, always patient. Every conversation with her uplifted Xia Tang's spirits. Xia Tang pointed the camera around her apartment. This is the master bedroom, and this is the study. Dad even bought me a plush cat. Observing Xia Tang's gradually brightening demeanor, Wen Shuang's smile deepened. That's wonderful. Xia Tang redirected the camera to herself, furrowing her brows slightly. Her lips pursed. But there's one thing that's not quite right. What is it? Xia Tang expressed her feelings about Fu Yunjing's arrival at S University as a professor, inadvertently affecting her mood. Wen Shuang refrained from speaking favorably of Fu Yunjing, instead encouraging Xia Tang to follow her own heart. After concluding a video call with Wen Shuang, Xia Tang baked 2 batches of small cakes, packaging 10 for each neighbor. After delivering the cakes to the residents of 1503, she rang the doorbell of 1502. The bell rang for an extended period without anyone answering. Just as Xia Tang assumed the neighbor was not home and prepared to return to her apartment, the door suddenly swung open. Instinctively, she turned back to glance at the neighbor's doorway and said, Hello, I am a resident of 1501. I made some small cakes. Before she could finish her sentence, upon seeing the neighbor's face, Xia Tang was left utterly stunned. To her astonishment, it was Fu Yunjing. The fact that he was the resident of 1502 was shocking enough. But what was even more startling was that he was clad in loose gray sweatpants and a white shirt, the buttons left undone. He must have just emerged from a shower, droplets of water glistening on his short, dark hair, cascading down his strikingly refined face and trickling onto his slightly exposed chest, slowly flowing down to his lean waist. Xia Tang's innocent face instantly flushed crimson. Chapter 166. Other boys appeared beside her. With a soft thud, the small cake in Xia Tang's hand fell to the ground. In a flustered panic, she turned and hurried back to her apartment. Closing the door, she leaned against the door frame, her heart racing uncontrollably. How could Fu Yunjing be the owner of 1502? What a coincidence! After an indeterminate amount of time, unable to resist, Xia Tang turned to peek through the peephole. Fu Yunjing had fastened the buttons of his shirt and stepped outside, moving towards the spot where the cake had fallen. He bent down to pick it up. Perhaps sensing her furtive gaze, he suddenly lifted his long, deep-set eyes and glanced in her direction. Although she knew he could not see her, the moment he looked her way, her heart leapt into her throat. Hastily, she averted her gaze and rushed back to her bedroom, burying her head in the covers. During this time, he had not actively sought her out nor exhibited any inappropriate behavior. Yet, here she was, taking the initiative to ring his doorbell and offer him small cakes. Would he misconstrue her intentions? Had she known he resided in 1502, she would have never dared to ring his bell. The following day, classes were scheduled. Before opening the door, Xia Tang peered through the peephole and saw the door to 1502 firmly shut, prompting her to swiftly open her own door. The moment she did,
A small note fell to the ground.
Thank you for the small cakes. They were delightful. The handwriting was vigorous, yet elegant. Xia Tang stared at the note for a few seconds, contemplating tossing it in the trash, but ultimately decided to pocket it. Initially, she thought that after this little incident, Encountering Fu Yunjing in class would be awkward, yet he displayed no sign of abnormality. Xiang Tang felt as if she might be overthinking things. The WeChat invitation her father had sent her previously had been accepted.
Hello, Tang Tang.
I was busy with a lab project recently, and haven Tia time to meet you. I wonder if you are free this afternoon to join me for dinner at the cafeteria? Xiang Tang agreed with her father, intending to make more friends on campus. Especially since Chu Qian was the son of a client of her father's and was said to be refined and humble. She replied, okay. Around 5 in the afternoon, Xiang Tang met Chu Qian at the cafeteria entrance. True to his name, Chu Qian was handsome and scholarly, adorned with rimless glasses, exuding warmth and courtesy. Having seen a photo of Xiang Tang, he approached her first, saying, Tang Tang, you are even more beautiful than in the picture. Xiang Tang smiled slightly. Thank you for the compliment. You are just as remarkable as my father described. They made their way towards the cafeteria. In a corner of the cafeteria, Bai Jiwei nudged Fu Yunjing, who was focused on his noodles. You traveled all this way to teach, yet you hesitate to take any action. Aren't you afraid someone else might get there first? Fu Yunjing followed Bai Jiwei's gaze and saw a young couple standing by the window, waiting to buy noodles. The girl wore a fitted knit top and wide-leg pants, her long hair styled in a bun with a few stray strands framing her elegant neck. Her skin glowing under the lights. The boy beside her, wearing glasses and dressed in a white shirt and jeans, appeared refined and gentlemanly. After he said something, the girl suddenly beamed with a smile. Fu Yunjing's long fingers, which held the chopsticks, suddenly tightened. He stared for a prolonged moment before slowly averting his gaze. His bowl, which had only seen a few bites of noodles, remained untouched thereafter. Bai Jiwei noticed the fleeting shadow of melancholy in Fu Yunjing's eyes. I truly don't understand you. Why don't you take the initiative to pursue her? Fu Yunjing's throat felt dry and hoarse. After a long pause, he replied, You don't understand. In the past, his actions had deeply hurt her. If he pursued her recklessly now, it would only deepen her aversion towards him. He thought, as long as he could still see her without disturbing her life and studies, that was sufficient. He had considered the possibility of her attracting admirers due to her exceptional qualities, yet he had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Bai Jiwei had heard bits and pieces about the situation between Fu Yunjing and Xiang Tang from Fu Xingzhou. She knew Fu Yunjing was the one who had wronged the young lady first. You've been here for nearly a month, and I haven't seen you initiate a single conversation with her. Just keep holding it in. After Xiang Tang and Chu Qian finished buying their noodles, she spotted Fu Yunjing and Bai Jiwei. The hand holding her tray tightened suddenly. When she pulled her gaze away from Fu Yunjing, he lifted his head to glance at her. In that moment of eye contact, Xiang Tang felt her breath quicken. Tang Tang, there's an empty seat over there. Chu Qian pointed to a table diagonally across from Fu Yunjing and Bai Jiwei. With no other option, Xiang Tang steeled herself and walked over. As she passed by Bai Jiwei, she softly greeted, Professor Bai. Bai Jiwei smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Ignoring Fu Yunjing entirely, Xiang Tang sat down opposite Chu Qian. Chu Qian, knowledgeable and emotionally intelligent, spoke humorously and engaged her in topics she found interesting, likely having inquired about her preferences and personality from her father beforehand. Tang Tang, there's a musical next week. Would you like to go see it together? Just as Xiang Tang was about to respond, she sensed Fu Yunjing's deep-set gaze directed at her from across the table. The intensity of his stare inexplicably created a sense of pressure. Noticing Xiang Tang's silence, Chu Qian smiled and said, If you don't want to go, that's perfectly fine. I'll be free after finishing my recent tasks. We can go to the library together. Xiang Tang nodded, okay. Remembering her plan to invite her roommates over for hot pot that weekend, she added, If you have time this weekend, you're welcome to come to my apartment for hot pot. I've invited a few classmates from the dorm. I'll be there on time. After finishing their meal, Xiang Tang and Chu Qian strolled by the small lake on campus. In the evening, she needed to attend a self-study session, and her counselor had asked her to pick up some materials from the office. Taking a shortcut towards the teacher's office, she passed through a dimly lit corridor and caught a faint whiff of tobacco. As she got closer, she could see a tall, slender figure leaning against the wall, a cigarette delicately held between his pale, elegant fingers. He tilted his head slightly, exhaling wisps of smoke. The pale blue haze enveloped him, blurring the contours of his figure, and he radiated a subtle melancholy and depth. Xia Tang felt a pang of regret. She shouldn't have taken a shortcut, otherwise, she wouldn't have encountered Fu Yunjing smoking here. This was the first time she had seen him indulge in such a habit, His demeanor was too ethereal and transcendent, akin to a deity untouched by the earthly realm, leading her to believe he abstained from both smoke and alcohol. Lowering her gaze, Xia Tang intended to quietly slip past him unnoticed, but the next moment, she heard his deep, hoarse voice inquire, "What is your relationship with that boy?" His tone revealed little emotional fluctuation, yet it carried an inexplicable complexity that left Xia Tang puzzled. Chapter 167. An Ambiguous Game. Secretly Jealous. Xia Tang lifted her long lashes, meeting the enigmatic gaze of the man illuminated by the dim light. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Friends." She knew she shouldn't explain herself, yet it was an instinctive response. Fu Yunjing flicked the ash from his cigarette, observing her with a gaze that suggested more than mere curiosity. "He looks at you differently." Xia Tang couldn't help but chuckle at his remark. "Professor Fu, my private life is of no concern to you, is it? You and Professor Bai should focus on your own matters and leave mine be." Fu Yunjing's brow furrowed slightly. "You misunderstand. Bai Jiwei is my cousin." Xia Tang felt momentarily dazed. Bai Professor was Fu Yunjing's cousin? This meant he had come to S University not for Bai Professor? The thought she had forcefully suppressed surged forth like a rampant vine. No, she could not allow herself to think further. She had to keep her heart, which had finally found some semblance of calm, from being easily disturbed again. "If you have no other business, Professor Fu, I shall take my leave." Xia Tang hastily departed, and Fu Yunjing made no attempt to call her back. On the weekend, Xia Tang rose early to visit the market, purchasing a variety of vegetables and fruits. In the afternoon, her invited roommates, along with Chu Qian, arrived one after another. To spare Chu Qian, the only male guest, from feeling awkward, Xia Tang also invited 2 male classmates. They all assisted her in the kitchen, washing and chopping the ingredients. Just as they were finishing, a knock resounded at the apartment door. They all turned in unison to the entrance, where they saw Fu Yunjing standing with a hotel staff member pushing a cart laden with delicacies. "What a coincidence, my neighbor is one of my students. I ordered some delicacies from a 5-star hotel. I hope you'll enjoy them." Lin Ji, upon spotting Fu Yunjing, exclaimed, "It's Professor Fu." "Tang Tang. You're so lucky, your neighbor is actually Professor Fu." Without waiting for Xia Tang to respond, her classmates rushed to the door, warmly inviting him in. Xia Tang, still holding a spatula and wearing an apron, felt at a loss for words as she watched Fu Yunjing being welcomed inside. She couldn't very well throw him out in front of her classmates. Fu Yunjing glanced at Xia Tang. "Do you mind if I join you, Xia?" Before she could respond, Lin Ji interjected, "Of course, she doesn't mind. It's our honor to have you here, Professor Fu." Her roommates gazed at the strikingly handsome and dignified Fu Yunjing as if he were a deity. Today marked the inaugural cooking event at Xia Tang's new apartment, and she didn't want to spoil the atmosphere. "It's no trouble at all, Professor Fu. Please make yourself comfortable on the sofa." Initially, the atmosphere was a bit tense, considering his stern demeanor, but once Fu Yunjing encouraged everyone to treat him as a friend, the mood lightened considerably.
"Professor Fu,
do you play cards?" one of the boys inquired. Fu Yunjing nodded. "If you're short one player." The boys began a game of poker, and half an hour later, the one who lost the most was Chu Qian. Chu Qian looked at Fu Yunjing, seated across from him, with a puzzled expression, wondering if it was his imagination or if the professor seemed to be targeting him. Had he offended him in some way? The other 2 boys also sensed a peculiar tension in the air. Xia Tang and her female classmates brought the hot pot and ingredients to the dining table. "Let's eat hot pot," Lin Ji announced excitedly. The boys set aside their cards and joined them at the table. "It smells wonderful. Thank you for your hard work." "Tang Tang," Chu Qian said with a smile. Xia Tang shook her head. "It's no trouble." Lin Ji and the others helped prepare the ingredients. Chu Qian brought some wine, and as they all became more familiar, the atmosphere grew relaxed. After a few drinks, Lin Ji suggested, "Let us play truth or dare." She then turned to Fu Yunjing. "Professor Fu, would you like to join us?" Xia Tang noticed that Fu Yunjing had consumed several glasses of strong liquor. He appeared somewhat displeased. Fu Yunjing nodded, "Sure." Lin Ji held an empty bottle, declaring that whoever the bottle pointed to would choose either truth or dare. The group eagerly agreed. In the first round, the bottle landed on one of Xia Tang's roommates, who chose truth. In the second round, it pointed to Chu Qian, who also opted for truth. Lin Ji asked with a grin, "Senior Chu, I heard you rarely interacted with girls in the past. Is it true that you agreed to come here to warm up Tang Tang's apartment because you're interested in her?" Xia Tang tugged at Lin Ji. "What are you asking for?" Lin Ji shot her a playful glare. We need bold questions for it to be exciting. Senior Chu, please answer. All eyes turned to Chu Qian. Fu Yunjing's gaze was inscrutable, deep as ink. After exchanging glances with Xia Tang, Chu Qian nodded, yes. The crowd erupted in playful uproar. In the third round, the bottle pointed to Fu Yunjing, who likewise chose truth. Professor, do you have a girlfriend? Are you interested in Professor Bai? Why did you suddenly come to S University to teach? Lin Ji, fearing she might not get another chance to query Fu Yunjing, asked 3 questions in one breath. Just when everyone anticipated that Fu Yunjing would remain silent, he replied in a low, mellifluous voice, I do not have a girlfriend. Bai Professor is my cousin. I came to S University to teach for a girl I once hurt. Upon hearing his words, Xia Tang felt her breath hitch. Had he drunk too much? Otherwise, how could he say such things? She lifted her trembling lashes to look at Fu Yunjing. His profound gaze met hers. And Xia Tang quickly lowered her eyes, avoiding his intense and burning stare. Professor Fu, who is that girl? The others at the table were eager to uncover the answer. Fu Yunjing's lips curled slightly. That makes 4 questions. Lin Ji's curiosity was piqued, and she fervently hoped the bottle would land on Fu Yunjing again. However, her hopes were dashed as the bottle pointed to Xia Tang this time. Xia Tang chose dare. Tang Tang. You must pick a gentleman present and share a pocky stick with him, eating it down to 1 centimeter within 10 seconds. As soon as Lin Ji announced this, the males in attendance turned their gazes toward Xia Tang. Ignoring Fu Yunjing's gaze, Xia Tang looked at Chu Qian, Senior Chu. May I choose you? Chu Qian nodded.
Sure.
Taking a deep breath, Xia Tang bit one end of the pocky stick and slowly leaned toward Chu Qian. Time starts now. Lin Ji exclaimed excitedly. Xia Tang and Chu Qian began to nibble on the biscuit simultaneously. As the biscuit grew shorter, their proximity increased, and their breaths intertwined in an ambiguous haze. Chu Qian's fair and refined visage gradually flushed a deep crimson. The atmosphere was punctuated by shrieks and jeers from the surrounding crowd. Just as their lips seemed poised to brush against one another, a sudden, sharp crack shattered the intimate ambience. Xia, having bitten through the biscuit first, turned her gaze toward the source of the sound, only to find Fu Yunjing crush a wine glass in his hand. Professor Fu, are you alright? Lin Ji and the others glanced at Fu Yunjing with concern. Fu Yunjing pressed his lips together tightly, his phoenix eyes behind the glasses dark and brooding. You all continue to have fun. I must take my leave. Professor Fu, your hand is injured, Lin Ji remarked, worry etched on her face. Not a problem. Fu Yunjing replied, his tone flat. After he departed, Xia Tang encouraged everyone to resume their revelry. As dusk fell, the group began to disperse. Xia Tang escorted a few downstairs and, upon returning to her apartment, discovered Fu Yunjing had emerged at some point, leaning against her door. His hand, wounded by the shards of the wine glass, remained unbandaged. Xia Tang cast her eyes down, choosing to ignore him. Do you have any antiseptic? Fu Yunjing's voice, deep and hoarse, resonated as she opened the door to her apartment. Yes, just a moment, she replied, her tone nonchalant. Xia Tang retreated to her bedroom, retrieving some iodine, Yunnan Baiyao powder, and gauze from her small first aid kit. She assumed Fu Yunjing was still waiting at the door, yet to her surprise, he followed her inside and sat on the living room sofa. The lingering scent of alcohol from the hot pot clung to him as if it had not yet dissipated. With his eyelashes lowered, his features appeared both refined and aloof. Xia Tang handed him the medicine. You should bandage it yourself. Fu Yunjing accepted the item she offered, and just as Xia Tang turned to leave, his large hand unexpectedly grasped her delicate wrist. Xia Tang's heart raced. She glanced back at the man who still had his eyes cast downwards, attempting to withdraw her wrist, only to find his grip tightening. Embarrassed and frustrated, Xia Tang struggled to free herself, and in the next moment, she executed an unexpected action. Chapter 168, Respecting Wishes. Never to meet again. With her other hand, Xia Tang seized a glass of water from the table and forcefully splashed it onto Fu Yunjing's face. The water soaked the hair on his forehead, droplets cascading down his strikingly handsome but now disheveled features, introducing an element of disarray. The atmosphere turned rigid and tense. Xia Tang forcibly extracted her wrist from his grip, still warm from his hold. Fu Yunjing removed his glasses and lifted his long, pale fingers to wipe the water from his face. Once he donned his glasses again, he noticed the faint red mark on Xia Tang's wrist where he had held her. Rising from the sofa, his dark phoenix eyes seemed to deepen with an inscrutable emotion. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, I'm sorry. Xiaotong's heart constricted painfully. The past wounds she had buried deep within surged forth like a tidal wave. After she began dating Xia Yuan, Xiaotong had consciously concealed her feelings. Yet each display of affection from them pierced her heart anew. Occasionally, Fu Yunjing would come to the Xia family villa to take Xia Yuan out on dates. And each time she watched them walk side by side, tears would inevitably spill from her eyes. She understood he was also an innocent victim. However, merely seeing him prompted memories of sleepless nights filled with anguish to resurface. After closing her eyes, Xiaotong spoke, "If you truly feel remorse, you should distance yourself from my life. I no longer wish to recall the pain and suffering of the past. I once harbored a secret admiration for you, but that is all behind me now. If I were to pursue a relationship, it would only be with someone like Chu Qian. Perhaps you believe you have not troubled me, but your very presence is a source of distress." The resolute determination in Xiaotong's eyes pierced through Fu Yunjing's heart like a sharp blade. He stood frozen, his typically composed and serene expression almost faltering. His lips pressed tightly together as if his very soul had been extracted. For a long time, he remained silent. Just as Xiaotong began to believe he would say nothing further, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "So, you wish for me to no longer appear before you. Is that correct?" Xiaotong met his gaze, noticing the faint crimson in his phoenix eyes. Biting her lip firmly, she nodded yes. Fu Yunjing's hands, which had been hanging at his sides, suddenly clenched into fists, the intensity causing his knuckles to whiten, as if he were trying to suppress all his emotions deep within. Closing his eyes, he reopened them, regaining his composure. "All right, I understand." Those few short words emerged from deep within his throat. He did not linger any longer. Turning away with a taut expression and departing hastily, his tall and slender figure exuding an air of profound loneliness. Xiaotong noticed the medicine package he had left on the coffee table and contemplated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to chase after him. So be it. Clarifying her feelings to him once more was perhaps a fitting conclusion. On Monday, upon returning to school, Xiaotong discovered that the professor for the virology class had been replaced. What happened? Is Professor Fu not teaching us anymore? The new professor explained that Fu Yunjing had left the university due to family matters. I know you all held great affection for Professor Fu, and he felt the same for you. He prepared a gift for each of you. The new professor distributed the gifts Fu Yunjing had arranged. Wow, is Professor Fu a tycoon? He actually gifted us girls gold bracelets and the boys sports watches. How much must he have spent for our class of over 50? Lin Ji exclaimed in disbelief. Xiaotong received a gold bracelet adorned with 2 gold begonia flowers, appearing to be custom-made for her. She glanced at Lin Ji's bracelet, which featured 2 small gardenias. He truly put thought into each student's gift. After their afternoon class, Lin Ji inquired with the new professor about Fu Yunjing, learning that he might be returning to the country today. Lin Ji rushed back to the dormitory. "Shall we go to Lantern Garden to find Professor Fu? He gifted us such precious presents. We should send him off. Shouldn't we?" The other 2 girls in the dormitory nodded in agreement, but Xiaotong shook her head. "I'm feeling a bit unwell and wish to rest in the dormitory."
You all go without me.
Lin Ji's eyes reflected a hint of suspicion. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt Xiaotong seemed reluctant to see Professor Fu again. An hour later, Lin Ji and the others returned to the dormitory, dejected. "We went to Lantern Garden to find Professor Fu, but no one answered the door despite our persistent knocking. Later, we asked the security guard, who informed us that Professor Fu had left. We even followed him to the airport, but still couldn't he catch a glimpse of him. His phone is off." Fu Yunjing had taught at S University for about a month, and the students in the class had all grown fond of him. His sudden departure left everyone feeling disheartened and lost. Xiaotong lay on her dormitory bed, burying her face in the blanket. She understood that Fu Yunjing had fulfilled his promise. He had exited her world completely and cleanly, ensuring he would no longer appear in her life. As she closed her eyes, a single, warm tear slipped from the corner of her eye. The bittersweet and painful memories of her unrequited love would, with Fu Yunjing's departure, become nothing more than a chapter of her youthful past and memories. She would no longer be ensnared in the mire. The road ahead was still long, and she would bravely look forward, seeking the true happiness that belonged to her. Over the past month, Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou participated in the 2nd season of Survivor in the Wilderness. During the recording, they encountered numerous bizarre and metaphysical occurrences. Wen Shuang's fame continued to soar. After the filming concluded, her fortune-telling parlor thrived with an unyielding stream of clientele. One day, Wen Shuang accompanied Fu Sihong, who had just recovered from his leg injury and been discharged from the hospital, along with Fu Xingzhou, to a cemetery, where a client required the relocation of their ancestral grave. The usually busy CEO and a popular star in the entertainment industry became mere subordinates to Wen Shuang, assisting her in collecting bones, as per her instruction. After more than 3 hours of labor, they finally completed the task. On their way back, Fu Xingzhou, who was driving, glanced at Wen Shuang sitting in the back seat and asked, "Sister-in-law, I heard that fourth brother is returning to the country. Did he fail to win over Xia Tang?" Wen Shuang calculated with her fingers and confirmed, indeed, he did not succeed. Tang Tang made it clear to Fourth Fu that he should no longer appear in her world. Although Fourth Fu is heartbroken, he still respects Tang Tang's choice. I have long said that he has been sentenced to a life without a wife. Even if turned to ashes, he would find it hard to pursue her. Upon hearing this, Fu Xingzhou felt an inexplicable pang of discomfort. Poor fourth brother, well, he deserved it. Chapter 169. What on earth? What did she make him drink? Fu Sihong needed to retrieve a document from the company, so Fu Xingzhou dropped him off at the Fu Group's headquarters before driving Wen Shuang to pick up Xiao Qingyang. Xiao Qingyang attended a public school, Chengnan Primary School. Originally, Fu Xingzhou intended to send him to an elite school, but the boy stubbornly refused, claiming that the tuition, amounting to several $100,000 a year, was exorbitant, and that as a little Taoist, attending such an expensive institution would shorten his lifespan. At the primary school entrance, traffic was congested. While searching for a parking spot, Fu Xingzhou accidentally bumped into a woman riding an electric bike. He hurriedly exited the car. "I'm so sorry. Are you hurt?" The woman's bike light was damaged, but fortunately, she was unharmed. Fu Xingzhou offered to compensate her, but she shook her head. "It's fine. You don't need to compensate. Just hurry and move your car, or the vehicles behind will be unable to pass." Fu Xingzhou took out 1,000 yuan from his wallet and pressed it into her hand. "I broke your bike light. I must compensate you. However, I don't have any extra cash, so please take this for now." Without allowing her to protest further, he swiftly returned to the car. Noticing Wen Shuang gazing at the woman outside, he remarked with a smile, "That lady seems quite nice. If I had encountered someone unreasonable, she would likely have been shouting at me." Wen Shuang scrutinized the woman's features and noticed the dimness in her children's palace, surrounded by a faint dark aura. The woman's only daughter was likely to face life-threatening dangers in the near future. After finding a parking space, Fu Xingzhou and Wen Shuang disembarked to pick up Xiao Qingyang. As they approached, they overheard a little girl with red-rimmed eyes, tearfully recounting her grievances to her mother about Xiao Qingyang's supposed cruelty. "I sit next to Ling Qingyang. Whenever he struggles with his studies, I help him, but today he suddenly told me I was wearing a shroud, and I might die." The girl burst into tears in her mother's embrace. Wen Shuang quickly moved to Xiao Qingyang's side. He scratched his head, frowning in confusion. Upon seeing Wen Shuang approach, he sought her assistance. "Sister, I was just telling the truth. Today the school had an event, and we could wear our own clothes. My desk mate Zhao Nuanyuan wore a beautiful new-style dress, but the buttons were wrong, and I noticed her forehead seemed a bit dark." The little girl, hearing Xiao Qingyang's words, cried even harder in her mother's arms. Wen Shuang glanced at the girl and her mother, realizing that the mother was the same young woman Fu Xingzhou had accidentally bumped into earlier. The girl wore an exquisitely crafted new-style dress, adorned with delicate golden thread patterns on a lotus-pink satin, featuring a row of plump, round buttons at the neckline. Traditionally, new-style clothing buttons are designed in odd numbers, such as 5 or 7, whereas shrouds typically utilize even numbers, like 4 or 6. There is a saying in folklore that implies a connection to death with the number 4. Furthermore, the lapel of new-style garments usually overlaps right over left, while shrouds are arranged left over right. Additionally, the back of the girl's dress displayed a motif of a flying crane. Wen Shuang's beautiful eyes narrowed with intent. The person wishing to harm the little girl was truly malevolent. The girl appeared to be a year younger than Qingyang, innocent and kind-hearted, yet faced with such dire peril. "Qingyang, is she the Nuanyuan classmate you often mention to your sister?" Wen Shuang inquired. Xiao Qingyang nodded. The woman cradling the girl raised her head to look at Wen Shuang and Xiao Qingyang, as well as Fu Xingzhou behind them. Initially, she intended to question Xiao Qingyang about his hurtful words, but upon seeing Wen Shuang, all her inquiries fell silent. "Miss Wen, I watched Survivor in the Wilderness. I know you are a renowned metaphysical master. Is Ling Qingyang your brother?" the woman asked. Wen Shuang affirmed, "Yes." The woman's heart raced. If Ling Qingyang was indeed Wen Shuang's brother, then he must possess knowledge of metaphysics as well. His assertion that her daughter was clad in a shroud could not be mere coincidence. Miss Wen, may I have a word with you privately? Wen Shuang nodded in agreement. She instructed Fu Xingzhou and Ling Qingyang to comfort the sobbing Zhao Nuanyuan while she led the woman to the car. Miss, is it true what your brother said about my daughter wearing a shroud? Wen Shuang nodded, yes. The woman's complexion shifted. That beautiful new-style dress had been a gift from her mother-in-law, who had spent several hundred yuan on it online. Her mother-in-law had been unwell for several years, but recently her health had improved, and she had become much more cheerful, even gifting Nuanyuan a lovely dress and a small gold lock. The color drained from the woman's face as she trembled, withdrawing the 1,000 yuan Fu Xingzhou had given her from her bag and offering it to Wen Shuang. Master, can you help me divine my mother-in-law's intentions? Wen Shuang declined the woman's money. Tonight at midnight, quietly rise and observe what your mother-in-law does in your daughter's room. The woman nodded, adding Wen Shuang's contact information before departing with a pale face. On the way back, Xiao Qingyang tugged at Wen Shuang's hand. Sister, can you help Zhao Nuanyuan? Yes, really nice. I might have scared her by saying she wore a dead person's clothes. Wen Shuang glanced at Xiao Qingyang helplessly. Next time, try not to be so blunt. You might find it hard to find a wife later. Xiao Qingyang blushed. I'm a Taoist. I won't get married. When Fu Sihong returned to the Fu villa after finishing his work, he found Wen Shuang assisting Xiao Qingyang with his homework in his room.
Goodness.
Why is 5th grade math so difficult in this day and age? I'm about to pull my hair out. I'm Xiao Qingyang's master. If he asks me a question and I admit I can't solve it, won't that be embarrassing? Should I find an excuse to look it up online and then tell him? Xiao Qingyang looked up at Wen Shuang, whose face betrayed no emotion. Sister, have you figured it out? Wen Shuang bit the tip of her pencil and replied, yes, that is indeed how you should approach it. After much hesitation, no solution was articulated. Alas, my illustrious reputation, tarnished in an instant. Fu Sihong could hardly suppress a chuckle. After clearing his throat, he stepped inside. What problem is this? Let me take a look. Xiao Qingyang, observing the cold and imposing demeanor of Fu Sihong, felt less intimidated than before. Brother-in-law, come quickly. My sister is so foolish. Wen Shuang delivered a playful tap to Xiao Qingyang's head. All right, I'm foolish. Let your brother-in-law teach you. She relinquished her seat to Fu Sihong. Fu Sihong glanced at the problem, took a pen, and began sketching on a piece of scrap paper. For this question, you must first identify the key information. Wen Shuang stood nearby, captivated by the sharp, handsome profile of the man, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. It is often said that a man who is earnest is the most attractive. Indeed, it rings true. One would never guess that this decisive and formidable man in the business world could exhibit such meticulous patience while assisting a child with their homework. After a moment of watching Fu Sihong, Wen Shuang dashed downstairs. In the kitchen, after pouring out the soup, Wen Shuang brought it to Fu Sihong. Half an hour later, Fu Dad ventured into the kitchen, discovering that the nourishing broth had mysteriously vanished. This soup contained exceptionally precious medicinal herbs meant to invigorate and restore vitality. Recently, his wife, Mrs. Huanru, had shown reluctance to share a bed with him, often muttering about going to a club with their daughter-in-law to hire male models. The carefully sourced nourishing herbs had vanished without a trace. How perplexing. After finishing Xiao Qingyang's homework, Fu Sihong suddenly felt a wave of heat wash over him, loosening his tie. He stepped out of Xiao Qingyang's room, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Realizing something was amiss, he approached the master bedroom door and knocked gently. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Wen Shuang, freshly bathed and clad in a white nightgown. Noticing Fu Sihong's flushed face, the sweat beading on his forehead, and his labored breaths, she inquired with a hint of concern, "My lord, what troubles you?" Upon seeing Wen Shuang's unadorned, fair visage, Fu Sihong's throat tightened. In a husky voice, he asked, "Wen Shuang, what kind of soup did you give me?" Chapter 170. An unprecedented stirring. Wen Shuang gazed at Fu Sihong's flushed face and heavy breaths, reaching out to touch his forehead. "You're burning up. My lord, are you ill?" Fu Sihong pressed his lips tightly together, then grasped her delicate wrist, his fingers radiating an intensity that felt as if they might scorch her skin. Wen Shuang sensed that something was amiss. This was no mere fever. Fu Sihong's dark, piercing gaze locked onto her, his voice low and gravelly. "Wen Shuang, did you put something in the soup I drank?" Before she could respond, he continued, "You know I have feelings for you. If you desire me, there is no need for any such measures. I would comply willingly." Wen Shuang hurried to interrupt his unfinished thought. "How could I possibly drug you?" "Oh no, What a colossal misunderstanding. It turns out the soup was meant for my father-in-law, who intended to drink it for his own satisfaction, but I mistakenly served it to my stern husband instead. Meanwhile, Fu Dad was downstairs searching for the missing broth. Fu Ma rushed into the kitchen and seized Fu Dad by the ear. Have you no shame? Fu Dad, noticing the blush creeping onto Fu Ma's cheeks, pulled her into an embrace. My dear, you've been unwilling to share a bed with me lately. I only wish to please you, to enhance your experience. Fu Ma quickly covered his mouth. We're old married folk now. How can you be so shameless? My dear, it's fortunate that our eldest drank it. Perhaps he and our daughter-in-law will grow closer. Fu Ma shot him a disapproving glare. What good is that? It must be done willingly. Fu Dad frowned. What should we do now? Should I send him some laxatives to flush it out? Unbeknownst to them, Fu Sihong and Wen Shuang upstairs were oblivious to the conversation. Fu Sihong took Wen Shuang's hand, placing it against his fevered face. Madam Fu, the fire you ignited, you must take responsibility to extinguish it. Wen Shuang pulled her hand back from his grasp, her long eyelashes fluttering. We aren't at that level of intimacy yet. This body of mine is still untouched. Recently, I've read numerous novels where the heroine's first time is akin to being run over by a vehicle. Just thinking about it induces pain. Hearing her thoughts, Fu Sihong felt his ears grow hotter. You misunderstand. I do not mean for us to share a bed. You are skilled with silver needles. I wish for you to assist me with acupuncture. Even though he desired her first time, it would not be in the Fu family villa. When Shuang's inner thoughts were audible to the family, should they engage in the most intimate of acts? She could only imagine the embarrassment that would ensue. When Shuang had not anticipated that Fu Sihong's request was purely for acupuncture. Oh dear. My thoughts have wandered to inappropriate places. I was just indulging in fantasies. Fu Sihong observed Wen Shuang's charming face, feeling as though countless ants were feasting upon him. Although he yearned for her, he understood that it was not the right moment. He had yet to formally express his feelings to her, nor received any response. He would not force her. Please come inside and remove your shirt. I will fetch the silver needles. Wen Shuang retrieved the needles from her kit and returned to the room, where Fu Sihong had already undone all the buttons of his shirt. He sat on a single armchair, eyes half closed, breathing heavily. Witnessing the scene, Wen Shuang's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Goodness! A man who has consumed potent nourishment exudes such raw vitality. I, like a majestic eagle, am on the verge of succumbing to temptation. Fu Sihong slightly opened his deep black eyes, gazing at Wen Shuang as she approached, extending his long arm to pull her into his lap. Wen Shuang, I am ready for you to administer the needles. Is this appropriate? I must resist a little, to maintain some semblance of propriety. Fu Sihong's throat moved as he commanded softly, do not fidget, focus. His low, husky voice resonated from deep within him, enticing yet intangible. Wen Shuang steadied her breath and concentrated, deftly inserting the silver needle into the acupuncture point above Fu Sihong's chest. As the needle penetrated and twisted, Fu Sihong felt a mild ache radiating from the pressure point. Sweat trickled down his sharply defined face, his lightly parted lips releasing a sensual sigh. Upon hearing that sound, Wen Shuang's scalp tingled. Oh my, he resembles a seductive spirit in this state. Wen Shuang endeavored to remain composed, resisting the allure he presented. After nearly an hour, she finally completed the acupuncture. Fu Sihong kept his eyes closed, his long, dark lashes casting shadows on his cheeks. The flush of his face gradually faded, and his breathing became more even, indicating he felt considerably better. You need not bathe tonight. You may return to your room to rest. As Wen Shuang prepared to rise from his lap, having occupied his leg for nearly an hour, she presumed it must be numb by now. However, just as she stood, his strong hand firmly grasped her wrist. Madam Fu, I seek some form of recompense. Wen Shuang blinked her beautiful eyes. What recompense? No sooner had she spoken than he leaned in closer. A warm, masculine scent enveloped her, and before Wen Shuang could react, his lips descended upon hers. Initially, it was a mere taste, but soon deepened into an intimate embrace. Wen Shuang found herself momentarily dazed. She yearned to retreat, yet deep within her heart, she felt no aversion to such a kiss. Instead, it stirred a sensation she had never experienced before, an unfamiliar thrill. Just as she was left wanting more, he abruptly released her. I shall return to my room to rest, he stated, gently pushing her away, almost fleeing the scene. Wen Shuang gazed after the man's retreating figure, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Why escape after such a fervent kiss? The night deepened. Su Yun lay in bed, tossing and turning, Her husband, Zhao Yanting, was on a business trip and would not return until the following day. Ever since Master Wen Shuang mentioned that her mother-in-law's gift of a new style dress for Wan was problematic, an unsettling feeling had lodged itself in her heart. She couldn't fathom why her mother-in-law would choose such a dress for Wan. Although her mother-in-law had a tendency to favor boys over girls, Wan was still her own granddaughter. Did she truly wish harm upon her? Su Yun was reluctant to believe her mother-in-law could be so malevolent. At midnight, recalling Master Wen's instructions, Su Yun quietly approached the bedroom door and pressed her ear against the frame. Before long, she heard the sound of a door opening. She stealthily cracked the door open and peered outside. In the dim light, she spotted a figure clad in a vivid red garment making its way toward the living room. A flicker of doubt crossed her eyes. Her mother-in-law did not linger at Wan's door, but headed to the living room instead. Could Master Wen have miscalculated? Yet. Within a minute, her mother-in-law returned. Upon seeing what she held, Su Yun's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 171. Bowing for Longevity. Retribution Strikes Back. In her hands, her mother-in-law carried what appeared to be a bowl filled with either chicken blood or dog blood. She pushed open Wan's door and stealthily entered. Su Yun hurried from the master bedroom, crouching at the threshold of Wan's room, peering inside through the dim light. What she witnessed nearly caused her eyes to bulge in terror. After placing the bowl on the bedside table, her mother-in-law knelt down, bowing repeatedly in Wan's direction, murmuring incomprehensible incantations that echoed ominously in Su Yun's ears. A chill coursed through Su Yun's body. It seemed Wan, in her slumber, sensed something amiss, her small body twitching suddenly. Overcome with dread, Su Yun instinctively wanted to rush in and confront her mother-in-law. But a sliver of reason reminded her of Master Wen's admonition. No matter what she witnessed, she must remain composed and call him immediately. Su Yun turned and swiftly returned to the master bedroom, retrieving her phone to dial Wen Shuang. The call connected after only 2 or 3 rings. And with a trembling voice, she recounted the harrowing scene she had just witnessed. Your mother-in-law is attempting to borrow longevity. When she returns to her room, find an iron box beneath your daughter's bed and bring it to me tomorrow. After concluding the call with Master Wen, Su Yun hastened back to her daughter's room. Her mother-in-law had already returned to her room, locking the door behind her. From beneath the bed, Su Yun discovered a bound iron box. Upon opening it, she found a small coffin, entirely black, emanating an eerie, chilling glow under the light. Inside lay 3 strands of hair and several nails. Recognizing them as her daughter's hair and nails, a sense of dread enveloped her. Unsure of the sinister nature of these items, she nonetheless sensed their malignity. As she tucked the iron box away, she noticed a few strands of white hair among her daughter's dark locks. A profound emptiness engulfed her mind, and a bone-chilling cold seeped from her core. She could scarcely believe that her mother-in-law intended to borrow Wan's life, wishing her harm. Wan was her beloved granddaughter. How could she be so heartless? Over the years, she had devoted herself to caring for her ailing mother-in-law, while Wan, ever understanding, would often help her grandmother when she was tired. Was her heart made of stone? Wan was Su Yun's lifeline. She could not permit anyone to harm her. The following day, after dropping Wan off at school, Su Yun took the iron box to seek out Master Wen. Upon seeing the contents within, Master Wen performed a ritual, replacing the small coffin with another, instructing her, upon your return, place 3 strands of your mother-in-law's hair inside. Su Yun nodded, asking with a quivering voice, Master, will mine Wan be in danger? Will her health be compromised? Rest assured, your mother-in-law's attempt at borrowing longevity will backfire upon herself. In no more than half a month, she will meet her demise. Su Yun felt no sympathy upon hearing that her mother-in-law would perish. Had she not threatened Wan, perhaps she might have felt some pity, but now, she believed her mother-in-law's death would be no great loss. Gratitude filled her as she nodded, wiping the tears from her eyes before asking, does my husband, Zhao Yanting, know of her malevolent deeds? Su Yun and Zhao Yanting had grown up in the same small town. Coming from humble beginnings, Su Yun had left to work after completing middle school. Later, when Zhao Yanting's father encountered misfortune, he was nearly unable to pay for his college tuition, and it was Su Yun who promptly assisted him. After graduating, Zhao Yanting secured a position in a medical equipment company, defying his mother's objections to marry Su Yun, who was deemed less educated. Initially, their married life was filled with sweetness. Zhao Yanting was attentive, accompanying her to the market and cooking together, often strolling hand in hand by the lake at night. In their first year of marriage, She became pregnant with Wen. During her pregnancy, her husband took great care of her. However, complications arose during childbirth, resulting in severe hemorrhaging. Although both she and Wen ultimately survived, the doctor informed her that she would never be able to conceive again. Her mother-in-law, already disapproving of her, grew even more resentful upon learning that Su Yun could not bear a son, frequently lamenting the family lineage's continuation resting on her shoulders and blaming Zhao Yanting for marrying a woman of lesser education who could not produce heirs. Initially, Zhao Yanting would defend her, but as time wore on, and with the pressures of work and daily life, his demeanor towards her gradually shifted. He still returned home on time and bought toys for their daughter, but he no longer accompanied her to the market or walked by the lake holding her hand. The intimacy between them diminished. Later, when her mother-in-law fell ill, Su Yun resigned from her job to care for her wholeheartedly. She loved Zhao Yanting deeply and wished to maintain their family, to provide Wen with a complete upbringing. Yet, she never anticipated that her mother-in-law would seek to borrow Wen's life, wishing for her demise. If Zhao Yanting were to find out, it would be akin to a thunderbolt striking her. "Your husband is unaware," Master Wen replied. Upon hearing this, Su Yun felt her tense emotions ease slightly. Thank heavens! Zhao Yanting was not as deranged as his mother. However, Master Wen hesitated. Su Yun and her husband, Zhao Yanting, are destined to part ways. If that relationship ends, her life will proceed smoothly thereafter. But I cannot directly interfere with her romantic affairs. The decision to remain with Zhao Yanting must be hers alone. Su Yun's heart raced once more. Master, what do you mean? Regardless of the circumstances, never relinquish your own life. Your daughter Wen still needs you. Su Yun found herself somewhat perplexed by Wen Shuang's words. After departing from the fortune-telling parlor, she went to the school to pick up Wen. She granted Wen a half-day leave, treating her to steak and taking her to the amusement park she had longed to visit.
Mom,
Taking me out for steak and to the amusement park must cost a lot. Will Dad and Grandma scold you for spending money frivolously? Su Yun had saved a little money before resigning to care for her mother-in-law and daughter full-time, but it had all been spent on her mother-in-law's medications. She felt a pang of regret. Was it not better to have spent those tens of thousands on Wen? Mom intends to find a new job. In the future, wherever Wen wishes to go or whatever she desires to eat, Mom will fulfill her wishes. Wen embraced Su Yun, understanding and wise beyond her years, saying, Mom, earning money is not easy. I will study hard, and when I grow up and have a job, I will take you on a world tour. Su Yun hugged Wen tightly, tears welling in her eyes. In her heart, Wen was just as understanding and obedient as any son could be. After leaving the amusement park, Su Yun rode her bicycle home with Wen. Upon opening the door, the rich aroma of chicken soup wafted out. Wow, it smells wonderful. Is Dad back from his business trip? Did he make the chicken soup that Mom and Wen love? Su Yun felt a surge of joy. Although her mother-in-law had been wicked, her retribution would come soon. With the absence of her mother-in-law constantly nagging her to bear a son, perhaps Zhao Yanting's heart would return to the family. Holding Wen's hand, Su Yun hurried into the house. However, upon witnessing a scene in the dining room, she froze in disbelief. In the dining room, her mother-in-law and husband Zhao Yanting were warmly entertaining a woman and a little girl. The woman was fashionably dressed, her graceful figure accentuated by cascading waves of hair, exuding a sensual charm. The little girl beside her resembled a delicate hybrid doll, adorned in a splendid princess dress and a crystal headband, exceptionally beautiful and adorable. Su Yun quickly recognized the woman as Yusini, Zhao Yanting's university classmate. Yusini had been the belle of their campus. On one occasion, when Su Yun visited Zhao Yanting at school, she had chanced upon him and Yusini together in the library, seated closely. The sight had filled her with a sense of bitterness. Though Zhao Yanting later explained that he was merely helping Yusini with her studies, and they had to speak quietly to maintain the library's tranquility. After graduating, Yusini married a foreigner and moved abroad. Not long after, Zhao Yanting proposed to Su Yun. Su Yun had assumed Zhao Yanting would have no further dealings with Yusini. Thus, she was caught off guard when he suddenly brought her home for dinner. Hadn't he been on a business trip recently? Why had he brought Yusini back without informing her? Seeing Su Yun, Zhao Yanting promptly stood up and introduced. This is my university classmate Sini, and beside her is her daughter Xian. Although Su Yun felt a twinge of discomfort, she managed a polite nod. Yusini turned to glance at Su Yun, saying, I apologize. We didn't wait for you and Wen to eat. Despite her words, she remained seated, her smile lacking genuine warmth. clearly disregarding Su Yun's role as the hostess. It's fine. I won't mind, Su Yun replied. Zhao Yanting then pulled Su Yun back to their room. Cindy just returned to the country after her husband's unexpected passing. She brought Xian with her. She has purchased a villa in Yeqing and will be moving in shortly. For now, they will stay with us. Su Yun's brows furrowed. What is your relationship with her that necessitates her staying at our house? Her words displeased Zhao Yanting, who frowned and replied, Su Yun, you need to be reasonable. I am competing for the position of the sales department head at the company, seeking investments. Cindy inherited a considerable fortune after her husband's death and intends to invest in my venture. I must treat her well. This is for our family's benefit, isn't it? Su Yun felt a pang of distress. Public matters should remain separate from personal ones. Why should she have to host someone who could easily afford a 5-star hotel? Zhao Yanting's handsome features darkened as he retorted, Su Yun, are you being overly petty? Cindy just lost her husband. She is still grieving. Besides, she and Xian are exceptionally beautiful. Staying in a hotel could pose dangers. What is wrong with offering her assistance when she needs it? Your narrow-mindedness and lack of education are becoming increasingly apparent. No wonder my mother opposed our marriage. Zhao Yanting's words struck Su Yun like a poisoned dagger, piercing deeply into her heart. When he was in college and lacked the funds to pay his tuition, he had not spoken to her in such a manner. After a decade of marriage, had all their sweet promises and pledges turned to mere bubbles? Remembering how her mother-in-law had nearly harmed Nuan, Su Yun felt a surge of anger. Her eyes reddened, and her lips trembled as she exclaimed, I lack education? I have a narrow perspective? Zhao Yanting, after all these years, how much have I sacrificed for this family that you can no longer see? Now, for an outsider, you belittle me? Zhao Yanting impatiently interrupted her unfinished sentence. You think only you have contributed to this family? Have I not? I have suffered from gastric bleeding while socializing for whom? Your role as a stay-at-home mother is not as burdensome as mine. Su Yun's body trembled unsteadily. She stared at Zhao Yanting in disbelief. Did he truly view her years of sacrifice as insignificant? Did he believe being a full-time housewife was an effortless endeavor? She rose early and worked late to care for her mother-in-law, tending to her needs for years. Whenever he invited colleagues over for dinner, she toiled from dawn till dusk. When he returned home drunk, she cleaned up the kitchen late into the night. Had her efforts not been contributions? Noticing tears welling in Su Yun's eyes, Zhao Yanting realized his words had been excessively harsh. He stepped forward and gently embraced her, saying, All right, don't be upset. Cindy and Xian will only stay for a few days before moving to their new home. She has purchased a luxurious villa in Yujing Garden. When I wish to stay there, she would not even entertain the idea. Just prepare a guest room for now. Without waiting for Su Yun's response, Zhao Yanting exited the room. Upon reaching the dining area, he heard a quarrel between Xian and Wan. Wan, we can each have one chicken leg, can't we? Xian, Uncle Yanting made these chicken legs deliciously. I want another one. I'm the guest. Shouldn't you let me have it? Why are you so stingy? Yu Cindy patted Xuan's head, saying, Sweetheart, it seems you truly enjoy Uncle Yanting's cooking. In the past, you couldn't finish what I made. Turning to Zhao Yanting with a flirtatious smile, she added, Yanting, your culinary skills have improved significantly since college. However, since Nuan wants to eat, Xian should let her have it. No way. Uncle Yanting said he specially prepared this for me and Mommy. Xian was on the verge of tears when Zhao Yanting approached the dining table and directly transferred the untouched chicken leg from Nuan's bowl to Xuan's. Seeing this, Nuan's long eyelashes fluttered. Dad, Zhao Yanting shot her a glare, saying, Don't be so petty like your mother. Xian is the guest. You should give in a little. After taking a bite of the chicken leg, Xianyuan tossed it onto the table, and I suddenly found my appetite waning. Earlier, I had noticed a stray dog downstairs. Perhaps I could take the leftovers down to feed it later. Both Grandma Zhao and Zhao Yanting chuckled, praising Xianyuan for her kind-heartedness. Meanwhile, the overlooked Nuan felt her eyes involuntarily welling up with tears. She recalled a time when she had taken leftover food from home to feed the dogs downstairs, only to be reprimanded by her father and grandmother for wasting food. Yet when Xianyuan snatched the chicken leg, she had wanted to feed the dog. Their praise for Xianyuan's compassion rang out loud and clear. Nuan bit her lip, feeling a swell of injustice and the urge to cry. However, she refrained from shedding tears, knowing her grandmother would scold her for being petty. After Su Yun tidied up the guest room, she overheard the escalating argument between Nuan and Xianyuan in the corridor. Why should I give up my room for you? You took my chicken leg. Now you want to take my room as well?